As soon as I traveled to the spirit-testing peak in Taigan Holy Land, I heard the voice of the old men in the temple. Talent, bones, divine personality, and physique have all been tested. The Holy Son of Taigan Holy Land, Li Tsungshin. Talent, low-level mortal. Zhengu, lower level of ordinary rank. Godhead, lower level of mortal level. Physique, lower level than ordinary. I was in a daze and glanced around blankly. This palace is full of people, all staring at me. Although I have never experienced this scene personally, it feels very familiar. Time travel and become a waste material. And then face scorn, ridicule, and humiliation from everyone. And then get a plug-in like an old man or a system, and then rise against the sky. Young man slays a dragon, 30 years later he is in trouble. Is this fun? Is it inspiring? Why can't ordinary people be torn into pieces when they are born after being reborn? I shook my head and smiled bitterly, then looked closer. There were two young men with extraordinary appearance standing on my left and right. One had a temperament as ethereal as a floating cloud, and the other was as beautiful as jade. They were both unparalleled in the world. In terms of appearance and temperament, they were both better than me, a useless guy with nothing to offer except handsomeness. I smiled again. Well, according to the plot, these must be two geniuses, and they are also my objects of comparison at the moment. Ha ha. In my last life, I worked myself to death for my family. In this life, I have nothing to worry about. Why should I fight for my life? I won't fight anymore. I won't fight even if I'm beaten to death. I've become indifferent to it. No matter what the script is, whether you are a waste or a mortal, I will just lie down and play badly in this life. At most, I will die again in a few days. Isn't living just waiting to die? It doesn't matter if I die early or late. Thinking of this, I looked at the two people beside me and smiled brightly. Come on, get ready to start your performance, laugh at me as much as you can. I had already decided to give up, but I didn't expect that after listening to the test elder's introduction and facing my smile, the two young men next to me trembled all over and beads of sweat kept appearing on their foreheads. What's going on? I'm such a loser, how can I threaten you two? I even scared you two. Why are you two so unconfident? Even a loser like me can see that you two are the appearance of dragons and phoenixes. Sure enough, when the testing elder in the hall took out the other two test sheets, his eyes immediately lit up, his expression brightened, and his face showed undisguised surprise. The rumors are indeed true. Xiao Zhan, the holy son of the falling dragon Holy Land, was born with the supreme bone. Yi Feng, the holy son of the falling phoenix Holy Land, was born with double pupils. I smiled again in my heart. Ha, at this start, my competitor is quite fierce. Supreme bone, double pupil, both are invincible, super genius level existence. Ha. Well, now you two can rest assured and start to ridicule me, humiliate me, and trample on me without hesitation. Come on. However, upon hearing the results of their tested talents, Xiao Zhan and Yi Feng seemed to be extremely frightened. One of them trembled violently and sat down on the ground, while the other stumbled and knelt on the ground. The two peerless geniuses were so frightened that their faces turned pale. I was completely stunned. Isn't this how a genius should behave? Wow. Hearing this, there was a clamor around the hall, but no one looked at Xiao Zhan and Yi Feng, let alone any admiring, flattering, or fawning faces and eyes. Instead, they all looked at me, and all their eyes were filled with joy and celebration. I scratched my head. What's going on? He has supreme bones and double pupils. Why are you celebrating for a useless person like me? At this time, outside the palace, another voice was heard announcing, Miss Renbingxue is here. Everyone in the hall's eyes lit up. Our young master's fiancée is here. Then, they looked at me together, as if to say, your future wife is here. Renbingxue, the saint of the Sun Holy Land, one of the 4 holy lands in Tianqing continent, is known as the most beautiful among the 3 wonders in the world of the younger generation. In the rosy glow, a girl in white clothes as white as snow walked into the hall with sleeves fluttering. Her eyebrows were as green as emerald green, her teeth were as white as pearls, and her eyes seemed to reflect the snow on the Tianshan mountain. The moon was her spirit, her bones were jade, her skin was ice and snow, and an extreme charm oozed from her bones, so beautiful that it was beyond description. No wonder people called her extremely beautiful. As soon as Renbing Xue entered the hall, he asked, "Elder, is Zong Xin still the same as before?" In the hall, the test elder chuckled, "Yes, it's the same as the last test, everything is the same." Renbing Xue said, "Then does he have a hidden talent that cannot be tested, or a mysterious physique that has not yet sprouted? He is the holy son of your Taigan holy land." The elder said firmly, "Absolutely not." Looking at me, Renbing Xue frowned slightly. Seeing this, I laughed. It must have just been an interlude, now it's time to get to the point, and the real show begins. Knowing that he is a waste, according to the plot, how can a mountain dog be worthy of a phoenix? It's time for her to break off the engagement to me. I shrugged, I'm a loser, I don't care. Come on, abandon me ruthlessly. Unexpectedly, Renbing Xue frowned slightly. It's okay. He actually smiled sweetly at her, it doesn't matter. That smile is enough to confuse Yangcheng and bewilder Xiaocai. It seems to be looking forward to happiness, not writing sadness, in the world of 3000, not talking about melancholy. It does not ask how many flowers are blooming, but only asks for a peaceful smile. I narrowed my eyes. Why not just break off the engagement without getting straight to the point? Could this be a scheming woman of a higher level? After a consoling smile, Renbing Xue's flawless face showed determination again. She walked in front of me. In full view of everyone. She took my hand with a pair of jade hands and looked into my eyes. Her expression was as if she was swearing. She said in a voice as firm and pleasant as water hitting ice, "So what if you have low talent? So what if you have poor bones? So what if you don't have a godhood? So what if you are physically weak? Even if you are so weak that you can't take care of yourself, after we get married, you will lie on the bottom and I will be on the top. If you're ready, let's switch over and have you on top and me on the bottom." I opened my mouth slightly, with surprise in my eyes. "You don't believe it?" Seeing my incredible expression, Renbing Xue gritted her teeth and said, "Today, I will change my name just for you. From now on, I will no longer be called Renbing Xue. I will only call you for you. Renli Shuang." Her face was flushed, but her beautiful voice was firm, and the last 3 words were powerful. I opened my mouth wide, my chin almost pulled to my chest. Is it so exciting? At the beginning, for an absolute loser, the darling of heaven even changed her name. What virtue do I have? Wow. Looking at the 2 people holding hands in the center of the hall and listening to Renli Shuang's oath, the disciples around them burst into a clamor. "Master, kiss her. Give me a kiss, give me a kiss." They started to cheer and shout. No one looked at me with hatred out of jealousy, and no one looked at me with coldness out of envy. Instead, they were all happy for me, and the atmosphere was peaceful. The 2 holy sons of the Holy Land, Xiao Zhan and Yifeng, who possessed the supreme bone and double pupils, and were kneeling and sitting beside me, were like 2 flower girls at this moment. Their expressions were bitter and embarrassed, but more of them were trembling with fear and uneasiness. Facing the young people's booing, the elder in the hall smiled indifferently and went straight to the point. "Young master, are you satisfied?" He was not asking Renli Shuang, but his eyes were looking at Xiao Zhan and Yifeng. The disciples who were making a fuss suddenly stopped talking. I opened my mouth so wide that my chin almost dropped to my instep. These 2 also let me have fun. Although these 2 are also very handsome, they are men. Bite. The heaven-defying rise system has awakened. The system is acquiring all the information about the host's body. Bite. Prompt: the host's background is detected to be too strong, and the current system configuration is not suitable for the host. The system has automatically left the host. I was stunned when I heard the voice that suddenly sounded and then disappeared in my head. I seemed to have obtained a system just now. But this system ran away without any notice. The reason seemed to be, the system was shocked after detecting my background, and felt ashamed and its self-esteem was hurt. But I don't take it to heart. For someone who has no ideals and only wants to lie down and do nothing, it doesn't matter whether it is a system or not. But because the system arrived just 2 seconds ago, I was able to gain a lot of memories of this body. Now, I finally know why the two talented people around me who possess the supreme bone and double eyes are so scared. Taigan Holy Land, the first of the 4 holy lands in Tianqing continent, has hundreds of millions of disciples spread across the entire continent. In the Holy Land, there are 7 powerful quasi-emperors, and there is even a powerful emperor sitting there. As for the other 3 holy lands, Falling Dragon Holy Land, Falling Phoenix Holy Land, and Sunlight Holy Land, each holy land has only one quasi-emperor at its peak combat power. Li Tianba, the Holy Lord of the Taiqian Holy Land, is known as the Heba Great Emperor. He suppresses the entire Tianqing continent with the power of the sky and dominates the world. And I am Li Tianba's son, his only son, Yaoer. Li Tianba can be said to be unable to put it down for me. His war-loving father was not only decisive in killing but also overbearing. In recent years, he not only penetrated the entire Tianqing continent, but also seemed to have reached other star regions in outer space. 100 years ago, there were 12 holy lands in Tianqing continent, but now, there are only 4 of the 12 holy lands that have chosen to surrender. His father used practical actions to change those who obey me will prosper and those who go against me will perish. Both the character and the title, Heba Great Emperor, are vividly displayed. At this moment, he is also using practical actions to tell the world a truth: if you have absolute strength, you can definitely do whatever you want. Xiaozhan, the holy son of the Falling Dragon Holy Land, and Yifeng, the holy son of the Falling Phoenix Holy Land, were invited to Taigan Holy Land by Li Tianba because he was interested in their physiques. The more useless I am, the worse off the 2 of us will be. Li Tianba planned to transfer the physiques of the 2 of them to me. Dig up Xiaozhan's supreme bones. Picking out Yifeng's double pupils. The corner of my mouth twitched as I recalled this new memory. Even if I have a domineering father who is invincible in the world, everyone in my family is a top-notch person. No wonder the system scares away people as soon as it comes. I also have 2 older sisters. The eldest sister, Li Tianqin, is the empress of the Shifang dynasty. Because the entire Tianqing continent has been conquered by Li Tianba, the territory of the Shifang dynasty is the entire world, commanding billions of lives in the world. The eldest sister is completely in power. Second sister Li Yusen, leader of the Tianxia Merchants Alliance. Tianxia Merchants Alliance covers all important industries in Tianqing continent, and has a monopoly coverage. At present, the most popular rumor among the people is, there is 1 ounce of silver in the world, and Li Yusen has 9 coins. Second sister, completely rich. The most important thing is that my 2 elder sisters dote on me more than my father. My eldest sister holds me in her mouth for fear that I will melt, and my second sister holds me in her arms for fear that I will fall. Besides, I have a powerful master and a bunch of evil cousins, and they all love and care for me. Not bad, not bad. I nodded slightly and muttered to myself, in my previous life, in order to pay for the medical expenses of my ill parents and the tuition of my younger siblings, I worked 5 jobs, and eventually I worked myself to death because I didn't sleep for 7 days and 7 nights. God, please open your eyes. My life is good now. It's time for my dad, sister, and their family to take care of me. I finally don't have to work so hard anymore and can just lie back and enjoy life. Upon hearing what I said, the elder in the hall brightened up. The young master nodded and said it was good, and it seemed that he was very satisfied. So he said to Xiaozhan and Yifeng, 2 saints, go and get ready now. He smiled kindly and said, ahem, in an hour, a master from my holy land will take you to a quiet place and perform a minor operation on you. Turning towards me, that fake smile immediately turned into a sincere and gentle smile. Young master, you should also get ready first. Your preparation is very simple. You don't need to make any preparations. You just need to take a nice bath, don't have any worries, and just relax. Xiaozhan and Yifeng, who were already so scared that they were kneeling and sitting on the ground, now felt even weaker. Minor surgery. Can digging out their supreme bones and double eyes be an inconsequential minor operation for them? I couldn't help but feel miserable in my heart. He was also the Holy Son, but why? Hey! Forget it, don't think about it anymore. Who makes the difference in strength between each other so big? There is only 1 quasi-emperor in the peak combat power of our holy land, and others have 7. There is even an invincible emperor. To be weak is the original sin. At this moment, Renli Shuang's back was also feeling chilly. Fortunately, Sun Yao Holy Land had the foresight to marry Taigan Holy Land long ago. She, a saint, is now my fiancée. Otherwise, with Li Tianba's ferocity and tyranny, her ice crystal jade bone, which is at the same level as the supreme bone, and double eyes, may still be forcibly poached and used to shape my body. Young master, could you please separate yourself from Miss Shuang first? We will take you to the Jade Spirit Pond to bathe first. Several female disciples from the Taigan Holy Land walked towards me with smiles on their faces. Several burly male disciples also walked towards Xiaozhan and Yifeng, 2 holy sons. We will take you to the spring water at the foot of the mountain for a splash. I took my hand out of Renli Shuang's hand and waved, forget it. Everyone stopped moving. They all looked at me blankly. I said, no need to change. After saying that, I yawned, stretched myself, and walked out of the hall. Aren't you going to change it? The elder said anxiously from behind, young master, why is this? Don't. Could it be that the young master has some compassion? That's not necessary. Look at our holy lord, your father, who slaughters millions of people a day without blinking an eye. That's right. The disciples also advised that in this world where the strong are respected, the Virgin Mary with a compassionate heart would not live long. I slowly turned around and gave a very serious reason, I'm afraid of pain. My father is invincible, my eldest sister is powerful, my second sister is rich, and there are all kinds of terrifying ancestors and peerless monsters in the family. With such a strong background, what else can I do in life except lying down and letting it go? Roll up and surpass them. I am sick. Then why should I endure the pain of removing bones and digging out eyes? Are you crazy? It hurts a lot. Huh. Xiaozhan and Yifeng breathed a sigh of relief and collapsed to the ground. Looking at my lazy back, Renli Shuang, who was standing delicately in the hall, had a confused expression and had no idea what I meant. Not long after. According to the memory in my mind, I returned to my residence, a beautiful place with birds singing and flowers blooming, Iran Peak. The name of this residence is very good, and it fits my name very well. Don't be anxious or impatient. Just follow your heart and you will be content. Outside the house is a bamboo forest with a pavilion in the forest. There is a bamboo chair in the pavilion. Next to the bamboo chair is a wooden table with exquisite tea set on it. In front of the bamboo chair is a small pond. In the pond, there are a few fat fish swimming leisurely under the water with bamboo leaves floating on it. Peaceful and free from worries, isn't this the life I long for? I walked over to the bamboo chair and lay down directly, picking up a bamboo branch on the ground and dangling the tip into the pond, not caring that it was not a fishing rod at all, and there was no fishing line or hook on it. I just wanted to relax. Struggle. Whoever likes it can go. Work hard. Whoever wants to go can go. Lying comfortably, he counted the fish in the pond leisurely, 1, 2, 3, exactly 7. Bite. Sorry, I kept the host waiting for so long. After unremitting efforts, this system has been upgraded 7 times in a row. I believe it can now match the host, and has been officially renamed the Lifelong Competitiveness System. Reminder, the Lifelong Competitive System is now open. Back again. And changed your name? I lay there with my eyes slightly narrowed. Before, I felt that I was not worthy of myself, and then I walked away in shame, but I was upgraded. How could I do this? However, I remained calm. Ding. Reminder, novice, the newly activated system is about to issue a novice task. Stop biting. I interrupted directly, you can be competitive and never admit defeat in your life, but it has nothing to do with me. I am not interested in suffering under your urging and becoming the dragon-slaying boy who rises against the sky. Don't disturb me from enjoying my life. Please leave again. And don't come back again. 1 minute later. Bite. In this world, no one will care about your downfall, no one will sympathize with your sadness, and no one will feel your sorrow, but everyone will look up to your glory. Are you ready? The system readjusted again, trying to use an exciting voice to put me back on track in life. Why did you get stung again? I rolled my eyes, you also gave me a brainwashing opening statement. Didn't I tell you to leave? The problem is, I am neither destitute, desolate, nor sad now. My father is invincible, but his face breaks into a smile every time he sees me. I am already bathed in infinite glory. 3 minutes later. Host, don't you want to have invincible strength? In no mood. I lay down comfortably, just one sentence, I want to fight whoever I want now, why do you think I should fight for those? It's so tiring, wouldn't it be nice to wait for him to die? Supreme power, where is the inexhaustible money? This system can help you achieve it. No need. I said lazily, my eldest sister is the most powerful in the world, and my second sister is the richest in the world. Where is the peerless beauty? I pouted my lips and said, the most beautiful girl in the world changed her name just for me, so I can enjoy it. Then don't you want to live forever? In no mood. Having seen the warmth and coldness of human nature and the misery of the world in my previous life, I was calm and indifferent. I think living to 20 years old is too long. After 10 minutes of silence. Bite. You haven't left yet. Li Tsongxin, who was lying comfortably and almost falling asleep, stood up suddenly. Are you annoyed? I don't want to think about anything. He leaned back and said lazily, okay, don't bother me while I'm messing around. Just disassemble it yourself. You can also self-destruct. Don't worry about killing me. According to my family's strength, changing bones and eyes is as easy as drinking tea or water. I guess even if I'm blown into pieces, they can still revive me perfectly. The system is trying to unbind. Reminder, this system is always strong and never admits defeat, so the unbinding failed. Not to mention, your excuse is so clever that it leaves me speechless. I am too tired to complain and can only squint my eyes comfortably. Do whatever you want. Ding. The host has officially accepted this system. This system has detected that the host's talent, root bone, godhood, and physique are all inferior, so it has decided to change the host from the essence first. Hint, you have gained a ray of Qian Kuan Qi. Qian represents destiny. Kuan represents luck. As long as this wisp of Qian Qi always surrounds the host body, it will inevitably gradually improve the host's current talents, roots, godhead, and physique. Over time, the host will eventually become an arrogant son of destiny and destiny. Li Tsongxin rolled his eyes. When did I say I accepted you? A child of luck, with overwhelming luck, can easily succeed in anything, including cultivation, understanding, overcoming tribulations, etc. The son of destiny, the will of God, whatever good things will eventually fall on his head. Such as treasure hunting, competition, gambling, etc. Li Tsongxin knew a thing or two about this. Pretending not to hear anything, the system said arrogantly, Host, I will give you a ray of Qianquan Qi to change your destiny and destiny. No matter how powerful your family is or how powerful your father is, you will definitely not be able to do it. Okay, you're awesome. Li Tsongxin said perfunctorily that the system seemed to be relying on him, so let him do whatever he wanted. Lie down comfortably and prepare to take a nap. Boom. At this moment, above Taigan Holy Land, a loud sound of heaven and earth breaking came from the sky. My son, who are you talking about who is great? In a voice that contained infinite power, it was like a giant hand of God wiped away the sky screen with one wave, and a stalwart body wearing the great emperor's battle armor and stepping on the great emperor's golden boots emerged from the tens of thousands of feet long rift in time and space. Strided out. Domineering and majestic. Boom. As the emperor's body walked out, a surge of blood surged behind him, instantly turning into a bright red ocean and filling the world. The great emperor, Li Tianba. The Holy Lord has returned from fighting in the outer realm. What a murderous aura. My God, this bloody aura must have massacred at least 10 or 8 cities with a population of 1 million, right? If there are not 10 or 8 seats, 7 or 6 seats are definitely necessary. Seeing Li Tianba coming out of the broken void, the young disciples in the Holy Land were excited. His expression was filled with great awe and admiration. Greetings to the Holy Lord. Boom. As Li Tianba stepped out of the space-time rift, 7 peerless masters exuding the aura of quasi-emperors stepped out behind him. Then, hundreds of martial saint-level warriors stepped out. Then, thousands of martial emperor-level warriors stepped out. Behind them, tens of thousands of powerful grandmasters stepped out. Behind them, more than 100,000 masters stepped out. The terrifying aura covers the sky and the earth. The enormous pressure shocked everything. This huge momentum made the saints and saintesses from the other 3 holy places who were invited here, including Ren Lishuang, Xiaozhan, and Yifeng, tremble in their hearts. With such strength, it would be easy to wipe out their 3 holy places from this world. Roar! Roar! The roars of monsters were heard one after another, and finally hundreds of lions with bodies over 10 times the size of elephants and burning with flames appeared from the cracks in time and space. Crash! Hundreds of giant lions were dragging long chains behind them, pulling 7 huge boxes. The 7 boxes were filled to the brim with spiritual stones, treasures, and elixirs. As they flew through the air, objects shining with spiritual light kept falling from the sky. So many. I'm afraid a large world has been washed in blood this time, right? 7 heavenly coffins, each of which can hold tens of millions of kilograms. Return fully loaded. The more I conquer the Taigan Holy Land, the richer it becomes, the richer and stronger it becomes, and the stronger and more invincible it becomes. The disciples in the Holy Land were even more excited. Only those with strength above the master level are qualified to follow Li Tianba to fight outside the territory. Now, they can only look up. It was also the first time for Li Congxin to see such a big scene, and he thought to himself, his father is indeed the world's overlord, so majestic and so damn cool. Well, if he witnessed it with his own eyes, he would feel more at ease. Change your position and continue to lie down. Bite. The system is being upgraded, the upgrade failed, the upgrade failed, the upgrade failed. The system is upgraded for the 1038th time, the upgrade is successful. Li Congxin was speechless as he listened to the upgrade failure that kept ringing in his mind. Was it because his father's appearance was too imposing, and the system realized that it had underestimated his background, and felt that it was no longer good enough? But in order to be worthy of itself, the system not only refused to automatically unbind, but also began to work hard to break through itself. It's so boring. What are you doing? Do you want to fight with my dad? With his imperial majesty and a pair of fierce eyes looking at the ground, Li Tianba's voice was as loud as the earth and the sky. Are my son's supreme bones and double pupils fixed? On the ground, an elder in charge of this matter replied respectfully, Holy Lord, no. No. There was a fierce light in Li Tianba's eyes. Boom. The whole world was brightly lit. The elder suddenly felt as if he would be reduced to ashes in the next second, and he knelt down and shouted, It's not that my subordinates are not doing their job well, it's that the young master seems. Li Tianba, like what? The elder could only guess. Young master said he was afraid of pain. It should be just a casual remark. In fact, he probably didn't like the supreme bone and double pupils. So. Li Tianba suddenly understood. Not only was he not angry at all, but he looked very satisfied and relieved. Not bad, not bad. As the son of this emperor, your vision must be the highest, the highest, the highest. With a wave of his sleeves, he transformed into a ray of imperial light and flew towards Li Congxin's Iran Peak. It was like a bright sun falling into Iran Peak. Ha ha ha. After letting out a loud laugh that was so loud that it made the sky swell, he came to Li Congxin's side. The domineering and fierceness on his body had disappeared without a trace, and his voice suddenly dropped by dozens of decibels. Son, take a rest. Li Congxin lay there comfortably, his squinting eyes half opened. You are so young, don't lie down all the time. Li Tianba walked to the bamboo chair, put his hands on Li Congxin's shoulders and began to massage him. He leaned his head forward and smiled. Son, the supreme bone and double pupils that daddy gave you, are they not to your liking? Li Congxin didn't have time to answer. Ding. Reminder, since the host has not claimed the novice gift package for more than 10 minutes, it will be automatically distributed now. Congratulations, you have 10 pairs of pupils. Congratulations, you have obtained 206 pieces of supreme bones. Li Congxin, who was lying on the bamboo chair, trembled. Ouch, did daddy hurt you? Li Tianba's hands, which were massaging Li Congxin's shoulders, quickly raised up and stopped in midair in fright. He only has this one son, and his hands can crush 2 huge peaks into powder with a little force, but Moe accidentally broke his youngest son's bones. Li Tsongxin said, "It's okay. Double pupils, 10 pairs." I was speechless again. What was this system trying to do? Was it crazy? Did I have so many eyeballs? Was it trying to turn my eyeballs into stars? Did his father just shock the system? So, is the system deliberately slapping his father in the face? This system really never admits defeat. There are only 206 bones in the human body, but the system gave him 206 supreme bones. If you are so deliberate, why don't you just replace my 32 teeth with supreme bones? Ding. Since the host's idea is very reasonable, this system grants permission. Congratulations, you have obtained 32 teeth made of supreme bone. Unexpectedly, this system could also eavesdrop on his mental activities. Okay, whatever you like. Li Tsongxin originally wanted to say, "I'm really afraid of pain," but instead, he could only change his words and say, "Haha, these common things are nothing special. It's everywhere." Nothing special. Li Tianba widened his eyes. You know, the supreme bone and double pupils, except for the 2 saints from the falling dragon Holy Land and the falling phoenix Holy Land, there is absolutely no third one in the entire Tianqin continent. What those 2 had was the luck and destiny condensed from countless years of the 2 holy places, which finally earned them a gift from heaven. However, he said indifferently, if you say it's nothing special, then it's nothing special. Dad has something better prepared for you. An order came out, bring over the Kanglan continent's daughter of destiny and son of destiny whom I captured during this expedition to the Kanglan continent under the protection of millions of strong men. Buzz. The sound came from the pavilion, carrying the power of heaven, and resounded throughout the Taigan Holy Land. Li Tsongxin couldn't help but feel happy. System, what did you just say? The sound of jingling rings was heard, and under the care of 2 strong women, a woman with an angry and sad look on her peerless face walked up to Iran Peak. Wherever the woman passed, there was a gentle breeze in the air and a drizzle of rain. A refreshing breeze that can wash away all negative emotions. A misty rain that nourishes the heart and soul. Soon, the woman arrived outside the pavilion where Li Tsongxin was. She stood there, and the gentle breeze and drizzle that made people feel refreshed and relaxed was right there. Suddenly, Li Tsongxin, who was lying down, felt more comfortable all over his body. The girl of destiny, the son of luck, is actually one person. He couldn't help but look at the woman curiously. Her skin was as white as snow, so delicate that it could be blown away. She had a slender figure and a very beautiful face. I couldn't help but say, to be the girl of destiny and the child of luck in the same world, how much virtue must this girl have accumulated in her previous life? Ha ha ha. Li Tianba laughed loudly, not disguising his bully behavior that he had the strength to do whatever he wanted, but to meet your father, how much bad luck must this girl have accumulated in her previous life? He asked, Dad, you brought this girl back from another world all the way, what on earth do you want to do? Li Tianba said cheerfully, this girl's name is Chu Fij, she is the mascot that Daddy brought back specially for you. Hearing this, Chu Fij's lips pursed and his expression revealed a hint of sadness. She, the child of destiny held high by billions of creatures in another world, the high and mighty girl of destiny, has become the mascot of the young men in the pavilion today. That young man looked like just an ordinary mortal. He observed Li Tsongxin secretly and could tell from her eyes that, with just one glance, she had the urge to kill him at least 10 times. Li Tsongxin was sweating, mascot. The girl of destiny and the son of luck in a world was actually captured by her father to be his mascot. It really made him realize once again the power of his own background. He smiled faintly, isn't my life good enough? What do I need a mascot for? My son is lucky enough, but... In order not to hit Li Tsongxin's soft spot, Li Tianba held back the words, not hard enough, and said as a matter of course, the mascot is of course used to bring good luck to my son. Several black lines appeared on Li Tsongxin's forehead. He looked at the pitiful woman standing outside the pavilion again. Her cheeks were stained red, her earrings were swaying, her hair was covered in ink, and she had a flying phoenix hairpin in her hair. No wonder she was wearing a festive red dress and blush, even though she was captured, and she looked like a bride. It's really festive. However, judging from her sad expression and hateful eyes, it was obvious that she was not willing to wear this dress and decoration, and was forced to wear it. The two of them looked at each other. Li Congxin immediately felt that Chu Fiji's eyes were full of murderous intent when he looked at him. Hiss. Son, Dad has tied her destiny to yours, in the future. I guarantee that you will always be lucky, have good fortune, lots of money, and lots of romantic luck. In order not to hurt Li Congxin's self-esteem, Li Tianba did not tell the truth immediately. Everyone in the family is a genius, but in millions of years, there has been only Li Congxin, a waste who is incompetent in every aspect. Li Tianba is actually a little worried in his heart. Is it that the time of their family has come and the will of heaven is no longer on their side? If this is true, of course he refused to accept and was not afraid. He must defy fate and change his destiny. Therefore, he snatched back a mascot, who was both the son of luck and the daughter of destiny from another world, and prepared to forcibly transfer her fate to Li Congxin and change Li Congxin's destiny. But to forcibly transfer the fate of a girl of destiny and a son of luck to another person is definitely a big deal, which is comparable to the minor operation of replacing the supreme bone with double pupils. Even if he is a powerful emperor, he has to make careful preparations before taking action. Therefore, Chu Fiji could only stay with Li Congxin as a mascot for the time being. Although Li Congxin is lazy, he is not stupid. From his father's act of digging out people's supreme bones and double pupils, he has actually guessed his father's evil intentions. Bite. The system is being upgraded. Upgrade failed. Upgrade failed. Upgrade failed. The system was upgraded for the 998th time and the upgrade was successful. Reminder, the system has enabled the function of directly promoting the Son of Destiny and the Son of Luck. Reminder, after the system's assessment, the wisp of Qian Kuan Qi just now is not worthy of the host's identity, so it has been taken back by the system. Bite. Congratulations, you have directly become the Son of Destiny. Congratulations, you have directly become the Son of Luck. As the system sounded, with Iran Peak as the center, purple air came from the east, golden light came from the west, and rays of light gathered from all directions in the world. Wow! Suddenly, a brilliant light appeared on Iran Peak and shot straight into the sky. The sky above Iran Peak is already covered by auspicious clouds. Tens of thousands of rays of light rushed into the auspicious clouds, turning the clouds into brilliant seven-color colors. Iran Peak, where Li Congxin is located, is already like a fairyland in a beautiful scroll. It attracted people from the Taigan Holy Land at the foot of the mountain to watch in surprise. Li Tianba was also shocked by this sudden vision. Immediately, I was overjoyed. Ha ha ha. He laughed with satisfaction. Son, look, as soon as this girl arrived, your Iran Peak was shrouded in auspicious signs. This is indeed a lucky charm. The child of destiny, the child of luck, their aura will change the surrounding conditions, but there is nothing abnormal about themselves. Looking up at the rosy clouds in the sky, Chu Fiji felt somewhat reluctant, as she also thought it was her fault. Because in the past, when she went to certain places and her mood and physical condition were very good, this kind of situation happened occasionally. It's all thanks to my father. Li Congxin could only smile slightly. This system made him feel both amused and confused. He is not inferior to others, but he is very narrow-minded and really went against his father. I glanced at Chu Fiji and said, okay, I'm the same as you now. You can only be a mascot now. You are completely useless to me. Chu Fiji also glared at Li Congxin with her beautiful eyes, and said, it's a good thing for you to be blessed by me. Hee hee. Li Congxin did not argue. He is now also the Son of Destiny and the Son of Luck. With the two Sons of Destiny and the Sons of Luck superimposed together, it would be strange if Iran Peak did not immediately turn into a place of auspiciousness. But he would definitely not tell anyone that he had a system in his body that was determined to be strong and never give up, so he said, thank you for your good intentions, Dad. The man was captured by the father. Faced with such a heavy fatherly love, we can't let the father send the mascot back to another world. That would hurt the father's feelings. Therefore, Li Congxin had no choice but to become a bad guy. This woman's fate is tied to yours. If you are harmed in the slightest, she will also be harmed in the same way. You have bound her fate, but she has not locked yours, so her life or death has no effect on you at all. Li Tianba's work can be said to be comprehensive. Dad, you really are. He loves me too much. With such heavy fatherly love, Li Congxin really couldn't bear to say the words, too immoral. Little did he know that for the sake of his beloved son, Li Tianba would not hesitate to do anything, not to mention being immoral, even to the point of being insane, as long as his strength allowed. Even if his strength does not allow it, he will do it regardless of the consequences. Li Congxin smiled and said, "What if she doesn't want to live anymore and wants to die with me? I've already prepared for this, old man." Hiss. Li Tianba stretched out a hand, and a trace of evil spirit floated in his palm. A wisp of breath as small as a hair released an extremely terrifying murderous intent that directly enveloped the entire Iran peak. This is a ray of imperial power. The killing power of the emperor. This is my father's killing power, which can instantly kill any strongman below the quasi-emperor level. As long as your body is threatened, this killing power will be automatically released. Li Tianba waved his hand, and that ray of imperial power flew towards Li Congxin. Father and son had the same blood, and the blood directly merged into his body. You can have this. Li Congxin leisurely picked up the teacup on the wooden table next to the bamboo chair. With such a talisman, he could lie down with more peace of mind. Bang. Snap. Bang bang bang. Suddenly, the sound of metal colliding and sparking rang in my mind. Then. Bite. Hint, you have obtained a ray of system killing power. This killing power can not only instantly kill any strong person below the quasi-emperor level, but even the quasi-emperor has to avoid its edge. Puff. Li Congxin, who had just taken a sip of tea, sprayed it out. Son, are you choking? Li Tianba stepped forward and said with concern, Daddy will rub it for you. But when I think about how heavy my hands are. Then he looked at Chu Fij, who was standing outside the pavilion, and said, What are you standing there for? Come and rub my son's chest and back. Chu Fij pointed at himself, looking incredulous. She is the daughter of destiny and fortune in this world, worshipped by all living beings. She can be said to be the most noble and honorable being. Yet she is asked to serve Li Congxin, a mortal. But she did not refuse, but walked into the pavilion with a wronged look on her face. Who made this mortal boy the son of the great Emperor Heba? And now she is just a captive. After glaring at Li Congxin, he stood beside the bamboo chair, half bent his body, stretched out a pair of snow-white hands, and gently stroked Li Congxin's chest. Li Congxin felt relieved. Hiss. Looking at Chu Fij, who was bending over and rubbing his chest, his eyes happened to be looking directly at the other's collar, and he couldn't help but take a breath. So thrilling. A gentleman should not look at anything that is not proper. A gentleman should not look at anything that is not proper. He hurriedly shouted in his heart, and then he tilted his head away. However, his neck seemed uncomfortable with a tilted neck, which was indeed not in line with his style of lying flat and enjoying himself, so he straightened it back. As a person, you should not be hard on yourself. Son, then you should take good care of him first. Seeing Li Congxin's enjoying expression, Li Tianba also showed a look of satisfaction. This mascot can make people feel comfortable and pleasing to the eyes, so let her serve you at Iran Peak first, but if she doesn't obey. His expression turned grim, you can do whatever you want. Chu Fij, who was massaging Li Congxin, trembled. I understand. Li Congxin smiled helplessly. He was speechless about this bully father. I was afraid that Li Congxin would have even a little inferiority complex because of his useless status. In short, don't think too much, and don't have any psychological burden. With Daddy and the whole family here, even if you are a pile of rotten shit, we can make you break out of your cocoon and become the most shining gold in the world. Pa. Even if you are mushy mud, I will still stick you on the highest wall. Li Congxin's handsome face was slightly dark. His father, the villain, is not only cruel and domineering but also so rude. Li Tianba smiled mysteriously again. He, your master is choosing treasures for you. Dad, I'll go see how the selection is going. By the way, since those saints from the Holy Land and your fiancé are of no use for the time being, I will let them go back to their respective homes. Li Congxin didn't care much. Although Li Tianba left, his words, do whatever you want, seemed to have remained here. Chu Fij did not dare to have any bad intentions and continued to rub Li Congxin's chest. Li Congxin looked at the girl in front of him with interest. She had a tight face, stared with beautiful eyes, and clenched her teeth. She looked like she wanted to strangle herself to death but was forcing herself to endure the humiliation and burden. Not to mention, she was actually a little cute. Yu said, now that things have come to this, just be a mascot here and don't worry. I won't eat you. Chu Fij was stunned. What did you say? Literally. Li Congxin said, even if it is your destiny as the daughter of destiny and the son of luck, I will not devour it. Oh. Chu Fij nodded, a little disappointed. She thought Li Congxin meant that he would not harm her pure body. It turned out that she had misunderstood. Suddenly, he finally realized what was happening and yelled, what did you say? He stopped moving his hands and looked at Li Congxin nervously, his heart pounding. You were so shocked. Li Congxin didn't bother to repeat himself. Chu Fij was nervous and excited. You are not lying to me. I'm too lazy to talk nonsense. Li Congxin yawned and bared his teeth. Stop rubbing my chest all the time, do you want to give me myocarditis? It was obvious that this girl had never worked in a bathhouse, her hands were so clumsy. Please massage my feet again. My legs are a little sore. Chu Fij nodded quickly, okay. She didn't know whether what Li Congxin had just said was true or false, but as long as there was one point of truth in it, it would be enough for her to put in all her efforts to make this chance greater. She squatted at Li Congxin's feet, but it was her first time serving someone, and a man at that, so with a blushing face, she began to massage his calves with her snow-white hands. As for how to press it, she tried and figured it out on her own. But the mouth of a young woman, oh no, it was the hand of a young girl, or the hand of a girl of destiny, delicate and smooth, with every fingertip containing good fortune and blessings, the feeling would always be good. Li Congxin looked very pleased. Well, don't use the cloth, pull up your trouser legs first. After a moment, Li Congxin, with a comfortable look on his face, was planning to take a short nap, but with a duang sound, the system directly displayed his data page in front of him. Host, Li Congxin. Age, 18 years old. Talent, lower level of common goods. Root bone, lower level of ordinary quality. Constitution, lower level of ordinary quality. Divinity, son of destiny, son of fortune. Cultivation level, 9th level of solid state. Treasures, 10 pairs of double pupils, 206 supreme bones, 32 supreme bone teeth, array of system killing power, array of emperor killing power. This thing can be ignored. There was also a crisp reminder sound. Ding, host, do you need to change to double pupils, supreme bones and supreme teeth immediately? Don't want. Li Cong didn't even think about it and warned in his heart, don't touch my body. Life is so comfortable, why should he endure the pain of replacing bones, digging out eyes and pulling out teeth? Host, rest assured. The sophisticated methods of this system are incomparable to those of practitioners. The whole process is guaranteed to be painless and you won't even feel anything. You just need to lie down and take a nap. The system seemed to be able to hear Li Congxin's thoughts. I see. Li Congxin squinted his eyes comfortably and said leisurely, mascot, take off my shoes and massage my feet. Good. Chu Fij blushed slightly as she gently took off Li Congxin's shoes and socks, and began to rub the soles of his feet with her slender fingers. Li Congxin hummed comfortably. Use some more strength. It was not until waves of tingling sensation spread from the soles of his feet to his entire body that he casually answered in his heart, as long as there is no pain, you can do whatever you want. I don't care. Ding. This system has received the host's answer. Hint, bone replacement begins. Hint, eye replacement begins. Hint, teeth replacement begins. The system prompt sounded very quickly, as if it was afraid that Li Congxin would go back on his word. Li Congxin began to take a nap. Although he looked calm from the outside, a radical transformation was taking place inside his body. Pieces of bones were taken away by the system, and disappeared into thin air as if vaporized. Then they were seamlessly replaced with pieces of supreme bones covered with runes. Soon, an ancient and mysterious golden rune was flowing around his body, and his skeleton was glowing with golden light. And it perfectly connected all his previous tendons and blood vessels. Wow! The whole body shines brightly. The strange light released surprised Chu Fij. She opened her mouth slightly. Was she really born to be a massager? Did she just integrate her auspicious aura as the girl of destiny into her fingertips? The massage actually made Li Congxin glow. Immediately his expression was shocked again. No, it has nothing to do with her. This was obviously the brilliance of an ancient root bone awakening. It was when Li Congxin was in a relaxed state that some hidden background was revealed. He couldn't help but tremble in his heart. How could the son of a holy land who is the center of attention in the world and the only son of the emperor of a world be an ordinary mortal? It turns out they were all pretending. So she was even more cautious. She held Li Congxin's ankle with one hand and pressed his soul with her other hand. When she pressed on a bone, boom! A powerful force surged out, almost breaking her entire finger. Boom! She was shaken so much that she swayed and fell backwards onto the ground. I was shocked. She is the daughter of destiny and the daughter of fortune in a world. Naturally, her path of cultivation is smoother than anyone else's. Although she is very young, she has already reached the level of a martial king. The resistance released from one of Li Congxin's bones was enough to push her back. He quickly got up and took a few steps back, looking at Li Congxin in fear. His father was a ruthless man who wanted to destroy the world, and his son was indeed a peerless monster. The supreme bone contains powerful force that can transform the physique, restore the state, enhance resistance, and madly improve combat effectiveness in battle. Possessing a supreme bone, the path of cultivation is equivalent to opening the road to invincibility. Li Congxin now has 206 bones in his body, all of which are supreme bones. The word genius is not enough to describe him. Then, his teeth disappeared into mist one by one, and were replaced by supreme teeth that were whiter and neater than porcelain teeth. At the same time, his original eyeballs were also removed. He was inlaid with double pupils, 1 pair, 2 pairs, 3 pairs. Because he had his eyes closed at the moment, the operation process was invisible to the outside world. Soon, 10 pairs of pupils appeared in his eyes, and his eyes seemed to be filled with stars. But the stars in the sky kept overlapping and combining, just like cells rapidly merging together. Finally, it turned into a pair of eyeballs. Ding! The 10 pairs of pupils have merged and upgraded to the pupils of truth. Double pupils can see through all illusions. 10 double pupils are directly upgraded to more powerful pupils of truth, which can see the essence of all things and explore all truths. Ha! After a short nap, Li Congxin stretched himself, opened his eyes, and looked at Chu Fij, who was standing 3 meters away from him at a safe distance. Why are you still being lazy? Character, Chu Fij. Age, 17 years old. Strength, 9th level of Martial King Realm. Identity, the daughter of destiny and luck in Kanglan Continent. Height, 162 centimeters. Weight, 92 caddies. Measurements, 86, 60, 90. He was slightly startled, and his eyes seemed to have changed. He could see through the person's background at a glance. No, no, no. Chu Fij quickly explained, I'm not being lazy, you just released a powerful force that bounced me away. He looked at Li Congxin aggressively, fearing that he would give up the idea of not devouring his fate. I see. Li Congxin suddenly realized and continued to play badly with his eyes narrowed. I was careless just now, go on, give me a back massage again. Oh. Chu Fij obediently walked behind the bamboo chair and carefully placed his hands on Li Congxin's shoulders, but felt that there was no strength to bounce back. So, I pressed it again with confidence. Ding. The host is now covered in supreme bones. He is a rare genius among geniuses. His path of cultivation is like a road to heaven without any obstacles. Oh, I see. Li Congxin was feeling lazy. Ding. Double pupils are the way to invincibility. The host now has 10 double pupils. With a little effort, he will surely soar to the sky. Oh, I see. Li Congxin was full of perfunctory attitude. Are you trying to trick me into practicing hard? What's the point of doing horse stance against the strong wind, training under the violent waterfall, and how can those be massaged by the woman of destiny? The system is helpless when encountering this ultimate loser who is unwilling to take out the money even if it falls from the sky into his pocket to take a look. But the system never admits defeat. After a moment. Ding. Considering that the host only wants to play badly and has no fighting spirit in life, but this system absolutely cannot violate the mission of helping the host to rise against the sky, so it has decided to tailor a unique growth system for the host that, the flatter you lie, the stronger you become faster. Oh, I see. Li Tsongxin was distracted, but finally a little interest showed on his face. But, this system doesn't have this function either. Li Tsongxin sneered in his heart. Are you telling a crosstalk to make me laugh? Ding. The system is upgrading. Upgrade failed. Upgrade failed. Upgrade failed. The system was upgraded for the 878th time. The upgrade was successful. Reminder, you already have the flatter you lie, the stronger you become growth system. Reminder, the system is currently in a slightly injured state, but it does not affect any functions. As long as the host gives an order, it will be able to sit up and serve the host even if it is dying. The system's, I am good at what I do, and I am injured, operation made Li Tsongxin dumbfounded. Cultivation +1. Lying on a bamboo chair and enjoying his life, he suddenly discovered that a trace of cultivation had sprouted out of nowhere in his body, and then it began to grow continuously. Cultivation +1. Cultivation +1. Cultivation +1. It feels like soaking up experience. Just force it into me. Li Tsongxin, who had never taken the initiative, chose to be passive, then there is nothing I can do. The faint fragrance from Chu Fij drifted into his nostrils, which was really refreshing and made him feel refreshed. Cultivation +2. Cultivation +2. Cultivation +2. The better my mood, the more comfortable I lay down, and the cultivation that continued to emerge in my body actually doubled. Li Tsongxin finally understood that this was the so-called, the flatter you lie, the stronger you get faster. Although he chose to play badly, he would not refuse if he could become stronger without doing anything. After all, he is just lazy, not stupid. Her mood became better and better. She leaned comfortably on the bamboo chair and began to hum a little tune under Chu Fij's massage. Cultivation +3. Cultivation +3. Cultivation +3. Not long after. Ding. Your cultivation has broken through, and you have entered the first stage of Tomai realm. Li Tsongxin felt that all the tendons in his body expanded instantly, and every tendon was filled with strength. He felt a sense of power in his heart that he could knock out Thanos' front teeth with one punch. Of course, this was just an exaggeration of himself. In short, the whole person has become at least 10 times stronger. In this world, the levels of warriors are divided into solid, expanding veins, shaping soul, martial king, grand master, martial emperor, martial saint, quasi-emperor, and great emperor. Each of these major realms is divided into 9 levels. The 3 realms of solid, expanding meridians, and shaping the soul are considered the basics. King Wu can be called a powerful person. Grandmasters and grandmasters are truly powerful beings. The martial emperor and the martial saint, each of them is capable of suppressing an area. Quasi-emperor is the pinnacle existence in this world. As for an existence like the great emperor that can shine with the sun and the moon and even dare to compete with the way of heaven, it is rare to see it in a million years. Therefore, his father, the supreme emperor Li Tianba, is the current ceiling of Tianqing continent's combat power. When the cultivation level breaks through the great realm, a burst of dazzling light will burst out from the body, which surprises Chu Fij again. She, the girl of destiny, gave Li Tsongxin a massage. But he immediately put away his childish and self-righteous thoughts. Instead, he quietly looked at Li Tsongxin with startled eyes. He could break through while lying down and doing nothing. What kind of monster is this young master of Taigan Holy Land? Now, she has begun to believe Li Tsongxin's words. Such a super genius doesn't seem to need to steal her life to transform himself, right? When I think about the possibility that I am just Li Tsongxin's mascot. Immediately I felt much better. She began to serve Li Tsongxin more diligently. Cultivation +4. Cultivation +4. Cultivation +4. Reminder, the cultivation speed is now 4 times faster. The flatter you lie, the faster you grow. Is the host satisfied with this growth method? Although the system's voice was a cold mechanical sound, Li Congxin could still hear a bit of arrogance in it. Li Congxin, who had achieved a breakthrough, looked calm and relaxed. He enjoyed the massage from the girl of destiny and leisurely admired the fish swimming in the pond. But he didn't notice that there were 7 fish in the pond before, but after the system was forcibly upgraded 3 times, there were now 10. Brother, I'm ready. Cousin, come quickly, come in. At this time, a sound as pleasant as a wind chime came from a house not far away. It was a coquettish and sweet voice of a Lolita, and the sound of a soft clapper. It turns out that my little cousin is also at my house. Li Congxin, who had returned to Iran Peak and had been lying in the pavilion and had not yet returned to the room, couldn't help but show a hint of joy on his face when he heard the voice, and finally stood up from the bamboo chair. Because he will soon have something more enjoyable. He stretched himself and said, "Is everything ready? Then my cousin is coming." Arriving in front of a house, Li Congxin pushed open the door, and wow! A huge amount of spiritual energy surged out of the house, directly fogging his eyes. In the dim light, I could only see a large bathing tub in the middle of the room. A girl of about 14 or 15 was sitting in the tub. She had a cute hairstyle with 2 white hydrangeas on her head, and behind the hydrangeas were a pair of even cuter ponytails tied with white ribbons. Elegant and delicate, with a pair of charming dimples on her round oval face and a pair of cute big eyes, sparkling and watery. The girl was Li Congxin's cousin, named Yisusu. "Cousin, come quickly." Yisusu stood up from the barrel, revealing her creamy skin. She was only wearing a small azure blue bra and a short white skirt that stuck to her thighs. As she stood up from the barrel, Li Cong secretly exclaimed in his heart, "Wow! What a childlike face! No hurry, no hurry. You have fluids every day anyway." He had always been as lazy as a sloth, but at this moment he did not hesitate. He took off his clothes with one hand and his pants with the other, and walked leisurely towards the barrel. Chu Fij, who was standing at the door behind him, widened his beautiful eyes and his handsome face turned red. What are they going to do? Is this going to start right in front of me? Oh my God, these two look like a perfect match, how come they are so shameless? Next. Hurry, 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 while it's hot. Yisusu jumped out of the barrel. Li Congxin soaked in the bucket. Ah. Li Congxin let out a comfortable cry after entering the barrel. The rich spiritual energy in the room is boiling out from this big bathtub. The bucket was not filled with water, but a bucket full of pure spiritual fluid. To be more precise, it was pure water before, but now it had been transformed into a bucket of spiritual fluid. I glanced at my little cousin standing next to the wooden barrel. Character, Isusu. Age, 15 years old. Constitution, spiritual spring body. Strength, great perfection of the 9th level of Martial King realm. The 3 most outstanding women of the new generation in the cultivation world of Tianqin continent are known as the 3 wonders in the world. Li Congxin's fiancée Ren Lishuang is the most beautiful among them, and his little cousin Isusu, whose beauty is no less than Ren Lishuang's, is the most gifted among the 3 wonders. Her talent is absolutely unmatched. These 5 words alone are enough to show how extraordinary this girl is. She is younger than Chu Fij, but her cultivation is not inferior to that of the girl of destiny and luck in Kanglan continent. At the age of 15, she is about to enter the Grandmaster realm. In order to become stronger, others would search everywhere for spiritual energy from heaven and earth to cultivate themselves, but she was born with a spiritual body. She herself was a spiritual spring that would never run dry. When she cultivated, she would release a large amount of spiritual power. A large bucket of water, she only needs to sit in it for an hour, and it will become a large bucket of top-grade spiritual liquid. Because Li Congxin's entire family is super genius, and he is the only useless one, so everyone is always trying to help him, and their care for him can be described as meticulous. In addition, Isusu and Li Congxin grew up together, so they can be said to be childhood sweethearts. Therefore, in order to help Li Congxin improve his physical condition, Yisusu would come to Iran Peak every day to nourish Li Congxin with a large bucket of spiritual liquid and let Li Congxin take a bath. Soaking in the hot spiritual liquid, spiritual currents immediately began to invade Li Congxin's pores, transforming into tiny hot currents that rushed into his body and then flowed to his qi dantian. Li Congxin looked very happy. Taking a bath in spiritual liquid, especially spiritual liquid with the fragrance of a young girl, was much more comfortable than lying in the pavilion. Cultivation plus 10. Cultivation plus 12. Cultivation plus 9. Cultivation plus 13. Ding. In view of the fact that the previous automatic growth speed of lying flat is not worthy of the host's superior family background, this system has decided to modify the parameters again. Tip: the faster you grow, the flatter you lie, the faster you grow. As the system prompt sounded. Cultivation plus 111. Cultivation plus 108. Cultivation plus 112. Suddenly, the cultivation level growing in Li Congxin's body began to increase rapidly, and countless energy lines converged towards his dantian. 100 is given by the system, and the remaining change comes from the spiritual fluid in the bucket. You want to roll this too? Li Congxin felt helpless and complained in his heart. It was okay that the system did not obey his powerful father, but it also wanted to compete with a lovely little girl. Seeing that Li Congxin was soaked, Yisusu mobilized his spiritual power to dry himself quickly. Then, she said in a coquettish voice, "Cousin, you soak in the bath first, I'll go warm your bed for you." As if she was used to it, she went to prepare for another thing she had to do every day. When she left, she smiled at Chu Fij, "Mascot sister, you have nothing to do anyway, why don't you hang out with my cousin?" "I don't mind." She could hear clearly the conversation between Li Congxin and others in the pavilion from inside the house. Chu Fij, who was standing at the door with a red face, had no idea that she was really well-intentioned. If she poured a bucket of the water she made on the road, it was guaranteed that there would be cultivators lying on the ground and licking it desperately. I just thought she was making fun of me, and immediately said shyly, "No, no, no, I don't know him very well." Then let's soak them together when they are cooked. Find a bigger bucket so the three of us can take a bath together. With her coquettish voice, the pair of ponytails on her head jumped lively, and Isusu was already heading towards Li Congxin's bedroom. Ding! Your cultivation has broken through, and you have entered the second stage of Tomai realm. Ding! Your cultivation has broken through, and you have entered the third stage of Tomai realm. Ding! Your cultivation has broken through, and you have entered the fourth level of Tomai realm. After soaking in the bucket of spiritual liquid for an hour, Li Congxin glanced outside the house and saw that night had fallen. He stood up, dried himself, and walked leisurely towards his bedroom. Chu Fij followed behind awkwardly. When you come to the bedroom, the first thing you see is a large bed with dense Sanskrit characters engraved on all four sides. Those golden Sanskrit words kept floating up from the bed wall, forming a sealed cage that wrapped up the entire bed. This bed is an extraordinary treasure. At this moment, Yisusu was curled up in bed, wrapping the quilt tightly with his body, with only his head sticking out. It's really warming the bed. Cousin, you're here. If you don't come soon, it will overflow. Seeing Li Congxin coming, Yisusu hurriedly said, "It's overflowing, it's really going to overflow, cousin, come in quickly, quickly." Don't worry, don't worry." Li Congxin still walked towards the big bed slowly and calmly. He walked to the bed, and Yisusu, wearing only a small bra and a short skirt, crawled out from under the quilt like a still-heated power bank. Li Congxin crawled directly into the hole in the quilt that was still intact. Ah! Warm and soft. Fragrant and refreshing fragrance. Ah! At the same time, there was a wave of spiritual light on the bed, and a huge amount of spiritual power was pouring into his body. Li Congxin's bed is called the Spirit Gathering Bed. It was specially made for him by his master, the #1 weapon refiner in Tianqing continent. It can absorb spiritual energy from the outside world, but as soon as he sleeps on it, the spiritual energy absorbed by the bed will continue to flow into his body. And Yisusu is an inexhaustible spiritual spring, so she comes to warm Li Congxin's bed every day. She slept on the Spirit Gathering Bed for an hour to allow the bed to be filled with spiritual energy. Li Congxin went back to sleep. Cultivation plus 206. Cultivation plus 213. Cultivation plus 211. When he was a useless person before, no matter he was bathing in the spirit liquid or sleeping on the spirit bed, he could only absorb very little. But now he has the body of a son of destiny and a son of luck, so he can absorb it all. But this data obviously irritated that guy again. Ding! The system has decided to modify the parameters of automatic growth when lying flat again. Tip: the faster you grow, the flatter you lie, the faster you grow. Cultivation plus 1124. Cultivation plus 1103. Cultivation plus 1115. Boom. For a moment, Li Congxin's cultivation was like the tender grass sprouts on the prairie after the spring rain, thousands and thousands, densely packed, and constantly growing. Li Congxin could feel that his cultivation was improving by leaps and bounds. If this continues, no matter how flat he lies or how unwilling he is to work hard, he will inevitably soar into the sky. But he didn't care whether he could reach the sky or not. He just had a happy smile on his face. The goddess massaged his feet and the spirit warmed his bed. This life was really enjoyable. Cousin, are you comfortable? Yususu put her head in front of him with an expression that said she wanted to praise me. My cousin's juice left me with an endless aftertaste. My cousin's warm bed makes me feel like a living god. Li Congxin really shouldn't be stingy with words to praise such a little cousin who made water and warmed his bed every day, no matter how much merit or hard work she put in. As long as my cousin likes it. Yususu was overjoyed by the compliment. I swear and promise that I will take care of my cousin forever. He also slapped his chest hard several times with his hands. Li Congxin's heart trembled when he heard the fleshy voice, "Be gentle, don't be too hard." There is a reason why she is so nice to Li Congxin. Before she was 6 years old, this girl not only looked stupid, but also had no innate spiritual energy at all. Until one day, after she was tired from playing, she slept with Li Congxin. When she woke up, she found that she was holding Li Congxin's toes and chewing them like pig's trotters. She had chewed off a small part of Li Congxin's toes and sucked a lot of his blood. From that day on, her talent was activated, and she started to become smarter, more beautiful, and more charming. So she always believed that everything she had was given by Li Congxin, and she even felt guilty, thinking that she had robbed Li Congxin of the talent he should have had. She vowed to take care of Li Congxin for the rest of her life. In fact, it just happened that the day her talent awakened had arrived, and it had nothing to do with Li Congxin at all. It doesn't hurt me. Isusu patted his chest again and guaranteed, in short, Susu will definitely take good care of cousin. Susu is a spiritual spring for cousin, and cousin can draw inexhaustible water at any time. Ding! The system is upgrading. Upgrade failed, upgrade failed, upgrade failed, system upgrade for the 801st time, upgrade successful. Reminder, the system is currently in a moderately damaged state, but it still does not affect any functions. Li Congxin looked confused. The girl is expressing her true feelings to me, why is this system going crazy? Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained a high-level spiritual spring. Tip: this spiritual spring is taken from a sacred mountain called Lingyun Fairy Milk, in the Yaoqi of the heaven realm of the Chinese world. Every drop of spiritual liquid in it is a drop of holy water that Lingyun Fairy Milk has absorbed the essence of heaven and earth for 100 years. The spiritual spring is about to appear. 3, 2, 1. Buzz buzz buzz. Li Congxin was lying comfortably on the bed, when suddenly the room he was in began to shake and the bed almost jumped up. To be precise, the entire Iran peak was shaking. What's going on? Isusu and Chu Fij looked out the window in amazement. In their eyes, they saw a shocking scene that made the two girls open their mouths slightly in surprise. Boom. Amid the roar, in the auspicious clouds that enveloped the sky above Iran Peak, a colorful sacred mountain that stood upside down and pointed slowly emerged from the clouds. The huge creature with extremely beautiful shape is the Lingyun Fairy Milk from the sacred land of Yaoqi. It is radiating magical light and has extremely gorgeous colors. It is hanging in the sky above the yard outside Li Congxin's house. Wow! At the tip of the fairy mountain, a huge spiritual current fell. The yard was filled with rippling light, and in the blink of an eye it had transformed into a large spirit pool, filled with spiritual liquid that had fallen from the tip of the fairy peak in the sky. Vast spiritual energy surged out from the spirit pool, continuously spreading in all directions, soon filling the entire Iran peak. The place where Li Tsongxin lived seemed to be hidden in the clouds and fog. Iran Peak, which was originally covered by colorful auspicious clouds, has now completely become a place of immortal bliss, a fairyland. Living in this fairyland is like bathing in spiritual springs all year round. The arrival of Lingquan also shocked the people in Taigan Holy Land. Holy crap, what kind of secret is this? There's such a big thing hanging down from Iran Peak where the young master lives. Don't talk nonsense, be careful that God will strike your mouth with thunder. It is a miracle from God, it is a super spiritual spring. Look, just for a moment, the entire Iran Peak was wrapped in spiritual energy and became invisible. It was as if the entire mountain was hidden in a fairyland. Great, our young master will definitely take off now. Because they were strong and undefeated, the Taigan Holy Land disciples who were extraordinarily united looked up with joy on their faces. Now, on the god-killing peak, Li Tianba, who heard the sound and flew into the sky, witnessed this scene with an excited expression. It must be because I brought a girl of destiny and a son of luck to my son as a mascot, which brought blessings from the great way, so a spiritual spring of heaven and earth descended on my son's head. Ha ha ha, my son is so blessed. In front of the window, looking at the huge spiritual spring hanging in the air, Isusu and Chu Fij blushed slightly, but were more shocked. Cousin, what's going on? Isusu ran to Li Tsongxin's bed, pulled his quilt and shook it. You guess. Li Tsongxin could only smile mysteriously. But it's also good this way. The better the living environment is, the more he enjoys his life. Isusu poked his chin with a fingertip, looking thoughtful. I really started guessing. She thought to herself, she got her spiritual body by biting Li Tsongxin's toes when she was a child, so she bit off Li Tsongxin's talent, causing Li Tsongxin to become useless. But she didn't bite off her cousin's talent completely, but only damaged it. It's only now recovering, so. Finally woke up. So that's how it is. Thinking of this, Isusu couldn't help but feel overjoyed. After no longer feeling guilty, I jumped around the house with joy. He was only wearing a small bra, and it was jumping up and down so violently that Li Tsongxin's eyes were overlapping. He lay on the bed as if he was sick and was about to vomit. At this moment, Chu Fij felt a lot more relaxed. She herself knew that the spiritual spring had not come because of her, and with her ability she could not bring about such a great blessing. Li Tsongxin's background is so profound that she probably can't imagine it. If that's the case, then what he said before should be true, and he shouldn't take his own life. With the advent of the spiritual spring, Li Tsongxin's growth rate doubled. Cultivation plus 2,312. Cultivation plus 2,254. Ding. Realm breakthrough, you have entered the first stage of the soul-shaping realm. He had just recently broken through from the solid-state realm to the vein-expanding realm, and now he has broken through to the soul-shaping realm. Li Tsongxin had a premonition. This continues. After waking up tomorrow morning, I am afraid that I will surpass Isusu, who is known for her unparalleled talent, and Chu Fij, the daughter of destiny and the son of fortune in the world. I originally thought I was a loser at the beginning, but unexpectedly, I was indeed a loser, but I also created a new dimension of loser. The family background is extremely powerful, and it is also tied to a system that refuses to admit defeat. If someone gives you something good, you must give more in return so that you can benefit more. Li Tsongxin was helpless. There are only two words in my heart, stable. These days, I can only become more and more hopeful. However, Li Tsongxin was obviously more concerned about another thing, and said lazily, "That's good, there is a spiritual spring pond in the yard, it will be convenient to scoop water for washing clothes and cooking in the future." He kicked the quilt away and turned over. "You two are free anyway, come and give me a back massage." Chu Fij, who had already massaged his chest, feet and shoulders, thought that his request was nothing excessive, walked over, sat on the edge of the bed, and gently pounded his back with his hands. Isusu, who was very close to him, had no grudge against him at all. "Cousin, I'll give you a hammer." She climbed directly onto the bed, sat on Li Tsongxin's thighs, and then started punching him on the inside of his back with her two little fists. If people from outside saw this scene, they would be shocked. the daughter of destiny, high above, can only be admired from afar, the spirit daughter of heaven, the pride of the world, the purest snow of Tian Shan Mountain. At this moment, they are massaging a man's back together. Oh! So comfortable. Cultivation plus 3121. Cultivation plus 3287. Under his peculiar way of growing up, the more comfortable Li Congxin felt and simply wanted to enjoy life, the more cultivation he developed in his body. Ding! Your cultivation has broken through, and you have entered the second stage of the soul-shaping realm. Ding! Your cultivation has broken through, and you have entered the third level of the soul-shaping realm. Li Congxin was enjoying it. An invincible strongman, powerful skills, powerful weapons, these are all indispensable. However, with this system, the host will have everything. Ding! The free lottery function has been enabled. Reminder, from now on, the host can participate in a free lottery every day, and can draw various treasures such as skills, weapons, magic weapons, elixirs, etc. Li Congxin, feeling extremely happy, didn't listen anymore. Reminder, there is still one free lottery opportunity today. Would you like to participate in the lottery? Does the host want to draw a lottery? Ah, Susu, please be a little gentler. Oh. Li Congxin, little mascot, can you use a little more force? Tip, the system has automatically extracted it for the host. Congratulations, you have obtained the holy weapon, Weeping Sky Sword. Weapons, magic weapons, and skills are divided into yellow level, mysterious level, earth level, heaven level, holy level, and God level according to their levels. In this world, the saint rank is a rare and precious item. It is a treasure that ordinary cultivators cannot even dream of obtaining in 100 lifetimes. If only one weapon of this rank were to appear in the world, it would cause a sensation in the world. At this time, an old man wearing a robe with patterns of red clouds and white clouds stepped out from the auspicious clouds and mist and came to the outside of Li Congxin's house. The old man took a look at the wonder hanging in the sky and shouted, "Hey, good stuff." Then, he asked loudly, "Disciple, are you asleep?" This time, we had a great harvest in the battle for supremacy outside the domain. Master has selected 3 of the best holy weapons. Would you like to take a look? Hearing this, Chu Fij and Isusu, who were massaging Li Congxin's back, looked out the door at the same time. As soon as she saw the old man, Isusu immediately put away her lively attitude, her body tensed up, and her legs, which were sitting on Li Congxin's thighs, involuntarily clamped together. Chu Fij's face changed and he showed an expression of fear. Because, once upon a time, she saw with her own eyes that it was this man who tore a quasi-emperor from their world into 2 halves during a battle. She saw with her own eyes that this man crushed a huge city into powder with 1 palm. She saw with her own eyes that this man was extremely powerful and killing strong men in an army of billions was as easy as taking candy from a bag. She saw with her own eyes. Recalling those horrific scenes in her mind, she couldn't help but grab Li Congxin's back tightly. Hiss. The 2 women's reactions made Li Congxin gasp. The person who came was the elder of Taigan Holy Land, the #1 alchemy master in Tianqin continent, and a powerful man with peak quasi-emperor strength, Li Congxin's master, Wu Kaishan. Wu Kaishan and Li Tianba are brothers, comrades in arms, and Li Tianba's right-hand man. Because of this, Li Tianba asked Li Congxin to study under Wu Kaishan since he was a child. He knew that he was a loving father, so he hoped that Wu Kaishan, who was always strict, would treat Li Congxin well. In the end, things went counterproductive. Wu Kaishan walked into the house and called again, "Hey, good guy." The picture in his eyes was Li Congxin lying on the bed wearing only underpants, and 2 beautiful girls. One sitting by the bed was neatly dressed, and the one riding on him only had a small breast and a short skirt. Could it be that he came at the wrong time? He immediately turned around and said, "Disciple, you are busy first. Master will come back later." He left as soon as he said he would, and turned back to ask, "Master, I have some powerful pills here, would you like a few?" Izukusajin blushed. He quickly crawled away from Li Congxin. "Elder Wu, my cousin doesn't want the powerful pills, we don't have them." "Don't worry." Wu Kaishan waved his sleeves without even turning his head. "I know you are under 16, so I won't tell your mother." "It's master." Li Tsongxin shouted, now that you are here, don't leave. Come in and sit down. Ah. Wu Kaishan turned around with a look of surprise on his face, is it over? No wonder you don't need the vitality pills. Ha ha ha, then the master will come in. He laughed and turned back into the house. My disciple, I heard that you were still the same this time. I was worried that you would be depressed, so I went to pick out a few holy treasures for you, hoping to make you happy. I didn't expect you to look so happy. Haha, it's good that it doesn't affect you. It's good that it doesn't affect you. Chu Fij looked at the old man who kept laughing and was so surprised that she even thought she had recognized the wrong person. Is this still the terrifying strongman who could burn a city with one palm? When facing Li Tsongxin, Wu Kaishan did not show any of the murderous ferocity he had on the battlefield, but was instead kind and amiable. What's there to be unhappy about? Li Tsongxin smiled faintly and said, everything is of the lower yellow rank. Isn't this just a completely normal ordinary mortal? 99% of the people in the world are like this. Upon hearing what Li Tsongxin said, Wu Kaishan, who was laughing and laughing, narrowed his eyes and suddenly looked suspicious. Wrong. There's a problem. He is forcing a smile. The son of the overlord of the world, the young master of the Taigan Holy Land, actually compares himself to 99% of the common people in the world, and treats himself like this, which makes him feel so sad and depressed. One can imagine. Also, this boy used to be simple and honest, but today he is playing with girls, and even gives them back. This is obviously because he is suffering in his heart, but he has no way to release it, so he wants to numb himself. After a moment of judgment, fearing that Li Tsongxin might become depressed, he quickly said, disciple, don't think too much. Come on, let's take a look at the holy weapon that Master has chosen for you. After saying that, he snapped his fingers. Boom. In the void, 3 holy weapons emerged, releasing a powerful murderous aura, a battle blade, a spear, and a great sword. Hot-blooded blade. The Emperor-killing spear. The great sword of holy ruins. As soon as these 3 weapons appeared, although Chu Fij tried to remain calm, his heart was already filled with huge waves of fear. These 3 weapons are the famous weapons of the 3 strongest masters in her world, 3 quasi-emperors. Those 3 were once the masters she admired the most. But at this moment, their famous soldiers became objects used to please Li Tsongxin. Wow. Yisusu opened her mouth wide with undisguised envy. Disciple, if you pick up any of these weapons, I guarantee you can easily defeat the Grandmaster right now. Wu Kaishan walked to the bed, pushed Chu Fij away with one hand, pulled Yisusu away with the other hand, took the C position at the head of the bed, held Li Tsongxin's hand with both hands, and spoke with encouragement in his tone. Yisusu and Chu Fij, who were standing by, had slightly darker faces. Both of them are extremely talented, but neither of them has yet reached the Grandmaster level. One in the left hand, one in the right hand, I can chop down 2 masters at the same time. Wu Kaishan just wanted to comfort Li Tsongxin, meaning that it doesn't matter if you are weak. As long as you have good equipment, you can still be strong. Yeah, good stuff. Li Tsongxin pretended to be very satisfied. His elders were so kind. If he had had a sullen face, he would have been a real jerk. Wu Kaishan was immediately delighted, as long as you like it. With another snap of his fingers, the 3 weapons floating in the air immediately disappeared. He took out a storage ring and stuffed it into Li Tsongxin's hand. The 3 holy weapons have been stored in the ring. Then I'll take it first. The elder's kindness would inevitably make the old man sad if he refused, so Li Tsongxin accepted the storage ring. He just put the ring on his finger. Ding! The system is upgrading. Upgrade failed. Upgrade failed. Upgrade failed. The system has been upgraded for the 700th time. The upgrade was successful. I was speechless. Well, he accepted the gift and crossed the bottom line of the system. The system started to compete again. This time, it seemed like I was a little stimulated. The system lottery function has been fully upgraded. Ding, 1 free draw per day is upgraded to 10 free draws per day. Upgraded again, 10 free draws per day upgraded to 100 free draws per day. Upgraded again, 100 free draws per day upgraded to unlimited draws per day. Upgraded again, the infinite lottery is changed to automatic lottery. The host does not need to use his brain, and 10 times, 100 times, or even 1000 times critical hit rewards will appear randomly during the lottery. Congratulations on the lucky draw, you won a 10x crit reward, 10 hot-blooded swords. Congratulations on the lucky draw, you won a 100x crit reward, 100 emperor-killing spears. Congratulations on the lucky draw, you won a 50x crit reward, 50 holy ruins great swords. Tip: in order to ensure that the host has enough space to store various items in the future, the system warehouse authority has been opened to the ultimate, infinite. Li Congxin was struck by lightning and sweated profusely. Sure enough, this guy was quite irritated. It's crazy. But soon, he was calm again. After rolling up my father, you rolled up my sister. After rolling up my sister, you rolled up my master. Just roll it to death. It will benefit me in every way. And it doesn't affect my ability to just lie down and do bad things. At this time, Wu Kaishan took out a jade bottle and said, "Disciple, I made this specially for you." He was the #1 alchemist in Tianqin continent, and he had come all the way to see Li Congxin, so of course he would not just choose a few weapons for him to amuse him. What is this? Li Congxin sat up from the bed. Go to sleep, don't get up. Wu Kaishan pushed him down again. Here are 10 longevity pills, each of which can increase your lifespan by 100 years. Eat these first. In a few days, Master will make another bottle for you. The jade bottle was stuffed under Li Congxin's pillow. Chu Fij and Isusu on the side widened their beautiful eyes. The path of cultivation, in addition to seeking to become stronger, is also about pursuing to live longer. Therefore, the longevity pill is what every cultivator dreams of. However, this pill is extremely difficult to refine. In the entire Tianqin continent, there are no more than 3 people who can refine this pill. Over the years, countless cultivators have knelt outside Wu Kaishan's door day and night in pursuit of a longevity pill, but he turned a blind eye to them all. No matter how many people kneel for eternity, they cannot move his iron heart. The 2 women, who were already considered to be extremely lucky, now had a personal experience of what it meant to have a good life. Li Congxin, who had originally planned to end his life at the age of 20, now smiled bitterly in his heart. His master really doted on him. There is a reason why Wu Kaishan dotes on him so much. When Li Congxin was 4 years old, Wu Kaishan wanted to refine an extremely rare elixir. As long as he succeeded, he could use this elixir to become an emperor. When he was refining the elixir that time, he mobilized all his disciples to protect the furnace, but the elixir was too against the rules of heaven and earth, so it ultimately failed and the furnace exploded directly, causing more than 7,000 of his disciples to be reduced to ashes on the spot. Only Li Congxin, who had no ability to protect the furnace, stood behind him, holding his clothes with one hand and picking his nose with the other. So, from that time on, he only had Li Congxin as his little disciple. From then on, he transformed his guilt towards all his disciples into care and protection, and focused it all on Li Congxin. If Li Tianba's love is without limits, Wu Kaishan's pampering is without limits. Disciple, just don't be depressed. Wu Kaishan patted Li Congxin's hand and said, life is capital. As long as you live long enough, even a dog can become an immortal. Don't be impatient, and don't be sad. Take your time. Just grow at the slowest speed. Your master will continue to extend your life. At this point, he raised his beard and said arrogantly, Humph, wait 100,000 or 80,000 years, I don't believe those 16 or 17-year-old kids will be better than you. After saying that, he glanced at Chu Fij and Isusu with displeasure. The 2 women shrank back in fear. Ahem. Li Congxin smiled bitterly, Master, what you said makes sense. But now, even if he wanted to grow at the slowest pace to satisfy your favor, he couldn't do it. Ding! Your cultivation has broken through, and you have entered the 6th level of the soul-shaping realm. You see, I upgraded again. Listening to Wu Kaishan's words, Li Congxin did feel the same way. He shook his head and sighed, qualifications and talents, in front of an absolutely powerful background, don't seem to be that important. That's right. Wu Kaishan looked delighted, as Li Congxin finally understood what was going on. Seeing that he had successfully enlightened his disciple, he also consciously gave up his seat. Okay, then I will not disturb the private lives of you young people. Originally, I wanted to spend more time with Li Congxin, but the timing seemed a bit wrong today. My rash arrival would obviously disturb their little world of three. I will come to see you in a few days. After saying this, he left leisurely. Before leaving, he threw a small black bottle next to Li Congxin's pillow and said, "This is a powerful pill. Don't take too much of it. You can only take one pill at a time." He left, shaking his sleeves, and with a step, he turned into a ray of light and disappeared. Chu Fij and Isusu's pretty faces turned red. He stared at Li Congxin with a nervous look. Li Congxin didn't want to move at all. "Let's continue." Seeing that he didn't care about the powerful pill, the two women breathed a sigh of relief. Soon, the previous scene returned to the room filled with spiritual energy. A cute girl was riding on Li Congxin's legs, and an elegant girl was sitting on the edge of the bed, massaging his whole body. Under the hand that could take away destiny and was full of spiritual power, Li Congxin felt his muscles and bones relaxed, as if his soul had flown away, and soon he fell into a drowsy sleep. "Hush!" Seeing that he fell asleep, Isusu quietly stood up from him, took the quilt carefully and prepared to cover him. A talented cultivator like her is naturally immune to all diseases, but her cousin is different. He has been very pampered since childhood and would easily catch a cold if he is not careful. Boom. As soon as the quilt was covered, Li Congxin, who had fallen asleep without trying to restrain himself, burst into a dazzling light from his body, which directly blew the quilt into the air. Isusu was shocked. He stepped back in fear and whispered, "What's going on?" Chu Fij, who was standing by, was also shocked and whispered, "Is this a breakthrough?" "No way." Isusu's beautiful eyes were filled with surprise. The two women were completely confused and looked at Li Congxin with bewilderment. The room was quiet and Li Congxin was sleeping soundly. After a moment, Isusu breathed a sigh of relief and gently touched his chest. It must have been just a coincidence just now. Then he covered Li Congxin with the quilt again. She made water to warm Li Congxin's bed every day. No matter how useless Li Congxin was, he finally made a breakthrough after a long time. It's not strange to think about it, right? Boom. As soon as the quilt was covered, a dazzling light burst out from Li Congxin's body, blowing the quilt up again. The two women were horrified. At the same time, he lowered his voice and exclaimed, "How is this possible?" He was clearly not doing anything now, just sleeping quietly, so how come he had another breakthrough? This is too incredible. Even if one has extraordinary talent, it is absolutely impossible. Because Isusu is known for her unrivaled talent, Chu Fij is the daughter of destiny and the son of fortune, and her talent is beyond doubt. Isusu, am I hallucinating? The room was filled with spiritual energy and the vision was hazy. Chu Fij had the same idea. Isusu stretched out her hand and pulled Chu Fij's cheek. "Does it hurt?" Chu Fij, "Yeah, it hurts a little. Isn't it an illusion?" Isusu was confused, but she still covered Li Congxin with the quilt out of habit. Boom. The quilt that had just been covered was blown away by the light bursting out from Li Congxin's body. The two women were stunned on the spot, the expressions of surprise on their faces were beyond words. Li Congxin was really making breakthroughs while sleeping. For a moment, the way Chu Fij looked at Li Congxin changed completely, with a lot more awe and respect. When they first met, she saw him lying lazily on a bamboo chair and thought he was an ordinary person. She felt very aggrieved that she had to serve an ordinary person. But now she is convinced that Li Congxin is definitely a genius, a super genius she has never seen in her life. With a background as extraordinary as the sky and an extraordinary person, it seems that I am not too wrong to serve such a person. A look of admiration and pride also appeared on Isusu's little face. Who said that her cousin was a waste? Her cousin had awakened today. Her cousin was the one with real talent and was absolutely invincible. No matter what, I still covered my cousin with the quilt. Boom. Just when he covered himself, the quilt flew up again. There was no way this quilt could cover him properly. Congratulations on the lucky draw, you won a 10x crit reward, 10 longevity pills. Congratulations on the lucky draw, you won a 50x crit reward, 50 longevity pills. Congratulations on the lucky draw, you won a 100x crit reward, 100 longevity pills. Congratulations on the lucky draw, you won a 500x crit reward, 500 longevity pills. Congratulations on the lucky draw, you won a 1000 times crit reward, 1000 longevity pills. Lottery in progress. When Li Congxin was sleeping soundly, the system had quietly switched to silent mode, and it reminded him more than 10 times a second throughout the morning. When the sunlight shines through the colorful clouds in the sky and then falls to the ground, the trees, flowers and grass on the entire Iran peak become like colorful glass. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Li Congxin was awakened by the crowing of a rooster not far away. He was still lying motionless on the soul-gathering bed with his arms and legs spread out, squinting his eyes comfortably. Before crossing over, he worked 5 jobs due to family burdens. For the first time, he could sleep until he woke up naturally without any pressure. It felt so good. Li Congxin was startled. Seeing that he woke up, the system, like a sulky young wife, brought the character data screen to his eyes. Host, Li Congxin. Age, 17 years old. Cultivation level, Grandmaster level 1. Item, 170 million longevity pills. Li Congxin was shocked. When I woke up, I reached the Grandmaster level. In other words, his cultivation is now slightly higher than that of Isusu and Chu Fij, the 2 most talented geniuses in the world. The 2 girls are only at the peak of the martial king realm. He felt relaxed in his heart. If he could become stronger without putting in any effort, he would not refuse. But what really surprised him was the extra 170 million longevity pills. If 1 pill increases lifespan by 100 years, then that would mean an increase of 17 billion years. So, just because his master gave him a bottle of longevity pills, the system got jealous and secretly gave him the longevity pills that were brushed. What's the point of living so long? Do you want to starve all the turtles in the world to extinction? Huh. I felt the cool morning breeze on my body. I tilted my head to glance at the quilt that fell on the ground, and frowned. Aren't these 2 girls really uncaring? She must have taken advantage of him to run away while he was asleep. Young master, you are awake. Miss Susu has reported to the Holy Land. She said she will come back in the afternoon to warm your bed. Chu Fij walked into the house, holding a bowl in her hand. Li Congxin could smell the fragrance wafting from the bowl from a distance. Thinking of her current identity and Li Tianba's instructions to her to serve Li Congxin well, she always felt that she should do something. So she went to make a bowl of porridge for Li Congxin early in the morning. Well, you're quite sensible. Li Congxin was slightly satisfied when he saw that Chu Fij's way of addressing him had changed and his look had become more respectful. But he didn't care. Feed me. Lying on the bed with his mouth open, he looked like a hungry baby bird. Aren't you going to get up? Chu Fij was sweating. Li Congxin thought, what are you getting up for? Isn't it the way life should be, with beautiful women serving me and food coming to me? Just don't treat me like a patient and take care of me. Oh well. Chu Fij could only walk to the bed and start feeding Li Congxin with a spoon. The porridge was a little overcooked and the taste was a little bland. It was obvious that this was Chu Fij's first time cooking for a man. However, because it was cooked with the spiritual liquid from the spiritual pool outside, the rich spiritual fragrance overshadowed any shortcomings. Ding! The system is upgrading. Upgrade failed. Upgrade failed. Upgrade failed. The system has been upgraded for the 666th time. The upgrade was successful. Li Congxin was stunned. System, I'm just lying down and drinking some porridge, how can that irritate you? Tip, the system step function is turned on. From now on, the host only needs to get out of bed, and every step he takes will bring him a chance of good fortune bestowed by the heavens. The total number of steps taken each day can be redeemed for a grand prize. Of course, you can also accumulate the steps and then redeem a bigger reward. In short, the more steps you accumulate, the higher the quality of the reward you can redeem. Li Congxin was delighted, this is quite interesting. Cut. But he wasn't surprised, and wasn't fooled. You want me to move? He has everything he wants and he has everything he wants. Would a rich second generation like him care about the pie in the sky like ordinary people? How comfortable it is to lie in bed, but you can't get up just because you want to. To enjoy life, you don't have to lie down. If you don't struggle, work hard, or take action, you are just lying down. Therefore, the host can still take a walk after dinner every day. The system said earnestly, if you don't move, that's not life, that's a cuckold. You did everything you could to make me stronger. Damn it. Li Tsongxin was filled with resentment. Ugh, he burped again. Come on, take a walk with me. He climbed up lazily. You have to walk around, otherwise you'll miss your food and fart and smell bad. The left foot just stepped out. Ding. You get a high-quality spirit stone. The right foot follows. Ding. You gain 6 days of cultivation. You don't have to be so anxious to give it to me, do you? Doesn't it count as one step when both feet have moved? Is it one step when you lift one foot? Chu Fiji's expression brightened. The son of the world's overlord, is he going to do morning exercises? Or is he going to some holy place to practice? Because Yisusu has gone there. As a cultivator, how could he be free to go for a walk? This should be just a pretext that Li Tsongxin said before he went out. So he hurriedly followed. As it turned out, Li Tsongxin really just went for a walk. After walking out of the house, admiring the colorful stalactite mountain hanging in the air and looking at the rippling spirit pool on the ground, he walked leisurely with his hands behind his back, not much faster than a turtle. Gain cultivation for 3 days. Obtained 1 top-grade spirit stone. Gain cultivation for 4 days. Obtained a 6th level elixir. Obtain 1 silver ingot. Obtain 1 gold ingot. Get 100 reverse dog-licking gold. Get a pair of top-quality black stockings. Gained 6 days of cultivation. Chu Fiji followed Li Tsongxin on tiptoe, fearing that she would overtake him if she took a little bigger step. Boom. At this moment, a dazzling light burst out from Li Tsongxin's body again. Chu Fiji stumbled. Looking at Li Tsongxin's radiant back, she was horrified. Oh my god, what kind of horrible existence is this? A god. A monster. It keeps getting stronger while sleeping. I was also experiencing breakthroughs while walking. Which genius wouldn't break down and lose his faith upon seeing such a person? Hee hee. Chuckle, chuckle. While strolling, Li Tsongxin came to a lawn surrounded by a fence. On the hazy lawn, he saw a group of chickens with snow-white feathers strolling like him. It was the crowing of the chickens that woke him up this morning. These are the spiritual chickens that Yisusu feeds, and they are intended to be raised to nourish his body. Did that girl forget to feed the chickens this morning? He muttered to himself, then waved his hand. Wow. There were dots of spiritual light, like densely packed beans, and a handful of elixirs were scattered into the grass. This immediately attracted a group of clever chickens, which rushed over to peck at the food. The pretty and clever chickens sang and danced for joy. Seeing this scene, Chu Fiji opened her mouth so wide that she could stuff an entire chicken head in. He actually fed the longevity pills to the chickens. Tip: if the system's products are not approved by the host, they will have no effect on other people or things after being used. Li Tsongxin, don't I agree with this? This system is just a special reminder. Chickens fattened with elixir, must taste delicious. Li Tsongxin muttered to himself and scattered a few more handfuls. To be honest, feeding chickens is actually quite tiring, so he picked up the bowl of chicken feed and poured out a bowl of longevity pills directly from his sleeve. He stuffed the basin into Chu Fiji's arms and said, "You don't have much to do in my Iran peak, so just help me cut flowers and feed chickens in the future." Chu Fiji was holding a basin full of elixirs, stunned on the spot. So stupid. Totally dumbfounded. The worldview collapsed. Li Tsongxin smiled leisurely. Of course, you can also eat it with the chicken. I don't mind you stealing the chicken feed. But she didn't feel that Li Tsongxin was insulting her. Instead, he quickly said, "Young master, I will definitely take good care of these chickens." She had never left Iran Peak since coming to Tianqin continent, and now she had a thought: had she come to a plane that was more advanced than her original world? Upper realm. Fairyland. Even the gods in the fairy world wouldn't be so extravagant as to feed chickens with elixirs, right? God realm. In short, Chu Fij is now sure that Li Cengxin will not take her life. Let me ask, a person who feeds chickens with longevity pills, would he care about her fate and luck? Becoming Li Cengxin's mascot might be a blessing and fortune in her life. Li Cengxin looked at the system speedometer. Current step count, 498. Wow, there are so many. No, this round trip is almost over 1,000 miles, I can't walk any further. If I walk any further it will go beyond a walk, and it feels like I'm working hard in secret. So he turned around and walked back leisurely. Behind him, Chu Fij's voice calling the chickens came, cluck, cluck, cluck dot. He dot. While calling out happily, he grabbed a few elixirs and threw them out, then took one from the basin and put it in his mouth, chewing it gently. Wow. His face was filled with happiness. Not long after, Li Cengxin fell asleep on the bed again. Today's step count has reached 996. The host can redeem the daily step total prize at any time. Tip: when the number of steps reaches 1,000, the total reward level will increase. Walk a few steps if you're fine. Host, do you want to round it up to an integer? It's okay to take a walk. Li Cengxin thought, you want to trick me? Too lazy to leave. Do you want to redeem the grand prize for the total number of steps? Li Cengxin, no need, just let it accumulate. At this time, the four major holy places in Tianqin continent are the Falling Dragon Holy Land. My son is back safely. Seeing Xiaozhan return safely from Taigan Holy Land, Xiao Wulie was extremely excited. Father, it's so dangerous. Xiaozhan, who was half frightened to death, also acted like he was surviving a disaster. I thought it was over this time, but I didn't expect that Li Cengxin was afraid of the pain of bone replacement, so the child was lucky enough to save the supreme bone. God bless my son. How heaven has mercy on me. Xiao Wulie knelt on the ground with tears streaming down his face and thanked the sky. The Holy Lord and Holy Son of a great holy place could not hold back their grievances and cried together. It can be seen that under the suppression of Heba Emperor and the bullying of Taigan Holy Land, they lived a miserable life. Saving the supreme bones means preserving the future of my fallen dragon Holy Land. Xiao Wulie seemed to have seen the dawn of hope, although Li Tianba is invincible in the world, and although Taigan Holy Land is unparalleled, Li Cengxin is a waste. They have no future. Genre, you are different. Strong descendants are the ones who will be strong in the future. No matter how strong the emperor is, he will eventually bow out under the baptism of time. But you have the supreme bone. As long as you work unremittingly, many years later, when Li Tianba falls, I will fall into the dragon. When the Holy Land rise. After being bullied for a long time and unable to turn around, I can only rely on myself to comfort myself. Xiaozhan looked shocked. His father's cake seemed a bit big. A great emperor, if he does not fall unexpectedly, can dominate the world for millions of years. He didn't know whether Li Tianba would still be around 1,000,000 years from now, but it was very likely that not even a bone of his would remain, and even his great-great-grandsons would not even have a bone of theirs. After escaping death, he just wanted to regain his composure. Father, I'd better go back to the house and lie down for a while. As a result, Xiao Wulie grabbed him. In 3 days, the deep-sea secret realm that only appears once every 10,000 years will be opened. This secret realm contains a large number of natural treasures that can help people rise against the sky. Genre, you must not miss it. He sternly rebuked, no one in this world can become stronger by lying down. The road to invincibility is fought for, not imagined, and certainly not achieved by lying down. The child will follow his father's teachings. Xiaozhan's expression brightened up, I'll go prepare it right away. The Holy Land of Fallen Phoenix. Seeing Yifeng returning safely, Yi Cangqiong, like Xiao Wulie, breathed a sigh of relief and slumped down on his chair. After a while, he suppressed and said, although Li Tianba is invincible in the world, and although Taigan Holy Land is unparalleled, Li Cengxin is a waste. They have no future. Fenger, you are different. A strong descendant will be a strong person in the future. Double pupils are the way to be invincible. If you survive the disaster today, you will surely soar into the sky in the future. Sunshine Holy Land. Since her daughter and Li Congxin got engaged, she felt that the Holy Land was safe, and the Holy Director Ta Xing has been unable to leave in seclusion since then. Ren, Li Shuang. At this moment, Ren Hucheng, who was welcoming his sister back, clenched his fists tightly and said with angry eyes, I can tolerate laughing at me, bullying me, humiliating me, and bullying me. Bang. He punched a pillar hard, causing it to collapse to the ground. He almost yelled in a hoarse voice, but no one can bully my sister. After that, he angrily walked out of the palace. Brother, what are you going to do? Ren Li Shuang quickly caught up with him and grabbed him. Ren Hucheng said ferociously, I'm going to kill Li Congxin. Ren Li Shuang was shocked, no, there are so many powerful people in Taigan Holy Land. If you go like this, you will only die in vain. Ren Hucheng held Ren Li Shuang's cheek, his heart pounding, sister, for you, I will fight with anyone. Gritting his teeth, even the most powerful second-generation Quan Erdai in the world, no one can offend the Taigan young master Li Congxin. Elder brother. Ren Li Shuang looked touched and whispered, actually, I volunteered. His handsome face was red, and his lips said, with his identity and status, he is worthy of any woman in Tianqin continent to change his name. Stop talking. Stop talking. Ren Hucheng roared loudly with red eyes, and his emotions collapsed. Sister, the more you act like this, the more pain in my heart feels like a knife. I know you did it for Sun Yao Holy Land and to prevent me from being impulsive, so you endured the humiliation and said such words. Ren Li Shuang said, everything I said is true. Okay, no need to pretend. Ren Hucheng flicked his sleeves and said sternly, I've endured enough. Even if I die this time, even if it takes me to the entire Sunlight Holy Land, I will trade my life for Li Congxin's. After saying that, he waved his sleeves and drew out his long sword, stepped on the sword and flew towards the Taigan Holy Land as fast as possible. Brother, don't be impulsive. Come back. Looking at her brother flying away, Ren Li Shuang stamped her feet anxiously. What she said was all true, but her brother just didn't believe it. But she couldn't catch up with her brother's Grandmaster level strength. Iran Peak. Cultivation plus 2008. Cultivation plus 2123. Afternoon. The system counted the steps, and the lying down growth was 1,000 times greater. In addition, the spiritual spring released by the system provided moisture. Li Congxin, who had just finished soaking in his cousin's fluid comfortably, was lying on the bed. Unknowingly, his cultivation had been promoted by 3 small levels. I can't stop. I can't stop at all. Cousin, I'm here to see you. While lying in the house, he could hear the rough and loud voice of his cousin Li coming from halfway up the mountain. This voice, like thunder, could scare away evil spirits. After a moment, a strong young man with a naked upper body and veins and tendons all over his body came to Iran Peak. Hey, good fellow. When he saw the stone milk mountain hanging upside down in the sky, he exclaimed in surprise at first. His eyes immediately lit up again. He grinned and said, new brother-in-law. He looked her up and down and said, well, not bad, a stunning beauty, quite hot. My brother is not at a disadvantage. Chu Fij, who was trimming grass beside the spirit pond, blushed. She whispered shyly, no, I'm just the young master's mascot. She also heard the voice and knew that the person coming was Li Congxin's relative, so she did not dare to stop him. Li was shocked. What a slap in the face. Ha ha ha. There was a loud laugh and he started shouting again, cousin, hey. While shouting, holding up a pair of arms like a bodybuilding coach, he walked toward Li Congxin's house at a fast pace. This walking posture would make a cow take 3 steps back in fear. He is indeed the genius of the Taigan Holy Land who is known as the first Henglian king. When he entered the room, he saw Li Congxin lying lazily on the bed. Li said loudly, hey, what a big deal, my brother is so unhappy that he is sick. Thank you for your concern, cousin. I'm fine. Li Congxin's ears were buzzing from his thunderous voice, and he couldn't help but frown slightly. I just want to lie down quietly, but guests come and go. Man, it's true that if you are poor on the street, no one will ask you, but if you are rich in the mountains, no one will know you. Of course Li Yi didn't believe it. I've already fallen asleep, and my face is so sad, and you still want to lie to me. Then just let me lie down for a while. Faced with this upright and generous cousin, Li Congxin was too lazy to explain to him. Directly order them to leave. Hee, I knew this test would be a big blow to you. Li Yi didn't care. He consoled her, it's just that my talent, physique, and godhood are all of the lower rank. It's the same for you and me. Look, I'm still famous all over the world. Can you be like me? Li Congxin, who became stronger by lying down, felt like laughing. Li Yi obviously didn't understand what he meant, and smiled awkwardly. Brother, don't be depressed, really don't be depressed. Li Congxin's entire family is made up of geniuses, and not surprisingly, Li Yi is also one of them. Li Yi's talent, physique, and godhood are indeed of the lower level of ordinary things, but his physique is a natural heavenly tyrant body. Such a super physique is unique in the Tianqin continent. Therefore, he is known as the #1 refining king in Tianqin continent. He knew that Li Congxin could not compare to him in this respect. Look, brother is here to help you. As he spoke, Li Yi took out a sharp short blade and pointed it at Li Congxin with a grin. Ah, this. This made Li Congxin mistakenly believe that he was here to free him. Indeed, a useless person's life is a waste of food and daily necessities. What you up to? There was a delicate shout outside the house, and a beautiful figure quickly flashed to the front of Li Congxin's bed, with murderous eyes and a frosty face. Standing with sword in hand. Chu Fij knew that she could not stop the person in front of her, but she did not hesitate at the critical moment. New brother and sister, don't get me wrong. Li Yi grinned. This is my heavenly cultivation technique, the great evolution body refining technique. He first took out a manual and placed it on Li Congxin's bedside table without saying anything, then he pressed the blade against the aorta of his wrist. Brother, since you don't have talent, bones, or godhood, then you should do the same as me and just practice horizontally. I have the blood of the heavenly tyrant body, which is invincible. From today on, I will let you drink my blood, 1 bowl a day. In just 1 year, I guarantee that your body will be stronger than a wild buffalo in the Taiyuan wilderness. Then, as long as you work hard to practice this Diyan body refining technique, you will definitely be able to embark on the path of the strongest body refinement. Chu Fij held the sword and widened her beautiful eyes. It turns out that I misunderstood. No need, no need. Li Congxin was also sweating. Cousin, this is really unnecessary. I know you're worried about me. Li Yi said generously, don't worry, I'm very strong, and my heavenly tyrant body has a strong recovery ability, so I can still handle losing a bowl of blood a day. After saying that, he began to relax his body, loosening his muscles and skin, preparing to prick himself. Because under normal circumstances, even Earth-level weapons cannot hurt him. No, no. Li Congxin shouted, don't cut yourself first. He knew that he was good to Li Yi, but he wouldn't cut his wrists and bleed to repay him. Li Yi did not cultivate spiritual power, but only refined his body. To reach the strongest level through refining, he needed more high-level resources to temper his body. Li Congxin was a waste, so over the years, most of the treasures given by his father, master, and sisters were given to Li Yi. That's why Li Yi was able to grow so rapidly. Eventually he became a great king of horizontal training. So, putting himself in Li Congxin's shoes, he was also very kind to Li Congxin. Li Congxin couldn't help but sigh, cousin, but you are too good to me. Bite. The system prompt sounded. It was my mistake, I shouldn't have praised others. The system is being upgraded. Upgrade failed. Upgrade failed. The system has been upgraded for the 520th time. The upgrade was successful. Tip, the system is currently in a state of severe damage, but it still does not affect the normal operation of the functions. Hint, the host has obtained the strongest body in the Buddhist world, the indestructible divine body of the great thunder sound Vajra. Special tip, the heaven tyrant body is a saint-level physique. The thunder sound Vajra indestructible divine body is a divine-level physique. Congratulations, you won the lucky draw for the horizontal training technique, divine and demonic muscles. Special reminder, Dian body refining technique is only a heavenly level technique, while God and demon muscles is a God level technique, 2 levels higher. May I ask if the host wants to practice the God and demon muscle chapter? The system is clearly a bit agitated. But what he got in return was Li Tsongxin's indifference. I won't practice. The God and demon muscle chapter, when he heard the name he thought of the devil muscleman. He still prefers a more refreshing and elegant temperament, and does not want to be like Li Yi, with a body as strong as an iron tower and tendons like a bullfrog, which gives people the first impression of a barbarian. Besides, training the physical body is the most difficult, tiring and torturous way of practicing. How could he, a lazy man who just wants to enjoy life, practice this? After finding out what Li Tsongxin was thinking, the system is being upgraded. The system was upgraded for the 463rd time, and the upgrade was successful. Reminder, you have enabled the instant max level function. The host can directly comprehend any skill, magical power, and its various doors and paths by just looking at it once, and instantly max level. Oh. Li Tsongxin, who had nothing to do, still responded indifferently, I'm too lazy to watch. Ding. The function has been upgraded again. The system will do everything for you. The host does not need to check it by himself. Just confirm it and you will reach the maximum level instantly. Directly reach the maximum level, because the training process is omitted, the host will not become a devilish muscular man, and will still be as elegant, handsome, and graceful as he is now. Li Tsongxin, then give it a try. If you have an invulnerable body, you don't have to worry about getting bumped or bruised. After all, sometimes accidentally bumping into the corner of a table can be really painful. Ding. The God and Demon muscle chapter has been cultivated to the 10th level. Okay. At this time, Li Yi, who had relaxed, put the short blade against his wrist and said generously, New sister-in-law, go get a bowl to catch the blood. I will give my cousin a bowl of hot blood first. Chu Fij looked at Li Tsongxin inquiringly. Li Tsongxin quickly said, it's really not necessary. Seeing that Li Yi was determined to bleed, he couldn't just watch him hurt himself, so he could only say, cousin, I'm going to show my cards now. I won't pretend anymore. What? Li Yi was stunned. Li Tsongxin said, in fact, I have already started to practice physical training a long time ago. I practice it every day, and I have already made some progress. Li Yi shouted, no way. No way. Chu Fij couldn't help but blurt out. Do you practice every day? What I see is that you either sleep or lie down all day, and you are unwilling to walk more than 500 steps. How can I see that you have ever done any hard work to strengthen your muscles and bones? Why don't you believe it? Li Tsongxin lazily waved his hand and threw it at the wall beside the bed. Bang. A deep handhole appeared on the wall. I really practiced it. Li was shocked when he saw this. Zhu was overjoyed, the whole world thought that my brother had no ambition. Haha, it turns out that you have fooled us all. You've been working hard quietly. Unexpectedly, my cousin had already shared the same ideals with me, and I couldn't help but become interested again. Come on, let's go practice outside, cousin, let me see what level you have reached. Patting his chest, he said, if you have any shortcomings, I can also give you some pointers. No need. Li Tsongxin lay in bed with a look of rejection on her face, I'm too lazy to get up. Then you don't have to get up. Li Yi spoke loudly, stepped forward and picked up Li Tsongxin in a princess hug, looking up and laughing, ha ha ha. He took a big step and walked out of the house. Chu Fij stood there, looking a little dazed. In her world, let alone fellow disciples, even brothers in the same clan and even blood relatives would use all kinds of means and schemes to kill each other for the sake of profit. She has seen this situation too many times. She herself had even been coveted and framed by family members. After arriving at Iran Peak, she saw Li Tianba and Wu Kaishan's selflessness towards Li Tsongxin, and Yi Susu and Li Ye's purity towards Li Tsongxin. She couldn't help but question, is there really such selfless and pure emotion in the world? Faced with such family affection, she, who had been admired by many stars, couldn't help but feel envious in her heart. Looking at Li Yi holding Li Tsongxin as he walked away, he couldn't help but murmur in a low voice, they are so beautiful. After clearing his mind, he quickly followed. Also at this time, You can change my sister's name to whatever you want. Such an insult is irreconcilable. You have a strong background, and Huchong can't defeat you, so why not trade lives with you? Ren Huchong, who came to Yu Jian angrily, appeared outside Taigan Holy Land. Who? After landing on the ground, he took several deep breaths to adjust his emotions, forced away the anger in his heart, and showed a natural smile on his face. He came to avenge his sister. But even if you want to die together with Li Congxin, the prerequisite is to be able to go in front of Li Congxin, fight desperately, and have a chance to fight. So he had to control his emotions first. He knew very well how powerful the Taigan Holy Land was. With his level of cultivation at the Gangzong master level, if he forced his way in, he would probably be able to break through the gate at most, and then he would die without a burial place. Arriving in front of a tall and majestic mountain gate, Ren Huchong was stunned when he saw the two great masters sitting cross-legged on the steps guarding the gate. Just now, he was overthinking. There was also a strong feeling of powerlessness in my heart. In this Taigan Holy Land, the gatekeepers are all great masters. How to compare? How do you compare it to other holy places? Remaining calm, he stepped forward and said, Ren Huchong, the holy son of Sun Yao Holy Land, came to visit young Master Taigan. The two great masters sitting in front of the mountain gate had their eyelids drooped and ignored them. Ren Huchong looked slightly embarrassed. He swallowed his anger and bowed. Two seniors, the younger sister is the young master's fiancée. Under the order of the younger sister, I, the elder brother-in-law, come to visit the young master. The two great masters raised their eyelids and said, Please come in. Thank you, senior. Ren Huchong was overjoyed. As long as he could enter the gate of Taigan Holy Land, he would have a good chance of killing Li Congxin. Enter the mountain gate. After a while, Ren Huchong stood on the spectacular and majestic square, looking around, looking at the fairy mountain peaks towering into the sky, and was immediately stunned. Reckless. He didn't know where Li Congxin lived. Seeing a disciple passing by in front of him, he quickly stepped forward and said, I am Ren Huchong, the holy son of Sun Yao Holy Land. I heard that your test was very unsatisfactory. Upon hearing this, the disciple immediately strode over, raised his head, and touched his eyes with his nose, shouting loudly, What, you want to see our young master's joke? Ren Huchong couldn't help but step back. My heart was sweating wildly. Too arrogant. An ordinary disciple of Taigan Holy Land actually didn't pay any attention to him, the holy son of Sun Yao Holy Land. That's not what I meant. He swallowed his anger and quickly revealed his other identity. I am your young master's brother-in-law, and I am purely here to visit him. He dug around and took out a medium-grade spiritual stone from his storage bag, stuffed it towards the disciple, and said with a low smile, I hope my brother will lead the way. At this time, not far away, a Taigan disciple held up the storage ring on his finger and shook it. Wang Xiang, this month's sect salary has been distributed, go and get it. It is a little more than last month, 200 yuan per person for high-grade people. Spiritual stone. It's not like I can fly anyway. I'll just go when I have time. Wang Xiang responded. Without even looking at the thing in Ren Huchong's hand, he made a click sound and tilted his head. Let's go. Lead the way. Ren Huchong held the middle-grade spiritual stone with an embarrassed look on his face. I never expected that an ordinary disciple of Taigan Holy Land would be so proud. He doesn't even have a storage ring. His monthly salary is only 150 spiritual stones, middle grade. It is worthy of being a powerful force that already dominates the world and is still plundering the outside world. The so-called Holy Land like them that survived in the cracks could only be envied. If it weren't for the purpose of avenging his sister, he would have immediately changed his sect and joined the Taigan Holy Land. His pride was seriously injured and he quickly followed the disciple's footsteps. After a while, the further I walked, the heavier my steps felt, the more depressed and out of breath I felt, and my back even became more and more numb, so I looked back. Hi. He staggered on his feet and took a deep breath. It turned out that, at some point, there was a large group of people behind him in darkness, walking slowly in the void. Just use the sword directly. There were even some who turned into giant bodies of 100 meters and glared at him under the aura. A large group of people were silent, as if they were watching a crowing rooster or a dog robber, all of them staring evilly at him. The aura they released turned into a large area of dark clouds and thick fog that covered the sky and the earth. Ren Hucheng walked in front, and behind him, there was a huge cloud of fog that covered him and spread forward. No wonder it's so depressing. At a glance, among those people, there were many martial kings, and grandmasters were everywhere. Among them there are quite a few powerful martial emperors. There are even a few martial saints. No, there is a quasi-emperor behind us. Ren Hucheng's legs went weak. I almost had diabetes indigestion on the spot. I am just a humble person, I have only just entered the Grandmaster realm, how can I be so worthy of this? Brother, let's go, don't you want to see our young master? Wang Xiang turned around and said, don't panic, these are our young master's guardians. Well. Ren Hucheng agreed verbally, but his feet were almost out of control. He was really rash. How could he kill Li Congxin when so many powerful men were watching him? Faced with this kind of scene, let alone him, the holy son of the Sun Holy Land, even if all the people from the Sun Holy Land came, they would not be able to cause much waves. I couldn't help feeling despair. In other words, the strength of the entire Sunday Holy Land is no match for Li Congxin's personal bodyguard team. Wang Xiang was already used to it, it's just a small scene. The seniors who are responsible for protecting our young master work in 3 shifts. This is only 1/3 of them. Ren Hucheng almost fell to his knees. Inside, there is incomparable despair. Now, he just wants to go home. He finally realized what it means to have a huge background. They are both holy sons, but the gap between them is like a chasm. He, the holy son, was probably no different from a soldier in front of Li Congxin. Everyone, please step back. At this time, a voice filled with great power came from the god-slaying peak, resounding in all directions. My son has been in a bad mood recently, so it would be good for him to go up to the peak to make my son happy. Hearing this, the strong men from Taigan Holy Land who followed Ren Hucheng showed respect on their faces. Boom. The dark clouds and mist receded quickly. The sky is clear again. Since the Holy Master has spoken, the Holy Master naturally knows that there is definitely no problem with the safety of the young master. He was so frightened that he not only broke out in a cold sweat, but his crotch seemed to be a little wet. Ren Hucheng quickly bowed at 90 degrees and cupped his fists to send him off. Thank you, seniors, for escorting me all the way. At the same time, I felt ecstatic. Is this God's will? Is God helping him? Unexpectedly, Li Tianba would be so negligent and careless. The overlord of the world is so confused. The doubter that Li Tianba was talking about was what he thought Li Tianba was talking about, but the doubter that Li Tianba was talking about was not the doubter he thought about. Wang Xiang pointed to Iran Peak and said, our young master is on that mountain, brother-in-law, you can go by yourself. Thank you very much. Ren Hucheng, with light legs, hurried away. Since the heavens were helping him, he, who was ready to die, felt his blood boiling. Li Congxin, here I come. Not long after. Standing at the foot of Iran Peak, looking up, his expression was dazed, and he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. I'm afraid the fairy world is just like this. Looking up at the mountain wrapped in thick spiritual energy, Ren Hucheng murmured to himself that he had never seen a holy land with such abundant spiritual energy in his life. The spiritual energy here is more than 100 times more abundant than that of the Sun Holy Land. If I can practice here for a long time, it will be worth it even if I have to pay any price. His face showed longing, and at this moment he was so envious of Li Congxin that he was speechless and wanted to kill him immediately. Such a fairyland actually has a useless person who can't practice cultivation. Isn't this a waste of heaven's gifts? Do you think it's fair? While walking up the mountain, I breathed in retaliatory manner as if I was short of oxygen. Halfway up the mountain, he saw a beautiful girl carrying a large bucket in both hands. Ren Hucheng quickly bowed and said, I am Ren Hu. Wow. Yasusa didn't even look at him, poured a bucket of steaming hot bath water onto the mountain road, her ponytail flying in the air, and left without looking back. I don't know you, so who cares? I still have to warm my cousin's bed. Ren Hucheng stood there with an embarrassed look on his face. Suddenly, he was startled again. Looking at the bath water flowing down the mountain road, he became completely uneasy. Spiritual fluid. It's spiritual fluid. You know, it takes a large area of spiritual mist to condense into a small amount of spiritual liquid. And in front of him, a large amount of spiritual liquid was flowing towards him from the road. That visual impact. It's amazing. It was about to flow past his feet. Even if Ren Huchong was prepared to die, as a cultivator, how could he bear to ignore it? He quickly took out a storage bag, placed the mouth of the bag on the mountain road, and let the spiritual liquid flow into the bag. I saw that there was still a little spiritual liquid left in a small pit. So he looked around again. No one. He quickly lay on the ground, put his mouth close to the small mud pit, and took a few deep breaths. Ah! It smells so good. Then, Ren Huchong stood up with a happy look on his face. Pooh! Pooh! He spit out the mud and grass in his mouth like spitting tea leaves, pretending nothing happened, and continued to walk towards Iran Peak. Soon, he came to a lawn with chickens. Suddenly, Ren Huchong stopped walking as he passed by. His eyes widened as if he had discovered something miraculous. How is this possible? How is this possible? Is there something wrong with my eyes? He couldn't help but start to doubt himself, as he saw spots of light everywhere on the lawn. They were elixirs, the longevity elixir that even his dying father, the Sun Saint, had always dreamed of but could not get. One pill of this pill can extend your life by 100 years. And a group of chickens were leisurely pecking at the elixirs. Life pill feed, chicken. Ren Huchong was shocked. What on earth was this Iran Peak? After being stunned for a few seconds, he jumped over the fence with great excitement and jumped into the grass, then picked it up from the ground. For a moment I forgot what I was here for. Cluck, cluck, cluck. When the chickens saw someone snatching their food, they got furious and flapped their wings and flew up, scratching and pecking at Ren Huchong. Afraid of making any noise and being discovered, Ren Huchong covered his head with one hand and let the chickens trample and peck on his body and head, while he searched quickly on the ground with his other hand. Soon after, covered in chicken feathers, he rushed out of the chicken coop with a look of ecstasy and fled. While running away, he was so happy that he just wanted to shout loudly. Suddenly, he stumbled, as if he had seen a ghost, and fell to the ground in a panic. Not far ahead, on the mountain peak, there were 3 people talking and laughing. 2 men and 1 woman. One of the young men was the one he wanted a knife for on this trip, Li Tsongxin. But at this moment, Ren Huchong was not surprised, but his heart collapsed directly. My heart went cold. This young Master Taigen really can't move if he wants to. With that terrible guy protecting him, how could he possibly have the chance to kill Li Tsongxin? Master, there's someone coming over there. When he saw someone around, Chu Fij became very cautious. New sister-in-law, don't worry about that kid. Li said disdainfully, I've beaten that guy more than a dozen times. Chu Fij blushed, I am really just the young master's, not your new. Li didn't care, it's only a matter of time. Ren Huchong got up from the ground with a trembling face and forced a smile, Brother Li is here too. Once, when he was having fun in a bar, a young man fell in love with the same girl as him. When encountering such a thing, he, as the holy son of the Sun Holy Land, would definitely show off in front of the girl, so he said to the young man, get out of here if you know what's best for you, or I will beat you up every time I see you in the future. Then he just left. In the following period, he met the young man 13 times in different occasions and was beaten 13 times. The person who made his bones go soft and his muscles weaken when he heard it was Li Yi. However, Li Yi was not interested in him at the moment. Instead, he said to Li Tsongxin in a hurry, brother, come and let your cousin see what level you have reached in your physical training. How do you see it? Li Tsongxin, who had just been put down by Li Yi, was in a lazy state. Horizontal training, of course, depends on resistance. Li Yi pounded his strong chest muscles with his fists. Horizontal training of the physical body, on the basis of strength, also pursues super strong defense. In one word, hard. Looking at your delicate and handsome appearance, I guess you have just started practicing, so your level of cultivation is probably not very high. After that, he simply said, How about this? How about I show you first, so you can broaden your horizons? It will also give you a better idea. Listen to me, and follow me to practice horizontally in the future, and you won't go wrong. Okay. Li Congxin smiled and said that if someone was performing for free, he wouldn't mind watching it. Do you have a weapon? Take out a weapon. Li Ye's bronze body like an iron tower stood in front of Li Congxin. Come on, let me show you how powerful the Heaven Tyrant body is, and how tough I am. He took a horse stance, widened his eyes, and the tendons on his body bulged up like earthworms as thick as wrists. A terrifying blood energy of an ancient physique emanated from the body. It turned into a blood flame several feet high. The rough one shouted, "If you are a brother, come and chop me up." Li Congxin's mouth twitched. It's too fierce. This thing called Henglian is definitely not suitable for a rich young man like him who is as gentle as jade. He was too lazy to waste his energy, so he said to Chu Fij, "Can you test my cousin's defense on my behalf?" Chu Fij was stunned. Me. She thought to herself, could it be that Li Congxin wants to test her strength? Good. Looking at Li Yi with flames rising from his tiger body, Chu Fij didn't dare to underestimate him, but he also didn't dare to be too presumptuous, so he took out a yellow-grade long sword. Look at the sword. With a clear shout, a sword slashed towards Li Ye's shoulder. Bang. With a loud bang, the long sword was broken into 2 pieces. Your sword is too bad. Li Yi was unharmed, with a look of dissatisfaction on his face. Use a more powerful weapon, my cultivation has reached the martial emperor realm, don't worry, you can't hurt me. Chu Fij was secretly shocked. Then he took out a long sword of Xian grade, gritted his teeth slightly, and slashed at Li Ye's shoulder with another sword. A sharp and fierce light flashed from the sword. Bang. As a result, he was shocked and leaned back. The hand holding the sword was lifted high under the rebound force, and the Xian grade long sword in his hand was broken into 2 pieces. He couldn't help showing surprise. So hard. Li Congxin was also surprised. Without using his true qi to protect his body, no martial emperor would dare to withstand a Xian grade weapon like this. Ha ha ha, isn't bro awesome? Li Yi was very proud and even more heroic. He thrust his head forward and said, "Do you have a stronger weapon? Just chop it on my head." This man is known as the king of horizontal refining, and his reputation is well deserved. Chu Fij no longer dared to be careless, so he took out a long sword of earth grade, gathered all his true strength, and chopped it towards his head. Under the sword, the sound of wind and thunder arose. When? Buzz. There was a loud noise, and Li Congxin felt his ears were filled with a continuous buzzing sound. The buzzing sound from the vibrating sword made the entire space tremble. After all, it was a low-grade weapon, and this time it was not broken by the recoil. Brother, how is it? This defense is powerful enough, right? Li Yi touched his intact head with a proud look on his face. Sharp. As expected of the #1 horizontal refining king. Li Congxin gave a thumbs up. After all, they were a family, so he naturally did not hesitate to give praise. At this moment, Ren Hucheng, who was not far away, had a trembling face. He did not use his true energy to protect his body. He just used his physical body and brain to taste the weapon. What a monster. What a monster. I'm afraid there is no one else like him in the world. At this moment, Chu Fij, who was a favored girl, began to feel stubborn. Wow. With a wave of her sleeves, a dazzling light appeared from her white wrist. For a moment, the murderous light released by a powerful weapon made people feel cold all over. Li Yi, who was grinning, twitched his mouth. How come this girl has a top-grade weapon? Look at the sword. However, Chu Fij had already raised his sword and swung it towards his head. As the daughter of destiny and fortune of a world, she must have some good stuff in her hands. This sword is of top grade and is her trump card. For real. Li panicked. But the girl had already swung her sword at him. If he backed down, wouldn't he lose face in front of his cousin? So he could only bite the bullet, and with a determined heart, all of a sudden the muscles on his head, like earthworms, crowded on top of his head, and the blood in his body surged. Carry it with all your strength. Boom. In the confrontation, the blood-red light and the sharp sword light bloomed like flowers. Chu Fij was shocked and took a few steps back. Fine. Nothing. Li Yi screamed in pain and quickly turned around, grinning and making faces, his facial expression distorted wildly. Weapons of the same grade will definitely release different powers in the hands of cultivators at different levels. Fortunately, this girl's cultivation is not that strong. Otherwise, his head would explode. After all, this is a powerful weapon of the highest quality. After a moment, with his head buzzing, he turned around again. Cousin, what do you think? You see, even a top-grade weapon can't hurt me. Am I tough enough? Great, great. Li Tsongxin gave a thumbs up. Chu Fij was a little dissatisfied. Young master has a holy weapon in his hand. Li Yi stumbled. Ahem. With a wry smile on his face, he said, New sister-in-law, let's not joke around. Who dares to resist a holy weapon? Weapons of this level have the power to destroy the world, and even quasi-emperors have to avoid their edge. At this moment, Ren Hucheng felt despair again. With a strongman like Li Yi around, what could it matter even if he went to Iran Peak? He could not hurt Li Tsongxin at all. Let me try. Li Tsongxin thought it was quite fun and became somewhat interested. Now, every bone in his body is a supreme bone, coupled with the god-level Great Thunder Sound King Kong's indestructible divine body, and the god-level cross-training technique, Gods and Demons Muscle Chapter, is at full level. He can't help but wonder about his current defense. How strong is the force? The most important thing is that you can just stand while others chop it, and you don't have to move anyway. Li Yi was shocked when he heard this. The physical body resists sharp weapons, this is no joke. His cousin is the only heir to the Taigan Holy Land. His body is delicate and his flesh is very expensive. He quickly suggested, Brother, you have just started practicing, so be sure not to hurt yourself. Why don't you find a wooden sword? No need to bother. Li Tsongxin said to Chu Fij with a smile on his face, just try it with the sword in your hand. This. Chu Fij looked embarrassed. No. Li Yi was horrified. Brother, please don't show off. You are different from me. I am the king of horizontal training, and you are just a beginner. This is a top-grade weapon. One strike of the sword will cut you in half. What are you afraid of? Don't you know my situation? If you want to die, it's probably harder than ascending to heaven. Li Tsongxin made a helpless expression. My elder sister, the queen, has already preserved a drop of my essence. Even if it is broken into two halves, my father, master, and sisters can find a way to revive me. That's true. Li Yi scratched his head and smiled. It's because you are afraid of pain that you don't want them to touch your body. If it is really broken, maybe they can recast a better body for you. So annoying. It's so Versailles. As long as your background is strong enough, you can even commit suicide at will. Li Tsongxin stood with his hands behind his back, looking calm and composed. Come on, don't let me win. Okay. Chu Fij nodded decisively. Thinking of the murderous power of the emperor that was still in Li Tsongxin's body, she actually didn't think she could hurt Li Tsongxin. If Li Tsongxin couldn't resist it, that murderous power would definitely burst out with force to fight back. She has more confidence in Li Tsongxin than Li Yi. Young master, look at the sword. With a delicate shout, she raised her snow-white wrist, and the high-grade long sword flashed with a strong light, releasing a cold murderous light that chilled people to the bone marrow. Cut down with one sword. Crack, 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 the space kept exploding, and the sounds of wind and thunder continued to ring. Li Ye's heart trembled. He really won't let me win. The power of this sword was even greater than the one that had just hit him. When the long sword slashed Li Tsongxin's shoulder. Buzz. A powerful divine light containing infinite brilliance burst out from Li Tsongxin's body, and his entire body was suddenly surrounded by dense golden Sanskrit characters, like a divine talisman or forbidden spell from ancient times. His entire body became extremely sacred and majestic under the golden light. Supreme. Boom. The long sword slashed on his body, and the golden light that burst out was even more dazzling. A top-grade long sword was directly crushed into countless powders filled with golden light. Under the impact of the divine light, Chu Fij floated backwards. He retreated 100 meters before he could barely stand. Looking at the hilt of the sword left in her hand, her pretty face was filled with shock. Her body was still violently surging under the shock. Li could only fight against top-grade weapons, but Li Congxin actually broke the top-grade weapon. It turns out that his body is so strong. No way. Li opened his mouth wide, and his eyes were as big as bells. It's just SOSO. As soon as the resistance released by his body disappeared, Li Congxin returned to normal, with a smile on his face, still as calm as the spring breeze, neither arrogant nor impatient. Maybe the sword isn't strong enough. Yu said, his spiritual consciousness moving. Suddenly, a square sword with a simple and ancient appearance and a broad blade appeared in the void. As soon as this sword came out, in the space, a deterrent force that suppressed the soul suddenly increased, and the tremendous killing power soared. It was visible to the naked eye that under the strong murderous intent, all the grass and trees around were destroyed. Holy weapon, the holy ruined sword. No way. Li yelled again. There really are holy weapons. No, no, no. Seeing this, Chu Fij was frightened and kept backing away. His face was full of rejection, and he kept shaking his hands. Master, you are too hard, I can't handle it, no more, no more. The stronger the weapon, the greater the power. Similarly, the more terrifying the rebound force. She has already suffered a great loss just now. If she uses the sword to attack Li Congxin again, she will definitely suffer a great loss. Li Congxin looked at Ren Hucheng, then who? He couldn't remember his name and shouted, "Hey, brother-in-law, come here." After that, his spiritual consciousness moved, and the sword in the void moved directly in front of Ren Hucheng. Ren Hucheng opened his mouth wider than Li Ye's. He looked at Li Congxin dumbfounded, completely stunned. Did he want him to use the holy weapon to kill Li Congxin? No way. Could such a good thing happen? I couldn't believe it, you called me. Right. Li Congxin was very sure, you come. Hearing this, Ren Hucheng became excited again, and his face was almost unable to hide the ecstasy. What is he here for? The opportunity has come, hasn't it? God, please open your eyes. Okay, I'll do it then. He quickly grasped the big sword in front of him, holding it in his hand, as if experiencing some wonderful touch, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. A face full of aftertaste. He had never touched a holy weapon in his life, but today he finally touched it. Immediately. Since even Li Congxin himself is giving him a chance, if he still can't seize it, he would be useless, worse than a dog. Ha! He let out a loud roar. He just jumped up into the sky 100 meters high. High in the sky, Ren Hucheng held the holy ruined sword in both hands, unleashed the strongest power of the Grandmaster realm, and slashed towards Li Congxin's head with all his might. Boom. Under the sword, there was a murderous light that could split the sky. A huge murderous intent surged out from the murderous light. Facing the coming sword, Li Congxin still stood leisurely with his hands behind his back. Boom. When the great sword struck him, he, who possessed the great thunder sound Vajra indestructible divine body, was once again radiating supreme golden light, with ancient Buddhist seals surrounding him, mysterious Sanskrit ringing around him, and divine light radiating in all directions. In addition to the supreme bone that can greatly improve the body's resistance, there is also the divine and demonic muscles that has been cultivated to the maximum level. With several abnormal defenses combined together, the sword in Ren Hucheng's hand was shaken out of his hand and flew into the sky with a whoosh. Ah! With a long, loud, and tragic scream, the others were also hurled into the sky, flying thousands of meters high. Ah! People were spinning in the air. While in the sky, Ren Hucheng was also extremely shocked at the moment. How could Li Congxin's body be so strong? Even the holy weapons that even the quasi-emperors had to avoid could not cut him. At the same time, I was also extremely frustrated. He gave me a chance, but I was useless. Tears welled up in my eyes. Even if there was no one to protect me, and even if Li Congxin asked me to chop him, it turned out that I couldn't hurt him at all. I am a clown. Oh my God. Looking at Ren Hucheng, who was blasted into the sky, Chu Fij's beautiful face was filled with shock and her heart was shivering. Fortunately, it was not her who had just made the move. He looked at Li Congxin again, his beautiful eyes looking at a god or devil. He could break through even when walking or sleeping, and even holy weapons couldn't cut him. What kind of monster was this? Not bad, not bad. Li Congxin smiled with great satisfaction. With his defensive power, it is certain that he cannot defeat a quasi-emperor now, but a quasi-emperor definitely cannot kill him either. As long as others can't kill you, you can just play it down and enjoy your life without any worries. Powerful. Too strong. Simply invincible. Li Ye's face was full of excitement, and he kept giving thumbs up and praising. And he sincerely admired, "Brother, your defense is much stronger than mine. Let's just say that our family is full of peerless geniuses, and how could you, the most important core figure of the family, the successor to the world's overlord, and the only holy son of our Taigan holy land, be a useless person?" Laughing loudly, "You kid has hidden it too deeply." There was no jealousy, but openness, and she was extremely sincerely happy for Li Congxin. However, he was still a little embarrassed when he thought of what he had just said in front of Li Congxin. Ahem, cough, cough, from now on, you will be the #1 horizontal refining king. Brother takes a back seat. God-killing peak. On the top of the giant peak, between the clouds and mist, the overlord of the world, the great Emperor Li Tianba, stood proudly above the sky and the earth. He has been paying attention to Li Congxin's situation. At this moment, his face was also full of emotion. My heart is ecstatic. I always thought my son was weak, but it turns out that his body is so strong. In excitement, he murmured to himself, I didn't expect that my son actually possessed some kind of powerful ancient physique that even the test peak could not detect, and he has never been bad. How hard and difficult is it to temper the body? The stronger the physique, the harder it is to temper it. She was touched again. In order not to make me worry, he never told me the truth. He pretended to be relaxed in front of me, but worked hard in secret. At such a young age, you have already refined your body to such a level. How much effort did you have to put in secretly? How much unknown suffering did you endure? How much blood and sweat has been shed? Thinking of this, Li Tianba suddenly turned around and covered his face with his hands. The iron-blooded overlord and the arrogant emperor could not help but burst into tears. It hurts, he feels so hurt. His eldest son is so sensible. Ha! It had been nearly half an hour since he came out, and his feet were a little sore from standing. Li Congxin wanted to go back and continue lying down. We are all family, there is no need to distinguish between first and second. He smiled at Li Yi and said, Cousin, I'm tired. Do you want to carry me back intact? Or should I walk back by myself? Cousin will hold you. Li Yi smiled innocently, opened his arms and strode towards him. From now on, you are my idol. Forget it, forget it. Li Congxin shook his hand. I'll just walk by myself, just take a walk. With his hands behind his back, he took a step reluctantly. You gain 6 days of cultivation. You obtain a 7th grade elixir. You get a pack of spiritual cigarettes, Huazi. You gain 8 days of cultivation. The system has started counting steps again, and every step you take will bring you blessings. Young master, your sword. After walking a few steps, Chu Fij picked up the holy ruined sword that fell from the sky, held it in both hands and presented it to Li Congxin. Li Congxin was too lazy to take it. I just shattered your weapon, so I'll give this one to you as compensation. Ah. Chu Fij looked surprised. At first he was flattered, but then he was terrified. I can't accept such a valuable item. Besides, this is a gift from your master. It doesn't matter. Li Congxin said calmly, just take it if I give it to you. He still has 49 of these in his system warehouse. Then, thank you very much, young master. Chu Fij was already extremely excited, but she tried her best to maintain the reserve of a goddess, with her body sitting like a Buddha. She must be very happy in her heart as she lost a heavenly weapon and gained a holy weapon. Now, she is more certain that meeting Li Congxin is not a disaster but a blessing in her life. The system is being upgraded. Upgrade failed. Upgrade failed. Li Congxin stopped. What are you doing? The 444th upgrade, the system upgrade was successful. Ding. Reminder, you have turned on the Give Rebate function. Gift rebate, anything the host gives away, the system will rebate on the spot. The minimum rebate amount is 100 times, the maximum is 1000 times. Reminder, you are gifted 1 Sacred Ruins Great Sword. Congratulations, you have triggered the highest 1000 times gift rebate. You have received 1000 Holy Ruins Great Swords. Are you crazy? He just gave the girl a sword, but the system was jealous or something and gave him 1000 Holy Ruins Swords. It's like if you want to give something to a girl, I will turn that thing into cabbage. The flatter you lie, the faster you grow. Unlimited lottery with critical hits, system step counting, any skill can be directly maxed out, and the rebate is up to 1000 times. Looking at these abnormal system functions, Li Congxin could only smile helplessly. System, just roll. As I said, I will not work hard, I will never work hard in my life. It's up to you, be as irritable as you want. Anyway, it's good for me if you're happy. Wow. A strong light suddenly appeared, and a blood-red long sword with a gorgeous appearance and extremely domineering appeared in Li Congxin's hand. The knife is 1.6 meters long and the blade is sharp and murderous. He took out the hot blood blade from the 3 sacred weapons given by his master and threw it directly to Li Yi. Cousin, an indestructible defense coupled with an indestructible attack is truly absolutely powerful. How can I forget the eager brother standing beside me when I gave him a gift to the girl? He always valued the real brother. The most important thing is that you won't lose anything anyway. Ding! The gift was successful. Congratulations, you have triggered a 100-fold rebate and received 100 hot-blooded blades. Li Congxin expressed contempt in his heart. I just got a 1000-fold rebate, and now I'm giving it to my brother, and it's now the lowest 100-fold rebate. How can this be so embarrassing? Li Yi took the hot-blooded sword and was so happy that he could hardly close his mouth. He kept breathing out air and wiping it with his sleeve. You don't have to pretend with me. Li Congxin said, we grew up together taking shits and comparing heights. How could I not know what you were thinking? Li Yi slapped his thigh and said, hey, I'm just surprised that every time you poop, it's a point higher than mine. I am also very puzzled, this must be destined by heaven that you are more extraordinary than me. Nothing. Li Congxin did not provoke him. You have been drinking a lot of body-refining liquids, and you have been suffering from diarrhea for a long time. Continue to stroll leisurely, every step will bring you a blessing. Chu Fij on the side couldn't help but burst out laughing. These two brothers. So warm. Looking at Li Congxin's extraordinary back, and remembering what he had just said to Li Yi, Chu Fij suddenly had a dreamy look on his face. His defense is already amazing, and I wonder if he has any powerful means of attack. If there is, it would be really amazing. Well, definitely. Yo-ho. Li Congxin, who was walking, stopped. In front of him, there was a person lying down, blocking his way. Looking at Ren Huchong lying on the ground, Li Congxin frowned slightly and said, you said to go around it, but it will be more tiring and require more steps. You say just step over him, but that step would be a bit big. What if you accidentally pull his balls? Then he asked, hey, what, brother-in-law, what are you doing here? Ren Huchong, whose face was covered with nosebleeds after falling from a high altitude, struggled to get up from the ground. Looking at the smiling Li Congxin, his heart couldn't help but tremble. Panic. I felt quite panicked. What to do? What to do? He kept asking himself, now, how could he dare to state his purpose? He quickly said with a smile on his face, brother-in-law, I heard that you are in a bad mood because of the test. I came here specially to visit you. Hey, I didn't know that it turned out to be all rumors. How could the young master of Taigan Holy Land be a loser? Since you are here to visit, empty-handed, it would be too fake. But if the young master of the Taigan Holy Land in front of him casually brought out anything to deal with him, it would be an insult to him. So I could only grit my teeth. Reluctantly, he took out a yellowed secret book from his bosom. This sword manual is called Wanli Quangsha Sword Technique, which is an intermediate heavenly sword manual. It is a gift from your brother-in-law. I see. Li Congxin took the secret book from his hand, took a look at it, and was not very interested. But I still accepted it. Sometimes, accepting gifts is to give people peace of mind. Ren Hucheng was indeed relieved. However, although he forced a smile on his face, his heart was completely broken. The advanced resources and advanced things in this world have long been occupied by Li Congxin's family. This heavenly secret book of his was bought by the Sun Holy Land at a huge price from the auction house of Li Congxin's second sister. Before he had the chance to practice it, he gave it to Li Congxin. It meant that the money was wasted, and the things returned to the hands of his Li family. Ren Hucheng wanted to cry. Li Congxin had just taken over the heavenly sword technique from Ren Hucheng when the system prompt sounded in his mind again. Ding! The lottery is in progress. Congratulations, you have obtained 3 burning sword intents. The powers of these 3 sword intentions are respectively, God level, Saint level, and Peak Heaven level. Prompt, may I ask if the host has comprehended and practiced these 3 sword intentions? This system is competitive with everyone. Li Congxin is not surprised at all. Lest Li Congxin find it troublesome, the system added, sword intent, unlike sword moves, can be released or received with just a thought from the host. Whatever the mind thinks, whatever the thought reaches, the killing will follow. In short, there is no need to make any moves, and there is no need to jump up and down in a violent manner. It just takes some thought, and it seems like a good idea. Li Congxin smiled and thought, since I don't need to use my brain, I'll just practice and comprehend. Ding! You have comprehended the 3 burning sword intentions. Tip, you have reached the maximum level instantly. As the system prompted, 3 powerful sword intents had already sprouted in Li Congxin's brain, each one more powerful than the last. He only needed a thought to release those 3 sword intents at any time. The 3 burning sword intentions are 1 sword that burns the sky, 1 sword that burns the earth, and 1 sword that burns people. It also has a very vulgar and interesting name, Super Sword, Great Sword, Middle Sword. The sword can cut off thousands of wind and thunder. A big sword that can tear apart the dark sky. An extremely large sword that can split the 9 layers of sky in 1 stroke. Feeling the 3 sword intentions, Li Congxin couldn't help but become interested and asked, Brother-in-law, since you gave me the sword manual, could it be that you are also practicing the way of the sword? Although he was in a depressed mood, Ren Hucheng still stood up straight. I have been studying this since I was young, and I have some achievements. The voice said, at the age of 3, he understood the meaning of the sword. At the age of 8, he could control the sword. At the age of 17, he released sword energy. At the age of 26, he walked on the sword. At the age of 32, he entered the realm of a master in the way of the sword. No need to mention your resume. I don't hire bodyguards here. Li Congxin smiled and said, how about practicing with me? Ren Hucheng showed surprise on his face. Brother-in-law, have you also practiced swordsmanship since childhood? At this moment, Chu Fiji's beautiful eyes also lit up. Never delve into it. Li Congxin said honestly, I just suddenly realized something, so I wanted to give it a try. Since my brother-in-law is interested, I will play with you. Ren Hucheng's expression brightened up. The way of the sword is contrary to the practice of horizontal training. Li Congxin, a reckless man who practices horizontal training, certainly doesn't understand it. He suddenly realized something. He is so self-righteous. No matter how great a genius is, he cannot create a set of skills in a moment. Although he could not hurt Li Congxin, it would be a small consolation if he could show off in front of Li Congxin and regain some face. He said loudly, brother-in-law, you can do it. If there is anything lacking, I can give you some advice. Thank you in advance then. Li Congxin smiled and said, I have 3 swords, namely the super sword, the big sword, and the medium sword. Which one do you choose? Ren Hucheng was stunned. Holy shit, are the names of sword moves so random? Did you just suddenly figure it out? He showed some doubt on his face. Then I'll try a super large sword first. Li Congxin narrowed his eyes. As his mind moved, his true energy surged like a mountain torrent, and the true energy in his Qi Si and Dantian dried up in an instant and disappeared. The super large sword is a divine level sword intent. To release it, one needs to consume an extremely huge amount of true energy, which is simply impossible for him to do with his current level of cultivation. It's boring. Li Congxin couldn't help but reveal a bored expression. He finally got into the mood, but the result was so disappointing. Did this want him to roll up his sleeves, set a goal for himself, and start working hard? Forget it, I won't play anymore, I'll just go home and lie down and continue to suck. Ding. Host, do not leave. Host, please be patient. It is a system error. This system will immediately find a solution. Please give this system 3 seconds, and I will definitely help the host solve the current problem. The system is being upgraded. Upgrade failed. Upgrade failed. 386th upgrade, upgrade successful. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained the Endless Sea of Qi. Endless Qi Sea, Dantian turns into a bottomless cave, and inexhaustible Qi can be extracted from the Qi Sea and Dantian. Li Congxin stopped when he was about to leave. He felt that the Dantian below his lower abdomen had turned into a vast ocean, a boundless sea of true energy. He didn't know how wide and deep it was. Seeing that Li Congxin narrowed his eyes and did not make any movement, Ren Hucheng thought to himself, what sudden enlightenment, what super large sword, and sword within a sword. It turned out to be just nonsense. He is just a rough and rude man who does not understand the way of the sword at all. Boom. The aura caused Li Congxin's flowing robe and long hair to fly. Boom. A sword intention burst out from his body, rushing, the sharp edge continued to rise with the force of the sky, 10 meters, 100 meters, 1,000 meters, soaring into the sky, straight into the sky. Boom. The sword intent that rushed out from his body broke through the clouds and mist, shattered the void, and soared up to the 9 heavens. The sword intent was like Li Congxin's elevated consciousness of killing. Although he has an endless sea of qi, because Li Congxin has cultivated to the Kai Grandmaster realm, releasing his sword intent is like pumping water from the sea, and the realm is a water pipe. Now his water pipe is not big enough, so this 10,000-foot-high sword intent is constantly rushing up one section at a time. If one's cultivation level is strong enough, in a single thought, a 10,000-foot-long sword will appear instantly. Boom. The sword intent reaching 10,000 feet released the aura of destroying the heaven and earth. For a moment, not only Iran Peak, but also the entire Taigan Holy Land was shrouded in the intention of burning and killing. Hiss. Looking up at the sword intent above the sky, Ren Hucheng bent his knees and knelt directly in front of Li Congxin. Chu Fiji's beautiful face was filled with shock, and her heart was beating rapidly. Li also let out a shocking shout, "I call you your mother." If this sword is cut down, it will definitely not be like breaking rivers and splitting mountains, but it will burn the world. There will definitely be a terrifying rift valley spreading far and wide on the ground. All living things around the Great Rift Valley were turned into powder, and everything was burned. What a powerful sword! Which senior in my holy land is angry? Iran Peak. The sword intent came from Iran Peak. As the sword intent appeared, the cultivators in Taigan Holy Land were shaken, and figures flew up one after another, shaking their heads in the air to find out. Immediately, everyone was shocked. It's the young master. It really is the young master. Is the young master so awesome? This sword intent is so strong that I'm afraid it can destroy the martial emperor and kill the martial saint, right? Isn't our young master incompetent in every aspect? Everyone's face was filled with shock. On the god-killing peak. What? Even Li Tianba let out a hoarse sound of shock. His face was full of shock and disbelief. Is my son so powerful? How come I don't know anything about it? No way. Then, his face showed ecstasy again. Not only does he possess a strong defensive physique, but his swordsmanship is also so powerful, with both offense and defense. He is invincible. Ha ha ha, how can a tiger father give birth to a dog son? All these years, my son has been hiding too well, it's been so painful for me. My son, he has the qualities of an emperor. This time, he did not hide his emotions. Instead, he was so excited that tears welled up in his eyes. As if he had untied a knot that had been in his heart for many years, he laughed out loud towards the sky. Who said his son is useless? This sword alone is invincible. From now on, who the hell dares to call my son a loser? Rumble. Li Congxin's heart moved, and the sword intent that was 10,000 feet high shook slightly, carrying the great power of the 8 directions of heaven and earth, as if it was about to cut down. Ren Hucheng was heartbroken. No, no, no. He knelt on the ground and kept shaking his hands. He was so scared that he almost vomited. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "I choose the great sword. I choose the great sword. Why didn't you say so earlier?" Li Tsong's mind moved. Hiss. The murderous intent was dissipated, and the huge sword transformed from the 10,000-foot sword intent disappeared in an instant, and the breath of destruction disappeared between heaven and earth. Ren Hucheng breathed a sigh of relief. Boom. But immediately, a still terrifying sword intent surged up from Li Tsongxin's body, soaring into the sky, thousands of feet high, majestic, domineering, and full of murderous intent. Looking at the 1,000-foot sword intent, Ren Hucheng almost lost his soul and was still frightened out of his body. No, no, no. He kept shaking his hands, and then changed his tone and shouted, "I choose the sword, I want to choose the sword." Li Tsongxin retracted the sword with a thought, boom, with the release of his aura, a sword intent surged above his body again, majestic, spectacular, and 100 feet high. 100 zhang is more than 300 meters, which is equivalent to the height of a 100-story building. The momentum of wanting to chop down was like a skyscraper about to fall towards him. No, no, no. Ren Hucheng was equally horrified. Shouting, "I choose the small sword, I want to choose the small sword. Where is the small sword?" Li Tsongxin rolled his eyes, waved his sleeves, retracted the sword in his body, and walked towards his residence with a leisurely look on his face. "I asked you to try out my sword, and you had a lot of requests. Not playing any more." Ren Hucheng's whole body went limp and he sat on the ground, sweating profusely. At this moment, he was filled with incomparable despair. His horizontal training was extremely strong, his swordsmanship was extremely strong, and his offense and defense were both strong. Yet he still came all the way to fight Li Tsongxin. Who gave him the courage? Chu Fij, who also felt weak in the bones and tendons, looked at Li Tsongxin's back as if he was looking at a god. It is known that Li Tsongxin also possesses powerful attacking means. It was just as she expected. After calming down, he followed lightly and walked obediently behind Li Tsongxin. Hiss. Li Yi, who was originally a madman, shuddered, and then grinned, "Cousin, I have to leave first." He discovered that Li Tsongxin was not only not a waste, but an invincible genius. Although he was not jealous and was very happy, he was really stimulated. This world is inherently complicated. The Taigan Holy Land, where geniuses gathered, was particularly violent. He had to go back to practice in seclusion as soon as possible. Before leaving. Bang. Oops. When he passed by Ren Hucheng, he punched him in the face without saying a word, so hard that his nose exploded and his face was covered in blood. Li Tsongxin was surprised. "Why are you beating my uncle?" "Hey, this is the agreement between us." Ha ha ha. Amidst loud laughter, Li Yi strode towards the foot of Iran Peak. Li Tsongxin couldn't help but be a little curious. What agreement did you two have? It's so exciting. Ren Hucheng covered his nose, full of sorrow. "Beat me every time you see me." Oh. Li Tsongxin suddenly understood that it was not surprising at all that the geniuses in his family had such an agreement with outsiders. And continued to stroll leisurely. After walking a few steps, he turned back and said, "Brother-in-law, why are you following me?" Ahem. Ren Hucheng laughed awkwardly a few times. Immediately. His expression became serious. "To be honest, I came up the mountain this time because my younger sister was worried about you and asked me to take care of you." With one hand covering his nose, he swore with the other, "Brother-in-law, from now on, I will follow you, whether it's climbing up the roof to remove tiles or going down the hole to find snakes, I will obey your orders in everything." Now, his admiration for Li Tsongxin was like the surging yellow river, unstoppable. He had forgotten what he was here for. The inner thoughts have completely changed. He even began to brainwash himself. Why kill Li Tsongxin? That was just a joke. He came to Iran Peak to take care of Li Tsongxin for his sister. Yes, that's it. I have always thought so. Moreover, regarding the matter of my sister changing her name, I am not angry at all, nor do I feel humiliated. With such a brother-in-law with a powerful background and an invincible appearance at a young age, it would be reasonable to change his surname, let alone his name. Well, absolutely reasonable. With a flattering look on his face, he followed behind Li Congxin. Young master, from now on I am yours. The names have changed, and it feels so natural. Li Congxin said calmly, I'm not used to being taken care of by a man. He already has two beautiful women around him, one gives him warm water and warms his bed, and the other gives him a back massage. Why does he still need such a grown man? He is still his brother-in-law. Ren Hucheng said anxiously, young master, I have a unique skill. Oh. Li Congxin asked in surprise, what special skills do you have? Ren Hucheng said in a loud voice, I am an excellent cook. You can cook. Li Congxin was a little surprised. How could a holy son of a holy land have such a strong point? So he used the eye of truth to investigate. Character, Ren Hucheng. Cultivation level, Grandmaster level 1. Special note, this person has spiritual roots and is born with a very high talent for cooking, and even has the qualities of a chef god. I couldn't help but be shocked. He had heard of fire spiritual roots, water spiritual roots, thunder spiritual roots, and even some mutated spiritual roots, but he didn't expect that there would be smelly spiritual roots in this world. A person with a strong sense of the 5 flavors is born with an extraordinary talent in cooking. Li Congxin couldn't help but look amused. How can you say you enjoy life if you fill your stomach with spiritual energy every day and eat spiritual stones every meal? To enjoy life, of course, you can't do without the smell of fireworks and delicious food in the world, so he said, then go and cook a few dishes for me first, and I'll tell you after I try them. Thank you, young master, for giving me the opportunity. Ren Hucheng was overjoyed. The system is being upgraded and the upgrade was successful. Ding! Congratulations, you have won the title of chef. It's both funny and sad. This also requires a role. System, you really don't accept anyone. He was here to enjoy himself, and he couldn't cook, so what was the point of this title? He could only shrug his shoulders and say, it's up to you. It doesn't hurt to have one more skill anyway. Skill is something you don't have to have, but it cannot be absent. Cousin, come in quickly. Cousin, if you don't come in, it will overflow. As soon as I returned to my residence, I heard the sweet and coquettish voice of Isusu, which gave me goosebumps. This little cousin who claims to have unparalleled talent is obviously a gifted girl, but her life goal since childhood is to take care of Li Congxin for the rest of her life. Although there is now a spiritual spring on Yiren Peak, with abundant spiritual energy everywhere, and even though Li Congxin is no longer a useless person, she has become accustomed to this lifestyle and remains the same. Cousin, come in. Li Congxin first crawled into the warm spirit-gathering bed and took a nap. Soon after, he was awakened by a burst of fragrance. When I opened my eyes, I saw a large dining table in the house filled with a variety of dishes, each of which was extremely delicate, elegant, and high-end. Just looking at it made me hungry. Brother-in-law is so good at this. Looking at the dishes on the table, even Isusu and Chu Fij, who had seen a lot of the world, had surprise in their beautiful eyes and licked their lips from time to time. Young master, you are awake. The meal is ready. Ren Hucheng, who had a piece of plaster on his nose, was full of joy. These are the dishes I prepared for you. Dragons and phoenixes soar into the sky. Married couples will be united forever. I am blessed with the jade unicorn given by God. The auspicious fruit will bring good fortune to the whole family for 100 years. May the beautiful couple be reunited. Li Congxin had never seen these dishes before. But he, who has become a god of cooking, can understand it at a glance. The dragon and the phoenix flying soaring into the sky are actually the stewed chicken wings in the original cup, the couple's eternal union is the curry bean paste cake, and the heaven-given jade unicorn is the fresh lily and asparagus. Chu Fij squatted beside the bed to put on his socks and shoes. Isu Soda came to help him wash his face with spiritual water. After a while, Li Congxin sat at the table, his elder brother-in-law serving him at the side, nodding and bowing. Isusu and Chu Fij stood behind him, one massaging his left shoulder and the other massaging his right shoulder. Li Congxin sighed in his heart, life is like this, what else can I ask for? I picked up a pair of silver chopsticks and tasted them one by one. My taste buds were like flowers blooming in the fields in spring. I couldn't help but praise him. Your cooking skills are good. You can stay in Iran Peak and be my cook in the future. Ren Huchong was overjoyed when he heard this. Being able to stay in such a blessed place, why worry about not making rapid progress in cultivation? He swore solemnly, "Young master, from now on, I will serve you differently every day, and I will ensure that there will be no repeated dishes in the 9 meals of 3 days." He volunteered excitedly, "Miss Chu has delicate hands and fingers. You don't have to bother her with feeding the chickens anymore. I'll take care of it." Sunday Holy Land. On the top of the cliff, under a full moon, Ren Lishuang, in her fluttering dress, stood gracefully, looking at the distant sky, with anticipation and deep worry on her face. I don't know what's happening to my brother. For her, my brother really does everything he can. I was so moved that my eyes couldn't help but turn red. She whispered softly, "Brother, you must come back safely. I want to eat the iced pear soup you make. The beautiful women were pleasing to the eyes and the delicious food was soothing and refreshing. Li Tsongxin was enjoying himself on Iran Peak. At this time, a large group of people appeared halfway up the mountain, forming a long line on the mountain road. They were carrying large boxes and walking up the mountain. The light in those boxes was shining brightly. 1 bite, 2 bites, 3 bites. 12 boxes in total. You can't spend it all, you can't spend it all. Yeah, so much, I can't spend it all in a lifetime. A lifetime, haha, are you new here? Do you know what level a child of the world is? Poverty really limits your imagination. This is just our young master's monthly pocket money. Looking at the big box that was so full that the lid could not be closed, many disciples from Taigan Holy Land were watching the fun from a distance. I think there's no need to go to such trouble. Just put it in the storage ring and send someone to send it back. What do you know? This is our second lady's style. What she pays most attention to in her work is 2 words, arrangement. That's right, the leader of the World Business Alliance, the biggest tycoon in Tianqin continent, must not be missing in the rankings. Of course. Everyone knows that of the silver in the world, 9 cents are in our second Miss's pocket. The second Miss is the richest woman in the world, so she must have style. Look, there are a group of strange people behind us. This group of people is very unique. They must have been sent by our queen. It should be. Our most powerful eldest daughter and the richest second daughter send people to Iran Peak once a month. Hey, good fellow. A large group of people came to Li Tsongxin's residence, and were all shocked when they saw the Lingshan spring milk hanging upside down above the roof. A shopkeeper like man stood outside the door and said respectfully, "Young master, your pocket money for this month has arrived." He is Liao Ming, an official under Li Yusen, the leader of the World Business Alliance. While Liao Ming was talking, a group of people had already placed the 12 boxes outside the house in an orderly manner. It was obvious that they had done this job of giving the young master pocket money not once or twice, but many times. Meet the young master. Afterwards, they stood outside the house together to pay their respects to Li Tsongxin. Looking at those boxes, Chu Fij was dazzled by the light and almost held her breath, her beautiful eyes filled with surprise. Ren Huchong just opened his mouth with a click. Spirit stone. They are all spiritual stones. Spirit stones are the universal currency of this world and are also essential for cultivation. Spiritual stones are divided into 4 categories: low grade, medium grade, high grade, and top grade. 100 low-grade spiritual stones can be exchanged for 1 medium-grade spiritual stone, 100 medium-grade spiritual stones can be exchanged for 1 high-grade spiritual stone, and so on. In short, the higher the level, the more spiritual power it contains and the more valuable it is. And those boxes are full of top-grade spirit stones. Oh my God! Even Chu Fij, who had an extraordinary background, felt as if his cognitive ability had been forcibly refreshed at this moment. Ren Huchong had never seen so many top-grade spirit stones in his entire life. Suddenly, his legs went weak again and he quickly hugged the wall with both hands to barely stand. Almost paralyzed. Thunder roared in his heart, so many top-grade spirit stones are just his brother-in-law's pocket money for a month. Facing those spirit stones, Li Congxin's expression remained calm. He nodded and continued to enjoy the food. Mr. Liao, is my second sister busy recently? In my mind, I can't help but recall the charming and beautiful look of Li Yusen when she looked back, and her crescent eyes as charming as the wind when she frowned and smiled. I haven't seen her for half a year. Yes. Liao Ming replied, the leader is not on our current planet recently. He is developing new business projects in the Kanglan continent in the outer domain, so he really can't spare the time to come back to visit the young master. Li Congxin was shocked. Li Yusen not only monopolized various businesses in the entire Tianqing continent, but also expanded his business territory to another world. It's true that wherever his father goes, his sister opens a shop. It's really a money-grubbing thing. He shook his head helplessly and said softly, it doesn't matter how much I earn, as long as she is safe. Young master, you can rest assured about this. The leader is quite powerful and has many strong men protecting him. Liao Ming showed an expression of being touched by the deep brotherly love between Li Congxin, and asked with a smile, young master, do you want to count the 12,000 top-grade spirit stones for this month? Bang. Ren Huchong couldn't even stand steadily by holding onto the wall, and he just knelt on the ground while holding onto the wall. My mentality collapsed on the spot. His monthly salary is only 150 yuan, medium-grade spirit stones. 12,000 top-grade spirit stones, this is not the monthly salary, but a month's pocket money. They are both holy sons, so is there such a big difference between them? Trembling, he couldn't help but calculate in his mind, 100 middle-grade items for one high-grade item, 100 high-grade items for one top-grade item, that is, 10,000 middle-grade items for one top-grade item. How many mid-grade spirit stones are equivalent to 12,000 top-grade spirit stones? He was completely devastated. There were too many things, more than he could have guessed. No. Li Congxin waved his hand and put all 12 boxes into the storage ring. Next second. Ding. Unlimited lucky draw is in progress. Congratulations, you have obtained 12,000 top-grade spirit stones. Congratulations, this is a 10x crit draw, you get 12,000 x 10 pieces of top-grade spirit stones. Congratulations, this is a 20x crit draw, you get 12,000 x 20 pieces of top-grade spirit stones. As soon as he moved his hand, the system started to act. Li Congxin looked at the top-grade spirit stones that had instantly piled up into a mountain in the system warehouse, and 3 long black lines appeared on his forehead. Why are you dissatisfied again? That's my sister. Brother, do you want to devalue all prices? Although the leader doesn't have time to come back to see the young master, he is always paying attention to your situation. Liao Ming said, young master, the leader also told me to tell you not to worry about not being able to practice, and not to stay in the mountains all the time in a bad mood. You can go outside and take a walk to relax. As for cultivation, your family will find a way for you. After saying that, he held up a black card with both hands. He bowed and handed it to Li Congxin. This is the secondary card of the leader of the World Business Alliance. With this card, you can withdraw spirit stones at will from more than 370,000 banks in Tianqing continent. With this card, you can spend and take anything you want in all the treasure pavilions, sword pavilions, casinos, brothels, and taverns in the 160 million mile Tianqing continent. The leader said that spending money can make people happy physically and mentally. Since you are in a bad mood, spend money desperately, squander it madly, and spend it carelessly. My heart is trembling, my soul is shaking, it's hard to hide, my face is full of envy. Who wouldn't be envious of having such a rich lady who dotes on you so much? Yes, I understand. Li Congxin took over Li Yusen's secondary card. He felt helpless in his heart. His second sister doted on him too much, and if this continued, he would be spoiled sooner or later. Ding! The unlimited lottery continues. Congratulations, you have obtained 9999999 pieces of top-grade spirit stones. Congratulations, this is a 100x critical hit draw, you won 999999999x 100 pieces of top-grade spirit stones. Congratulations, this is a 100x critical hit draw, you won 999999999x 100 pieces of top-grade spirit stones. Brother, do you want to cause inflation? My elder sister dotes on me like crazy, and as a result, the system is rolling in money like crazy. Now I'm screwed. I can't spend all the money. I really can't spend it all in my lifetime. After completing the mission, Liao Ming and his men resigned. This old servant greets the young master. Immediately, the second wave of people came up and appeared at Li Congxin's door. Leading the group was an old eunuch with a ruddy face and kind eyes. He was followed by a team of guards, and it was unclear whether they were protecting or escorting 4 hunchbacked old women. The 4 old women all had white hair, wrinkles on their faces like old bark that was about to fall off, their eyes were droopy and dull, and they looked extremely old. It seems that the yellow earth will cover the top of the head, and the oil and lamp will be out in an instant. Eunuch Kai, doesn't my elder sister have time to come and see me? Li Congxin asked, and his mind couldn't help but emerge again the graceful figure of his eldest sister Li Tianqin, wearing a crown and a gorgeous gown with a long swallowtail trailing on the ground. Ahem. Eunuch Kai chuckled a few times, as if apologizing on behalf of Li Tianqin. Young master, you also know that the Shifang dynasty governs the entire Tianqin continent, which is 160 million miles long. The queen is too busy with all sorts of affairs. Every time you say you want to come back, you have hundreds of millions of people on your hands. Li Congxin spread his hands and said, my whole family is busy, and I am the only one who has nothing to do. Eunuch Kai thought to himself, how dare you say that? Holy Lord, Miss Eldest and Miss Second, the reason why we are fighting so hard is because we want to lay a foundation for you that will last forever. But he didn't dare to really say that. Young master, although the queen is busy, she is always thinking of you. His expression straightened up, and he pointed to the 4 white-haired old women behind him and said, look, these 4 top-quality products were found by the queen herself for you, and she specially ordered this old slave to bring them to you to nourish you. Puff. Li Congxin, who was drinking soup, sprayed soup all over the table. Young master. Cousin. Chu Fij and Isusu, standing on his left and right, quickly massaged his chest and back. Yi Jun's face was filled with shock, and he looked at the 4 old women in amazement. I cried in my heart, no way. No way. Li Congxin's voice trembled, and he looked at the 4 old ladies, his heart trembling even more. Where did his sister get these old onions from? This is really superb. Holy, noble iceberg queen's sister, when did your taste become so strong? But you have changed, but I, who like light food, haven't changed. He quickly waved his hand and said, I appreciate your kindness, but forget about the person. Master, you must have misunderstood. Eunuch Kai, who was very good at observing people's words and expressions, spoke quickly. He began to explain, these 4 seniors are the 4 elders of the Xianyuan family, and they all have the cultivation level of a grand master. In this Tianqin continent, the Xianyuan family in the world of cultivation is not at the same level as your Taigan Holy Land, but their family has a special method, an ancient method of transmitting martial arts. After listening, Li Congxin finally understood what Eunuch Kai said. It turns out that the Xianyuan family has an ancient method in which one can sacrifice one's own cultivation to others as a tribute. His eldest queen sister knew that he was a loser, so she planned to use the 4 Xianyuan elders to forcibly feed him into a strongman, so that the 4 great masters at their peak could push him directly to the imperial realm. After understanding the reason, Li Congxin was filled with emotion. As the saying goes, if you stand on the wind, even a pig can fly into the sky. Similarly, as long as the backing is big and hard enough, waste can soar into the sky. Li Tianqin, the empress of the generation, was ruthless and decisive in killing. Although she also had the style of being like her father, she did not force the Xianyuan family to do this. The 4 elders all volunteered. The 4 elders of Xianyuan are all over 800 years old and have reached the limit of their lifespan. If they give their cultivation to Li Congxin, Li Tianqin promises them that from now on, as long as the Taigan Holy Land and the Shifang dynasty still exist, he will always protect the Xianyuan family and provide them with considerable cultivation resources. Their cultivation can no longer be broken through, their lifespan has been exhausted, and they are about to perish anyway. Of course, they think it is worth using their cultivation to exchange for the long-term peace and abundant resources of the entire family. The second sister dotes on me and the eldest sister loves me. I'm so happy. Li Congxin felt happy in her heart. After finishing the story, Eunuch Kai said, "Young master, I will leave first. As for the specific method of transmitting the skills, Xianyuan Fourth Elder will cooperate with you according to the steps." After saying that, he left Iran Peak with a group of guards. Outside the house, there were only 4 white-haired old women left. Meet the young master. 4 old men with hunched backs came up to Li Congxin, showing their respect. They all had a heroic attitude of preparing for death. "Young master, shall we start now? We don't have much time." Xianyuan G. Xianyuan Music. Xianyuan Double. Xianyuan Xiao. Li Congxin had no intention of cooperating and asked, "You 4 are all at the peak of the Grandmaster realm, right? How long will it take to break through to the Emperor realm?" Xianyuan Jidao, "It will take another 60 to 80 years. His already dull eyes became even dimmer, but our lifespans have come to an end. We won't live for more than a few days. Just 80 years can make people unable to survive." Li Congxin sighed, "Heaven is so cruel." With a slow wave of his hand, 4 rays of light, which were 4 longevity pills, flew towards them respectively. 1 longevity pill can add 100 years to your lifespan, which is enough. The 4 were shocked to see the longevity pill flying towards them. After taking it, they looked confused at first, and then their faces were filled with excitement. "Young master, what do you mean by this? Is this given to us?" Although he was extremely excited, he looked at Li Congxin in confusion. Li Congxin said, "Yes, it is given to you so that you have enough time to break through the Emperor realm and increase your lifespan so that you will not die of old age." The 4 of them were shaking with excitement, looking at Li Congxin in disbelief. They came to help Li Congxin gain cultivation. As a result, Li Congxin gave them their lives instead. In this way, wouldn't it mean that they wouldn't be able to achieve their level of cultivation? Young Master Taigen not only does not use force to oppress and bully the weak, but he is actually so great. "Thank you, young master." Overjoyed, several trembling old bodies knelt on the ground and kowtowed. The 4 people were so happy that they burst into tears. Little did they know that Li Congxin, who gave roses to others and left a lingering fragrance on their hands, had secretly made a fortune. Bite. You give away 4 longevity pills, trigger a 250 times rebate, and get 1,000 longevity pills. Li Congxin smiled lightly. The 2 elder sisters thought he was a loser, but in fact he is now a super genius, with the supreme bone in his body, the Eye of Truth, the Son of Destiny, and the indestructible divine body of the great Thundersound King Kong. With the blessing of 1,000 times the growth of lying down and the blessing of walking, he estimated that he would only need to work hard for about 10 days before he could enter the Imperial realm. He took a look at his own cultivation. "Just yesterday, I started, and now, I have reached the 9th level of Grandmaster realm. Therefore, it was completely unnecessary to let those 4 old ladies nourish him. Most importantly, he didn't even dare to think about the specific process and steps of nourishment. It's creepy just to think about it." After expressing their gratitude, the 4 Xianyuan elders stuffed the longevity pill into their mouths with great excitement. Wow! After taking the longevity pill, a kind of spiritual light full of vitality bloomed from the bodies of the 4 people, like the splendor of a cocoon emerging from the ground. Rays of light penetrated through the old bark, and the old cortex continued to dissolve in the light. The withered body becomes plump, and the white hair turns into black. Soon, the 4 hunchbacked old women kneeling in front of Li Congxin turned into 4 beautiful women with plump, fair skin and graceful figures. They bowed together and said, "Thank you, young master, for granting us longevity. Young master, we are willing to repay you with everything. As long as they have enough lifespan, they will become young and beautiful again. This is also the characteristic of their Xianyuan family." Looking at the 4 beautiful women, Li Congxin felt that he was good enough again. However, the after-effects were too strong after all, and he still couldn't accept it for a short time, so he waved his hand and said, "You all go back. As for my eldest sister, don't worry, I won't blame you." "Yes, sir. Young master, if you need my Xianyuan family in the future, just send someone to let us know, and we will go through fire and water to help you. I came here with the intention of dying, but unexpectedly, I would get such an opportunity." The 4 old ladies who went up the mountain became 4 beauties when going down the mountain. How could they not be happy? System is being upgraded. Upgrade failed. Upgrade failed. The system was upgraded for the 333rd time and the upgrade was successful. As soon as the 4 elders of the Xianyuan family left, the system started to make noise again. Li Congxin picked up the chopsticks again and put them back on the table. Will you let me eat in peace? Young master, is the food cold? How about I heat it up for you? Ren Hucheng quickly leaned his head forward. Ding! Congratulations, the power leveling system has been enabled. The system is loading the leveling map. Loading successful. Reminder, from now on, all the creatures living on Iran Peak will become the host's substitutes. The host will gain as much cultivation as they improve during practice. Loading boosting members. Loading successful. Current power leveling members, Chu Fij, Isusu, Ren Hucheng, 17 spirit chickens, 18 spirit fish, 1 unhatched dragon and phoenix egg. That's fine too. Faced with such a fragile and stingy system, Li Congxin can only say that you are awesome. It was because his eldest sister helped him find a few people who wanted to give him free cultivation. As a result, the system was not convinced and also came up with a boosting system, also looking for people to give him free cultivation. You already have the blessing of growing while lying down and taking a walk, and now with a power leveling function, won't your upgrade be as fast as flying? Li Congxin glanced at his substitute players. Not only humans, but animals are included. Hey, weren't there only 7 fish in his pond? How come there are 18 now? Dragon and phoenix eggs. Dragon eggs and phoenix eggs, nothing strange, but dragon and phoenix eggs, what are they? Hybrid double yolk eggs. Is there a mysterious dragon and phoenix egg on his Iran Peak? Although I was happy, I couldn't help but be curious. System, what about the ants, birds, and caterpillars on this mountain? There are also many flies and maggots in the toilet, why don't you count them in? They are not suitable for the time being. Reminder, the system has done statistics. There are now 43 million ants and 2,172 birds of various kinds on Iran Peak. However, they have no cultivation, so they cannot provide training for the host for the time being. After absorbing the spiritual energy on this peak for a long time, once they become spiritual beasts and have their own cultivation realm, they will be immediately accepted by the system and officially become the host's substitute training. You are really thoughtful, more thoughtful than my father, master, and sisters combined. Li Cong was convinced. Very nice. However, I still want to express my approval. He can just lie down and let others train for him so that he can become stronger. This function is perfect for him who doesn't want to work hard. As I said, as long as he works hard and can become stronger, he will not refuse. Thank you for the host's recognition. Host, you must believe that no one in the universe, the stars, the 9 heavens, the 10 earths, the 4 seas, and the 8 wastelands can treat you better than this system. Absolutely no one. Ding, you won 9999999 of the best spirit stones in the lottery. Ding, you won 9999999 of the best spirit stones in the lottery. Ding, you won 9999999 of the best spirit stones in the lottery. Praise it and it will become excited and happy. Then, looking at Yisasuchafadran Hucheng, Li Congxin showed an unfriendly smile on his face. Since they are all our own substitutes, we have to let them practice faster. Seeing this, Chu Fij showed fear on his face. Young master, what do you want? Ren Hucheng felt even more uneasy. Only Isusu, who grew up with him as a childhood sweetheart, said coquettishly, cousin, what do you want to do? You serve me on Iran Peak, and I think it is necessary to pay you a salary every month. Li Congxin was very reasonable. Several people felt relieved. Then, his face showed joy again. Isusu said in a coquettish voice, cousin, I just like to take care of you. Money doesn't matter. Chu Fij also said, young master, I am willing to serve you. She was originally arrested, but after just one day with Li Congxin, her mentality had completely changed. Me too. Ren Hucheng quickly expressed his loyalty, but still looked forward to it. Brother, How much is your monthly salary in Sun Yao Holy Land? Li Tsongxin asked. Ren Huchong looked embarrassed and stretched out one finger on one hand and 5 fingers on the other. 600 top-quality spiritual stones. Isusu asked tentatively, thinking that he was also a holy son after all. Ren Huchong's expression became even more awkward. No. 600 top grade. Isusu expressed some disbelief. Ren Huchong blushed. It's a 150 middle grade spiritual stone. No way. Isusu was very surprised. We in Taigan Holy Land have done much more sweeping than you. Ren Huchong's face turned red. It's really embarrassing. But what can you do? Your holy land is so rich that you are so poor, and I, Sun Yao Holy Land, are so poor that I can't even blame you. All the Holy Land's expenses are still borrowed from the Tianxia Merchant Alliance. But the interest rates of the World Business Alliance are high. If you can't pay back the debt, you can only use the treasures from the Holy Land to pay off the debt. Then borrow again, repay the debt, and use the treasures to offset the debt. In this cycle, the Holy Land becomes poorer and poorer, and finally the money is gone. No more, the baby is gone too. In short, in the end, all the wealth fell into the hands of Li Yusin, which was equivalent to the hands of Taigan Holy Land, while the other forces, in addition to being heavily in debt, were left with only a bare family. Li Tsongxin thought to himself that from this point of view, he could not give too much, otherwise it would make them feel out of touch with reality. But my little cousin's monthly salary in Taigan Holy Land is very high. Chu Fij, the daughter of destiny and destiny in this world, will definitely not be low. If the salary is less, it seems that the young master himself cannot show off the most powerful person. The identity of the second generation and the rich second generation. After some consideration and weighing, he decided, from now on, Iran Peak will pay you 3,000 top-grade spirit stones a month. So much. Isusu and Chu Fij widened their beautiful eyes. This is 10 times what their sect gave them before. Bang. Ren Huchong fell to the ground as if his knees were broken. I was scared to my knees again. He couldn't count how many times his previous amount this was. Anyway, it's more than 10,000 times. For a moment, he shouted excitedly, the rivers cannot wash away the hatred of the past and present, and the heaven and earth can understand the loyalty of the heart. Young master, I swear to the heavens and the sun that with my heart and blood, I am willing to die for you and sacrifice my life for you. Li Tsongxin glanced at him indifferently. You use idioms so fluently, do you want to study Chinese? With a wave of his hand, 3 storage rings containing top-grade spirit stones flew towards the 3 people. You gifted Isusu 3,000 top-grade spirit stones, triggering a 1,000-fold rebate, and you received 3 million top-grade spirit stones. You gifted Chu Fij 3,000 top-grade spirit stones, triggering a 1,000-fold rebate, and obtained 3 million top-grade spirit stones. You gifted Ren Huchong 3,000 top-grade spirit stones, triggering a 100-fold rebate, and obtained 300,000 top-grade spirit stones. The more you give, the more you get, the more you squander, the richer you become. Li Tsongxin was calm. His expression was very natural, not at all shy. Now I'm officially telling you that Iran Peak does not accept people who have no ambition. So, I hope you will practice hard and grow quickly. From now on, every time you break through a small realm, you can come to me to claim an advancement award of 5,000 top-grade spirit stones. Every time you break through a major realm, you can come to me to receive a more generous promotion award of 20,000 top-grade spirit stones. We will also evaluate the year-end bonuses based on who grows fastest, and the first-place winner will be awarded 50,000 top-grade spirit stones. Since they are all his substitutes, he not only needs to make them work hard, but also needs to make them roll up their sleeves. The more they roll, the stronger I become. So much. Chu Fij and Isusu were so scared that they covered their mouths with their hands. Okay. Ren Huchong was so excited that his expression was distorted. I will definitely not let the young master down and live up to the young master's painstaking cultivation. Staying at Iran Peak was indeed the best choice in his life. From now on, apart from taking good care of Li Tsongxin, he must use all his other time to practice, madly practice. Li Tsongxin had a smile on his face, as if he was bathed in a cool breeze. Seeing that Li Tsongxin had finished his meal, Ren Huchong began to clean up quickly. After cleaning, he happily returned to the kitchen to practice. I'm going to take a walk. I stretched myself and thought, after eating, I need to take a walk to digest the food. You gain 6 days of cultivation. You obtain a 7th grade elixir. You will receive a copy of the Success Guru's speech manual, teaching you how to paint pieces for employees and understanding applause. You gain 4 days of cultivation. You gain 9 days of cultivation. I just walked to the door and boom. With Li Congxin as the center, the aura of the space surged, causing the spiritual mist to roll and the grass and trees to fly. An extremely dazzling light burst out from his body. The light blooms and then quickly recedes. For a moment, Li Congxin's aura and the sense of oppression he brought to people became even stronger. Chu Fij and Isusu behind him were dumbfounded. He just ate, drank, slept, and took a walk. He clearly didn't do anything, so how did he make another breakthrough? The two women could not see through Li Congxin at all. Why? Li Congxin himself shook his head helplessly. He had only taken a few steps when he broke the mirror and his cultivation reached the level of Grandmaster. I am speechless. Looking at Li Congxin's leisurely back, the two women stood there in a daze for a long time. But after Ren Hucheng returned to the house, he hurriedly wrote a letter, put it in a jade slip, crushed the jade slip, and turned into a ray of light and flew away from Iran Peak. He didn't know that his message was intercepted and checked at least 10 times while flying out of Taigan Holy Land. Then, Ren Hucheng took out 2 top-grade spiritual stones and held them in his hands. He sat cross-legged in front of the stove, cooking and practicing excitedly. Sunshine Holy Land. Let Li Shuang stand on the cliff. Her white clothes are more beautiful than the snow in the wind. She is so delicate and delicate, looking in the direction of Taigan Holy Land. Her beautiful face is full of melancholy. At this moment, a flash of spiritual light flew towards her, and she quickly reached out to catch it. The aura turned into a piece of letter paper in her hand. Ren Li Shuang quickly opened it. The first thing I saw was, "Sister, I can't come back." The first sentence on the letter made her tremble slightly, and she couldn't help but bite her lips tightly, and tears as clear as crystal burst out of her eyes. As she expected, her brother impulsively went to Taigan Holy Land for her, and ended up trapped somewhere. At this moment, he must be in the prison of Taigan Holy Land. With pear blossoms and rain in her eyes, she continued to look down. She was stunned again. Everyone was dumbfounded. "Sister, I can't come back. My brother-in-law gave me too much. I have decided not to be the Holy Son of Sunlight Holy Land. I want to stay in Iran Peak and work as a cook. This has a much better future. From now on, my mission is to take good care of my brother-in-law for you and make him eat well every meal. Anyway, I'm living a good life now. Don't worry about me or miss me. Also, my brother-in-law has 2 girls around him. One is extremely beautiful, and the other has an extraordinary temperament. In short, they seem to be not much inferior to you in terms of both looks and temperament. This makes me a little worried about you. If you can't hold my brother-in-law's heart, without this relationship, I'm afraid my brother-in-law might ask me to get out of Iran Peak at any time. So, why don't you come to Iran Peak and serve the young master with me?" Ren Li Shuang held the letter paper with a dull look on his handsome face. She stood gracefully in the wind, and at this moment, her heart, like her fluttering long hair, was in a mess in the wind. Late at night. After helping Li Congxin fall asleep, Chu Fij and Isusu also left. Li Congxin, wearing only a pair of shorts, lay comfortably on the bed. He was like a piece of beautiful jade, with a faint glow on his body. He closed his eyes gently, but he was not actually asleep. Instead, he was clearly experiencing the cultivation that was constantly growing in his body. Among these abilities, in addition to those gained from lying flatter, growing faster, there are also several benefits that come from leveling up with other characters, and the system has clear data displayed on them. Among them, Isusu and Chu Fij provided him with the most cultivation, followed by 17 spirit chickens, then 18 spirit fish, and the least was from his eldest brother-in-law. Cultivation plus 6,512. Cultivation plus 6,666. Cultivation plus 6,471. Suddenly, one of the things brought Li Congxin a lot of cultivation. The speed at which this cultivation level increases directly exceeds that gained by lying flat. Li Tsongxin was shocked. This sudden massive amount of cultivation came from the dragon and phoenix egg. When the night was deep and quiet, the dragon and phoenix egg also began to practice. He couldn't help but be surprised that an egg could bring him such a huge benefit. He had originally calculated that it would take 7 days to reach the Emperor realm, but at this rate, it would only take 3 days. Maybe it won't be used for 3 days. With a thought, he locked onto the target of the training. The location was a cave in the back mountain of Iran Peak. After learning the location of the dragon and phoenix eggs, Li Tsongxin did not make any move. It was the middle of the night and he was too lazy to move. No matter what kind of egg it is, it's his egg anyway. No one dares to steal on Iran Peak. Besides, his Iran Peak is not big, but it is not small either. It takes at least tens of thousands of steps to walk to the back mountain, right? Wouldn't that make people exhausted? Let it thrive under the nourishment of the spiritual energy of Iran Peak. Just at this moment. Hey! In Li Tsongxin's room, the space was forcibly broken by someone, and then a pair of big hands tore it open like a door curtain, and a head with a grin popped out. Dad, it's not good for you to spy on me like this. Li Tsongxin was not surprised and said calmly, you can't just do whatever you want just because you have great magical powers, right? That's not the case. Li Tianba directly denied it. He said, I'm just worried that you and the 2 little girls are doing something. Then he put his hands together and snapped them a few times, give Dad a grandson, so I said hey first. Only in front of Li Tsongxin, the extremely domineering emperor in the hearts of the people of the world would show such a gentle and somewhat obscene expression. Son, did Daddy disturb you? Li Tianba's tall and mighty figure stepped out of the space, wearing golden boots, imperial armor, and a dragon-patterned cloak fluttering in the wind. He looked like he was fully armed from toes to teeth, ready to go to war at any time. Dad is busy. In order to prepare for a new journey, Dad has to deploy troops and make various preparations. So I didn't have time to see you until midnight. He came to Li Tsongxin, who was lying on the bed, put his hands behind his back, bent his waist 90 degrees, and looked at him like a treasure. His fierce eyes were shining with divine light, scanning and measuring every inch of his body. What a big boy, he could actually resist the power of a holy weapon. It can also release terrifying sword intent that is thousands of feet high. This made Li Tianba happy the whole day and he is still excited now. Wow, my whole body is covered with supreme bones. This is incredible. It means I can repair myself infinitely. Hey, there are so many overlapping pupils. Your eyes are really amazing. They can see through the vanity of everything. Oh my goodness, the indestructible divine body of Thunder Sound Vajra. Hey, good fellow, it turns out that you are also the son of destiny and luck. Daddy caught that girl for you, it seems that she is just there to make you happy. Upon seeing it, Li Tianba became even more excited. After taking a deep breath, his eyes suddenly filled with tears. Son, Dad has been domineering all his life, but you chose to be low-key and steady. You are really a hidden talent. But you hid it too well before. It was so hard for me, your father, to keep it from you. A drop of tiger tear fell on Li Tsongxin's face. Just say, how could it be possible that the son of Li Tianba was a complete loser with 5 deficiencies in every aspect? He must be the most powerful genius in the world. Dad, your eyes are really vicious. Li Tsongxin couldn't help but praise. As expected of a world overlord and great emperor, he scanned him and saw through all his cards. Fortunately, no matter how powerful Dad is, he can't find out his true background and can't tell that he is a system carrier. As for these superficial trump cards, it doesn't matter. He never intended to hide them. With a system that refuses to admit defeat, there will only be more and more of them in the future. It is impolite not to reciprocate, so he used the eye of truth to observe Li Tianba. Character, Li Tianba. Cultivation level, Great Emperor Realm. Talents, Heavenly Grade Earth Spiritual Roots, Top Grade Fire Spiritual Roots. Physique, Extremely Dominant Great Burning Ancient Physique. Root Bone, Unparalleled Fighting Bone that looks down upon the stars. Kung Fu, Sky Domination Kung Fu, Heavenly King Divine Seal Kung Fu. Magical Powers, Sea Burning and Sky Destroying Palm, myriad sky-drawing fist, cloud-residing storm kick, lightning 5-strike whip, sea-changing land with one finger, 3-foot sword lightning sweeping the desolate world, one step to stain the blue sky with blood. Mighty. Li Tsongxin praised, this page, without a doubt, is a world-class 999 level big boss. Then he asked, Dad, you come to my place so late at night, is there anything else? Li Tianba's expression straightened up. Actually, Dad came to say goodbye to you. Tomorrow, Dad will start a new journey and prepare to go to the undefeated continent in the outer realm. With a look of relief, he said, now that I know you are not a waste but a super genius, I can go to the battle without any worries, Dad. Invincible continent. This name sounds more intimidating and oppressive than the Kanglan continent that you just destroyed. Looking at the ambitious Li Tianba, Li Tsongxin smiled slightly. He was a little worried. After all, there are always people who are better than you, and the universe is so vast, who dares to say that they are invincible? Who can say that they are undefeated? He suggested, Tianqing continent is wide and big enough, Dad, why don't we take a break and enjoy a peaceful life like me? Dad, I can't rest. As long as I don't find your mother, I will not stop fighting in the outer realms. Even if I have to slaughter people in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, I will find your mother. Li Tianba clenched his fists and his expression suddenly became cold and hard. My mother. Li Tsongxin, who was lying down, suddenly sat up. In the memory of this body of his, Li Tianba had told him before that his mother died of dystocia when he was born. Also, she and Li Tianqin and Li Yusin are not from the same mother. The two sisters have their own origins, and their backgrounds are extremely mysterious and powerful. I used to think you were weak, and I was afraid you would feel helpless and hopeless after knowing it, so I kept it a secret from you. But now I know you will become a peerless genius, so there is no need to hide it anymore. Recalling the past, a hint of shyness suddenly appeared on Li Tianba's mighty and domineering face. More than 10 years ago, Li Tianba encountered an interstellar war while searching for treasure in the outside world. However, when he arrived, the battle had already ended. All he saw were endless corpses and a pool of blood that had turned into an endless ocean. No one knew who was so powerful and so crazy. When he looked around, he saw billions of corpses in that world, including many quasi-emperors and even a few emperors. There was no one left alive. Just then, he heard a woman's cries coming from under a mountain of corpses. Out of curiosity, Li Tianba went there and split the huge mountain of corpses formed by millions of corpses with one palm, and then dug out a dirty woman from the mud turned into flesh and blood. At that moment, Li Tianba's love came. At that time, the woman was covered in mud and blood, her clothes were torn and tattered, and she looked like a beggar. It was impossible to tell whether she was beautiful or ugly. Li Tianba thought he was saving a weak woman. But he didn't know that the endless sea of blood and billions of corpses he saw were created by this woman in her rage. The woman who had gone mad for some unknown reason, screamed and roared, and pushed him directly into the bloody mud, and then ripped off his imperial robe. Having said this, Emperor Heba lowered his head and shyly played with his fingers like a little girl. Li Tsongxin, who has always been calm, was full of exaggeration. Dad, that woman can actually force you. In the mountain of corpses and sea of blood, the overlord forced himself on you, a powerful emperor. Ahem. Li Tianba's old face turned red. Your mother is too strong, and my father really had no power to resist at that time. That's my mother. Li Tsongxin was sweating in his heart. Li Tianba nodded. Yes, that was the first time Dad and your mother met. Afterwards, Li Tianba collapsed in a pool of blood and flesh, and the woman walked away and disappeared without a trace. Then, Li Tianba also returned to the god-killing peak of Taigan Holy Land in Tianqing continent. The great emperor was raped by an unknown crazy woman. He didn't even know what the crazy woman looked like until the end. Li Tianba had planned to keep this shameful thing hidden in his heart for the rest of his life. Until a year later, a woman with black hair in a bun, a pair of moon-like eyes as clear as autumn water, a natural and powerful look, and a beauty so beautiful that she could be called peerless appeared. With a flick of her finger, she flicked open the spatial laws of the Tianqing continent and landed in front of Li Tianba. She was holding a 2-month-old baby in her arms. The woman told Li Tianba that it was their child. Of course Li Tianba didn't believe that a fairy from outer space came to deliver a child. But once the bloodline was verified, the child was indeed his. That's how I got here. After hearing this, Li Congxin could only exclaim inwardly, exciting. A shot in a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, oh no, it was a promise of love, and the shot gave birth to him. The love of his parents is really legendary. So exciting. Dad was also surprised at that time. Li Tianba chuckled and said, so I was furious and scolded you, you stinky bitch, why didn't you come to me until after you gave birth to your son? Then. Ahem. Li Tianba showed that shy expression again. Then, the woman grabbed him by the collar and pulled him up to the god-slaying peak, and then the overlord forced his bow once more. The woman moved into the Taigan Holy Land. But the happy time of the family of three lasted only 7 days. 7 days later, although the woman was reluctant to leave, she still left decisively. When she left, she only told Li Tianba that she hoped their child would be healthy and safe throughout his life, without worries, and that everything would go as they wished, so she named the child Li Congxin. Also, during these few days in Tianqin continent, she also prepared 3 gifts for Li Congxin. From then on, the infatuated Li Tianba began his journey to find his wife. But his search for a wife was blocked at the very beginning. Because no matter what world it is, only those who are strong enough and have strong fists will be qualified to ask for directions and have the opportunity to explore in depth. So he began to conquer foreign lands frantically. He searched in each world, and since other worlds did not allow him, an outsider, to enter, he would fight in each world one by one. It turns out that my father fought all over the world for my mother. Li Congxin finally knew. Etc. Suddenly he asked again, Dad, didn't you say that my mother prepared 3 gifts for me before she left? Where's the gift? This. Li Tianba looked embarrassed, your mother is very powerful. I don't even know what she has prepared for you. Anyway, she said that when the time comes, it will appear naturally. The father and son chatted for half the night. Seeing that the sky was getting light, Li Tianba, who was sitting on the edge of the bed, stood up and said, Son, remember your mother's name. Her name is Xue Tianyao. He smiled and said, Dad went to fight. After saying that, he waved his sleeves to clear the space, and the men got into the crack of time and space. Yes, they are all from the Tian family. I remember that. Looking at the space-time cracks that were gradually merging, Li felt a warm feeling on his face. A hero will risk his life for a beauty, a tyrant will kill all the people for a woman. This kind of friendship is truly moving. I couldn't help but feel touched. At the same time, he recalled the story Li Tianba told him, burning a world in one fell swoop, slaughtering hundreds of billions of lives, including many quasi-emperors and great emperors. With ease, he can beat Li Tianba without any restrictions. How powerful must my mother be? Li Congxin couldn't help but mutter to himself, it turns out that my background is so powerful that even I don't know the bottom of it. Li Congxin was delighted. After listening to his father's love story, the system seemed a little speechless, and felt that it was a little bit weak again. A cool breeze blew into the room. Li Congxin shuddered slightly and deliberately said, System, my mother is so violent. What if she gets upset and wants to beat her son to vent her anger? Bite. The system is being upgraded, the upgrade failed, the upgrade failed, the upgrade failed. The 280th upgrade, the system upgrade was successful. Tip, you have opened the absolute realm. Tip, this system is currently in a slightly seriously injured state, but it doesn't matter much. It can still serve the host to the best of its ability. The map is loading. Tip, this room has been loaded into the host's absolute domain. Reminder, Iran Peak has been loaded into the host's absolute domain. Tip, Taigan Holy Land has been loaded into the host's absolute domain. As expected, it can't be provoked. Once provoked, it gets angry. Li Congxin, who deliberately experimented, thought to himself, but actually he didn't care much and just asked casually, what is the absolute realm? The system's answer was sonorous and powerful, in your absolute domain, you are the absolute God, absolutely invincible. This is really good. Li Congxin praised. He turned over comfortably, this way, I can sleep with my back to the sky and my head covered, without having to worry about any strong person being able to plot against me or stab me in the back. It seems that people have worked so hard to upgrade just so that you can sleep without fear of being backstabbed. Li Tsongxin lay comfortably. System, you've injured yourself by upgrading. Take it easy, be careful not to break down. Host cares about this system. Don't worry, this system is getting stronger and stronger, its self-repair ability is already super strong, and it won't die, it will recover in no time. Ding. The lottery is in progress. You have won 999999999 top-grade spirit stones. Ding. The lottery is in progress. You have won 999999999 longevity pills. Li Tsongxin was already numb, and said calmly, sooner or later you will destroy yourself. As long as the host is alive, I will not die. I will always be with the host. Ding, you have used 999999999 longevity pills. Host's current lifespan, 9.9 billion years. Li Tsongxin's mouth twitched slightly. It's over. His idea of dying at the age of 20 was completely shattered. Now not only can I not spend all the money, I can't die either. Other cultivators were so excited about their 100-year lifespan that they kowtowed and bowed, but he was instantly made 9.9 billion years old. I ask, what is the difference between this and the end of time and eternal life? The sky is just getting light and the morning sun is rising. Boom. Crack, crack, crack. Above the Taigan Holy Land, two powerful quasi-emperors were seen transforming into gigantic bodies, as if tearing the sky apart. The sky, which was dyed purple and red by the rays of light under the morning sun, was torn open, a huge space-time crack that was hundreds of miles long. Boom. Rolling red clouds emerged, covering the sky and the earth. In the clouds and mist, densely packed banners with the word Ba were fluttering, and thunderous drums vibrated. The clouds and mist were filled with powerful men with blazing auras, including Quasi-Emperor, Martial Saint, Martial Emperor, Grand Master. The leader of the group, he stood with swords in both hands and looked down upon the world. His aura shook the world and commanded the sky. He was the most hegemonic emperor, Li Tianba. The years are buried, the heaven and the earth are ruined, no matter how miserable the mountains and rivers are, I have no pity. The white hair is stained with blood, and we say goodbye to each other, the mournful mother cries, and the children are separated, look at the girl lamenting in the pool of blood. Fight, let the world turn into a tragic picture. War. Hold hands and move forward, shatter the sky. War. The man is so angry that he is stained with billions of blood in the black abyss. War. Crush everything and no one can save it. War. Fight, fight, fight. At this moment, countless Taigan Holy Land disciples were on the ground, their faces full of glory and excitement, and they were shouting and singing in unison. This is the war song of Taigan Holy Land. It is the war song of the Shifang dynasty. It is now the war song of the entire Tianqin continent. Invincible continent, the journey begins. As Li Tianba shouted, boom. The huge team drove into the space-time rift and disappeared into the morning glow. So crazy. Li Tsongxin in the room looked out the window, watching his father leave. Listening to the war songs coming from the Holy Land, he was also slightly shocked. What compassion, what mercy, what benevolence, all go to hell. Internally, we are united and support each other. Externally, I am militant and I will do it. This battle song also depicts a cruel world where the strong are respected and the weak can only be slaughtered, showing the tyranny, ruthlessness, and cold-bloodedness to the extreme. No wonder his father is called the Great Emperor. In the eyes of the world, he is definitely a big devil and a big villain. Cousin, cousin. The sound of a coquettish clip came, and Isusu rushed into the house. Where are you going? Li Tsongxin lazily lay on the bed and asked, are you going to fight in foreign lands too? But Dad and the others are gone. Besides, your strength level is not yet qualified to participate in the battle in the outer domain. I saw that Isusu was wearing a green dress that wrapped her body to the fullest, with a belt tightly tied around her slender waist, a neat ponytail on her head, a long whip rolled into a circle hanging around her waist, and a magic sword on her back. She looked like a beautiful woman walking in the Gobi Desert, with a sword and bow as her pillow, looking heroic. I also want to see the wonderful world outside, but my uncle won't take me with him. Isuzu made a helpless expression. She put her face close to Li Congxin and smiled brightly, like a sunflower. I'm here to ask you for a day off. I can't help you soak the water and warm the bed today. Why? The deep-sea secret realm is open today. It is rumored that this secret realm contains many natural treasures that can help people rise against the sky. I have to participate. Oh, I see. Li Congxin knew about it. He thought to himself, I am the best choice to help you rise against the sky. With me, why would you bother to venture into secret realms? How about you go too? Isuzu suggested, patting his chest. Don't worry, Susu is here to protect my cousin. Not interested. Li Congxin refused without hesitation. I glanced at the sky outside. It was only 6 o'clock in the morning, right? For someone who didn't have to go to school or work, this was the most enjoyable time to stay in bed. Regardless of mind or body. So, at least he has to sleep for 4 hours. Buzz. With a thought, a red spear with an even more domineering appearance and containing powerful killing power appeared and stood at the head of the bed. One of the 3 holy weapons given by his master, the Emperor Killing Spear. Said, take this weapon to defend yourself. Holy weapon. Isuzu looked shocked. Sacred weapons are extremely powerful weapons in the Tianqin continent. Even in Taigan Holy Land, there are not many of them. Only those with quasi-emperor level possess them. She, the sweet girl of heaven, only uses heavenly weapons. Thank you, cousin. I couldn't help but be overjoyed. With this weapon, she was more confident during this trip to the secret realm. Ding, you gifted Yisu an Emperor Killing War Spear, which triggers a 1,000-fold rebate and gets 1,000 Emperor Killing War Spears. Tip, you will get 10 puppet dolls in the lottery. Li Congxin was surprised. Rebates are rebates. Why is there another prize? I scanned it with my spiritual sense and found that there were 10 more dolls in the warehouse. They were all made according to his appearance. They were lifelike. Their appearance and shape were quite kawaii, and their colors were different. This system, apart from being fragile, is unexpectedly quite girly. I asked myself, what is this used for? A puppet doll is equivalent to a clone of the host. The host only needs to put the puppet doll on another person, and the host's clone can appear at any time wherever the person is. The host can use his spiritual consciousness to control the clone, and the clone has the same strength and ability as the host. Knowing that Li Congxin was lazy, the system created a puppet clone for him to act on his behalf. Controlling the clone with the mind, this should be very brain-intensive, right? But Li Congxin was so lazy that the system couldn't imagine it. When I lie down, not only my body is too lazy to move, but I also want to completely empty my mind. This system can help the host control the clone. But if it is controlled by the system, the clone is completely a walking corpse. It can only fight for the host, but cannot replace the host's thoughts, cannot speak, and cannot perform other actions. All right, thank you. Seeing the system's enthusiasm, Li Congxin took out a puppet doll and said, cousin, come here, I'll give you a doll. Wow, that's so cute. There was a look of surprise in Isuzu's big eyes. She was happier than getting a holy weapon, and she quickly put the doll carefully into the purse hanging around her waist. Seeing that the doll looked exactly like Li Congxin, she just thought that it was her cousin trying to cheer her up, or even giving her a token of love. Ding, you gave 1 puppet doll to Isuzu, triggering a 1,000-fold rebate, and you got 1,000 puppet dolls. Is this also a rebate? Li Congxin thought in his mind, this thing is not a consumable. Unlimited gifts and unlimited rebates. If the world is full of my puppets, wouldn't it mean that there can be clones of me everywhere? System, is there a bug in this? Everything is normal. Nothing wrong. Okay, whatever you want. Li Congxin didn't care. He was so exhausted in his last life that he yawned. It seemed like he couldn't get enough sleep in this life. Go, I want to take a nap. Goodbye, cousin. Susu will definitely snatch back all the best materials and treasures in the secret realm for you. Isuzu left happily. Taigan Holy Land, in the square. Hundreds of young disciples gathered together, looking excited and gearing up. At this time, a crane with snow-white feathers flew out from a peak and glided gracefully towards the square. When they flew over the square, they discovered that the crane with its wings spread was extremely huge, and its silhouette covered half of the square. Elder Crane is here. Looking at the crane standing elegantly in the square with its snow-white neck raised, the disciples shouted excitedly. Looking over, they saw a beautiful girl standing on top of the crane. They were all shocked again. This time Miss Susu will also go to the deep-sea secret realm with us to participate in the treasure hunt. This invincible talent, among the 3 most unique talents in the world, is our Tagensheng's treasure, which is second only to the young master's precious treasure, so we must protect it. It's necessary. You know, Miss Susu is still our young master's true love. Ah. Isn't the young master's fiancée Renbing Xue, the most beautiful saint of the Sun Holy Land, one of the 3 wonders? Oh no, she has changed her name to Ren Lishuang for the young master. What do you know? The young master's fiancée was betrothed to our Holy Lord by the Holy Lord of the Sun Holy Land. Seeing that she was pretty, our Holy Lord thought that he would not suffer any loss, so he agreed. But the young master actually likes Miss Susu. They grew up together as childhood sweethearts. So, Miss Susu is our future legitimate young master's wife. Then we must protect her even better. Of course. A disciple said proudly, even if we all die, we must ensure that Miss Susu does not suffer any harm. However, another disciple looked puzzled, but I heard that the Holy Lord captured a girl of destiny for the young master in the outer world. She is so beautiful that she is bubbling. Isn't she going to be the young master's wife? Hey, why are you worrying so much? Isn't it strange that I, the young master of Taigan Holy Land and the future successor of the entire Tianqing continent, have several wives? That must be normal. Brothers, let's go. If we delay any longer, Elder Xianhe will be angry. Yasusu's face turned red with happiness, and he touched the doll in his purse. Okay. All the disciples flew onto the crane one after another. With an ethereal crane cry, the crane penetrated the clouds and flew away. Buzz. Buzz. Thousands of meters above the ground, 2 spiritual ships were slowly driving side by side towards the secret realm of the deep sea. Each ship was crowded with more than 100 people. At the tip of the 2 ships stood a young man with fluttering clothes and extraordinary temperament. He was also a peerless genius in the eyes of the world. The 2 looked at each other in the air, still smiling and nodding in greeting. Xiao Zhan, the holy son of fallen dragon Holy Land. Yi Feng, the holy son of Luofeng Holy Land. The 2 have become friends since they were lucky enough to get back from Taigan Holy Land last time. A pair of brothers in need. This time the treasure hunt in the secret realm, their 2 holy places also participated. In addition, many small forces and casual cultivators also participated in this secret realm treasure hunt. The cultivation level has not reached the master level and cannot fly with swords. At this moment, looking at some small sect disciples or casual cultivators running on foot or on horseback on the ground, the disciples of Falling Dragon Holy Land and Falling Phoenix Holy Land in the sky can't help but show pride. Somewhat complacent. This is the gap. They come from the Holy Land. Even if it is a holy land that has fallen into decline, they are still aloof and beyond the reach of ordinary cultivators in the world. In the cultivation world, you are still riding a horse. Is this spiritual power turning into a horse? Haha, too low level. I don't know these people. I really don't know them. Ha ha ha. Just as I was laughing at the people on the ground, boom. They only felt the sky and the earth darken, and a huge crane flew over the 2 spiritual ships. The powerful airflow caused by breaking through the air was enough to split the vast ocean, and the impact directly caused the 2 spiritual ships to stop operating on the spot, like 2 planes that had stalled, and they plunged directly into the ground. The disciples of the 2 holy places were terrified and flew in all directions in the air as if they had jumped out of a car. Boom. The 2 spiritual ships were stuck in the ground and exploded directly. The corners of their mouths twitched wildly as the disciples of the 2 holy lands watched the giant crane flying through the air with its wings 100 meters long, and then falling back to the ground in a state of embarrassment. The pride he had just now were gone, replaced by a look of fascination and envy. But they weren't angry either. Because they are all used to it. Numb. This world is the territory of Taigan Holy Land. When disciples of Taigan Holy Land go out, do they need to look at the road? It must be a rampage. Taigan Holy Land did not deprive them of the qualification to go to the secret realm to seize the treasure, which was considered extremely merciful. On Iran Peak, Chu Fij bent over and moved her hips, pruning the branches and leaves of the flowers and plants by the spiritual pond. Under the hazy aura, her figure became more graceful and moving. Li Tsongxin, with his hands behind his back, strolled leisurely beside her, not only admiring the flowers and the scenery, but also listening to the flying songs. I'm just free anyway. Master, the soup is cold. Try it. It's guaranteed to be delicious. Ren Huchong, with a smile on his face, held a tray in both hands. He followed Li Tsongxin wherever he went. On the plate was the rich soup that he had prepared early in the morning. Boom. A ray of light from the rising star frightened Ren Huchong so much that he leaned back and almost dropped his bowl of soup. While strolling, Li Tsongxin made another breakthrough. The so-called deep-sea secret realm is not above the sea. The entrance is not located in a mountain with millions of peaks. Entrance to the secret realm. The proud big crane stood gracefully with its snow-white neck raised. Are you going to turn it on? It's almost time. This secret realm is locked by the rules of heaven and earth. Only people below the Grandmaster level can enter. If so, Elder Xianhe will not be able to go in and protect us. What are you afraid of? Since only cultivators below the master level are allowed to enter, the danger inside will definitely not be too great. The disciples of Taigan Holy Land were in high spirits, just waiting for the door to the secret realm to open. The others stood at the back obediently, waiting for the people from Taigan Holy Land to go in first. Xiao Zhan and Yifeng whispered to each other. After entering the secret realm, we will definitely not be with the people from Taigan Holy Land. Yes, I understand. If we stay with them again, we will just work for them. The hard work and dangerous work are all ours. In the end, all the treasures will be theirs. So, we have to make our own way. The secret realm of the deep sea is only opened after 10,000 years. It is rumored that there are a lot of treasures inside. This time, if the opportunity comes, it may be the day for you and me to soar into the sky. We have to seize the moment. Both of them looked excited. Having double pupils is an invincible path, and having supreme bones is even more invincible. Today, their trip to the secret realm of the deep sea might be the beginning of their rise against the sky. Buzz. At this moment, the space here fluctuated, and a soft white light flashed on the mirror-like secret door in front, which was erected between two mountains. Upon seeing this light, the crane determined the safety factor and uttered an ethereal and pleasant voice, "Everyone go in." According to the level of the secret realm, the light released by the secret realm door is divided into 5 colors: white, purple, red, black, and gold. The color represents the degree of danger of this secret realm. White has the lowest risk factor and is suitable for practitioners below the master level. The disciples of Taigan Holy Land automatically formed a formation to protect the young master's wife, surrounded Yususu in the center, and entered the mirror light door together. Walk. Seeing that all the disciples from Taigan Holy Land had entered, Xiao Zhan and Yifeng made moves. Disciples from Falling Dragon Holy Land and Falling Phoenix Holy Land also entered one after another. A group of small sects and casual cultivators were left. Hey! It's too difficult. After a while, people from Taigan Holy Land searched it again, and people from Shuilong Holy Land and Luofeng Holy Land cleaned it again. We probably won't get much benefit. Yeah, you can't even pick up shit to eat. Don't be so pessimistic. Maybe you'll be lucky enough to catch something. I won't expect to find a bargain, but I'll see if I can find something that the disciples of the Holy Land look down upon. What they consider to be trash may be treasures that we have never even seen. Keep up, keep up. Small sects and independent practitioners also entered. The door to a secret realm vividly demonstrates the high and low class status of people in a world, and the uneven distribution of wealth that results from it. Buzz. Just after everyone entered, the space here suddenly fluctuated violently. Boom. An aggressive purple light suddenly emanated from the door to the secret realm. Not good. The secret realm has been upgraded. Seeing this, the escorting elders from various factions were all shocked. What's going on? With a puzzled cry, the big white crane transformed into a beautiful woman in a white feather-long dress under the colorful glass fluorescence. The purple light represents a level of danger that belongs to the secret realm of the Grand Master and Grand Master levels. How could this be? The crane frowned. Not knowing why, but without thinking, her brows turned cold, and she slapped the door to the secret realm directly with her palm, intending to shatter it. Because this level of secret realm is beyond the capabilities of the disciples who enter. Boom. An extremely dazzling bright red light shone from the door to the secret realm. This palm strike caused the ground around the secret realm door to explode, but the secret realm door was not damaged. The crane was also shocked. The secret realm has been upgraded again. The red light represents the level of the Imperial realm. How can a group of disciples below the Grandmaster level, the strongest among them only at the peak of Martial King level, deal with the terrifying things at the Martial Emperor level? Zheng. With a long, high-pitched cry, she flew into the air, and her arms and feather sleeves fluttered. Thousands of long feathers emerged from her body, transforming into sharp swords all over the sky, bombarding towards the door to the secret realm. The people from the various factions below were so frightened that they fled in all directions. This blow is like thousands of falling stars, capable of destroying an entire land. Under the bombing, several mountains surrounding the secret realm gate were razed to the ground in an instant. Boom. Faced with the powerful bombardment, a sharp black light suddenly rose up from the undamaged door to the secret realm in resistance. The crane's face was icy and beautiful. The secret realm has been upgraded again. Black light is a secret realm belonging to the powerful saints. She is at the Martial Saint realm. This level is already on the same level as her, so she can no longer break open this door. For a moment, she was a little confused. In this secret realm, there are not only hundreds of fresh blood from Taigan Holy Land, but also a beautiful girl from the Holy Land, and this girl is also the young master's childhood sweetheart. If anything goes wrong, call her the escort elder. How to explain? Call out. Boo-hoo-hoo. The door to the secret realm was smashed to pieces by the crane. At this moment, it seemed like another world, with figures one after another appearing out of thin air. Yasusu and others are already in the secret realm. I don't know anything about the situation outside. Is this the legendary deep-sea secret realm that contains many genius treasures? The vast sea looks empty at first glance. There is not even a trace of spiritual energy floating in the space. There is nothing. Everyone was floating in the void with blank faces, and beneath them was an endless sea. The sea surface is as calm as a mirror. Quiet. Very quiet. The quieter it is in a place like this for adventure and treasure hunting, the more frightening it will be. I don't know what's weird about it. Be careful anyway. Xiao Zhan and Yifeng winked at each other and slowly drifted away, deliberately staying far away from the people in Taigan Holy Land. The two of them are invincible geniuses, and of course they don't want to go on this trip to serve as wedding dresses for the people of Taigan Holy Land. Follow the sun. Share the blessings together and bear the difficulties together. The disciples from Falling Dragon Holy Land and Falling Phoenix Holy Land immediately followed Xiang and the two. After gathering together, they all stretched their necks and began to look around. There's something down there. The people in Taigan Holy Land here are obviously more sensitive. The movements and reactions were also extremely fast, and they all formed a defensive posture at the same time. In contrast, the gap between a regular team and a no-name team was instantly revealed. The calm water surface began to ripple, and the ripples became larger and more violent. The sea surface turned into a turbulent and vast ocean in an instant. TSK. Shikacha. Strong light flashed continuously, accompanied by countless electric explosions. What makes the sea surface fluctuate violently is not water ripples, but a powerful current. The entire sea turned into a sea of thunder. Everyone looked horrified. In the ocean of thunder and lightning, black monsters as huge as ancient elephants emerged, with thunder patterns all over their bodies and electric currents wrapped around them. At a glance, the sea is densely packed with huge monsters. This sea is already extremely cold. What kind of fish is this? It's not a fish, it looks like a snake. Looking at the huge monsters that turned the entire sea into a sea of thunder, everyone felt their bones go cold and their muscles went numb, and a creepy shudder arose in their hearts. Suddenly someone shouted, "This is the Thunder Sea electric eel." Hearing this, everyone was even more shocked. No way. Isn't this monster only found in the heavenly thunder pool of Thunder Sea Holy Land that has long been destroyed by Taigan Holy Land? How come it appears in this secret realm? One Thunder Sea electric eel of this size is enough to kill a powerful grandmaster in an instant. Even if a grandmaster encounters it, he must avoid its sharp edge. Are you kidding me? How can our strongest warrior king fight against such a powerful monster? In groups, it is said that these creatures can burn an entire imperial army to ashes. Is this a mistake? Have we entered the wrong secret realm? The instinctive reaction was to leave this place immediately. Everyone looked around, but the door to the entrance of the secret realm had disappeared and they were completely trapped in the secret realm. Hold your breath and don't draw their attention. Quick. Obviously, this method has no effect. Boom. 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 Deep-sea electric eels as big as ancient elephants have leaped out of the sea, with thick electric currents wrapped around their bodies. They emit terrifying bright light in the air and rush towards the people in the secret realm. Set up the formation. Keep Miss Susu in the middle. The disciples of Taigan Holy Land all had stern expressions. Each of them had a Xuanping spirit sword in his hand, and raised one hand high at the same time. The spiritual energy released from the sword continued to connect and turned into a strong protective formation. Like a cage, it covers everyone. Set up the formation quickly. Xiaozhan and Yifeng had also sacrificed an upper-grade yellow spirit sword and kept shouting. The disciples of Falling Dragon Holy Land and Falling Phoenix Holy Land quickly took out their mortal iron swords and set up defensive formations in panic. Oh my god. Ah. Who will save me? As for the disciples and casual cultivators of the small sects, facing this powerful monster that was not on the same level at all, at this moment, they were like a group of turtles in a jar. In addition to panic, they could only scream in horror. Boom. Boom. The moment he was hit by those leaping Thunder Sea electric eels, it was like being hit by tens of millions of volts of ultra-high voltage electricity, and it turned into powder in the air without even a blood mist. Instantly grayed out. All the disciples and casual cultivators of the small sect were wiped out on the spot. Boom. 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 Under the impact of the deep-sea electric eels, the expressions of the Taigan Holy Land disciples who had resisted several times turned livid. They gritted their teeth and continued to release spiritual power to repair the cracks in the defensive formation. This side. Boom. In the loud noise, the defensive formations of Falling Dragon Holy Land and Falling Phoenix Holy Land were blown to pieces and disintegrated. Can't bear it. It's completely a dimensionality reduction attack. The disciples of the two Holy Lands could only look helplessly at the Taigan Holy Land people who were thousands of meters away, wanting to seek shelter, but it was already too late. Faced with the monster that exploded, despair shot out from their eyes. Light. Boom. Boom. Together with Xiaozhan and Yifeng, everyone in Falling Dragon Holy Land and Falling Phoenix Holy Land were turned into powder by the deep-sea electric eels. In a cloud of ashes, only a complete bone and two eyeballs remained of the group from the two Holy Lands, and they flew into the turbulent sea. For a moment, only a group of disciples from Taigan Holy Land were left in the secret realm. The ancient elephant was huge, and thousands of deep-sea electric eels, carrying thick electric lights, rushed towards the people of Taigan Holy Land from all directions. This scene made everyone look shocked. The door to the secret realm is closed. These monsters are constantly attacking us crazily. If this continues, I'm afraid we won't be able to hold out for much longer. Are we all going to die here today? No. Brothers, shout out the battle song. Fight. Time has passed, the world is in ruins, and I will soar into the sky with my rage. Boom. 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 Facing the continuous attack of the deep-sea electric eels, the disciples roared in anger, their faces were determined, and they resisted tenaciously. Hold on for me. I will have to wait until I become stronger to conquer the outside world with the Holy Lord, and I will also have to support the Holy Sun to unify the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Yes, we can't die yet. Give it to me. Don't think too far ahead. If you can't even protect the future young master's wife, how can you have the face to support the young master? Looking at the senior brothers around him, Yususu, who had been guarded in the center of the formation, looked moved and twitched his sour little nose. With unity, and faith, how can such a holy land like Taigen not dominate the world? Brothers, I will fight alongside you. With the delicate and melodious voice, she flew into the air. Raising one arm high in the air, he made a fighting posture. In his bright wrist, a red war spear released with overwhelming killing power appeared. The stunning appearance of the war spear made everyone's eyes light up. The spear was 1 foot and 8 inches long, and its 8-inch tip shone with an aggressive cold light. Kill! With a scream, Yususu held the emperor-killing war spear in his hand and struck it down with all his strength. The spear peak burst out with cold light, and at this moment, it was as if thousands of stars in the vast universe suddenly burst into light, releasing explosive light. The war spear seemed to have gathered the power of thousands of stars. The power that burst out from the war spear surprised Yususu himself. Boom! When the war spear hit, thousands of killing rays burst out from the tip of the spear. Thousands of Thundersea electric eels flying into the air were all penetrated by the killing rays, and blood exploded in the air at the same time. Bang bang bang. Like fried fish, huge bodies fell into the turbulent sea. The disciples of Taigen Holy Land all opened their mouths and shouted in shock. Immediately, everyone became excited again. Killing so many deep-sea electric eels in one blow, Miss Susu is so powerful. It's so strong. It's truly an incomparable talent. It's beyond my reach. It's really beyond our reach. Hiss. Some people were also shocked, but her weapon is also. This is a top-grade weapon. No. I'm afraid even a top-grade weapon wouldn't be this powerful. Ahem, no matter what, Miss Susu is in charge now, and everything will be under her command. In short, they never expected that the young master's wife, whom they had always sworn to protect, would actually save them. While everyone was excited, they were also a little embarrassed. It turns out, we are all clowns. Wow. Yususu was also shocked, looking at the emperor-killing spear in his hand. Sacred weapon, it's really powerful. Fortunately, her cousin had the foresight to give her a holy weapon for self-defense. Fortunately, I had this emperor-killing spear given by my cousin, otherwise, we would all have died here today. Thank you, cousin, for saving my life. There was a burst of gratitude in her heart, and a look of affirmation on her face. From now on, she would live for her cousin, die for him, and serve her cousin all her life. Boom. At this moment, the sea of thunderous waves exploded. Hold head high. A roar of a huge beast shook the whole world and shook violently. Click, click, click. That powerful voice shook the defensive formation set up by the disciples of Taigen Holy Land until it was filled with cracks and quickly disintegrated without any resistance. Following the huge waves that exploded, mixed with the roaring sound that shocked the soul, a huge creature rose up from the sea. The giant thing stood up like a huge cobra. The sea waterfalls from its huge body like waterfalls. Looking at it, everyone took a breath of cold air. In front, I saw a dark body covered with dense thunder patterns, with human-sized electric light surrounding the body. It was a giant Thundersea electric eel that was 100 feet high. This is only half of its body. There is still half of it, which is still sinking in the sea. The standing Thundersea electric eel looked at the disciples of Taigen Holy Land. Those two eyes, like the full moon hanging in the sky, directly exploded with terrifying thunder. Exclamation point. Everyone's expressions were full of shock. This is a deep-sea electric eel with a lifespan of more than 10,000 years. Those shark-sized ones before, should they all be the descendants of this big guy? Such a behemoth, its pressure can crush us. Just the thunder that burst out from the eyes of the Thundersea electric eel was enough to shatter the people present. Amidst the screams, the Taigen Holy Land disciples standing in the void felt a little chilled in their hearts. They all shouted, "What level? We are not worthy of it." At this level, let alone them, if a Grandmaster came, they would be killed instantly. Even if the martial emperor came, he would run away immediately after taking a look. I am only a martial king, how can I be so worthy as to alarm a monster of this level? I'm only at the 9th level of the soul-shaping realm, and I haven't even broken through to the martial king realm yet. The gap was too huge, coupled with the strong visual shock. No matter how brave and fearless they were, their expressions were extremely nervous at this moment. In the face of absolute power, no matter how morale-boosting a war song is, it is useless. Yasusu was also nervous. In that attack just now, she had almost used up all her strength. If she faced this electric eel that was probably more than 10 times more powerful, she would not have the slightest confidence even with a holy weapon in her hand. A 10,000-year-old demon beast was far beyond her killing range. But she didn't hesitate. Because here, she is the strongest at the peak of the martial king realm. The rule of Taigen Holy Land is that the strong must protect the weak. When faced with danger, whoever is strong will stand in front. With her aura released, Isusu's clothes fluttered, her hair flying, and her pretty face looked firm. In the void, he quickly rushed towards the Thunder Sea electric eel. Holding the Emperor-killing war spear tightly in his hand, the spiritual power in his body was injected into the war spear crazily, and almost all the power was released at once. When he was only 30 meters away from the Thunder Sea electric eel, he shouted softly, "Kill!" Raising his snow-white wrist, he threw the Emperor-killing battle spear towards the head of the Thunder Sea electric eel. This thing was wrapped in electric light, and she didn't dare to get close. Besides, the Thunder Sea electric eel is huge, and its target is also huge. It will definitely not be able to dodge such a close-range attack. Wow! The Emperor-killing spear turned into a sharp murderous light, instantly piercing through layers of void and shooting towards the raised head of the Thunder Sea electric eel. The killing power of holy weapons should never be underestimated. But the electric eel had no intention of dodging. It opened its bloody mouth and spit out a round thunder. Boom. The Emperor-killing spear blew up the lightning, but it changed direction and was blown back towards Yasusu. A murderous ray that was 100 times more powerful than what Yasusu threw suddenly appeared. Yasusu's beautiful eyes were stunned. There was no time to hide. "Junior sister, be careful." The other disciples shouted, but it was too late to help. At this moment, the scene of the next second has even emerged in his mind. Under the attack of the Emperor-killing spear that was counterattacked, Yasusu was broken into pieces, her soul was destroyed, and she died on the spot. Inside, I was extremely desperate. If the young master's childhood sweetheart dies in front of them, even if they follow him to death, they will be sorry for the sect and the young master. Buzz. A wave of space. A man's hand stretched out from Yasusu's chest, click. He forcefully grabbed the tip of the Emperor-killing war spear that came back. With a pinch of 5 fingers, all the killing power on the Emperor-killing spear was suppressed. Then. Ha! Amidst a long yawn, a lazy-looking young man walked out of Isusu's body. This sudden change made Isusu stunned on the spot. The disciples of Taigen Holy Land were also stunned on the spot. Even the huge deep-sea electric eel had a stunned expression. "Young master, it's young master." Soon, the disciples became excited and shocked again. How did the young master come out of Miss Susu's body? This is too powerful. What kind of magic is used? The young man who caught the weapon with his bare hands was Li Tsongxin. He possesses the indestructible body of Thunder Sound Vajra, and even holy weapons cannot hurt him. In the eyes of outsiders, Li Tsongxin walked out of Yasusu's body, but in fact, he walked out of the puppet doll in her body. Turning back, he smiled at Yasusu and said, "Girl, if you are not absolutely sure about the food, don't throw it away carelessly." He handed the Emperor-killing spear back to her. Yasusu took the Emperor-killing spear, looked at Li Tsongxin stupidly with her cute big eyes, and nodded stupidly. She hasn't reacted yet. Li Tsongxin touched her nose with his finger. Then, he looked at the electric eel again, and the expression on his face disappeared instantly, without even a trace of expression, and it became a cold and wooden face without any emotion. Hold head high. The attack was blocked, and the Thunder Sea electric eel became furious. It shook its huge body while roaring, and tens of thousands of thunders burst out of its eyes. It's going to attack. The disciples shouted, "Young master, please get out of here." Although they knew that Li Tsongxin, who could catch the sharp blade of a holy weapon with his bare hands, was definitely very powerful and could not be the loser they had previously thought, they still flew towards Li Tsongxin without hesitation, determined to stand in front of him until their death. Be careful, cousin. The same happened to Izuzu, who woke up in shock, but she didn't have time to move. Boom. A sword intent was already rushing out of Li Congxin's body. He did not move at all. The sword intent, which was hundreds of feet long, released a murderous force and slashed towards the angry electric eel with the sound of wind and thunder that seemed to tear the sky and earth apart. This sword can cut through thousands of wind and thunder. The deep-sea electric eel, which originally had eyes full of thunder, actually revealed a light of fear in its huge eyes. Snap. With one slash of the sword, the deep-sea electric eel was cut in half from the top of its head. Wow. Under the sword, the two separated pieces of body continued to spurt out blood, followed the sword's intent and fell down in the air, finally falling into the sea. The sea of thunder was dyed blood red. The disciples who were still shouting, "Be careful," and running towards Li Congxin suddenly braked in midair. Although there was no friction, I braked too quickly and sparks flew under my feet. Seconds. Just cut it off. Eyeballs almost popped out. The 10,000-year-old deep-sea electric eel, a powerful monster that even a martial emperor would turn around and run away upon seeing, was killed by the young master with just one sword. And he only used the sword intent, without relying on the power of a real weapon. Looking at Li Congxin, they all shouted in disbelief, "Our young master has been hiding his true strength. Is he so powerful?" Cousin Isusu, who had never seen Li Congxin take action, showed more shock on his face than the other disciples. "You are so strong." Li Congxin had a blank expression on his face, but there was a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. Boom. As the chopped body of the electric eel fell into the sea with lightning fluctuations did not calm down, but became even more turbulent, causing huge waves with lightning and thunder hundreds of meters high. The people floating in the air were stunned. For fear of being hit by the electric wave, they all raised themselves up in the void and flew higher into the sky. Hasn't the big guy been killed by the young master? Why is the killing intent released in the sea getting stronger and stronger? I even felt a stronger sense of terror. Looking at the sea with rolling waves, lightning, and thunder, a shuddering look appeared on Isusu's face. Could it be that there is a more powerful existence under the sea? If so, respond to her again. Damn ants. How dare you slaughter my descendants? Damn it. Amid the deep and angry voice that shocked people to the depths of their souls, in the center of the waves that raged from all directions, a 1,000-foot-long demonic body roared, boom. He stood up amid the thunderous explosions. Oh my God. Looking at the huge monsters that kept rising out of the sea, the Taigan Holy Land disciples in the sky were like dust floating in front of an Optimus pillar. Tiny, so tiny that it can't even be considered an ant. What the hell? Something went wrong, something must have gone wrong. Outrageous, simply outrageous. 100,000-year-old deep-sea electric eel, what an international joke. Everyone was horrified. The deep-sea electric eel stood up like a cobra, with electric light flashing all over its body, and a circle of thick thunder surrounding its body. It was so large that it was terrifying, and it was thousands of meters high. As it appeared, a sky-burning behemoth stood up in the sea, and lightning flashed frequently in the sky, with thunder flying through it. The whole world is completely in a state of destruction. Boy, if you kill my descendants, you won't survive the next second. The huge deep-sea electric eel looked at Li Congxin, uttering muddy human words, and its voice shook the sky. Boom. In response to it, Li Congxin shot up a powerful sword that could cut through the dark abyss. The sword intent reached 1,000 feet in the blink of an eye. Opposed to the 100,000-year-old Thunder Sea electric eel, the powerful burning and killing aura it released made the Thunder Sea electric eel feel the same as the Taigan Holy Land disciples just now. Creepy and shuddering. Boom. This time, the 1,000-zhang sword intention did not strike directly vertically, but instead struck horizontally, swiping away in an infinite Z-shape. In the air, huge sword shadows overlapped. Boom boom boom. The thousands of meters long deep-sea electric eel is like a huge sausage, cut into countless thin slices. There was a roar. All fell into the sea of thunder. The disciples were horrified and found it unbelievable. This. Seconds. Am I dreaming? I was so shocked that I was speechless and even began to not believe my own eyes. 100,000-year-old deep-sea electric eel could be killed by even an emperor-level warrior, and even a saint-level warrior might not be able to subdue it. But it was killed instantly by a single sword from their young master. Is my cousin so powerful? Yasusu also looked surprised. He patted his face to see if he could feel anything. Did I enter some kind of secret dream-like realm? Because I like my cousin in my heart, so he appeared to be invincible. But the face does have feeling. Looking at Li Congxin, he couldn't help but ask, "Cousin, what is your strength?" However, at this time, Li Congxin had no expression on his face and did not speak. He just stared at the sea with a pair of cold eyes, as if he was feeling something. Right now. The real Li Congxin was leisurely fishing in the pavilion on Iran Peak, while Chu Fija's smart hands were gently massaging his shoulders behind him. Seeing Yasusu in danger, Li Congxin had no choice but to help, and then said, "Girl, don't throw away the food unless you are absolutely sure." After that, he continued to lie down and handed the clone to the system to control. Controlled by the system, it becomes like a walking corpse and a puppet. Only knows how to fight, not communicate with others. Boom. Suddenly, a powerful sword intent surged from Li Congxin's body again. Under the output of the infinite sea of qi in the infinite dantian, the sword intent skyrocketed until it reached a height of 10,000 feet and penetrated into the sky. This sword is infinitely more powerful than the sword that just killed the 100,000-year-old deep-sea electric eel. The killing power it unleashes permeates the entire deep-sea secret realm and is enough to destroy this world. Just now, he only used the middle sword, the big sword, and the super big sword in the 3 burning sword intentions, but he hasn't used them yet. Boom. The sky and the earth exploded, and the 10,000-foot-long sword slashed towards the sea, directly splitting a vast sea of thunder into 2. The sword intent continued to surge out wildly, and the sea of thunder that was cut away continued to roll left and right and retreat. The gap between the 2 seas became wider and wider, turning into a natural chasm that could no longer be bridged. The disciples of Taigan Holy Land felt numb all over. Looking at Li Congxin, his eyes couldn't help but reveal the same color as when he looked up at Li Tianba, as if he were looking at a god. Yasusu opened her mouth slightly. At this moment, even if an egg was stuffed into her mouth, she wouldn't feel anything. I was so scared. A single sword cut the vast ocean into 2 pieces, and it was a sea of thunder that contained tremendous killing power. Such divine power could not be achieved even by those at the peak of the saint realm. Quasi-emperor. Perhaps only the sword of a quasi-emperor can have such power. Her cousin is not even 18 years old. Could he be a quasi-emperor at such a young age? Isusu looked at Li Congxin with admiration. It turned out that her cousin was the one with the real talent. She came to this secret place in a hurry. She remembered that she had invited Li Congxin to come with her and vowed to protect him. It turned out that compared with her cousin, she was really a novice and a playful person. After cutting through the sea of thunder with a sword, Li Congxin flew towards the bottom of the sea. "Cousin, wait for me." Amid the sound of the clip calling out in a coquettish voice, Yasusu hurriedly followed. "Walk. There must be treasures down there. Follow the young master and you will have soup to drink." The disciples were delighted. As a person, the first thing you need to learn is to see yourself clearly, know your identity, have a sense of propriety, and be sensible. Therefore, they don't say that they can eat meat by following the young master. The meat must belong to the young master. It's nice to have soup. Not long after, a group of people appeared at the bottom of the Sea of Thunder. The seabed is like a fantasy world. The thunder patterns on the ground were like a huge power generation device, and countless electric flashes were floating in the air like tadpoles swimming around. The strong light was extremely dazzling. There was an ancient thunder tree growing there. The thunder tree was lush and very tall. Its trunk, branches, stems and leaves were all strong light transformed from lightning. A tree of light illuminates the entire seabed. But the light it released did not have a murderous aura, but rather a pure and powerful spiritual power. So thick. Yasusa covered her mouth with her hands, "It's so big." Thunder spiritual root. One disciple said excitedly, "This must be a top-grade thunder spirit root." Excellent. Spiritual roots are divided into low grade, medium grade, high grade, heavenly grade, and best grade. If you have a heavenly grade spiritual root, you are classified as a super genius that is rarely seen in 10,000 years. The best grade spiritual root is rare in the world. Looking across the entire Tianqin continent, there are not 3 top-grade spiritual roots to be found, right? That's right. Among them, our Saint Lord possesses a top-grade fire spiritual root. I didn't expect that a top-grade thunder spiritual root would grow here. Thunder spirit root belongs to the mutation-type spiritual root, which is more powerful than the ordinary 5-element spiritual root. Hiss, that is to say, this one is rarer and more precious than our Holy Lord's. Taigan Holy Land has the most powerful library in the entire continent. The disciples also spend a certain amount of time studying after practicing, so their knowledge are quite extraordinary. Wow! So many small spiritual roots have grown. I saw many tender and green small thunder trees growing around the thunder tree transformed from the top-grade thunder spirit root. It was under the nurturing of its spiritual power that some thunder spirit roots of different sizes were born, some of which were profound grade, and a few earth grade ones. There was even a heaven grade thunder spirit root branched out from the bottom of the tree. One disciple narrowed his eyes again. Immediately, many disciples also noticed, the spiritual power released by this top-grade thunder spirit root feels so harmonious with our young master's aura. Yeah, like there's no rejection at all. Yes, it seems like we are connected by blood. You know, even if a cultivator is lucky enough to obtain this kind of wild spiritual root that is naturally grown, if he wants to integrate it into himself, he still needs to go through a long period of tempering and refining before he can integrate it. At this moment, the spiritual power released from the top-grade thunder spirit root was actively circling around Li Tsongxin, forming a circle of light. What's going on? Could it be that this spiritual root was born for our young master? Congratulations, young master is blessed. Everyone was surprised and congratulated. The spiritual energy that was circling around Li Tsongxin gradually transformed into a thunder elf, flapping its small wings in the air and stretching lazily like Li Tsongxin. Everyone was even more shocked. This top-grade thunder spirit root has even given birth to a thunder spirit. That is the top level among the best spiritual roots. It's incredible. Lei Ling circled around Li Tsongxin and sniffed his scent. Yes, that was the smell, no doubt about it. So he said, I am here on the orders of the snow goddess to absorb the spiritual power of heaven and earth thunder to strengthen myself. I will go find you when you are 18 years old. I didn't expect that the young master would come to me first. Then I can save myself the trouble. After saying that, he flapped his wings a few times, then turned into a fluorescent light and flew into Li Tsongxin's body. Wow! As the thunder spirit flew in, the thick thunder tree also turned into a bright light and was continuously pulled into Li Tsongxin's body. Everyone looked confused and shocked. This top-grade thunder spirit root turned out to be really born for Li Tsongxin. They really have a profound foundation in the holy land of Taigan. Cousin, who is the snow goddess? Isusu looked curious. She had never heard of this name before. There was no such person among the powerful people in Taigan Holy Land. Li Tsongxin didn't answer. He looked around and saw that there was nothing worth getting, so he turned to face Isusu and walked directly towards her. Isusu was shocked. His face turned red again. Their noses were touching, and if they got a little closer, they were completely kissed. But the matter has come to this, all I can do is tense up my little body, squeeze my jade fists with both hands, close my eyes, and then purse my lips slightly. Buzz. Li Tsongxin's clone returned to the puppet doll on Isusu. After kissing the air, Isusu's face turned red. She was overthinking. Young master has returned to junior sister Susu's body. Hey, this is a truly intimate and loving relationship. Young people nowadays really understand romance. Haha, you want to play but can you play? Ahem, it's really great. These big guys have such tricks. We can't play with them and we can't understand them at all. To us, we can only say that they are like a dragon that we can't see from head to tail. The disciples were filled with emotion. Then, he looked at the small thunder spirit roots on the ground that were grown by the top-grade thunder spirit roots. The young master is so cold today, and he doesn't say anything, just cool. Since he has already hidden himself, then these thunder spirit roots will naturally belong to us. Share it. The top grade one belongs to junior sister Sue, and we will divide the rest. Okay. After the distribution was done first, a group of people divided up all the Leiling roots here. You know, let alone the extremely precious Earth grade spiritual roots, even the Xian grade spiritual roots are still valuable. Among 10,000 cultivators, at most only one is born with Xuanping spiritual roots. Not to mention the mutated Leilingen. The disciples who had gained a lot left the bottom of the sea. At this time, the light door leaving the secret realm had been opened in the void. Scared me to death. Fortunately everything is okay. Outside the gate of the secret realm, Xianhe kept stroking his chest with his hands as he watched the disciples of Taigan Holy Land walk out of the light gate one by one unharmed. It was like a beautiful teacher who took her students out for a spring outing, and unfortunately encountered a natural disaster, but luckily no one was injured. His face turned pale with fright. At the same time, she was also wondering in her heart. The secret realm had already reached the martial saint level. How did they do it without any damage? Where are our disciples? Why are there only people from Taigan Holy Land? Seeing that only the disciples from Taigan Holy Land came out, the escorts from other sects couldn't help but panic. The two old men hurriedly stepped forward and asked with a frightened smile, "Excuse me, brothers, we disciples of Falling Dragon Holy Land and Falling Phoenix Holy Land." Before he finished asking, a Taigan Holy Land disciple who had just come out rolled his eyes. Seizing the treasure in the secret realm will inevitably lead to a bloody battle, and life and death can only depend on luck. So why bother asking? If you don't come out, you will be dead. Immediately, he grinned extremely brightly at the crane and shouted with joy, "Elder Xianhe, our young master just exploded. He was killing randomly in the secret realm, overthrowing everything, and he is invincible." Young master. Xianhe looked surprised. Li Congxin clearly did not participate in this trip to the secret realm to seize the treasure. Boom. The two elders of Falling Dragon Holy Land and Falling Phoenix Holy Land were like a bolt from the blue. All the disciples in their holy land were wiped out. As long as the other disciples are dead, forget it. The most important thing is that their holy son is dead. Xiaozhan, who has the supreme bone, and Yifeng, who has the double pupils, are both rare geniuses in the world, invincible. Just die like this. These two are the future of their holy land. Listening to the cheerful voices of the Taigan Holy Land disciples, the two of them were extremely angry. Their young master. Kill randomly in the secret realm. Overcome everything, invincible. That is to say, it was Li Congxin who killed everyone except Taigan Holy Land. Li Congxin did everything. The two of them completely misunderstood and were filled with anger, but they did not dare to explode on the spot. Because the two of them together were not enough to beat the crane, he suppressed his frustration and left. The only way to deal with this matter is to go back and report the truth to the holy lords of the two holy lands. On the way back, there is actually a powerful monster that is 100,000 years old in that secret realm. Listening to the disciples' stories, Xianhe's face was full of shock. Even she, a strong warrior in the martial saint realm, would not be able to compete with a monster of this level. Our young master will kill him with one sword. Not only did he slice the deep-sea electric eel several thousand meters high into pieces with one sword, he also sliced the entire sea in a way that could never be closed again. Even the crane showed an expression of disbelief. Are these youngsters trying to flatter Li Congxin? But if it was true, then how did they all manage to get out of the secret realm safely? So he asked Yisusu, "Susu, can you call the young master out now? I want to see him with my own eyes." As the leading elder, she naturally had to get to the bottom of the specific details of this trip and understand it clearly. "Okay, I'll try." Yisusu took out the puppet doll and put it close to his face. "Hey, cousin." Patted him gently. "Cousin, cousin. Cousin, come out." Looking at the crane, he looked helpless. "My cousin won't come out." Looking at the doll in Yisusu's hand, she narrowed her eyes again. "Something has been discovered." "I see." Then she showed an expression of understanding. After all, she was an elder of Taigan Holy Land and had much wider knowledge than the juniors. She could tell at a glance that Li Congxin could not be inside that doll. Inside, there should have been a ray of Li Congxin's soul stored there. specifically used to protect Isuzu. Once a ray of soul is summoned, it is gone and gone. So, now that's just a regular doll. That must be the case. Thinking of this, the crane trembled violently, and quickly pressed his chest tightly with a pair of delicate white hands to suppress the shock in his heart. A divine soul can kill monsters that are 100,000 years old, and can cut the sea with one sword. Oh my god. So how powerful is Li Tsongxin? Even a quasi-emperor doesn't have such power. As for things like clones, they were beyond her knowledge, so she didn't even think about them. Now. Iran Peak, Pavilion. After fishing for a while, Li Tsongxin felt sleepy again. He lay on the bamboo chair with a look of nostalgia on his face. Chu Fiji's cool and slender figure stood aside, holding a plate of grapes in her left hand. She picked them with her right hand and fed them into his mouth one by one. Isuzu is still on the way back, but Li Tsongxin's clone and main body are connected. Any treasure obtained by his clone is equivalent to being obtained by his main body. That top-grade Thunder Spirit root was already in his body. When he obtained the top-grade Thunder Spirit root, he also received a message about his mother. The snow goddess Lei Ling was talking about was his mother, Xue Tianyao. Last night, when Li Tsongxin and Li Tianba had a long talk, his father told him that his mother prepared 3 gifts for him when she left more than 10 years ago. He asked Li Tianba what it was. In the end, Li Tianba didn't know either, and he would appear naturally when the time came. Unexpectedly, he accidentally encountered one of them first. As soon as he was born, his mother discovered that he was a waste. Without outside help, he would be a waste for the rest of his life, so she began to prepare for a rainy day. In order to lay the foundation for Li Tsongxin's future, 3 gifts were prepared for him, and this top-quality thunder root that had long been integrated into his bloodline was one of them. There were originally 12 major holy places in Tianqin continent, 8 of which had been destroyed by Taigan Holy Land. One of them, Thunder Sea Holy Land, had their strongest foundation, this top-grade Thunder Spirit root. When the Holy Land was destroyed, they hid the Thunder Spirit root at the bottom of the Thunder Sea, the most secret place in the Holy Land, and sealed it with a hiding formation. Li Tianba didn't notice it at the time. But it was still easily discovered by Li Tsongxin's mother. So, she went to the bottom of the Sea of Thunder, broke the seal, and then forcibly injected a strand of Li Tsongxin's blood into the spiritual root, allowing it to grow together with the spiritual root. In this way, after more than 10 years, that spiritual root must and can only belong to Li Tsongxin. But during this period of time, in order to protect her spiritual roots from being discovered by other people, she moved the entire thunder pool of the Thunder Sea Holy Land to a deep-sea secret realm isolated from the outside world. She had calculated the time and found that when the deep-sea secret realm was opened, Li Tsongxin would be about 18 years old. At that time, the spiritual root and Li Tsongxin's bloodline had completely merged into one. As the secret realm opens, the top-grade Thunder Spirit root officially comes into the world. The Thunder Spirit will naturally smell Li Tsongxin's breath and go looking for him. Spiritual roots are a kind of talent and bone structure. They can bring various extraordinary assistance to the cultivator, such as increasing attack and defense, reducing defense and speed, sucking blood and poisoning, reducing attack and weakening, restoring and healing, etc. Therefore, among people with the same cultivation level, those with spiritual roots can easily crush those without spiritual roots. The stronger the spiritual root level, the stronger the combat power. The Thunder Spiritual Root is a mutated spiritual root based on the 5 elements spiritual root. It is the most violent of the 8 spiritual roots and has the ability to greatly increase attack power. Li Tsongxin couldn't help showing amusement. Just imagine, if his 3 burning sword intents were released using the power of thunder, how devastating would they be? Or, he covered the indestructible body of Thunder Soundvajra with the power of thunder. Even if he stood still and let people chop him, the person who hit him would probably be blown up by the thunder, right? Invincible, this is definitely going to be invincible. But he was too lazy to experiment. Invincible is invincible, what's there to be proud of? It's as if he has never seen the world. But anyway, he was very touched by the love from his mother. Mom really has good intentions. Li Tsongxin's face showed a look of warmth and happiness. The nursery rhyme is true, there is only one good mother in the world. Thinking of my mother's powerful methods, I sighed in my heart. I originally thought my father was invincible, but I didn't expect that my mother is even more awesome. Ding! The system is upgrading. Upgrade failed. Upgrade failed. The system was upgraded for the 183rd time and the upgrade was successful. Li Tsongxin narrowed his eyes. The system is strong and never admits defeat. My mother loves it so much, it must have touched its reverse scale again. Really? Here it comes again. Hint, you have obtained the All-Series Top-Grade Spiritual Roots gift pack. Ding. Host, do you want to open the gift package? Since the host may ignore it, the system has automatically turned it on for the host. Congratulations, you have obtained the 5-element spiritual root, the best gold spiritual root. Congratulations, you have obtained the 5-element spiritual root, the best wood spiritual root. Congratulations, you have obtained the 5-element spiritual root, the best water spiritual root. Congratulations, you have obtained the 5-element spiritual root, the best fire spiritual root. Congratulations, you have obtained the 5-element spiritual root, the best earth spiritual root. Congratulations, you have obtained the 5 elements mutated spiritual root, the top grade wind spiritual root. Congratulations, you have obtained the 5 elements mutated spiritual root, the ultimate ice spiritual root. Li Tsongxin was completely speechless. Are you a competitive person who never admits defeat, or are you deliberately going against me, or are you simply trying to prove that mothers are not the only good people in the world? But this is a bit too much. What you did makes me feel that my mother's love is not so deep after all. As various spiritual roots grew in his body, Li Tsongxin, lying on a bamboo chair, could only close his eyes and feel it. A person who has all 8 kinds of spiritual roots, and they are all top-grade spiritual roots. I'm afraid this kind of monster has never existed before, right? Plop. When the system was upgraded successfully, a small splash of water appeared in the pond in front of the pavilion, and a fish fell into the pond again. Confused, wagging its tail, it swam frantically in the water. Now, Li Tsongxin's body underwent earth-shaking changes. 8 different spiritual roots emerged from the Dantian Qi Sea, transforming into 8 different colored qi lines that wrapped around his spine like vines, twisting into a rope that continued to spread upward along the spine, reaching the brain. The power is released from the Dantian Qi Sea, and with the power of the spiritual roots, it can be transformed into more powerful spiritual power. After a moment, Li Tsongxin opened his eyes and said to Chu Fij beside him, "Step back, I want to test my spiritual power." He was simply curious about how magical spiritual power was, as he had never possessed it before. Upon hearing this, Chu Fij was surprised. Li Tsongxin wants to practice. After 3 days, she finally saw Li Tsongxin was going to practice. How does the enigmatic young master Taigen practice? She has always been extremely curious. Okay, young master. For a moment, she was so excited that she quickly took a few steps back. Li Tsongxin said, "Back off again." Chu Fij's heart trembled inexplicably and he quickly exited the pavilion. The deterrent force released by the young master during his training must have affected him. Back off again. For some reason, Chu Fij suddenly felt a sense of horror. His beauty turned pale, and he quickly flew back without even thinking, until he flew straight to a hilltop in the distance. Then, he looked at Li Tsongxin in the pavilion nervously. Li Tsongxin lay lazily on the bamboo chair with no intention of moving, and even yawned. Just then, TSK. He released a powerful thunder spiritual power, and lying on the bamboo chair, he was like an octopus with all its tentacles spread out instantly, and a large amount of thunder exploded from his body. Under the impact of those thunders, the pavilion where he was located collapsed instantly, like a blooming stone flower of destruction, and turned into flying rubble all over the sky in the explosion. The pavilion was blown to pieces on the spot as if it had been struck by a bolt from the blue. What a powerful thunder spirit power! Chu Fij exclaimed. No wonder Li Tsongxin asked him to move away. It turns out that the young master is also a carrier of the rarest thunder spirit root. But the next scene shocked her so much that she was stunned on the spot. The look she gave Li Tsongxin was as if she was looking at an almighty god. Wow! At the moment when the pavilion collapsed, a powerful golden light burst out from Li Tsongxin's body again. The golden light was cold and sharp, like thousands of swords rushing out. Under the impact of the golden light, the rubble in the sky instantly turned into powder and ashes. Hurry up! Immediately, a gust of wind swept out from Li Congxin's body. Under the wind, the ashes in the sky turned into a gray dragon, which kept whistling in the air, baring its fangs and waving its claws, and sitting cross-legged and spinning above him. Hiss! A strong chill emanated from him again. The gray dragon flying in the sky gradually solidified in the air and turned into a dragon-shaped ice sculpture at a speed visible to the naked eye. Boom! The raging flames that burst out from Li Congxin's body were as hot as the scorching sun and as boiling as volcanic magma, instantly melting the ice sculptures in the air. Rustle! It turned into countless ashes and fell to the ground. At this time, Li Congxin had released a soft water-based spiritual power and a strong earth-colored spiritual power. With the combination of the two spiritual powers, the ashes in the air flew up like a reappearance after destruction, and gradually turned into a pavilion. Buzz. Finally, it landed steadily in its original position. Ha! Li Congxin yawned again and turned over. He was lying on a bamboo chair in the pavilion, looking relaxed and calm, as if nothing had happened. The picture remains the same. Everything remains the same. But Chu Fij, who was far away, was in a state of great turmoil, which could not be calmed for a long time. What did she just see? I saw Li Congxin release 7 kinds of powerful spiritual power in a short period of time: thunder spiritual power, gold spiritual power, wind spiritual power, ice spiritual power, fire spiritual power, water spiritual power, and earth spiritual power. Could it be that the young master possesses 8 kinds of spiritual roots at the same time? And they are all very high-level spiritual roots. I couldn't help but be extremely shocked. In this world, there is only 1 in 10,000 people with a single spiritual root, only 1 in a million people with 2 spiritual roots, and people with 3 spiritual roots can be said to be the most evil in the world. It is difficult to find a person who possesses all 5 elements of spiritual roots in the world. Spiritual power, which is the energy of heaven and earth, governs the evolution of yin and yang and encompasses the creation of the universe. If one carries 8 powerful spiritual roots at the same time, when it grows to a certain level, one will possess the ability of a creator. One thought and the flowers bloom, one thought and everything is silent. Can compete with the way of heaven. Or simply create a world of your own. Such existence is rare even in the entire universe, even in an era. Chu Fij looked at Li Congxin in horror, her beautiful eyes full of awe. What kind of little devil was this? He was even more perverted than anyone else. No, it's the big devil. Suddenly, her heart was moved again. No, the young master didn't show any with spiritual power just now, he should have 7 spiritual roots. After all, it hasn't reached its limit. Call. He let out a sigh of relief. If he really possessed 8 types of spiritual roots at the same time, it would be really scary. But deep down, I couldn't help but feel a little lost. It would be complete if it only lacks a wood element, what a pity. But he immediately smiled again. What am I missing here? It's like a person who earns 300 lingshur a month, feeling sad that his idol earns 900 million a month and fails to break the 1 billion mark. Isn't this sad and ridiculous? She increasingly discovered that she, the girl of destiny and good fortune, was nothing compared to Li Congxin. From now on, don't think too much about anything. Just follow the young master with peace of mind, enjoy the young master's blessings, and serve him well. After calming himself down, he flew back to the pavilion lightly. Young master, I will continue to massage your shoulders. Seeing that Li Congxin was still lying there, she sensibly walked behind the bamboo chair and continued to serve him as usual. At this time, a voice came from a distance, "Young master, try the snow fungus soup I stewed for you." Ren Huchong walked over quickly, holding a tray and with a happy face. My brother-in-law, who had just come out of the kitchen, had no idea what had happened here. A strong aroma wafted over, which instantly perked up Li Congxin. He even sat up straighter, glanced at the tray in his hand, and asked, "Isn't it soup? Why did you put a flower on the tray?" "Ahem, it's purely for aesthetics." Ren Huchong smiled and said, "Young master is an elegant person. It is pleasing to the eyes and helps to stimulate the appetite. Flowers are alive too, why break them for no reason? Li Tsongxin picked up the flower, smelled it, and then threw it onto the grass outside the pavilion. Whoosh! The flower was glowing faintly in the air, and the broken part was growing rhizomes and roots at a speed visible to the naked eye. When it fell to the ground, it looked like it was still growing there and was no longer a broken branch. Delicate, fresh, and full of vitality. Young master, what you said makes sense. Ren Huchong grinned and said with a look of amazement, I didn't expect that the young master is actually a wood-type spiritual power cultivator. Chu Fij, who was standing aside, was completely stunned. I looked at my sword by lamplight while drunk, and dreamed of blowing the horn in the camp. 800 miles of roast meat is distributed to the subordinates, 50 strings play the music from beyond the Great Wall, and the soldiers are inspected on the battlefield in autumn. The horse is as swift as Lu, and the bow is as loud as thunder. To accomplish the king's affairs, to win a good reputation in life and after death. Poor, white hair. Li Tsongxin was enjoying delicious hot soup in the pavilion. At this moment, a bold chanting voice came from the mountainside, and someone was coming towards him. Upon hearing this sound, Li Tsongxin almost choked. Master, are you choking? Chu Fij, who was massaging his shoulders, asked, and quickly changed to gently stroking his back. If the people of the Kanglan world saw that their daughter of destiny and fortune was taking care of people here, and was so gentle, delicate, and considerate, hundreds of billions of people would probably collapse. However, Chu Fij was also sweating in his heart. Obviously, his strength is so strong that it is unfathomable, but he can choke himself when drinking soup. What kind of person is he? It seems that although her young master is strong, she was born into a super-rich family and is indeed spoiled. Li Tsongxin was secretly shocked at this moment. You heard it right, what you just heard was the poetry of breaking the formation. How could there be someone in this world reciting Xin Chiji's poems? The first thought that came to his mind was, time traveler. Boy, how are you? As the voice sounded, a tall, square-looking middle-aged man had already reached Iran Peak. This man was fully armed, wearing a helmet and armor, and holding a sharp holy spear in his hand. He is a majestic military commander. Seeing the men coming with weapons in hand and a fierce momentum, Chu Fij instinctively wanted to draw his sword, but when the general came outside the pavilion, the huge pressure released from him immediately forced Chu Fij and Ren Huchong to lose their footing and could only retreat continuously. When he walked into the pavilion, the two men had been forced outside the pavilion by his pressure. This was not something he did on purpose, it was simply a kind of military aura he exuded. Upon seeing this person, Ren Huchong hurriedly bowed outside the pavilion and said, Greetings, Senior Li. No need to be so polite at home. The general waved his hand, not knowing that this was Li Tsongxin's brother-in-law, and thought he was just an ordinary cook. He put his head right in front of Li Tsongxin and looked at Li Tsongxin lying on the bamboo chair with curiosity. Seeing that Li Tsongxin was calm under his might, he was surprised and said, I heard from Li Yi that you have been pretending to be weak and pitiful all these years. In fact, you are not useless at all. You have already cultivated a strong body and have superb swordsmanship. At first, I didn't believe it, but it seems to be true. He laughed heartily, looking very happy. Tisk, tsk, tsk. He looked at Chu Fij and praised him. He said jokingly, he has a fiancée who is one of the most beautiful women in the world, and his childhood sweetheart cousin is always by his side. When did such an elegant woman appear by his side? He blinked at Li Tsongxin, as if saying, Boy, you are so lucky. Thank you for the compliment, Senior. Chu Fij brushed his body outside the pavilion. At the same time, he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately this person was not the young master's enemy. My heart darkened again. At this moment she understood one thing, if she met a truly powerful enemy, even if she wanted to stand in front of Li Tsongxin and serve as cannon fodder, she would simply not be able to do so. There was a determination on Jun's face. I swore in my heart, I must practice hard, otherwise, I won't even be qualified to be a shield for the young master. Second uncle, you are the world's #1 war god, but you didn't go to the outer realm with Dad to open up new territory this time. This means Dad is missing a right-hand man. Li Tsongxin also laughed humorously, without showing any expression. In his absolute domain, no matter how powerful an existence is, it cannot pose a threat to him. In this world, the number of people who possess holy weapons can be counted on one hand. This person was none other than his second uncle, Li Qingfeng. Li Qingfeng, like his master Wu Kaishan, is at the pinnacle of quasi-emperor realm, and his strength is second only to Li Tianba, who is at the great emperor realm. Li Qingfeng, unlike other masters of the Taigan Holy Land, lived in seclusion in the Holy Land all year round and did not interfere in human affairs. He often wandered around the outside world and was also a general of the Shifang dynasty. Li Tianba is the #1 overlord in the world, and Li Qingfeng is known by the world as the #1 god of war in Tianqin continent. His second uncle actually has another identity, a time traveler. Li Qingfeng said, "Brother left in a hurry this time. I was outside helping your eldest sister to calm down the chaos. I just came back today. This time, I brought you some weird stuff. Maybe you will find it interesting and can study it carefully." After saying that, he pulled out something and shook it in his hand. "Look, what is this?" Then it was placed on the table next to Li Congxin with a thud. Because Li Qingfeng had no children, he loved Li Congxin very much and always treated Li Congxin as his own son. He traveled around outside, and whenever he came across anything delicious, fun or new, he would bring it back to Li Congxin. This. Looking at the pile of treasures that Li Qingfeng threw on the table. A pile of junk to be exact. Although Li Congxin appeared calm on the surface, he was actually shocked in his heart. The things on the table looked like the internal parts of a computer, including hard drives, power poles, integrated boards, and a bunch of wires. What does his second uncle mean? Are you testing me? What is this? No, absolutely not. In order to show that he was not of the same kind, Li Congxin showed a confused expression. He turned his head to Chu Fij and Ren Huchong and said, "Have you two seen this thing?" "Master, I have never seen it before." The two answered outside the pavilion. Li Congxin asked back, "Second uncle, where did you get this?" "It was dug out from a young man's body." Li Qingfeng was also very surprised. He said, "It is common for monsters to have monster cores in their bodies, and it is also normal for cultivators to have inner elixirs in their bodies, but for a human body to have such a long string of scrap iron and rotten wires connected to the meridians and blood vessels, even though I am well informed, I have never heard of it. I have tested it, and these things do not have any spiritual power. However, I always feel that there is some unknown mystery hidden in this pile of scrap metal, which may be beneficial to you, so I brought it back for you to see." Pulled out from a human body. Li Tsong said in shock. "Right. It was pulled out of thin air." Li Qingfeng's expression turned fierce and he looked determined. He was so cruel. What grudge did that person have against you? Li Congxin was sweating. As expected of a family that dominated the world, all the elders in his family were ruthless characters. Li Qingfeng held back his ruthlessness and said, "Hey, do you want to hear your uncle tell you a story?" There was a look of nostalgia on his face. When Li Congxin was a child, every time he came back from a trip, the little kids in open crotch pants would cling to him, put their arms around his neck, rub their foreheads against the stubble on his chin, and ask him to tell them stories about the outside world. Every time, he would laugh, put down the spear with blood stains that had not yet dried, and hug Li Congxin. The two of them would sit under the starry sky like an ordinary father and son, and he would tell Li Congxin about the strange and wonderful things in the outside world. But the brat was too young at the time and only liked to listen to childish stories about sheep, bears, and starfish. Come to think of it, Li Congxin hasn't pestered him to tell stories for many years. Nostalgia. This matter is a long story. He sat down next to Li Congxin in a casual manner, and said the opening words that he always used before starting a lecture, making a gesture as if he was going to have a long conversation with him. Li Congxin said, "Then please make it short." Ahem. Clearing his throat, he was still very interested. "You also know that the Tianqin continent was originally filled with thousands of nations. After your father and I swept through the nations, your eldest sister established the Shifang dynasty to rule and govern the entire world. Although the overall situation has been decided, there are always some fleas and bugs that still want to jump around. Over the years, there are often some remnants of the destroyed country who want to resurrect and take the opportunity to cause trouble. Therefore, the dynasty army formed by your eldest sisters will go to suppress it. Second uncle, thank you for your hard work. Li Tsongxin smiled and said, "You are obviously a strong man from the Taigan Holy Land, but you also hold the position of the general of the Shifang dynasty, and you are traveling outside all the year round. It's all for the sake of our own family business, so there's no need to work hard." Li Qingfeng waved his hand, still saying in his heart, "This huge family property will be yours in the future. Before you take over, of course, my second uncle must protect it for you." He continued, "This time I went to a rebellious place to suppress the rebellion. I met a boy of your age in the army. Thumbs up, this young man is truly amazing." Chu Fij outside the pavilion pouted slightly, mentioning the extraordinary talent in front of Li Tsongxin. "Is there any young man in this world who is more extraordinary than your nephew? I just don't believe it." Li Qingfeng said, "That boy not only has the cultivation of a grandmaster at a young age, but also has great talent. The poem I just recited on the mountain, 'I look at my sword by the lamp while drunk, and I dream of blowing the horn in the camp,' was written by him in the army." After that, he sighed, "It's a pity that the boy is so arrogant and arrogant. How crazy." Li Tsongxin listened carefully and began to find it interesting. Li Qingfeng said angrily, "I saw that young man's talent was extraordinary, and I wanted to take him back to Taigan Holy Land to train him as a core disciple. Unexpectedly, that young man was so proud of his talent that he spoke arrogantly in front of me, saying that my vision was narrow. How big are all the heavens and worlds? It's just a drop in the ocean of Taigan Holy Land." He didn't take it seriously at all. And he also arrogantly said in front of me that in this life, he will be a proud dragon that reaches the 9 heavens. One day, he will fight 3,000 emperors with one hand and push thousands of continents across the country with his 2 palms. Li Tsongxin, hey, good guy. Li Qingfeng, I thought to myself, you have such a arrogant tone. You want to come to my Taigan Holy Land, seize the grand foundation of my Li family, and crush my eldest brother Li Tianba's skull with one kick. Li Tsongxin took a leisurely sip of snow fungus soup, just because he is too crazy, so, second uncle, you killed him. Now, he was sure that Li Qingfeng was not a time traveler. I, your second uncle, am famous and admired by people all over the world. How could I be a narrow-minded person without tolerance? Li Qingfeng patted his chest and snorted coldly, but what he said later really made me want to kill him. After drinking a few bowls of yellow urine, the boy actually made a big fuss in the army, saying that his first great goal of dominating the world was to occupy the Empress first, and that this was the path the protagonist should take. In front of so many soldiers, he indulged in lust and used all kinds of obscene language that was unbearable to hear. A chill flashed in Li Tsongxin's eyes. His elder sister, Li Tianxin, was an unrivaled queen. She was so sacred and noble, how could she be desecrated by anyone at will? Damn it. You have a proud character, I can smooth it down for you. You have a rebellious streak, I can help you straighten it out. But if you dare to insult my niece, I, Li Qingfeng, will have no choice but to be good to you from the bottom of my heart." Li Qingfeng shouted loudly, an unparalleled arrogance of a god of war, an arrogant aura that roamed the world, boom dash, suddenly released. Chu Fij and Ren Hucheng, who were already standing outside the pavilion, retreated again under the terrifying power. If he wants to die, no one can be blamed. Li Tsongxin smiled faintly. Taking a look at the rags on the table, it is indeed true that the boy is so kind to others with all his heart. These things are the heart and lungs of the boy. Now, he completely understood. The young man Li Qingfeng was talking about was a time traveler. And is a traverser who carries the system. And this pile of junk on the table is his system. His second uncle was really cruel. He actually tore a time traveler apart with his bare hands and brought the other person's system back as a toy and gave it to himself. He shook his head and smiled faintly. This system shouldn't be too powerful, but it ended up finding a stupid host who thought he was invincible with the system, and didn't know how to be low-key. Then, he was unlucky enough to meet the #1 war god of Tianqin continent. Then, it was torn apart as it should be, and even the system was pulled out of the body. Li Qingfeng also focused his eyes on the pile of tattered systems, but that young man is indeed extraordinary. He is only at the Grandmaster level, but he was able to knock me back half a step with one punch. Haha, of course I didn't notice it. But, to be honest, if he were allowed to grow for another 100 years, maybe he could really fulfill his grand wish. At the level of a grandmaster, he could push a quasi-emperor back half a step with one punch. A look of interest appeared on Li Congxin's face. He stretched out a hand, picked up the string of scrap iron and rotten wire, and asked in his heart, "System, can you detect what this is?" "Can." "Sure. No problem at all. It's just a trivial matter, not worth mentioning." This was the first time that Li Congxin took the initiative to ask for help, and the system was obviously very excited. Ding. Testing in progress, testing completed. This is a system that has been completely destroyed. It is a low-level system. This system is called 10,000 times critical hit system. Special note, a critical hit is an attack that is several times more powerful than the upper limit of normal damage, so a 10,000-fold critical hit is not a 10,000-fold attack, but an attack that is more powerful than a 10,000-fold attack. I see. Li Congxin suddenly understood. Haha laugh. No wonder the young man was so crazy. A 10,000 times critical hit, let alone a grandmaster, even if it was a martial king, the damage caused by one punch would be quite terrifying. Collapsing mountains and exploding seas. He is at the level of a grandmaster, and can suppress a martial emperor or even a martial saint with his 10,000 times critical strike. Therefore, except for a few quasi-emperor level strongmen in a few holy places, he is indeed invincible in the outside world. As I said, it was just his bad luck that he met Li Qingfeng when he was showing off. Bite. The system is being upgraded. Upgrade failed. Upgrade failed. The system was upgraded for the 120th time and the upgrade was successful. The system started rolling again. Li Congxin was not surprised at all. Reminder, you have officially enabled the 100,000 times critical damage function. From now on, when the host fights with others, he can release 100,000 times the critical damage at any time to deal a fatal blow to the opponent. Upon hearing about this new function, Li Congxin felt a little amused. His second uncle gave him a pile of scrap metal, all broken and worthless, and you're not convinced. But since it has come, he can only accept it calmly and let it take its course. Smile in my heart. 100,000 times critical hit, wouldn't every punch be enough to blow the sky apart? Now, with the strength of 17 years of practice in this punch, I wonder if a quasi-emperor level strongman can withstand it. However, what Li Congxin was more concerned about was, "System, your Lord God is not also a pile of broken copper, rotten iron, and waste wires, right? He doesn't want to be betrayed by someone one day." Snort. Who do you look down on? How can the host compare this system with that low-end third-rate system? This system is invisible, unreal, and without illusions. No one can capture it. It is the highest level of existence. Also, you can always trust the ability and strength of this system. That's good. Li Congxin felt much more relieved. I looked at the various abnormal functions I now possessed: growing while lying down, unlimited lotteries, system step counting, full level of martial arts, free rebates, endless sea of chi, cooking god, training for you, absolute domain, and 100,000 times critical damage. Innate roots, physique, and divine nature, son of destiny, son of luck, eyes of truth, supreme bones throughout the body, the indestructible body of thunder sound Vajra, 8 kinds of top-grade spiritual roots. Skills, god and demon muscles, 3 burning sword intense. Given the unyielding nature of this system, there will undoubtedly be more and more of them in the future. I couldn't help but chuckle. If this continues, it would be even more perverted than a pervert. Invincible, truly invincible. Ah. After taking a sip of snow fungus soup, I lay on the bamboo chair, looking comfortable and leisurely. What someone said actually makes sense: you can be bad, but you can't be really bad. Indeed, one has to be capable enough to be worthy of being able to play badly without restraint and to be qualified to not work hard in a legitimate manner. My nephew, don't lie down all the time. Aren't you afraid that your butt will get rotten from sleeping? It will get maggots. Get up. Li Qingfeng took Li Congxin's hand and pulled him up. Second uncle, forget it. Li Congxin smiled bitterly, with a look of rejection and reluctance. According to his previous lifestyle, Li Qingfeng had to teach him kung fu every time he told him a story. Li Qingfeng's painstaking efforts were just to make him stronger and more powerful. But what is helpless is that the former Li Congxin was a great useless person, and it was useless to teach him. This time, Li Qingfeng was particularly excited. Because he already knew that Li Congxin was not useless. I heard from that boy Li Yi that your swordsmanship is extraordinary. That kid rarely convinces others. He patted Li Congxin on the shoulder. From now on, as the Holy Master of Taigan Holy Land and the Master of the Shifeng Dynasty, you must take care of both the Holy Land and the world. Knights practice swords, generals practice spears, merge swords and spears, and travel across rivers, lakes, and battlefields. Excellent. Come on, my second uncle will pass on the mantle to you today. He will train you to be an all-rounder who can dominate both the spiritual world and the court. No, no, no. Li Congxin waved his hands after hearing this. Taigan Holy Land has my father, and my father is arbitrary for eternity. The 10 Directions dynasty has my eldest sister, and my eldest sister will last for eternity. I just need to enjoy the blessings. He has no interest in inheriting such a huge family fortune. Wonderful, wonderful. Li Qingfeng didn't listen at all. He raised the holy weapon in his hand, the heaven-shaking spear. This spear has the power to shake the heavens. My second uncle once used this spear to kill 1,000,000 soldiers with one blow. Therefore, he became famous all over the world and was called the #1 god of war in the world. Then, he threw the heaven-shaking spear in his hand to Li Congxin. This gun will be yours from now on. A long spear with a murderous aura flew over, and Li Congxin could only reach out to catch it. If you don't catch it, it will hit you. The moment he took over the heaven-shaking spear. Ding! The host is automatically conducting an infinite lottery. Congratulations, you won the gold-based holy weapon, flowing cloud light-breaking gun. Congratulations, you won the wood-type holy weapon, Tianyin Qingmu spear. Congratulations, you won the water-based holy weapon, blood sea wave spear. Congratulations, you won the holy weapon of fire element, burning sky red cloud spear. Congratulations, you won the earth-related holy weapon, thick earth spear. Congratulations, you won the ice-related holy weapon, mysterious ice-sealing heaven spear. Congratulations, you won the wind-related holy weapon, the wind rises spear. Congratulations, you won the holy weapon of thunder element, thunder questioning heaven spear. Li Congxin held the heaven-shaking spear and looked at the 8 long spears of different shapes and with terrifying murderous intent in the system warehouse. He felt a little amused. What his second uncle threw at him was not a gun at all, it was clearly a challenge and provocation to the system. How could the system admit defeat? So, I immediately gave him 8 swords. Because he just acquired 8 top-grade spiritual roots, the system was considerate enough to give him a holy spear of each spiritual type. Are you angry? Li Congxin cried in his heart, I only know swordsmanship, what do I need so many guns for? I don't know how to use a gun. Ding! Unlimited lucky draw continues. Congratulations, you won the 721721th Earth level spear technique in the lottery. Congratulations, you won the 17,216th Heavenly Spear technique in the lottery. Congratulations, you won the 1731 St. Saint level spear technique in the lottery. Congratulations, you won a prize in the lottery for a divine spearmanship. Reminder, the automatic full level function is turned on. The host is learning various spear techniques, low level, heaven level, holy level. Ding! The full level has been reached. Reminder, the host is comprehending the divine spear technique, 9 heavens spear technique. 9 styles of the 9 heavens, suppressing mountains and rivers, breaking the sky, soaring the void, creating the infinite, breaking yin and yang, shattering the stars, swallowing the sun and the moon, turning the universe, silent reincarnation. Already cultivated to the maximum level. System, are you serious? Okay, you're ruthless enough. I think you're awesome. Li Congxin was too tired to complain, so he chose to be passive. At this moment, he only needed to move his brain slightly, and a large number of gun skills immediately emerged in his mind. Various moves, various formulas, and even various combat skills and experiences, as if he had experienced them millions of times, he had become extremely skilled and proficient in them. Now, even the #1 gun king in Tianqing continent would have to kneel down and shout, "Please give me some advice, Master of Gun Dao," in front of him. Come, 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 uncle will teach you the most powerful spearmanship. Li Qingfeng grabbed Li Congxin and started walking out of the pavilion again. Really, there's no need for that. Li Congxin was full of rejection in his heart. He pulled me up from the chair and even wanted to drag me out of the pavilion. This was too much. The sun is so bright outside. I could only smile and say, "Second uncle, I actually know a thing or two about spearmanship. You also know how to use a gun." Li Qingfeng was quite surprised. "When did you learn spearmanship?" "This." Li Congxin could not prove it. He could only pretend to be cool. "You haven't seen me practice martial arts before, but my body is stronger than my cousin's. Also, you haven't seen anyone practicing swords, have you? I can now kill 100,000-year-old monster with one sword strike." Ha ha ha. Then, he laughed heartily. Okay. The better you are, the happier your uncle will be. Come. He even wanted to pull Li Congxin out of the pavilion. "Let's have a sparring match. Second uncle will take a look at your spear skills. If there are any shortcomings, I can give you some pointers." Chu Fij outside the pavilion suddenly covered his mouth and chuckled. One reason was that Li Congxin refused to take a step forward. He is obviously extremely powerful, but he looks like a lazy donkey that refuses to go to the mill. The more you look at him, the more you like him. Second, she couldn't help but think of the last time Li Yi did the same thing, insisting on giving Li Congxin some pointers, and the result was. She immediately tightened her face and forced herself to suppress her smile. The person in front of him is not Li Yi, Li Congxin's cousin of the same generation, but Li Qingfeng, a quasi-emperor at the peak of his powers, known as the #1 god of war in this world. Although the young master is unfathomable, he is still very young after all, and is definitely not on the same level as him. "Uncle, how about this? Tomorrow." Li Congxin couldn't refuse, so he could only use the strategy of delaying. "You just came back today, go and have a rest first. I will ask for your detailed instructions tomorrow." As long as he can get by now, he will naturally find a way to fulfill Li Qingfeng's wish tomorrow. Good. That's settled then. Li Qingfeng immediately decided, "Tomorrow morning, I will wait for you at the trial field in the Holy Land. Now I will go back and lie down until tomorrow morning." This god of war and killing, whose hands were stained with the lives of millions, obeyed every word of his most beloved nephew. "Also, I happen to have a holy spearman, so I don't really need your heaven-shaking spear. Thank you for your kindness, uncle." Li Congxin raised his arm and threw the spear in his hand towards Li Qingfeng again. This soldier has followed Li Qingfeng for half his life and has experienced tens of thousands of battles with him. He is his comrade in arms and brother. Without this soldier, Li Qingfeng's combat effectiveness would be compromised. Of course I can't take away what he loves. Since you have a good weapon, I will take this gun back. Li Qingfeng was also a generous and open-minded person. After taking the heaven-shaking spear, he laughed and said, "Boy, I'll wait for you at the trial field tomorrow morning." After saying this, he strode away majestically. Ding! Give Li Qingfeng one heaven-shaking spear as a gift, triggering a 100-fold rebate. You will get 100 heaven-shaking spears. Listening to the prompts in his head, Li Congxin broke out in a sweat. The gun originally belonged to Li Qingfeng. He just took advantage of it. Does this count? So, when Li Qingfeng threw the gun to him, it became his, so when he threw it back to Li Qingfeng, it could be considered as a gift from him. A hint of interest appeared on Li's face. In this case, he only needs to find one person and mess around, and he can turn the holy weapon into something as common as a wooden sword or scrap metal, right? It's just what you want to think. But you absolutely cannot do this. This will not do you any good. But when the time comes, he will slowly build Taigan Holy Land into a long-lasting family, and everyone will have the best spiritual roots and hold holy weapons. At that time, the team his father led out were killing gods and Buddhas. As soon as Li Qingfeng left, Chu Fij and Ren Hucheng, who were no longer under pressure, also walked into the pavilion again. "Young master, the soup is almost cold. Why don't you stop drinking it? I'll make you something fresh." Ren Hucheng asked while holding a tray. At this time, a cooing voice came, Cousin, you are back first. Isuzu, who returned from the secret realm, is home. After seeing Li Congxin, she jumped up and down with joy. Li Congxin responded lazily. Chu Fij was stunned when he heard these words. He looked confused. What do you mean you came back first? Didn't the young master never leave the house? I thought you were still here. Isuzu shook the puppet doll in his hand. He was very excited. I heard that you showed your power in the secret realm, killing a monster thousands of meters high with one sword, and cutting the vast ocean with one sword. Even the crane elder was stunned. Chu Fij's face was full of surprise. Li Congxin was either sleeping or lying on Iran Peak. She had been serving him all the time. It was obvious that she did not go to the secret realm with Isuzu. What's going on? Looking at Li Congxin, his face was filled with shock for a moment. The main body is on the peak, and the soul is killing outside. He actually has such magical powers. I broke out in a cold sweat. Young master, you are truly extremely powerful and unpredictable. Cut the sea with one sword. My God, how powerful is he? Suddenly, his eyes lit up again. He glanced secretly at the doll in Isuzu's hand. Looking at the doll in her hand that looked exactly like Li Congxin, Chu Fij felt a little sad and lonely for some reason. It seemed that in the young master's heart, his little cousin was the most precious treasure and irreplaceable. He quickly shook his head to sober himself up. What are you thinking about? How long have I known the young master? Not even 3 days. Why should you compare yourself with those childhood sweethearts? What I should do now is to serve the young master well and not think about those irrelevant things. Cousin, it's getting late. I'm going to make you some water and warm your bed. After chattering around Li Congxin for a while, Isuzu ran towards the bathing room with her ponytail jumping behind her. Not today. Li Congxin smiled and said, you are tired too, go and have a rest. Soaking in the tub is like taking a rest. A coquettish voice came from a distance. Li Congxin smiled helplessly, this girl. Ha. He put the bowl down and stretched, let's go for a walk too. He felt that he was about to level up again. He would break through after just a few steps. Oh. Chu Fij, who was daydreaming, quickly followed, okay, young master. Ren Huchong also smiled excitedly, young master, I'll go feed the chickens first. Cultivation increased by 2123. Cultivation increased by 2333. Cultivation increased by 2091. Gain 7 days of cultivation. Gain 3 days of cultivation. Gain 5 days of cultivation. The dragon and phoenix eggs in the back mountain provide you with 6,521 cultivation points. The dragon and phoenix eggs in the back mountain provide you with 6,666 cultivation points. The dragon and phoenix eggs in the back mountain provide you with 6,127 cultivation points. With the triple blessing of lying down to level up, taking a walk, and playing with power leveling, Li Congxin had just walked out of the pavilion when a ray of light burst out from his body, indicating a breakthrough in his cultivation. Ding! Cultivation has advanced to the 7th level of Grandmaster. Chu Fij, who was standing behind him, was shocked and speechless, standing on the ground. If this continues, what will happen? Call. Just when Li Congxin left the pavilion, the broken system on the table was also erased by his system and turned into ashes and disappeared. Plop. Another fish fell into the pond. Just a dead fish. Taigan Holy Land remains as usual, and Iran Peak is filled with joy. But at this moment, the other 2 Holy Lands are causing a sensation because of a piece of news. Fallen Dragon Holy Land. What did you say? During the trip to the Deep Sea Secret Realm, all my disciples from Falling Dragon Holy Land were wiped out. Even my son was buried in that secret realm. Holy Lord Shaowulia was trembling all over, his hand pressed hard on his heart that was in severe pain, and after a violent expression on his face, poof. He opened his mouth and spat out a bloody arrow several meters away. His son was born with supreme bones and was invincible. His hope, which was also the future of the Holy Land, unexpectedly died like this. How can this not hurt him? You said it was Li Congxin, the young master of Taigan Holy Land, who killed my son?" His eyes were cracked. "Didn't you say that this son is a waste? It turns out that it is all fake. Just say, how can Li Tianba's son be a waste?" "I didn't say that." The elder who led the team to the secret realm waved his hands in panic and shouted. "Being in your position and doing your job is your duty. But some words can only be conveyed and must not be judged by oneself, otherwise, one will be held responsible. Can he afford to offend Taigan Holy Land?" "Holy Master, I just heard from the disciples of Taigan Holy Land that their young master simply exploded, killing randomly in the secret realm, overturning everything, and being invincible." Knowing that this matter was of great importance, he did not dare to lie in the slightest and told the truth truthfully what he heard. Xiao Wulie clenched his fists. "Isn't this clear enough? Not obvious enough? Well, Li Congxin, a few days ago, you pretended to be compassionate and pretended to let my son go, but only the next day his true colors were revealed. In the end, he took my son's supreme bone in the secret realm and killed him ruthlessly. My son. You are the future Holy Lord of Taigan Holy Land. Of course you will not give other holy lands a chance to rise. But my son is a peerless figure. In time, he will become a proud man and will compete with you in the world. Therefore, in order to prevent future troubles, you will kill my son in the cradle. So cruel, so vicious. Like father, like son, he is worthy of being the son of the great emperor." After trying to figure it out on his own, he became even more indignant. The elder said cautiously, "Holy Lord, regarding this matter, should we ask Taigan Holy Land for an explanation?" Statement. Childish. Xiao Wulie laughed angrily. "Young Lord Taigan has overwhelming power. Whoever he wants to kill, who he wants to kill, and who he kills, why do you need to explain to others? Why do you need to give people a reason? Do you know how much their entire family loves him?" He became more and more excited. As long as he is happy, the hundreds of billions of lives in the world of Tianqin continent can be left to him to play with. They are all pitiful playthings in his hands. Do you know that the Saint of Sunlight Holy Land, the most beautiful girl in Tianqin continent, and the dreams of hundreds of billions of young men were all forced to change their names to Renlishuang for him? After some roaring, his expression gradually became darker again. Under Li Tianba's control and the strong power of Taigan Holy Land, Falling Dragon Holy Land could only survive in Tianqin continent in these years. However, no matter how groveling it was afraid that it would not be able to escape the fate of being destroyed in the end. Weakness is the original sin. Besides, Xiao Wulie has never been willing to keep groveling like this. Killing his son was also his final bottom line. It seems that the desperate idea that I had in my mind for a long time must be put into action. Just in time, the timing is mine. Boom. With a wave of his sleeve, it turned into a strong wind and swept outward. At the same time, the falling Phoenix Holy Land looked almost the same as the falling Dragon Holy Land. Holy Lord, except for the disciples of Taigan Holy Land, no one survived this trip to the deep sea secret realm. I personally heard from the disciples of Taigan Holy Land that their young master was killing indiscriminately in the secret realm. He overturned everything and was invincible. After listening to the leader's report, Holy Lord Yizangqiong was trembling all over and his eyes were filled with anger. His son Yifeng was born with double eyes and was invincible, but he died like this. How to make him not feel sad? It's too much. It's just too much. You just spared my son yesterday, and you killed my son again today. Li Congxin, in your eyes, are we just a joke that you can make casually? It is too much to humiliate others like this. Yizangqiong was shameless and gritted his teeth. Suddenly, as if he had had this idea for a long time, he finally made up his mind, and his expression became stern. Since there is no way to survive, that's all. Just in time, the timing is mine. With a wave of his sleeves, it turned into a strong wind and disappeared. Not long after, on a mysterious mountain peak, the two holy masters of the two holy places met here. Brother Xiao, have you decided? Brother Yi, there is no need to hesitate anymore. The moon was dark and the wind was high. Xiao Wulie and Yizangqiong, who had met in secret many times, had gloomy expressions. Good. Then while Li Tianba is away and the quasi-emperor level experts from Taigan Holy Land have followed him on his expedition to the outside world, we will steal his home. Xiao Wulie decided. He snorted again. Li Tianba is too conceited. Every time he goes to the outside world, he will take away all the powerful quasi-emperors. This is also his biggest flaw. Since we are no longer the queen, let him, Li Tianba, no longer be the queen. After stealing his home and killing Li Congxin, we fled Tianqin continent. Yi Zhangqiong has also made up his mind. Instead of living an ignoble existence in Tianqin continent, it is better to move all the powerful people in the Holy Land together and go to other worlds to find new places for development. Good. Xiao Wulie, who had already expected this, said, the Taiqian Holy Land is definitely the largest treasure house in the world. After killing Li Congxin, we will loot the treasures in the Holy Land. At the same time, we will have enough capital to go to other worlds in the outer world. Even if you join other forces, you will still be a guest, instead of living like a prisoner like now. Even if we become interstellar refugees, our situation will be better than our current situation. The universe is so big. When Li Tianba comes back, where can he find us? He waved his sleeves and said, let's take action. Next. The two men went home and immediately took action. Rumble. Rumble. Soon, the two holy places began to hum, the mountains shook and the earth trembled violently. Above the fallen dragon Holy Land and the fallen phoenix Holy Land, airships of varying sizes appeared. The large ones could carry tens of thousands of people, while the small ones could carry thousands of people. There were hundreds of airships in the two holy places, carrying millions of people, all of whom were cultivators at the levels of Martial King, Grand Master, Martial Emperor, and Martial Saint. The team leaders Xiao Wulie and Yi Zhangqiong are two quasi-emperors. As for the disciples who were in larger numbers at the three realms of solid state, meridian development, and soul shaping, they were directly abandoned by them. Their cultivation had not yet broken through the three basic realms, and they were not worthy of being interstellar refugees because it would be a waste of food. Reality is so cruel. Boom. The huge fleet group set off from the two holy places and headed towards the Taigan Holy Land. Taigan Holy Land, the proving ground. In the early morning, there were already dense crowds of people here to watch the excitement. One sword cuts the sea. The depth of young master's knowledge is beyond estimation. Then you still have to ask. If you don't have a super strong foundation, you can release a sword intent 10,000 feet high. We combined, we can't even drain our dantian. Now that the young master has the best thunder spirit root, his combat power will be even more explosive. Haha, we were worried about him before, but it turns out the clown is ourselves. No wonder he doesn't want Xiao Zhan and Yifeng's supreme bone eyes, because our young master doesn't like them at all. The story of Li Congxin has been spread by the disciples who went to the secret realm. Now, everyone knows that he is not only not useless, but extremely powerful. This time the god of war has returned and is going to personally teach you how to use the spear. You will never look back on your path to becoming even more powerful. It's not teaching, it's guidance. I heard that the young master is also proficient in spearmanship, and the god of war wants to spar with him. Hiss, sparring with the god of war. No matter how outstanding the young master is, he is still a junior after all. Can he withstand 2 or 3 blows? Our second holy lord, the god of war of Tianqin continent, is the #1 person under our holy lord, the overlord of the world. Upon learning that Li Qingfeng was going to teach Li Congxin spearmanship, the disciples who came to watch the fun were all excited. Who wouldn't want to witness the demeanor of the #1 war god in Tianqin continent with their own eyes? Also, they also wanted to see with their own eyes what level Li Congxin was at. At this moment, a strong light shot out from the demon-slaying peak, and when it landed on the trial field, it had transformed into a tall and mighty man. Is my great-nephew here? Li Qingfeng asked loudly. His words were lofty and his aspirations were high. A pair of eyes shot out cold stars. Holding a heaven-shaking spear, he sat on the throne like a Pishio that shook the earth. With a broad chest and a majestic body, he had an aura that no one could match. Meet the god of war. The disciples bowed respectfully one after another. He looked around again. Where is the young master? Why hasn't he arrived yet? Young master, young master. It's time to get up. You have an appointment with your second uncle. On Iran Peak, Li Tsongxin lay on the soft soul-gathering bed, listening to the gentle whisper. He slowly bent one leg like a sloth, and then slowly put it back down. Then it fell into stillness for a long time. Chu Fij was standing beside the bed, her pretty face speechless. Who would dare to think that such a lazy guy could be a super genius with unfathomable background? Anyone who saw him would definitely think he was a super waste. No, no, her young master is not lazy, he just has the strength, so he is so cynical. Young master, are you still going to accept the appointment? If you don't go, I'll go and tell you the message. He bent down and whispered. Li Tsongxin turned over and faced Chu Fij with his back and buttocks. Then, he stretched out a hand and directly pressed it against Chu Fij's face. It's too early, I really can't get up. I won't go, you go in my place. Chu Fij's eyes blurred. I took a step back and saw clearly that there was an exquisite doll in front of me. A doll that looks exactly like Li Tsongxin. Suddenly, she was overjoyed and quickly took the doll, saying happily, "Yes, sir." She never thought that the young master would give her a doll like this. When Yasusa takes the doll to the secret realm to snatch treasure, the young master can appear directly in the secret realm. Obviously, this doll is no ordinary thing. Since the young master arranges it this way, it must be feasible. Master, I'll go then. So, one person went towards the foot of Iran Peak. Hey, why is there only one girl here? The young master is not here. As expected of a girl from Iran Peak, she is so beautiful. Her appearance is no less than that of the young master's fiancée, who is known for her extreme beauty. I heard that this girl was snatched from another world by the Holy Lord. She is the girl of destiny and luck of this world. She was specially sent to bring good luck to the young master. That's true. This girl is the young master's mascot. I said, it's hard for us to even find a wife, and the young master uses the girl of destiny as a mascot to bring good luck. Idol, young master is my idol for 8 lifetimes. Fei Gu meets the senior. Chu Fij came gracefully and waved at Li Qingfeng. Not only was her appearance stunning, but her temperament was also extraordinary. He is neither humble nor arrogant, and at first glance you can tell that he is a worldly wise genius. Chu Fij doesn't care about what others say. 60 to 80% of people in the world love to gossip, even emperors or quasi-emperors. It is enough for you to know how you are living at the moment, so why should you care about what others say? Li Tsongxin treated her very well. Never bullied her. On Iran Peak, she never felt humiliated that she was abducted as a plaything. On the contrary, a lot of benefits were gained. Where is my nephew? Li Qingfeng asked. Chu Fij took out the puppet doll. She was a little panicked at this moment. Young master said. Uncle, sorry for the wait. Li Tsongxin walked out of the puppet doll, fresh, handsome and elegant. Chu Fij felt relieved. He looked carefully at Li Tsongxin in front of him. She was sure that this was definitely not a spirit, but a real person with flesh and blood. For a moment, she was also confused. Could it be that this doll was a portal? But she was clearly by the young master's side yesterday. When did the young master go to participate in the treasure hunt in the secret realm? It is too profound and unfathomable. I cannot see through it, absolutely not at all. You kid, you really don't want to take a single step, and you even got a portal that the maid carries with her. Li Qingfeng thought so too. At this time, Li Tsongxin was actually still lying on the bed. This was just one of his clones. Under the control of his mind, the clone was the same as his real body, and there was no way to detect any abnormality. Let's get started. Since they wanted to compete, he didn't say anything long-winded. If there are any shortcomings, please give me more guidance, uncle. He stretched out his arm and boom. It was like a loud thunderclap, like a flash of lightning turning into a dragon descending from the sky. In his hand, a spear wrapped in lightning appeared. The spear was 3 meters and 2 meters long, and the body of the spear looked like a green thunder. The gun handle hit the ground. Sizzle. The entire trial field, which was as big as a football field, was filled with electric waves and lightning patterns. Holy thunder weapon, thunder questioning heaven spear. What a powerful military might. Li Qingfeng's expression brightened. He shouted loudly, "Other disciples, leave." Hearing this, the disciples spread their wings like huge cranes, flew away in all directions, and retreated to the surrounding areas outside the trial field. Here we go. I hope the young master can withstand the 3 moves of the God of War. There are not many people in the world who can withstand the 3 moves of the God of War. Yes, even if the Saint Lord and the God of War are sparring with each other, they wouldn't dare to be careless, right? If someone can withstand 3 moves from the God of War, he can be called the new generation of the little God of War. But the young master can cut the sea with 1 sword. Yes, the young master now possesses a top-grade Thunder Spirit root, and with such a powerful Thunder Spearman, he will definitely have an amazing performance. At the same time, everyone became excited. In the trial field, the uncle and nephew stood facing each other, 100 meters apart. An atmosphere that made outsiders nervous began to rise. Chu Fij clenched her fingers tightly. She had never seen Li Congxin fight with anyone before, and she didn't know what the actual combat level of this young master who usually didn't even like to move was. Watch out, kid. Li Qingfeng's tall and mighty body shook, and his aura exploded, releasing his might. The silver bottle suddenly broke and water splashed out. The cavalry rushed out with guns blaring, and shouted, "Explode!" The heaven-shaking spear in his hand was struck out with great force, and a startling sight appeared. In the space, a string of gas bubbles suddenly appeared, which were caused by the explosion of the gun. They spread forward rapidly and rolled towards Li Congxin. It was like his echo, boom, 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 boom. The killing power rolls, and the destructive intent roars. At that moment, the entire trial field was filled with the sound of explosions. The disciples who retreated to the periphery were also shocked. The power of the God of War was extraordinary. Li Congxin stopped talking and had no expression on his face. He also had a strong aura and shot out the spear in his hand. The gun shot out like a dragon, and a strangled forward thunder continued to shatter layers of void. The 2 spear lights clashed together. Boom. There was a loud noise in the center of the trial ground, and thunder waves and killing power surged in all directions like a sea tide. The Taigan Holy Land disciples who had retreated to the periphery were still shocked. If it weren't for the protection of the formation, the killing power of this attack would be overwhelming, demolishing houses and buildings, and could instantly smash everything in all directions. After the blow, the 2 of them stood facing each other with their clothes fluttering, still holding guns. Have equal shares. Good boy, you really hit it deep enough. Li Qingfeng couldn't help but be overjoyed. Because he has verified with facts that Li Congxin is not a waste material and is quite extraordinary. I'm going to use more force. His expression was even more cheerful. Just now, because he was afraid of hurting Li Congxin, he only released the power of the martial emperor realm. Seeing that Li Congxin could withstand it, he did not hesitate and directly increased it to the martial saint realm. The majestic body of the God of War straightened up. Suddenly, a mirror image rose from his body and transformed into a giant body of 100 feet tall. He held the heaven-shaking spear in his hand and stood in the void with domineering and majestic look. Looking down at Li Congxin lying on the ground. At this moment, the aura of the God of War was even more evident. Li Qingfeng laughed loudly, "Even if the sky is stained with blood, even if the gods block my way, I will still smile and fight back against the curses. Boy, are you ready?" The heaven-shaking spear in his hand exploded with thousands of starlights. Everyone couldn't help but cover their eyes. With such momentum and heroism, if he is not the God of War, who else dares to call himself such? At this moment, everyone was shocked. The giant mirror body was a magical power that only Saint Realm strongmen could possess. The young master was only 17 years old, I'm afraid. Boom. There was a wave in space, and the heaven and earth were buzzing. Not to be outdone, it was like a roar of rage rising to the sky, stepping on the clouds, as high as the sky. At this moment, a phantom also rushed out of the silent Li Congxin's body, turning into a mirror image of 100 feet, standing in the void. With a shake of his arm, the thunder spear in the mirror body's hand became huge, and lightning flashed across the sky. Boom. Boom, bang, 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 bang. Two mirror images that were 100 feet in size raised their spears and clashed with each other in midair. The sound was like the explosion of heaven and earth. The force wave impacts the heaven and earth in all directions. On earth, everyone was shocked. Shocked and horrified. Is the young master so powerful? They all screamed in surprise. Not far away, on a mountain peak, the crane that had been watching all the time also showed a look of surprise on its pretty face. He covered his chest with his hands and whispered, "I heard that the young master killed a monster several thousand meters high with one sword. I thought the disciples were just bragging before, but now I really believe it." Chu Fij raised her head, a look of astonishment on her beautiful face. Today she finally knew that the young master had at least reached the level of a martial saint. 17-year-old martial saint. Oh my God, unheard of. However, she immediately dismissed the idea. In the trial field, the real bodies of the two people standing face to face never moved. This attack is still evenly matched. Ha 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 ha. Amidst the joyous laughter, Li Qingfeng's huge mirror image held a spear in his hand, rising into the sky like a dazzling star. The 100-foot mirror image was already like a gorgeous star in the extremely high sky, as if it was connecting to the abyss of the sky. Together. Boy, I'm going to do it for real. 100,000 feet high in the sky, Li Qingfeng shouted loudly, shaking the sky. Boom. With one shot, the power of the god of war completely exploded, and the 80,000 mighty powers of heaven and earth gathered crazily, condensing a scene of world destruction. The huge killing power was like the entire sky shaking down. Looking up, everyone in the Taigan Holy Land took a deep breath. Even the few martial saint realm elders who stayed behind in the Holy Land were shocked. God of war, do you want your family to become extinct? This vision was like the sky falling, a large piece of the sky collapsed, and it hit Li Congxin angrily in the trial ground. This strike has the power to destroy the world and can kill millions of living beings. With this shot, Li Qingfeng released a quasi-emperor level power. The reason was very simple. He knew it in his heart and found that the power of the martial saint level could not suppress Li Congxin at all. He wanted to see how deep Li Congxin's foundation was. Young master, be careful. Chu Fij couldn't help but exclaim. This moment. Li Congxin said nothing but retracted his soul mirror, stood majestically on the ground, raised one arm high, held the lightning spear high and pierced the sky, and the sun and the moon shone together and emitted light. The thunder-questioning heaven spear seemed to be questioning the heavens, with billions of thunders exploding from the spear. It was like a giant blooming thunder flower exploding above him, and countless thunders like long snakes strangled out, ferocious, violent, and murderous, smashing the shaken sky to pieces. The scene of world destruction suddenly disappeared. The entire world was left with waves of force and endless buzzing sounds. Everyone couldn't help but open their mouths. In my heart, I said. The expression can no longer be described as incredible, but rather astonished. Li Qingfeng released a quasi-emperor level killing move, but it was still resolved by Li Congxin in one move. The two of them are still evenly matched. Before, I was worried whether Li Congxin could withstand 3 attacks from Li Qingfeng. Now it seems that after 3 attacks, Li Qingfeng didn't seem to have gained any advantage at all. No way. Chu Fij murmured in a low voice, my young master is a quasi-emperor. Bang. At this time, Li Congxin had cracked the blue stone ground with one foot, and holding the thunder gun in his hand, he soared into the sky like a bolt of lightning and blasted towards Li Qingfeng in the sky. Boom. Boom. High in the sky, Li Congxin used advanced spear techniques that were both exquisite and powerful, and continued to attack Li Qingfeng violently. The long spear is like lightning into the clouds and thunder, reaching up to the sky and opening up for thousands of miles. The spear stretches out like a dragon, the tiger roars, and the energy surges. The long spear is held upright to kill all enemies. The battlefield is like a fire that never stops burning. Facing Li Congxin's fierce bombardment, Li Qingfeng continued to resist strongly, and his heart was also in turmoil. Where do all these powerful gun skills come from? Do you still need my guidance? Otherwise, could you give me some advice? Brat, where did you get such powerful strength as the quasi-emperor level? Have you really never seen him practice or grow? Is this just something he imagined out of thin air? Let's fight. At the same time, it was great joy. Ha ha ha, his nephew is actually a powerful quasi-emperor. For a moment, he no longer restrained himself at all and directly released his strongest aura. The two of them fought fiercely in the sky, and soon, 10 moves. 100 moves. 1,000 moves. The sky and the earth roared, thunder continued, and the sky above the Taigan Holy Land was already dark. It was like an unprecedented battle between gods and demons, and the fight was extremely fierce. Always, it's hard to tell the winner. Ha ha ha. The more the fight got more intense, Li Qingfeng, who had not fought so heartily in many years, laughed loudly. What a great nephew, today I will fight with my second uncle for 1,000,000 rounds. Li Congxin, who always remained silent, stayed with him until the end. Hiss. It was on the ground, so people felt chilled in their hearts when they saw it. The shock on the faces of the disciples of the Taigan Holy Land, which was open to their eyes, has begun to turn into worship and incomparable admiration. The young master confronts the two holy masters and challenges the #1 god of war in Tianqin continent. The two people's fighting strength is still the same 4 words, equally divided. The young master who had always been inconspicuous and was even considered a loser has turned out to be so powerful after 17 years of silent efforts. The young master is so amazing when he is only 17 years old. With his secret and unremitting efforts, I am afraid that it will not be long before he surpasses Li Qingfeng and then Li Yuanba, and then becomes the youngest and strongest person in Tianqin continent. Everyone was excited again. Ha ha ha, the holy master is in his prime, and the young master has risen to the top of the sky. Their Taigan Holy Land will always be prosperous and undefeated. In fact, Li Congxin let go. At this moment, Li Congxin was sitting on the bed and picking his feet leisurely. The moment the battle started, he handed over the control of the clone to the system and warned, "You come and fight, but remember, give my second uncle face and don't defeat him." The entire Taigan Holy Land is Li Congxin's absolute domain. In his absolute domain, it is impossible for him to lose. When his father comes, he can hang him up. Even fucking. If you can't lose, then let go to the maximum extent, which means you can't win. Have equal shares. He didn't want to defeat Li Qingfeng or embarrass him. The face of the second uncle Tianqin, the continent's #1 god of war, is still very important. At this time. Boom. Boom. The airships from Falling Dragon Holy Land and Falling Phoenix Holy Land have converged on the way. Hundreds of airships, carrying millions of people, are heading towards Taigan Holy Land. The sky was completely dark. With such a huge momentum, such a huge team, and there is about to be a world-shaking battle, it is said that they should be very excited and very excited. However, the reality is, my heart is beating harder than when I was about to undergo a catastrophe. I have a bad premonition. Yes, my left eyelid is twitching non-stop. If we kill them in such a big way, will our entire army be annihilated? Over the years, the Taigan Holy Land has been extremely kind and did not destroy our 2 holy lands of Falling Dragon and Falling Phoenix, but we actually went to attack them. Ahem, does this sound a bit like turning over the offerings on the King of Hell's table and wanting to die? Yes, isn't this a sheep breaking into a wolf's den and giving away food for free? That's the Taigan Holy Land. We used to go there to worship. But it's the most sacred, powerful, and inviolable place in Tianqin continent. The disciples of the 2 holy places, including the elders, looked uneasy and panicked at the moment. Ah. Some people even suddenly lost their footing and fell out of the airship, and did not save themselves, allowing themselves to fall towards the mountains on the ground. Phew. Or, some people just used their swords and run away without saying anything. I would rather be a deserter who was spurned by others, and I would rather be a wandering cultivator without an owner in the future, than dare to take risks in the Taigan Holy Land. Xiao Wulia and Yi Sanxiong's expressions were ugly. Li Tianba has taken all the masters to fight in the outside world. There are only a few elders of the martial saint realm left in Taigan Holy Land to guard their homes. Don't worry, everyone. Yes, the opportunity is mine, don't panic. Don't panic. Don't panic. A kind of fear has penetrated into the bones. Even shouting did not have much effect. Seeing that some people kept choosing to escape from the battle, the corners of Yitzhangqiong and Xiao Wulia's mouths twitched. No. Now I'm starting to panic. The closer I get to Taigan Holy Land, the more panic I feel. I'm really worried that by the time I fly to Taigan Holy Land, only a few people will be gone. The two looked at each other with a wry smile. If that were to happen, it would be a big embarrassment. It would be like sending troops to fight. As soon as they hit the battlefield, the people disappeared. Yitzhangqiong looked stern. We can't give the disciples a chance to escape. We are still 1,000 miles away from the Taigan Holy Land. With the strength of the two of us, we can just tear open the time and space barrier and teleport 1,000 miles with the large army. Good. Boom. The two men's hair and beards stood on end, and they released imperial majesty at the same time. Snap, snap, snap. The aura transformed into two huge phantom bodies standing between heaven and earth, like two door gods, stretching out their huge arms and continuously tearing the space in front to the left and right. Boom. Boom. One airship after another sailed into the torn space and time and disappeared. Seeing this, Yitzhangqiong and Xiao Wulia breathed a sigh of relief. The battle was about to begin, and the two men's expressions were lifted. Let's go, kill Li Congxin and avenge our son. Remember, Li Tianba's niece, Li Congxin's cousin, a girl named Yususu, must be captured alive. This girl was born with a spiritual spring body, which is equivalent to an inexhaustible spiritual spring. She can be used as a cauldron for the two of us to practice endlessly in turns. Wonderful. After a brief exchange of words, the two got into the rift in time and space. Buzz. The next moment, airships appeared one after another in the sky above Taigan Holy Land. Hiss. The people who had just arrived from Falling Dragon Holy Land and Falling Phoenix Holy Land had a sudden change in their expressions before they had time to observe the situation. Without any warning, the hairs all over their bodies suddenly stood on end. Appearing here, what immediately appeared in front of their eyes were two peerless powerful men who were like gods and demons. They were fighting fiercely in the air with the sacred spears rolling back and forth in their hands. In this world, the wind is howling, lightning is thundering, and the aura of killing is filling the sky. Taking a closer look, the cultivators of the two holy lands were almost frightened out of their wits. Li Qingfeng. That's the god of war Li Qingfeng. Who among the cultivators in the major holy places does not know Li Qingfeng? There were originally 12 holy lands in the Tianqin continent. Once, one of them, the Yui Holy Land, was a far more powerful force than the Falling Dragon and Falling Phoenix Holy Lands. As a result, it was razed to the ground by Li Qingfeng with one shot. Millions of people in the Holy Land were killed. The panic I just felt was not in vain, they really came to die. The Holy Lord harmed me. Under the collapse, an elder from Falling Dragon Holy Land shouted angrily at Yitzhangqiong, "Didn't I say that the opportunity is mine, and Taigan Holy Land may not be the emperor? Why did you trick me?" An elder from Luofeng Holy Land shouted at Xiao Wulia, "Didn't you say you came to steal our home? You are clearly waving from the grave to lead us to death." Yitzhangqiong and Xiao Wulia had ugly expressions at this time. Extremely. At the same time, the two of them were also panicking. Every time Li Tianba goes to the outside world, he will take away all the quasi-emperors. God of War Li Qingfeng, didn't you go with Li Tianba this time? This is really a big surprise. Shocked. To destroy the two holy places, one Li Qingfeng is enough. Yitzhangqiong and Xiao Wulia joined forces, and they could only hold on for a moment at most. Then they were stepped on by Li Qingfeng, pressing them to the ground and rubbing them. However, the people in the two holy places were shocked. That young man actually fought on a par with Li Qingfeng. That's Li Congxin, the young master of Taigan. They were even more surprised than when they saw the god of war Li Qingfeng. Everyone was filled with shock. Is Li Congxin so powerful? Being able to fight fiercely with Li Qingfeng means that he is at least a quasi-emperor. No wonder Xiao Zhan and Yifeng died so simply. It's really not unfair that he died. Two little martial kings and a quasi-emperor were fighting for treasures in the same secret realm. If they didn't die, who would die? If they could come back alive, it would be like seeing a living ghost. Everyone always believed that it was Li Tsungxin who killed Xiao Zhan and Yi Feng. It's over. It's over now. Yi Tsangqiong and Xiao Wulie were also filled with despair. Not to mention Li Qingfeng, they probably couldn't even beat Li Tsungxin. This vengeance can never be avenged. Trembling, the people from the two holy places showed a wretched expression, thinking in their hearts, why don't you two continue fighting? Just pretend you didn't see us. Can we turn back? Boom. With an explosion mixed with thunder and light, Li Tsungxin and Li Qingfeng retreated at the same time, stopped fighting and put away their guns. And together they looked at the people at Falling Dragon Holy Land and Falling Phoenix Holy Land. Li Tsungxin, who had been silent until now, also spoke, "Everyone, what are you doing? Come to attack my Taigan Holy Land." At this time, lying on the bed on Iran Peak, he had regained control of his clone. He is the young master of the Taigan Holy Land. If an enemy invades and his father is not around, he has to step forward to receive them. At this point, Yi Tsangqiong and Xiao Wulie could only bite the bullet and reply. On normal days, we would never dare to offend. Only because the Holy Sun killed our two sons, we impulsively mobilized troops. The fight hasn't even started yet, and all the confidence is gone. Oh. Qi. Hearing this, those Taigan Holy Land disciples who had been to the secret realm all sneered. But he didn't stand up and argue. There is a rule in their Taigan Holy Land, set by the Supreme Emperor Li Tianba, no explanation. Taigan Holy Land never cares about taking the blame. Because their dominance of the Tianqin continent has indeed caused too much killing. Li Tianba is called the God of Slaughter, Li Qingfeng is called the God of Killing, and that quasi-emperor. Which of them doesn't have the blood of millions of lives on their hands? Therefore, no matter what crime the outside world convicts them of, or what blame they are framed for, they accept it and it doesn't matter. Numb. No explanation. Also, when you reach a certain level of power, who the hell cares what you ants are thinking? Or how much they hate us? As the young master of Taigan, Li Tsungxin naturally cannot break this rule. I don't care at all that I have been misunderstood. A strong person lives his life, so why do he need to explain anything to others? But there is another rule in Taigan Holy Land: if you offend me, you will be punished. He said calmly, if you are impulsive, you will have to pay the price for being impulsive. A fierce murderous light suddenly flashed in his eyes. Hey! Li Qingfeng's heart was lifted. After all, uncles and nephews are always careful when sparring with each other, and they won't kill each other because they are afraid of hurting each other. But it's different when dealing with outsiders. Now, he can finally judge what kind of background Li Tsungxin has. In that case, Xiao Wulie and Yi Tsangqiong looked stern. Let's fight. He could only muster up his courage and release his powerful imperial might. The imperial power is only possessed by those who are above the quasi-emperor level. It is a kind of deterrent force that can suppress all living beings in the world. Once the imperial power is released, it can instantly crush the army, destroy mountains and rivers, and burn all things. War. Li Tsungxin still said calmly, I'm afraid you two are not worthy enough. Standing in the void, he stretched out a hand from afar and pressed down slightly. Bang. Bang. Xiao Wulie and Yi Tsangqiong's bodies were shaken, and they had no chance to resist. They fell directly from the air. With two loud bangs, they knelt heavily on the trial field. When his knee smashed down, cracks appeared in all directions on the blue stone ground, like two huge spider webs. Ah! Ah! As they struggled, the imperial power released from the two men was like a surging mountain torrent, but under Li Tsungxin's palm of suppression, it was forcibly suppressed and poured back in. Puff! Puff! The two men knelt on the ground with their hands supporting their bodies, blood spurting all over the floor. There was a raging storm in my heart. What kind of strength does this boy have? Under the suppression, his bones were broken and his muscles collapsed, and he hurriedly shouted, Stop, stop, stop. Holy Sun, spare your life, spare your life. The two of them were so frightened that they were originally afraid of Li Qingfeng, but in the end, this kid seemed to be scarier than Li Qingfeng. This crime will not be spared. Li Tsungxin said calmly, the rules of Taigan Holy Land cannot be broken. Palm, press down. Boom. As soon as the world collapsed, a huge palm print with a width of 100 meters was dented on the trial ground. Xiao Wulie and Yi Tsangqiong, who were originally kneeling, lay down in the huge palm pit like old dogs with broken backs. Unable to move, he was dying on the spot. This scene, whether it was the people from Falling Dragon Holy Land, Luo Feng Holy Land or Taigan Holy Land, were all shocked and speechless. Their young master crushes the quasi-emperor. 2. This is too invincible. Chu Fiji's beautiful eyes were filled with shock. At this moment, her heart seemed to have forgotten to breathe and had stopped beating. I thought her young master was at the saint level, but he was undefeated in his fight against the quasi-emperor. I thought her young master was also a quasi-emperor, but it turned out that he possessed the power to suppress a quasi-emperor with ease. Could it be that her young master is a... That's unlikely. Even Li Qingfeng's face was filled with disbelief. If he wanted to kill 2 quasi-emperors, he had to go on the field himself, raising his arms and brandishing his gun. Li Congxin stretched out a hand in the air and suppressed it easily. Is this kid a great emperor? Could it be that when he fought with me just now, he was fighting according to his own weight, and he would use the same strength as my moves? Boom. Li Congxin pressed his palm slightly downward again, and the palm-shaped pit in the trial field instantly expanded and deepened, turning into a terrifying palm-shaped abyss. Phew. Phew. The 2 quasi-emperor bodies lying in the abyss turned into 2 pools of flesh like rotten tomatoes hit by a steel plate. Yi Tsangqiong and Xiao Wulie, who were left with only their broken souls, were terrified and screaming in fear. Show mercy. Not far away, 2 old voices rang out, Holy Son, I beg you to show mercy. Wow. Wow. The energy on Iran Peak fluctuated, and behind the mountain, 2 old and weak shadows of souls emerged and rose into the void. They have no entity, are very weak, and seem to be scattered at any time, but it can still be judged that they are all powerful quasi-emperors. Li Congxin narrowed his eyes. Who are you 2? When did the remnant souls of 2 quasi-emperors live on Iran Peak? Looking at the 2 phantoms, the cultivators at Falling Dragon Holy Land and Falling Phoenix Holy Land were really excited. Ancestor. That's our ancestor. Why did our ancestor from the Holy Land, who had disappeared for 17 years, appear in the Taigan Holy Land? These 2 people are the ancestors of Falling Dragon Holy Land and Falling Phoenix Holy Land. Surprised, the people of the 2 holy places became excited again. At the critical moment, the 2 ancestors who had disappeared for 17 years appeared. This may be a turning point. In the void. The 2 phantoms saluted respectfully towards Li Congxin. Holy Son, we are your eggs. Immediately, looking at the remnant soul of Xiao Wulie Yi Tsangqiong in the palm pit, the 2 elders beat their chests and stamped their feet, confused. You are really confused. Then he looked at the cultivators at the 2 holy places, and even more bitterly shouted, Fools, you fools, do you really think that the Taigan Holy Land is so easy to attack by surprise? Idiots, just like me 17 years ago, we are both big fools who don't know the heights of the world. Do you know? Even if the great Emperor Heba and other powerful men are not here, even if the god of war is not here, even if the young master is not around, there are still 5 ancient ancestors of the Li family in this holy land. Any one of them has a ray of divine power. Even the spirit can destroy the entire Tianqin continent. In addition, there is the young master's mother, the snow goddess, Without further ado, the 2 of them kept looking up to the sky and crying, a bunch of fools, who asked you to come here to seek death? Trembling. Millions of people were trembling. The hope that had just risen was shattered like a moth that was shot. Show mercy, Holy Son, show mercy. Although they broke the rules, I beg you to forgive them this time. Yes, they are so audacious, they really deserve to die, but for the sake of our eggs, please let them go. Please have mercy, Holy Son. After scolding their descendants, the 2 ancestors whose residual souls were floating in the void kept bowing and begging towards Li Congxin. Second uncle. Uncle. Xiao Wulie and Yi Tsangqiong, whose lives were hanging by a thread in the palm pit, cried out weakly. My mentality has collapsed. The heart of Taoism has collapsed. At this moment, both of them were full of question marks. Those two old souls are actually the uncles of the holy lords of the two holy places, Falling Dragon and Falling Phoenix. They are of such a high generation. But they also said that they are our young master's eggs. Similarly, the disciples of Taigan Holy Land also had confused faces, including Li Qingfeng, who were all scratching their heads, looking like Monk Zhang Er was confused. When did the ancestors of the two holy places become the eggs of their young master? What egg? What kind of egg? It can't be those two eggs, right? Our young master's two balls are actually transformed from the ancestors of two holy places. This is amazing. The power is endless. Although it was very confusing, everyone was very happy. A bunch of little destroyers, even your ancestors are just the eggs of our young master. How dare you come to attack my Taigan Holy Land? Li Zongxin showed interest. There is a dragon and phoenix egg in the mountain behind Iran Peak. He has known about it for a long time, but he did not expect that the egg turned out to be the ancestor of Falling Dragon Holy Land and Falling Phoenix Holy Land. There must be something fishy in it. No wonder Taigan Holy Land destroyed all the holy lands, but it was particularly kind to Falling Dragon Holy Land and Falling Phoenix Holy Land, promising that as long as the two holy lands did not take the initiative to die, they would have a place to live in Tianqin continent. Attack them without destroying them. This is also the reason why the two holy places can survive until now. Presumably, it's because of that egg. However, now they are the ones taking the initiative to commit suicide. No matter what agreement you two have with my elders. Li Zongxin did not show any compassion, and still said calmly, anyone who violates our holy land will be punished. This rule cannot be broken. With your palm, press down gently. Don't want. The two ancestors cried out in despair. Ah! Amid screams of terror, Yi Zongqiong and Xiao Wulia's souls were shattered, turning into countless broken light points that constantly faded away and turned into ashes. Why? You will suffer the consequences if you bring trouble upon yourself. You will suffer the consequences if you bring trouble upon yourself. The two ancestors sighed helplessly. His face looked sad. By now, they are both extremely weak. If they stay hidden and don't show up, they may be able to hold on for another year. In order to save Xiao Wulia and Yi Zongqiong, he had to show up. In the end, they were unable to save the two. Dead. The Holy Lord of our Holy Land and two quasi-emperors died just like that. This scene made the people from the two holy places tremble with fear and feel horrified. The ancestor pleaded humbly, but it was still useless. Immediately, Li Zongxin looked at the large black airship floating in the sky. The people on the airship couldn't help but tremble all over. Without hesitation. Holy Son, spare your life. We never thought about attacking Taigan Holy Land. We were deceived by Xiao Wulia and Yi Zongqiong. Yes, we wanted to run away halfway, but Xiao Wulia and Yi Zongqiong directly broke the time and space barrier and pulled us over. Spare your life, Holy Son, we really didn't want to offend Taigan Holy Land. They all yelled, and each of them was so frightened that their faces turned blue. That being the case, Li Zongxin made a considerate expression. After a while, said, well, then I will give you 3 times to escape. After 3 times, whether you are dead or alive depends on your destiny. Since they were helpless, and because the egg transformed by their ancestor had trained him a lot, Li Zongxin decided to give them half a chance. But you can't give it all. Because the rules of Taigan Holy Land cannot be broken. The majesty is untouchable. Boom. As soon as I finished speaking, I saw densely packed figures suddenly rushing up on the huge group of airships, whoosh whoosh. Boo-hoo-hoo-hoo. Facing the opposite direction of Taigan Holy Land, some were wielding swords, some were wielding weapons, some were using flying beast mounts, and some were simply swinging their arms and running in the air. Millions of people were like frightened birds. At this time, everyone wished they could have 3 legs. I just wish I could have a flamethrower stuck in my butt to help. Millions of people fled for their lives. Li Zongxin. I haven't even started counting yet. Ha ha ha. Looking at the cultivators who were scared to death, Li Qingfeng laughed enthusiastically, my eldest nephew is majestic. Now that young Master Taigan has spoken, the elders in the Holy Land who are responsible for controlling various terrifying formations such as attack, defense, destruction, and illusion have not opened the formation seals or blocked them. Ha ha ha. The disciples of Taigen Holy Land all laughed together. Young Master is mighty. Young Master is domineering. And began to shout in unison, 3, 2, 1. The sound was loud. Just as everyone shouted 1, Li Congxin released a powerful aura, stood between heaven and earth, his eyes flashed with a cold light, like a god who was about to destroy the world. His arms shook. Buzz. 8 long spears appeared in the void in front of him. Flowing clouds breaking light spear, Tianning green wood spear, blood sea and wave spear, sky burning red cloud spear, thick earth and rock blocking earth spear, mysterious ice sealing heaven spear, great wind rising spear, and thunder questioning heaven spear. 8 holy spears releasing different spiritual powers were lined up in front of him like 8 rocket launchers. As Li Congxin waved his sleeves. Boom. 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 8 spears transformed into 8 killing streaks of different colors that broke through the sky. Shatter the void, cleanse the sky screen, and destroy the sky. Looking up at the traces of fire, thunder, ice, and wind that cut through the sky. The disciples of Taigen Holy Land looked horrified. I thought that their young master had only activated the thunder spirit system, but he didn't expect that he could control 8 kinds of spiritual power at the same time. 8 types are all spiritual attributes. I have never heard of such a great talent. This kid will. Li Qingfeng also whispered, it's crazy. He didn't know how to describe it, so he could only say the words, shaking the sky. These 3 words did not exist in this world. He was so shocked that he blurted them out. Boom boom boom. Under the impact of the 8 killing lights, the densely packed airships in the sky continued to explode and were penetrated, exploding into huge sparks. A large group of airships covered the sky and the earth, many of them were as big as aircraft carriers, but in an instant, they all exploded. The whole world was illuminated red by the fire. The picture is extremely spectacular. On the ground, Chu Fij looked shocked, his handsome face as brightly colored as if in the flames of war. Li Congxin fell back to the ground without taking another look and walked towards Chu Fij. Go back. It seemed like he had walked into her body, but in fact, his clone had returned to the puppet doll. This was the greatest mercy he could show. As for how many people ran away and how many didn't run away, it had nothing to do with him. It stands to reason that any outsider who steps into Taigen Holy Land without permission will die. Thank you, Master, for showing mercy beyond the law. The ancestors of the 2 holy lands of Falling Dragon and Falling Phoenix bowed deeply in the air with gratitude on their faces. Besides, young Master, that egg is now edible. After saying the last sentence, the last vestige of their souls also drifted away with the wind. He fell and died. On Iran Peak, Li Congxin was getting ready to get up. Because his curiosity was aroused, he wanted to go to the back mountain to see the egg. Susu, Susu. I shouted twice, but no one answered. There was such a big commotion, but Yisusu didn't come to watch. That girl must be hiding somewhere in seclusion and has sealed herself off with a soundproof array. At this moment, she should be cultivating the heavenly grade thunder spirit root that she obtained from the secret realm of the deep sea. You treat a piece of junk as a treasure. Li Congxin shook his head helplessly and started to get up and put on his clothes and socks. What do you want, young master? Ren Hucheng, wearing an apron, ran over in a hurry. I will serve the young master. There was a trembling expression on his face. Obviously he had witnessed the battle between Li Congxin and Li Qingfeng and the entire process of suppressing the 2 holy places on Iran Peak. I was pretty scared. However, he was also very confused at this moment. What? How did my invincible brother-in-law get up from the bed? He said he was confused. Go away. Li Congxin dressed himself, stretched, and then walked out of the house. Ding. The system starts automatically. Current total number of steps, 3212. You gain cultivation for 3 days. You get a magical banana. You gain cultivation for 7 days. As soon as I walked out of the house, I met Chu Fij, who was coming back from the foot of the mountain. Come on, accompany me to the back hills for a walk, Li Congxin said as he peeled a banana. Chu Fiji's expression froze. She glanced at the doll in her hand, and then took a deep breath. The young master had great powers. How could she not be able to track him down wherever he wanted to appear? He quickly followed. Now, in her eyes, Li Congxin is like a god. Li Congxin held the banana in front of Chu Fiji and said, "Eat it." After peeling the skin, he remembered that he never liked eating this thing. The young master actually peeled a banana for himself. Chu Fiji was shocked. Immediately, he took it quickly, flattered, "Thank you, young master." Looking at Li Congxin, who was walking forward leisurely, a hint of happiness appeared on his handsome face again. He opened his little mouth and took a sip happily. Boom. As a huge amount of spiritual power poured into her, the aura that surged from her body caused her clothes to flutter and her hair to fly. Realm, breakthrough. She was at the peak of the martial king realm, but she took a bite of a banana and became a grandmaster. For a moment, he was extremely excited. "Thank you, young master, for the reward." He increased the total number of steps from more than 3,000 to more than 13,000, and Li Congxin finally strolled to the back mountain. Well, this time he walked 3 times the distance it would have taken him 3 days. However, he didn't feel at a loss. When we arrived at the back mountain, we discovered that this was a sea of flowers growing on the cliffs. Standing in the fragrant sea of flowers, we could see the sea of clouds and waves in front of us. The scenery was so picturesque. There is a cave on the cliff. The eggs those 2 old men were talking about must be in this cave. Chu Fiji was about to move forward when he was pushed back by a flower of light that bloomed at the entrance of the cave. He said in shock, "Young master, there is a seal at the entrance of the cave. Take a closer look." At the entrance of the cave, shimmering light appeared, and a light curtain like a door curtain gradually emerged. There seemed to be vast smoke flowing on the light curtain, and ancient and strange flowers kept blooming. He exclaimed, "This is the mirror flower smoke dream seal. I have only seen this kind of seal in a torn ancient book. It is an imperial seal. After all, she is the daughter of destiny and fortune of the world, so she knows a lot." Li Congxin responded. At a casual glance, the light curtain on the cave looked like a piece of colored paper that was set on fire, constantly burning and turning into ashes. Chu Fiji's beautiful eyes were filled with shock. If Li Congxin broke the seal with one punch, she would accept it. An emperor-level seal could be shattered at a glance. What kind of strength is this? What grade is it? Invincible can only be described with these 2 words. Li Congxin walked into the cave slowly with his hands behind his back. As long as it was within the Taigan Holy Land, he could burn everything no matter how strong it was with a single thought. This is the absolute realm. Absolutely invincible. Such a big one. He had known there was an egg in the cave, but when he saw it, Li Congxin was still shocked. In the cave, like a night hall with flashing neon lights, there is a big Easter egg that can hold both him and Chu Fiji. The bright shell releases colorful rays of light. What kind of egg is this? Chu Fiji asked curiously. It should be. Li Congxin thought for a long time before saying a word, artificial egg. This egg is called dragon and phoenix egg, not because it contains dragon seeds and phoenix chicks, but because it is related to the names of the fallen dragon Holy Land and the fallen phoenix Holy Land. Because the 2 ancestors of the 2 holy places have completely died, this egg has also completely lost its soul and has become a spiritual treasure. It's so fancy, it can't be poisonous, right? Li Congxin touched the big Easter egg with his hand, and a message that had long been stored inside it and that only he could receive turned into a series of 3-dimensional color images and was transmitted to his brain. Looking at those colorful pictures, Li Congxin's face gradually showed warmth. He smiled slightly. "It turns out that this egg is the second gift my mother prepared for me. 17 years ago. In the struggle for hegemony over the world, all the major holy places perished one after another. Because Taigan Holy Land is too powerful, just like Yi Tsangqiong and Xiao Wulia want to attack Li Congxin, the 2 ancestors of Zhuilong and Luofeng Holy Land are secretly arranging a vicious plan to kill Li Tianba. And at this time, a goddess with moon-shaped eyes and a majestic charm, but she is also a beautiful woman dressed in black hair and a gorgeous bun. She stands on the sky, everything is in her eyes. With a wave of his sleeves, time, space, and all things in the two holy places of falling dragon and falling phoenix were brought to a standstill. Then, she walked into the two holy places like that, and abducted the ancestors of the two holy places like carrying two old onions. Then we came to the cave in the back mountain of Iran Peak. From now on, let Songshin live on this mountain peak. After saying something to myself, she used her spiritual power to conjure up a colorful eggshell, then extended a jade finger and gently moved it. Using a magical method that had never been seen in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, she forcibly separated the two ancestors' cultivation from their bodies and souls, and forced it into the eggshell. Then, he injected mysterious powers into it and refined it into a large Easter egg that could be eaten, absorbed 100%, and would not cause rejection. Afterwards, the woman threw the bodies of the two old men out of the cave and sealed the cave with a spell. When she left, she glanced at the remains of the two ancestors and said coldly, "In the struggle for supremacy in the world, the winners take all. You two want to plot against my husband, so whatever method I use to treat you is reasonable and justified. But, I've made you two into spiritual treasures to help my son grow in the future, so I owe you two a favor. 1 code equals 1 code. Therefore, I promise you that in the future, Taigan Holy Land will not attack the two holy lands of Zhuilong and Luofeng. As long as the two holy lands do not commit suicide, they will definitely allow you and millions of disciples and descendants to live in Tianqin continent. There is always a place to live." After saying that, he drifted away like an immortal. Li Songshin fell briefly into that stunning face. That woman is Xue Tianyao, his mother. In this way, I did not violate my mother's oath by killing Yi Tsangqiong and Xiao Wulie, because they committed suicide on their own. Touching the big Easter egg, Li Songshin smiled warmly. Now he knows. This dragon and phoenix egg contains, the cultivation levels of 2 quasi-emperors. Prepared for him. Because he was a loser when he was born, according to common sense, he would never be able to fly in his entire life by himself, so his mother prepared him for the strength of a quasi-emperor when he was just a few months old. When he was 18 years old, he went directly from a waste to a quasi-emperor. Arrogant. Li Songshin was also secretly shocked. Turning 2 quasi-emperors into an egg, damn, how powerful must that be? At the same time, I began to feel curious. With the cultivation of 2 quasi-emperors and the top-grade Thunder Spirit root, he has directly become an existence at the top level in this world. I remember my father said that his mother prepared 3 gifts for him. I don't know what the third thing is. So looking forward to it. A mother's love knows no boundaries. He sighed, Mom is the best person in the world. With a wave of his hand, he put the big Easter egg into the storage ring. Since it was a gift from his mother, of course he had to accept it. Ding. The system is upgrading. Upgrade failed. Upgrade failed. 98th upgrade, system upgrade successful. Li Songshin smiled calmly. I knew it would be like this. His mother gave him such a huge gift, how could this unyielding system tolerate this? It must be quite stimulating. Congratulations, you have obtained a luxurious gift of cultivation. Prompt, do you want to receive it? My mother gave me 2 quasi-emperor cultivation levels. Can you give me as much as my mother gave me? Li Songshin did not confirm, but had a playful smile on his face. I have already said that I have a very strong background and a solid foundation. I can soar to the sky just by lying down. It really doesn't matter whether I have a system or not. The system is being upgraded. Upgrade failed. Upgrade failed. The 86th upgrade, the system upgrade was successful. Congratulations, you have received another luxurious gift of cultivation. The system is being upgraded. Upgrade failed. Upgrade failed. The 66th upgrade, the system upgrade was successful. Congratulations, you have once again received a luxurious gift of cultivation. Li Songshin was delighted. Haha, it's anxious, it's anxious. Ding, the system has automatically received 3 luxurious gifts for the host. Hint, you have gained 100,000 years of cultivation. Hint, you have gained 120,000 years of cultivation. Hint, You have gained 140,000 years of cultivation. Boom. Boom. Boom boom boom. Following the 3 system prompts, Li Congxin's body was like a blooming sesame seed, with rays of upgraded light constantly bursting out. There is no reminder of upgrading to a smaller realm, and one can directly break through the shackles of a larger realm. Hint, you have broken through the martial emperor realm. Hint, you have broken through the martial saint realm. Hint, you have broken through the quasi-emperor realm. Reminder, your cultivation has reached the peak of quasi-emperor. 360,000 years of cultivation refers to what an ordinary cultivator gains from 360,000 years of cultivation in seclusion. With the addition of these 360,000 years of cultivation, Li Congxin's cultivation skyrocketed. He soared to the peak of quasi-emperor. Chu Fij was so frightened that he retreated wildly, with his back pressed against the wall of the cave. What's going on? The power of the ancient times is leaking out. Are you possessed? She never dared to think about breaking through the 3 realms in 1 second. System, are you serious? Feeling the real vast imperial power contained in his body, the terrifying power that could destroy thousands of miles of mountains and rivers with a snap of his fingers, Li Congxin felt happy. At this moment, even without opening the absolute domain, he could still fight the god of war Li Qingfeng for 3 days and 3 nights without losing. The premise is that he must not hit 100,000 times the critical hit. Otherwise. Buzz. Outside the cave, the sky buzzed and the earth shook. What's going on? Chu Fij hurriedly ran to the entrance of the cave to take a look, and his beauty suddenly turned pale. Young master, the sky is about to collapse. It seems that you have caused some kind of extremely terrible disaster. Boom. The sky above Taigan Holy Land was filled with thunderclouds, covering the sky and the earth. TSK. Amidst the lightning and thunder, the clouds were so thick that no one knew how thick they were. All living things were trapped in a state of death and oppression, almost suffocating. A red warning-like voice kept ringing. The Imperial Realm Heavenly Tribulation is about to begin. The Holy Realm Tribulation is about to begin. The Quasi-Emperor Heavenly Tribulation is about to begin. 3 tribulations are imposed at the same time. Please prepare to overcome them. Is it terrible? Li Congxin was not in a hurry. With his indestructible body of thunder sound Vajra, even the heavenly calamity could not blow him up, right? Tip, because this system has done too many unscrupulous and immoral things, it has already aroused the wrath of the heavens, so this time the heavenly tribulation is 100 times more powerful than normal. Li Congxin's mouth twitched. I cried in my heart, you did something immoral, and you blame me for it. What else? Ding, special reminder. 3 tribulations are punished with the same punishment. Under 100 times the power of the attack, the defensive formation of Taigan Holy Land may cause damage, so it is recommended that the host choose another place to overcome the tribulation. You idiot. Li Congxin finally cursed. Lazy, he took the initiative for a rare occasion. With a wave of his sleeves, his imperial power was shaken, and he smashed the empty space barrier in front of him. I'm going to go through the catastrophe first. When the sound sounded, the person had already jumped into the broken void. The next second, Li Congxin walked out of the broken space-time barrier and was randomly teleported to the top of a towering mountain. He didn't care where he was, as he was already far away from Taigan Holy Land anyway. Immediately, Wan sat down cross-legged on the ground lazily. Bring it on. He raised his head and glanced at the sky. With the appearance of Li Congxin, high in the sky on the top of the mountain, fierce winds were howling, angry clouds were rolling, and the power of heaven from all directions was gathering madly. The terrifying destructive force instantly filled the world. Boom. Under the night sky, vast thunderclouds suddenly appeared above the originally peaceful Holy Land of Sunday. Strong lightning like dragons and pythons shuttled through the thick clouds, and there was a sound of explosions between heaven and earth. The sound tore the ears of all living beings. The people in the Holy Land were so shocked that they jumped up. Some people who were practicing were nearly frightened to death. What's going on? What's going on? In a show building, Li Shuang's curvaceous body was stretched out straight on the scented couch, her hands clasped on her belly, her long eyelashes gently draped over her eyes. She was breathing evenly in silence, and was startled by the sound of thunder. She suddenly opened her beautiful eyes. I quickly walked to the window to check the situation. Hiss! Hiss! The thunderclouds hovering over the sun-holy land rolled continuously, dazzling lightning flashed one after another, and the terrifying aura of world destruction spread down, making people feel fearful. Under such horrific astronomical phenomena, the entire sun-holy land seemed to be on the verge of destruction at any time. Qiyang Peak. All the destructive aura is converging towards Qiyang Peak. At this time, the disciples of the sun-holy land have come out to check the situation. Even the elders were startled and sat up from their retreat. Could it be? Although everyone's faces were terrified, they suddenly became excited. And it's an unparalleled excitement. This is a sign of the coming of the heavenly calamity. This kind of powerful force is the first time I have seen it in my 6,000 years of life. It is definitely not an ordinary calamity, but an extremely powerful calamity that we have never seen before. Qiyang Peak is where their holy master went into seclusion. The Holy Lord has been in seclusion in Qiyang Peak for a long time. Could it be that he has finally broken through the shackles and entered a higher realm? It has already attracted a heavenly calamity, so why ask? It must be a higher realm. The Holy Lord is now a quasi-emperor. A higher realm is the peerless emperor who has the sun, moon, and stars in the sky above his head and the mountains and rivers under his feet, and can dominate all living things in the world. When the word emperor was mentioned, the people of the Holy Land of Sun went from excitement to ecstasy. I just couldn't help it. Are we dreaming? Some people started slapping themselves in the face. No, the fact is already happening before our eyes. Great! The Holy Lord has broken through the realm and brought about the catastrophe. Our sun-holy land is finally going to rise and be proud of itself. One white-haired elder even knelt on the ground, looked up to the sky and cried, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. It's finally my Sunday holy land's turn. Because you are looking up from the bottom of the peak, it is like the vision of an ant, and you cannot see the person sitting on the top of the peak at all. Is Dad finally going to take it to the next level? Standing in front of the window and looking at the mighty Qiyang Peak, Ren Lishuang's eyes showed surprise, and he clenched his fist to encourage, Daddy, come on. You must try your best. A fantasy color began to emerge on the pretty face. As long as her father reaches the realm of the great emperor, she can change her name back. Because at that time, she and Li Congxin were a perfect match. In front of Li Congxin, she no longer needs to feel as inferior as she does now. At this moment, inside the cave in Qiyang Peak, a middle-aged man wearing a white robe, with a few hints of gray in his hair, with an extraordinary temperament and a fairy-like state of mind, sensed that the rolling power of heaven was converging on all sides of the mountain where he was. Ren Taxing looked shocked. The calamity is coming. What a powerful calamity. What's going on? Is there a mistake? Ren Taxing was a little confused. He muttered to himself, that's not right. I have been in seclusion for so long and have not made any progress at all. There is no sign of a breakthrough at all. How could this have brought about a heavenly calamity? It takes 1,000,000 years for the emperor to appear. There can only be one emperor in a world. Now, Brother Tianba is at the peak of his power. All the destiny and vitality of this world have been taken up by him, the extremely domineering emperor. How could I possibly break through? I also know in my heart that the peak of quasi-emperor is the limit of achievements in this life. I don't have the appearance of a great emperor at all. Suddenly, his expression perked up again. Then, the uncontrollable excitement on his face caused his whole body to tremble slightly. Is that so? 1,000,000 years of great emperors, 6 consecutive emperors, all of them came from Taigan Holy Land. Taigan Holy Land has been dominated by one family for too long, which has caused the world to be completely unbalanced. Therefore, it is God who intends to support me and let me also step into the realm of the great emperor and control the world side by side with the great emperor. He trembled unconfidently, am I worthy of this honor? Come on. Whether it's lightning or electric explosion, come quickly. It's just a heavenly calamity, but you still need to gather your power for so long. You keep dithering. Do you believe I can run away? I have to go home and sleep. On the Qiyang Peak, Li Congxin was sitting on the ground with his head raised, looking at the sky with extreme boredom. He has always been casual about everything, and he doesn't care about life or death. Besides, he is now 9.9 billion years old, so he doesn't believe that the law of nature can kill him. If he were to be struck to death, wouldn't that be equivalent to the heaven itself violating the rules of heaven and earth? I even had a sudden thought, has God never suffered any loss? Doesn't he know that the cooldown time of the ultimate move is too long, and it is easy to be killed before it is released? Buzz. His nonchalant look carried with it a kind of contempt, which seemed to make the heaven even more angry. It was as if a voice of wrath from heaven was transmitted directly into his brain. Monster, you still want to kill God? Buzz buzz buzz. Li Congxin's head was buzzing and his brain seemed to be turned into a mess. You get Tianwei 3000. You get Tianwei 3000. You get Tianwei 3000. System prompts continued to sound, but even if the sound came from inside his body, it did not destroy his great thunder sound Vidra indestructible body. Instead, he absorbed it. The power of heaven entering his body is his imperial power. Boom. Finally, the 1,000-foot-thick thundercloud shook violently, and a huge bolt of lightning that illuminated the entire night into an extremely bright explosion of light rose down with endless anger. The sound of the explosion tore through the sky and split the earth. Hiss. Seeing the divine thunder sent down as punishment by heavenly Tao, the people in the holy land of Sun gasped. So thick. So big. Ren Lishuang was horrified. This heavenly tribulation is too terrifying. I'm afraid no human can resist it. Quickly activate the defensive formation in the Holy Land to assist the Holy Lord in overcoming the tribulation. The elders in charge of the defense of the Holy Land were well prepared. At this moment, all defense formations were activated without hesitation. Next second. Boom. 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 As if struck by a terrifying thunderbolt that looked like a giant dragon of light, the defensive formation of the Holy Sun Land was shattered layer by layer and one by one. More than 30 large formations were all broken through in an instant, falling apart and shattered. However, the power of that thunder did not weaken at all, and it still bombarded Qiyang Peak. Seeing this scene, many people fell to the ground in fear. Ren Lishuang's face turned pale. Is this the power of the heavenly tribulation when the emperor breaks through? It is said that when Li Tianba broke through, it was so terrifying that even some martial emperors and martial saints were frightened out of their wits on the spot. She cried out in her heart, "Daddy, hold on." Boom. Thunder struck Li Congxin. Boom boom boom. It kept pouring down like a waterfall of light, hitting him madly. Being in the thunder explosion, Li Congxin narrowed his eyes, revealing an expression of experience and aftertaste. He did not feel any physical pain, let alone any broken bones, torn internal organs, or shocked soul. On the contrary, he felt very comfortable. You gain 3,000 thunder power. You gain 3,000 thunder spirit power. You gain 3,000 thunder spirit power. Powerful thunderstorms continuously poured into his body, and were all devoured by his top-grade thunder spiritual roots, becoming the nutrients that tempered his spiritual roots. His thunder spirit root became stronger and stronger. In the thunderstorm, Li Congxin muttered, "The quasi-emperor tribulation is as powerful as the great emperor tribulation. It is worthy of being 100 times more powerful. But it's no use." Listening to the continuous explosions, the people in the Sun Holy Land were all nervous, clenching their fists, and their palms were full of sweat. As the thick thunder fell into the top of the Red Sun Peak. Boom. The Holy Land was in turmoil. Hold on, Holy Lord, hold on. After the Saint Lord's breakthrough, he has indeed become incredibly powerful. He actually swallowed up such a terrifying heavenly thunder. The great and powerful emperor is so terrifying. Everyone was so excited that they danced and shouted, even hugging each other and partying. Ha! Ren Lishuang pressed his chest tightly with both hands, and his uneasy heart also breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, she was so scared that her legs went weak. Inside Qiyang Peak. I haven't resisted yet. Why did the power of the calamity disappear? Ren Taxing, who originally thought that God was on his side, looked doubtful and a little confused. Suddenly, my heart trembled again. Wrong. This is not his calamity. Not much. At the top of the mountain, Li Tsongxin yawned. Heavenly tribulations are nothing more than being struck by lightning, burned by fire, and smashed by rocks, ice cones, and wooden spikes. He possesses various types of superb spiritual roots, and these powers are of no use to him. Instead, it nourishes him. Or a demon in his heart. But he has the system to protect him, and this can't break his heart. Alas, invincible yet helpless. However, this is just the beginning. Wow. In the sky, massive thunderclouds began to retreat wildly to the left and right. Heaven and earth open. Divine power appears. Boom. A square sword formed by the power of heaven and earth, carrying tremendous power, slowly descended from the sky. That sword was like a river in the sky. It is vast, surging, and majestic, and its power can penetrate the stars in the universe. Boom, bang, bang, bang. The speed of insertion is getting faster and faster. Between heaven and earth, there was the sound of howling wind. The heavenly Tao also realized that thunder punishment was useless against Li Tsongxin, and even other spiritual heavenly punishments could not hurt him, so it directly condensed a heavenly sword and struck down at him angrily. Is it possible? Looking at the sword coming at him, Li Tsongxin was surprised. Not good. The people who were cheering and celebrating in the Sunday Holy Land were suddenly shocked. They didn't expect that after the thunder struck, a sword would come down from the sky. The killing power contained in this sword is much stronger than that of the thunder. I'm afraid it can destroy everything. Protect the Holy Lord. Quick. In shock, the cultivators in the Holy Land rushed up and rushed towards Qiyang Peak from all directions. Hundreds of thousands of people flew into the air and formed a large circle with Qiyang Peak as the center, while releasing the strongest aura. Among them, there are many martial saints and martial emperors. Who is that? It was at this moment that they discovered that there was a young man sitting on the top of the mountain. It seemed that the calamity of the heavenly sword was not directed at their holy lord. Instead, rushed towards that young man. It's him. Uncle. Someone immediately recognized who it was. At this moment, looking at the young man facing the sky attack, Ren Lishuang, who also flew into the air to protect her father, was stunned on the spot. Wasn't that her fiancé, Li Tsongxin? Boom. The huge, invisible sword had already stabbed towards Li Tsongxin and passed through his body directly and swiftly. He is invincible and still safe and sound. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the entire Qiyang Peak beneath him was directly blown up by the heavenly sword. A mountain collapsed into pieces. Puff. Puff. Under the shock of the sword's might, the cultivators of the Holy Sun Land who were floating in the void in all directions spurted blood and flew backwards like kites with broken strings. Like beans falling from the sky, they fell back to the ground. Densely packed people were crawling on the ground, their faces filled with pain, looking at Li Tsongxin who was sitting cross-legged in the air, and they were extremely shocked. At this time, which peerless expert is transcending the tribulation above my head? Ren Taxing, who was wounded by the heavenly sword, screamed and flew out of the dust storm with 2 long streams of blood from his nose. His face was full of panic, and his clothes were turned into flying rags. No, this is not right. He screamed in grief, his face and body covered with dust, looking extremely miserable. Looking up at Li Tsongxin in the sky, in order to protect the Sun Holy Land and his disciples, he bent his knees in desperation and said, "Senior, I beg you to change places." No, no, no. Ren Lishuang screamed in surprise from a distance. Don't kneel. Dad, you've mixed up the generations, that's not your predecessor, that's your son-in-law. Bang. However, before shouting, Ren Taxing had already knelt down heavily. 17 years ago, after his engagement to Taigan Holy Land was successful, he went into seclusion, so he did not recognize Li Tsongxin. Li Tsongxin also discovered at this time that he walked out of the time and space barrier, randomly selected a place, and ended up in the Sunlight Holy Land. Accidentally, his father-in-law was blown up. The whole family was destroyed. Ahem. What a coincidence, what a coincidence. Buzz. At this time, high in the sky, the mighty forces from all directions are still gathering crazily, the power of the sky is rolling, and the killing aura is surging. Obviously, Li Congxin's disaster is not over yet. Immediately, there will be a more powerful and fatal blow. Looks like we need to change places. Li Congxin was speechless. The next blow, he felt, might destroy Riyao Holy Land. Riyao Holy Land had always respected Taigan Holy Land and had never crossed the line or fouled. In addition, Renli Shuang is his fiancée in name only. Immediately, a punch shattered the void. I'm really sorry for accidentally injuring everyone. In the night sky, without saying much, he waved his sleeves and dropped 1,000,000 longevity pills, and then flew into the broken time and space with a whoosh. It's interesting enough to extend one of their lives for 100 years, just as healing. Bite. You give away 1,000,000 longevity pills, trigger a 100-fold rebate, and get 100 million longevity pills. Renli Shuang lay on the ground, his heart filled with shock. How is that possible? Whispering in a low voice, how is this possible? Even if she had seen the scene with her own eyes, she couldn't believe it, because 3 days ago, when she went to the Taigan Holy Land to comfort Li Congxin was still a useless person whose talent, qualifications, and divine personality were all at the lower level of Huangpin. She has always believed that Saint Sun Taigan could not be useless, but even if it was all false, how could he be so strong in just a few days? It was completely beyond her imagination. It was so strong that it scared her father to his knees. Her father was a peak quasi-emperor. What an amazingly talented young man this is. Looking at Li Congxin who had disappeared, Renli Shuang's expression was dull, and he felt inexplicably a little disappointed in his heart. He came and went again, without even looking at himself or even saying hello. Although she and Li Congxin are engaged, does Li Congxin really like her? Their engagement was not proposed by Li Congxin as a man, but as a gift from the woman's father. Daughter, is everything okay? Seeing that the strong man had left, Ren Taxing breathed a sigh of relief and flew to Renli Shuang's side, helping her up. Do you know who that senior is? I have only been in seclusion for more than 10 years, how could such a powerful person appear in this world? Is this person trying to compete with Li Tianba? Daddy. Renli Shuang was speechless for a while. What a fight between father and son. He said angrily, he is not your senior, he is your junior, Li Congxin. My future son-in-law, young Master Taigan Li Congxin. Ren Taxing was shocked. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. He was totally unconvinced and refused to acknowledge the fact. How old is he? He is actually going through such a powerful heavenly tribulation. Renli Shuang blushed. How can I not know my fiancé? Ren Taxing's lips trembled. It's really him. Damn it. Suddenly, he was furious. He rolled up his ragged sleeves and began to curse, pointing to the sky. You little bastard, you didn't blow up your father at home, but came here to blow up your father-in-law. You really lack virtue. That's too abominable. Next time we meet, I will never smile at you. If the person is really here, he definitely wouldn't dare to curse. If he is not here, he will have to show his saintly temper. However, his greatest stubbornness was that he would not even smile at Li Congxin. Longevity pill. At this moment, a disciple shouted in surprise. That's also available. I picked it up, too. Soon, in the darkness, sounds of surprise and joy were heard everywhere. When the son-in-law left, he waved his sleeves. It was dark and I couldn't see. It turned out that he was spreading a large amount of longevity pills. Oh my God, so many longevity pills. Oh my God, he is indeed the most powerful and wealthy second generation in the world. This is so impressive. Everyone, pick it up quickly. The disciples of the Sun Holy Land, whose bones and tendons were broken by the impact of the heavenly sword, soon fell into a frenzy. They were so excited that they began to lie on the ground and search everywhere. Ren Taxing, who was cursing at the sky, suddenly twitched his mouth. Is this boy so arrogant? I quickly lowered my head and looked around on the ground, and there it really was. Swoosh. He opened his mouth and quickly sucked the longevity pill into his mouth. Then, he clasped his hands together and bowed to the sky. Ha ha ha, thank you, my dear son-in-law, for blessing my son Holy Land. Every piece of flesh on his face was smiling. Thank you, my dear son-in-law. Overseas, Shifeng Dynasty, Sakura County. Under the setting sun, a dilapidated city covered with broken walls was dyed a fierce blood red. In the center of the city, the huge flag of the 10 Directions dynasty towering in the air was like a rolling cloud, fluttering in the strong wind, with an extremely domineering momentum. On the damaged city wall, at this moment, there stood a general with a divine appearance and awe-inspiring majesty. Behind him were 100,000 imperial soldiers armed from toe to teeth. Listening to the earth-shaking footsteps and shouting, everyone's expression was stern. It's the opposite. Go. Overthrow the queen. Kill. In front of the city, on the boundless land, manic and violent roars echoed from the sky to the ground. These bastards. What a bunch of traitorous dogs. Tong Xiong looked at the chaotic army that was like a tidal wave and couldn't help but curse a few times. These bastards in Sakura County are so ungrateful no matter how well you feed them. Damn it, they rebel every 3 to 5 years. What he didn't expect was that this riot was so sensational, and the number of rebel troops was probably no less than millions. The army he brought with him to redress the injustice only numbered 100,000. Tong Xiong frowned. This time, there was no martial emperor or martial saint-level strongman to protect him in suppressing the riot. Today, he and his 100,000 soldiers might have to die here. Rumble. At a glance, the entire land ahead was filled with a sea of people. If you had claustrophobia, you would definitely faint on the spot. Overthrow the queen. Go. The chaotic army, like a tidal wave, is getting closer and closer. Tong Xiong's expression froze. Immediately, he released the aura of a grandmaster, listen to my orders, and prepare to fight and kill the enemy. Now that things have come to this, the only option is to fight to the death. Just then. Hiss. Suddenly, this world was filled with murderous intent. A supreme divine power and overwhelming murderous intent continued to grow between heaven and earth. Before anyone could react, buzz. As if someone was coming after them, the space shook violently, as if time and space were shattered, and the world opened up. Boom. A square sword pierced through the sky, continuously breaking through the air layer, and stabbed towards the earth angrily. Look up. This sword is 10 times more terrifying than the one that appeared above the Sun Holy Land. The sword is 38 kilometers long. Wide, 2,000 feet. The huge sword body can gather the sea, carry mountains and rivers, and floating on it are patterns of mountains, rivers, sun, moon, and the battle between gods and demons. Full of murderous intent. What's this? Tong Xiong, who was preparing to fight the enemy, and the 100,000-strong imperial army all looked up at the sky with expressions of extreme shock. What is this? Is it the murderous aura formed by the heaven and earth, or is it the anger transformed from the great Tao? Because they had never seen an unparalleled sword calamity, they did not know that this was a heavenly calamity brought about by a powerful person, a sword of heavenly punishment. Here it comes. Just as Tong Xiong exclaimed. Boom. Boom. The sword has struck down from the sky. Boom. Angered killing upon the earth. Boom. Under the killing power of the sword of heavenly punishment and the impact of the killing force released, millions of people on the earth were seen spreading out in all directions and disappearing from the center with the swords hitting them. This scene was a spectacular and thrilling scene that Tong Xiong and others had never seen before. The soldiers were shocked. The next moment, the sword of heavenly punishment that struck the earth disappeared. The heaven and earth shook and gradually disappeared. The soldiers looked ahead anxiously. There was not a single corpse or a drop of blood on the vast land, and not even a piece of clothing or cloth could be found. My heart was trembling. My God. Under the killing power of the sword of punishment, millions of rebel soldiers were all turned into powder and ashes. Is it over? The war is over before it even started. The soldiers were horrified and even doubted the authenticity of this for a short while. Who will help us quell the rebellion? A soldier suddenly thought of someone, God of War. It must be the God of War Li Qingfeng who came to save the situation. Yes, only him and only him. Yes, he crushed 1,000,000 troops in one fell swoop. Apart from the god of war, there is no one else in my Shifang dynasty who has this strength. Excited, everyone looked over. But he was immediately shocked again. At this moment, in the middle of the earth, at the center of the sword strike, stood a young man. A young man with flowing clothes, extraordinary temperament, and no trace of damage or dust on his body. Not the god of war. That young man, no, who is that senior? Tong Xiong was extremely surprised. Follow me out of the city quickly. He hurried out of the city to greet him and express his gratitude. Rustle. He walked out of the city gate with several followers and a team of soldiers. It was like walking on snow. Every step left a deep footprint and made a tiny sound. The weather is hot and there is no snow. On the ground, there was human ashes. More than a foot thick. Stepping on the dust of this man, the group of people felt numb in their hearts, so powerful, so powerful. Invincible, so invincible. Killing millions of people with one sword, this is simply a godlike existence. Is it over? There is none left. Li Congxin looked up at the sky which had returned to calm. Ding! The heavenly tribulation is over, and the tribulation is successfully overcome. The host has now officially become a strongman at the peak of the quasi-emperor realm. Special tip, with the host's many abilities, even if you don't have to stay on Iran peak now, you can still be invincible in this world. But I just like staying on Iran peak. Li Congxin didn't fall for the system's trick at all. Want to encourage me to venture out into the world? There are no windows. With beautiful women serving you, no worries about food and drink, and various bigwigs in the family coming to your house from time to time to deliver things, it is so comfortable to stay at home. He smiled faintly again. Oh, the power of the heavenly tribulation is only this much. He was not hurt at all. Glancing at the thick dust all around, I couldn't help but sigh in my heart, the world of the strong is ruthless. It is true that the gods are overcoming the tribulation and the ants are suffering. Li Congxin broke the space barrier with one punch, and with a random jump, he unexpectedly came to a large crowd of people. Originally, he secretly thought that he was so unlucky, and was about to change his position. However, when he heard the voices of overthrowing Queen Li Tianqin, he immediately changed his mind and gave up the idea of moving to another place. What the hell is this? You still want to overthrow my sister's regime? Don't you want to live anymore? Then I will help you. Greetings, senior. Tong Xiong and his party hurriedly came to Li Congxin, and without saying a word, they quickly knelt down and kowtowed 9 times. Thank you, senior, for helping us suppress the riot. In fact, it was just an accident, but it was difficult for Li Congxin to explain, so he asked, "Are you a general from the Shifang dynasty?" Exactly. Tong Xiong replied respectfully. Oh, that's right. After confirming that the people who had just been implicated in his death were all against the eldest sister, Li Congxin said, "Everyone, get up." Actually, there is no need to thank him at all, because after all, this is his own business. Tong Xiong asked respectfully, "May I ask where the senior is from and what his name is?" After today's incident, he must report the truth to the queen after he returns. Taigan Holy Land, surnamed Li. Li Congxin did not say his name, because as soon as he said it, the soldiers who had just stood up knew that he was their master and knelt down again. I see. Hearing this, Tong Xiong showed a look of sudden realization. That's not surprising. Taigan Holy Land, filled with experts, is the big hand behind their Shifang dynasty that can settle everything. In the world, only the Li family can be so amazing. The surname is Li, and he is the descendant of their queen. This person must be a relative of the queen. Like the god of war Li Qingfeng, he should be the elder of the queen's uncles and uncles. Maybe he is still a quasi-imperial uncle. Although Li Congxin only had a boyish appearance, he was sure that he must be a senior expert. It is common for powerful cultivators to walk around in their youthful appearance. How could a teenager be so terrifying? It's okay. I'm leaving. With a slight smile, Li Congxin was planning to leave. Suddenly I remembered something. He asked, "By the way, do riots like this happen often in our dynasty?" Indeed. Tong Xiong gave a helpless smile. he said, because Tianqing continent used to be a place where thousands of nations stood side by side. After the overlord conquered all the nations, the empress established the Shifang dynasty, and only then did she unify the world. But some traitors who destroyed their country never give up their evil intentions. In addition, the territory of our dynasty is too vast, so it is difficult to supervise it in all aspects. Therefore, riots and chaos often occur in many places. So, we had no choice but to run around and suppress the rebels everywhere. The queen was also quite troubled. Li Congxin nodded slightly. Such a huge dynasty, with a territory covering hundreds of millions of miles, with riots here today and rebellions there tomorrow in every corner. No wonder his eldest sister was so busy that she had no time to come back to see him. I said in my heart, "System, give me a powerful book on governing a country, one that is specifically for the emperor to learn." The host can rarely make requests actively, and the system responds very quickly, ding. The system is upgrading, the upgrade failed, the upgrade failed. The system was upgraded for the 48th time and the upgrade was successful. Li Congxin was shocked. I told you to find a book, how did you get promoted? Hint, you have been infused with the Divine Emperor's aura. Congratulations, you have obtained the title of the Supreme Lord. Congratulations, you have obtained the title of True Dragon Son of Heaven. Congratulations, you have obtained the title of Supreme Emperor. Congratulations, you have obtained the title of Pointing to the Jiangshan. Congratulations, you have earned the title of Famous in History. Boom. As a series of system sounds rang out, a huge torrent poured into Li Congxin's body. Wow. At the same time, a supreme golden divine light burst out from Li Congxin's body and transformed into majestic and domineering dragon shapes that surrounded him. The divine light was everywhere, and the golden light was shining. Ah! Amid the golden light, there was even an extremely realistic sound of a dragon's roar. Under that aura, Li Congxin instantly became another person, sacred, solemn, and unattainable to anyone in the world. Inviolable and not to be desecrated. Must be respected. It is the imperial spirit and royal power. The so-called imperial power is not a kind of power, but a kind of temperament, a temperament that only a truly great emperor possesses, a momentum that looks down on all living beings, a majesty that dominates the world. Under the imperial majesty, heaven and earth worship, all things prostrate themselves, and all living beings tremble. That's roughly what it means. Looking at Li Congxin, who was surrounded by golden dragon light and roared like a supreme emperor, Tong Xiong and his group felt as if they were facing the power of heaven. They were shocked at first, and then, without any warning, they fell to their knees and almost shouted out, "Long live the emperor!" They were also terrified in their hearts and kept forcing themselves to control themselves. They could not shout, they absolutely could not shout. If they shouted, they would be betraying their master. Because their master is Queen Li Tianqin. But under the imperial might, they couldn't control themselves at all, and a soldier was about to shout from the bottom of his heart, 10,000. Li Congxin was sweating profusely. "Big brother, please don't shout. Although shouting doesn't count as betrayal, you are shortening my life. My current lifespan is 9.9 billion, and it can be increased at any time. You want to call me long live? Stop." With a swift wave of his sleeves, he took away all the titles and the imperial power that had been released. Suddenly things returned to normal. The soldier who was about to shout breathed a sigh of relief, his whole body went limp, and he fell to the ground powerlessly. "I asked you to give me a book, why did you give me all this? The emperor is my sister. It's not me. I've already said it, I just want to lie down in this life. My dad will beat me and my sister will protect me. I'm only responsible for enjoying life." Li Congxin complained for a while and made a statement again. "Oh, got it." The system complained, reminder, according to the current situation of the Shifang dynasty, the search is in progress. Ding, you have obtained a copy of the book on state governance, Zhenguan Zhengyao. That's more like it. Only then did Li Congxin express his satisfaction. He took out the Zhenguan political essentials and said, "This book records the lifelong experience of an emperor of my Li family in governing the country. You should hand this book over to the empress." Tong Xiong took it with both hands. He looked at Li Congxin with awe and worship, thinking, "Senior, please don't be so modest, this book was written by you, right?" Because he just saw the aura of a peerless emperor from Li Congxin, a supreme imperial power. Li Congxin actually didn't lie. This book truly records the thoughts and feelings of the Li family. The Essentials of Zhenguan Policy is the analysis and insights on various policies of governing the country written by Li Shimin, Wei Zheng, Wang Gui, Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and other ministers of state after Li Shimin became emperor. The current situation of the Shifang dynasty is exactly the same as that of the newly unified Tang dynasty. Li Shimin used the advice and insights of these wise ministers to gradually bring the Tang dynasty into stability and prosperity when the country was just pacified and much work was in progress. Ding! The host gave away one copy of Zhenguan Political Essentials, triggering a 1,000-fold rebate, and obtained 1,000 copies of Zhenguan Political Essentials. This also rebates. Why do you need so many books? Are you worried that the toilet on Iran Peak is out of paper? Too lazy to despise the system, he waved his sleeves, and the barriers of time and space in the void were broken layer by layer, ready to step in and return to Iran Peak. You slaughtered millions of my people and you just walked away like this. At this moment, an extremely eerie voice sounded. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The space-time barrier opened by Li Congxin was constantly collapsing and shattering like a collapsed cave door. Li Congxin narrowed his eyes and refused to let him go. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. On the ground where human ashes were as white as snow dust, thousands and thousands of dead souls flew up into the sky and gathered together in one place. Although they were all dead souls, they were controlled by a powerful force and turned into an extremely huge circle in the sky. They formed a terrifying defense and kept rotating around a strong man in the circle. A man in black robes was surrounded by an airtight circle of millions of dead souls. The scene was both spectacular and terrifying. Looking at the horrifying scene, Tong Xiong and others were all shocked. Who is that? There is another super strong person here. From what he said, he should be the ruler of this area before it was destroyed by our dynasty. He calls himself the emperor. Could it be, he is an emperor-level expert? The expressions of the group of people changed drastically. Because they know that in front of an emperor-level powerful being, they are as small as ants. You're afraid of me, so why do you show up to block my way? Li Congxin looked calm and said, Who are you? I am Takamoto Hong Yuan. The voice of the man in black robe came from the vast soul circle. At this moment, he was also observing, judging, and analyzing Li Congxin. It's him. Tong Xiong exclaimed. He quickly shouted, Senior Li, this person is one of the 10 people on the list of strong people who must be eliminated by our queen. He is extremely powerful and must not be underestimated. Li Congxin couldn't help but be interested. His sister still had such a blacklist. The great Emperor Heba led the Taigan Holy Land to sweep across the Tianqin continent. All the powerful opponents had been killed, but there were always some fish that slipped through the net, such as the old men who had been in seclusion in a hidden place for a long time. A turtle, or an old guy living in seclusion somewhere unknown. Li Tianqin made a list of those people who had not been killed and who might bring great harm to the Shifang dynasty in the future. There are 10 people in total on this list. As long as any one of these 10 people appears in this world, it will inevitably cause chaos in the world and cause destruction to all living beings. Therefore, they must be eliminated. This place is now called Sakura County. Before it was destroyed, it was called the Sakura Dynasty. The first emperor of the Sakura Dynasty was Wu Ben Hongyuan, who was a quasi-emperor. There has been no news about this person for all these years. I didn't expect him to show up at this time. Tong Xiong looked nervous. I don't know if Senior Li, who has a close relationship with their queen, can fight against Wu Ben Hongyuan. Li Congxin still looked nonchalant. He even muttered, Takamoto Hongyuan, why is this name getting so popular? Why? You want revenge? Then come on. In fact, he was too lazy to fight with others himself, but in the current situation, if he just left, Tong Xiong and the soldiers of the Shifang dynasty who stayed here would surely die. What a big mouth. Wu Ben Hongyuan said arrogantly, Sir, you have just passed the heavenly tribulation and entered the quasi-emperor realm, while I have been a quasi-emperor for 3,000 years. You are no match for me at all. Li Congxin just smiled and said, then why do you surround yourself with a bunch of dead souls? Takamoto Nijijin, this. Boom. Li's playful smile made him feel as if a great danger was approaching, and the huge circle of dead souls surrounding him began to spin even more violently. It sends out a, I am evil, warning that keeps strangers away. He was originally in a deep sleep, but was awakened by Li Congxin's heavenly tribulation. This heavenly tribulation was so terrifying, many times greater than the quasi-emperor tribulation he had experienced. The reason was that he couldn't see through Li Congxin and couldn't judge how strong Li Congxin was. But as we all know, the stronger the punishment from the heavenly tribulation, the stronger the person who endures the tribulation. Thinking back to the terrifying power of the heavenly calamity just now, Wu Ben Hongyuan even began to regret showing up. Even a little bit weak. Seeing that he couldn't scare the other party, he cautiously asked, Sir, how about you go first? This is a bit of something. Then why did you block my way just now? Li Congxin smiled. They were all quasi-emperors. Was he that scary? He smiled and said, will you kill my people after I leave? You guessed it. I don't want to bother talking to you. If you don't do it, then I will. Boom. Li Congxin released a powerful imperial power. Etc. Wu Ben Hongyuan was shocked and quickly shouted, how about I leave? Sure enough, this person is extremely powerful. The power of this emperor was far beyond his imagination. You can't leave. Under the aura, Li Congxin's imperial power was mighty and his voice was as loud as the sky. Since he was on his sister's blacklist and must be eliminated, if he met you, would he let you go? You're dreaming. Under the agitation of the imperial power, he slowly raised one hand. This was not the absolute domain, so he directly activated 100,000 times critical strike. Bang! An air finger bounced towards Wu Ben Hongyuan in the air. With one finger, heaven and earth are buried. Blast and kill. Under the impact of the force of that finger, as if cleansing the dark world, millions of souls that had formed a huge circle in the air were instantly reduced to ashes. The sky and the earth became bright. With one finger, the quasi-emperor fell. Blast and kill. Wu Ben Hongyuan's true form had just been revealed, and he was so frightened that he had no time to put up any resistance. Before he could release his imperial power, he was reduced to ashes by the power of that finger. Impossible. That's absolutely impossible. We are in the same realm and at the same level. How could I be turned into ashes by your finger? This emperor does not accept, Although his body and soul have disappeared, the desperate cries and angry roars from his soul at the moment of his death are still echoing between heaven and earth. It lasts for a long time. I'm already dead, what's the point of not accepting it? Li Congxin smiled faintly, waved his sleeves again to sweep away the space barrier, and slowly walked into the broken void. On the earth, only a group of soldiers from the Shifang dynasty remained. A group of people stood there in a daze. Did they see with their own eyes that a quasi-emperor who had survived for many years, was killed in an instant? Just one finger and it exploded. Oh no, the bullet disappeared. After a long time, a group of people suddenly shuddered all over, and then bowed to the void that had already closed, and said, farewell, senior. Shifang dynasty, Imperial City. In the palace. Hundreds of officials knelt on the ground quietly with solemn expressions. In the palace, there is a woman with noble temperament. The golden thread dress drags lightly, the light blue silk waist is tied, and the black hair is like a waterfall, fluttering like silk. At this moment, she held a book in one hand and put the other hand behind her back, with her head held high and her chest puffed out, like a phoenix standing between heaven and earth. She was so noble that people dared not look directly at her, and so beautiful that people could not breathe. As she read the contents of the book, the colors in Li Tianqin's beautiful eyes gradually changed, curiosity, shock, and admiration. From this book, she can only use 4 words to describe it: she has benefited a lot. After obtaining this book, she believed that as long as she was given 10 years, she could build the Shifang dynasty into a peaceful, prosperous dynasty. After a long time, Li Tianqin closed the book, calmed down his inner turmoil, and looked into the quiet palace. Who wrote this book? Such a great talent, even if it is Bagu Gusha, she must invite him to be her royal minister. Reporting to the queen, the senior who gave the letter did not mention his name. He only said that he came from the Taigan Holy Land and his surname was Li. Tong Xiong, who was kneeling in the hall, quickly responded truthfully. Taigan Holy Land. The last name is Li. Li Tianqin was surprised. Isn't that someone from her family? Her Li family does have all kinds of super geniuses, but their extraordinary qualities are mostly in their talent for cultivation, and none of them have the talent to write a book on governing a country. She couldn't help but look surprised. She had a cousin who was known as the Sage of Calligraphy. He was very talented and had the ability to govern the country and benefit the people. Could it be him? I asked, is this person a middle-aged man dressed as a scholar? No. Tong Xiong shook his head in denial. Said, that senior is not a scholar, but looks like an elegant young man, and he is extremely powerful. When he appeared, he killed millions of chaotic troops into dust with one sword. While chatting and laughing, he killed Wu Ben Hongyuan with one finger. Boom. The quiet palace suddenly became noisy. One sword smashes millions of chaotic troops. My God, how powerful is this? A strong person outside the world must be a strong person outside the world. This is a powerful person with the power to destroy the world. Hi, I killed Takamoto Hongyuan with a flick of my finger. Are you kidding me? That Takamoto Hongyuan is one of the 10 most dangerous people in our Shifang dynasty. He is a powerful quasi-emperor who scares countless powerful people. Who in the world can kill the quasi-emperor instantly? Everyone was shocked. Li Tianqin in the palace also looked shocked. He thought quickly in his mind, his father, Heba Emperor, can do this to have such power. Her second uncle Tianqin, the continent's #1 god of war, should be able to do the same. Is there a third person so powerful in this world? And they are still members of her Li family. Still a teenager. Who is this person? He even has a kind of... Tong Xiong hesitated to speak, but still said truthfully, a supreme imperial power that makes all living beings worship it. The officials who were making a fuss in the hall all looked unhappy. Don't say this casually. Otherwise, it would be disobedience. Because in today's world, there is only one 10 Directions dynasty and one empress in the entire Tianqin continent. Li Tianqin also frowned. What is this person's temperament and appearance like? He has great talent in governing a country, is extremely powerful, and has the aura of a king. Now, she is becoming more and more curious about this person. It is unparalleled in the world, the best in the world. Tong Xiong raised his thumbs up loudly, his expression full of excitement and admiration, because the scene he witnessed was really too shocking. Suddenly, someone looked at Tong Xiong with suspicion. You reckless man, are you possessed by some evil spirit or have been instigated by the rebels to come back and talk nonsense? His literary and military skills are both amazing, and his temperament and appearance are off the charts. How can such a perfect person exist in the world? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You don't believe it. Tong Xiong immediately showed an expression of dissatisfaction. He could not believe him, but he could never despise his idol. He said loudly, the sorcerer Zhouan who accompanied me can depict this man's appearance. Call Zhouan. Li Tianqin waved his golden sleeves. After a moment, Zhouan stood in the hall, eyes slightly closed. He released spiritual energy, which continued to blend and condense in the void. The so-called carving does not use strokes, but the practitioner uses powerful means to take the appearance of a person recorded in the mind and use spiritual power to transform it into a mirror image and let it emerge. Looking at the virtual phase that is gradually taking shape. Who is this? This young man's appearance and temperament are indeed extraordinary. Looking at this appearance alone, I think General Tong is not lying. Be careful what you say. What kind of boy? He just looks like a boy, but he is actually a super senior. Because Li Tsongxin had never left Taigan Holy Land, officials did not recognize him. How could it be? At this moment, Li Tianqin seemed to have seen the most surprising thing in the world, her beautiful eyes fixed, and her heart was extremely shocked. Isn't that her brother? Same. Exactly the same. It was a little difficult to calm down, so he asked quickly, are you sure it's this person? Sure. Tong Xiong and Zhou said respectfully together. How could this be possible? Li Tianqin whispered to himself again, feeling extremely surprised. Her family has been worried about her for years. Her brother is obviously a useless cultivator. Even if he devoured the elders of the Xianyuan family she sent, his current strength is only at the emperor level at best, right? How could an emperor kill a quasi-emperor? Kill with one finger. Also, as far as she knew, her brother was not capable of writing a book on governing a country. Really? He whispered to himself again, but at the same time, Li Tianqin became nervous and a little excited. If that's true, that would be great. She would wake up laughing even when she fell asleep. Of course, she hoped that her brother would be the one who was unparalleled in the world and the best in the world. The more outstanding Li Tianqin was, the happier she would be. Whether it is or not must be clearly identified. Said, "Call Xian Gran." After a while, a graceful figure walked slowly and entered the hall. Your Majesty. As elegant as orchid, as beautiful as lotus, she is a woman wearing green clothes, with long hair, a slender figure, and looks pure and elegant, so elegant that she is beyond comparison. She also held an ancient scroll in her hand. This woman was Li Tianqin's personal maid, and they had a very good personal relationship, like sisters. At the same time, she has another identity. She is one of the 3 most amazing women in the world, among the younger generation of women in Tianqin continent, the unrivaled talent, Mo Xiangran. Xiang Ran is reading in her room. I wonder what instructions your Majesty has for me. Li Tianqin said, I want you to go to Taigan Holy Land immediately and ask my brother for advice on how to govern the country. Oh. Mo Xiangran frowned slightly. Everyone knows that the Queen's brother is a waste in every way. What else can he know about governing a country? Li Tianqin, the holy son of Taiqian, is the future crown prince. The Queen is just temporarily taking care of the family business for her younger brother. She said that she is asking her to go and ask for advice. In fact, what she really means is that she wants her to be Li Tianqin's teacher and teach Li Tianqin how to govern the country. The emperor the art, right? Let her brother study more and prepare himself for inheriting the throne in the future. As commanded. She gained supreme honor by virtue of her natural destiny, but in fact she was useless. A smart and proud woman like Mo Xiangran looked down on the second generation of powerful people from the bottom of her heart. However, although she was reluctant in her heart, she couldn't do anything because of the emperor's orders. Soon after. Drive. A Zhaomaxiang chariot drove out of the south gate of the imperial city and rushed towards the Taigan Holy Land. Iran Peak. Why are there more and more fish in this pond? It seems so. I remember there were only a few of them before, but now they are all in large groups. Li Tianqin was lying on the bamboo chair in the pavilion, leisurely watching the fish swimming around in the pond. Isusu squatted in front of him, talking while a pair of small hands pressed hard on his feet. Chu Fij was quiet. Stood behind him, a pair of plain hands gently rubbing his shoulders. The years are really quiet and good. After going out to survive a catastrophe, Li Tianqin had been lying down for a whole day when he came back. Young master, Brother Chicken has laid an egg. Haha, Brother Chicken laid an egg. At this time, Ren Hucheng, who had just returned from feeding the chickens, was seen smiling happily, holding an egg in his hand and shouting continuously. It's just feeding chickens. Look how happy you are doing this every day. Li Tianqin glanced at Ren Hucheng. He opened the Eye of Truth and took a peek. Character, Ren Hucheng. Current lifespan, 37,651 years. He smiled indifferently. No wonder his brother-in-law was so happy. No wonder everyone started calling his chickens Brother Chicken. They snatched the chicken feed from those magical chickens every day and earned themselves tens of thousands of years of life. Those chickens must be his brothers. Dear brother. Li Tianqin didn't care because he had said long ago that he wouldn't mind if anyone wanted to eat some chicken feed while feeding the chickens. This was all with his prior permission. But the premise is that he doesn't feed his chickens thinner and thinner. Ren Hucheng ran to the pavilion. Young master, I will give you a snack later. This spirit egg must be nourishing and delicious. Just one. Isusu exclaimed, Isn't it too little? It's so young, and my cousin swallowed it up in one bite. Li Tsongxin suddenly narrowed his eyes. A thought flashed through his mind. Cook this one. Suddenly, an egg shining with colorful lights appeared in the pavilion, a large egg as big as two people hugging each other. It was because of this egg that the system was dissatisfied and gave him 360,000 years of cultivation, bringing him to the pinnacle of the quasi-emperor realm, causing him to leave Taigan Holy Land and go out to survive the tribulation. What kind of egg is this? It's so big. Except for Chu Fij, Yi Susu, and Ren Huchong were all surprised. Don't worry about what kind of eggs they are, just cook them. Li Tsongxin reminded him, remember, this is a very high-end ingredient. It's best to cook it in the best way possible. Since it was a gift prepared by his mother for him, he certainly couldn't let his mother down, so he had to eat the dragon and phoenix egg. After all, this egg contains the cultivation of two quasi-emperors. Even if you want to eat such a high-end ingredient, you have to use the most noble method. To show respect. The best. Young master, are you serious? Ren Huchong's expression brightened up. I began to express my own opinion. For ordinary people, because life is fleeting, their feelings about food are mostly homesickness, nostalgia, or reminiscing about the taste of childhood. With a proud look on his face, he said, but for cultivators like us who are considered immortal, our feelings towards food should first be the pursuit of the absolute highest level and the ultimate beauty. 2 words, enjoyment. Li Tsongxin chuckled. When it comes to cooking, it seems like his brother-in-law has a deep understanding of it. He is indeed a person with a natural talent for flavor and the qualities of a cooking god. Master, I thought of a cooking method, but... Suddenly, Ren Huchong smiled awkwardly and rubbed his hands together. It's really too extravagant. Li Tsongxin was curious, how luxurious is it? Ren Huchong said, this egg is not fried, steamed or boiled. We use the best fire spirit stones to build a stove, wrap the egg, release the spirit power of the spirit stones, and spend 12 hours to slowly cook it. The fragrance and tenderness of the meat must be unique. Fire has the power of refining, and the top-grade fire spirit stone has the power of creation. Therefore, the food cooked with the top-grade fire spirit stone may even trigger special effects. Ahem, but an egg this big will probably require 100 top-grade fire spirit stones. He looked terrified when he said this. Who would waste 100 top-grade fire spirit stones to boil eggs? Do you think my cousin is really so rich and powerful that he is crazy? Izusu exclaimed. That's too extravagant and wasteful. Chu Fij was also shocked and said, how about we use spiritual liquid to cook it? Pure spiritual fluid is everywhere on Iran Peak. Spiritual fluid is something that many cultivators can only dream of in their lifetime. It is already high-end and top-notch. You know, in addition to ordinary spirit stones, there is also a kind of spirit stone with attributes. However, this kind of spirit stone is extremely rare. In the market, no one would be willing to use it as circulating currency. For example, if a cultivator with a fire spirit root uses a fire spirit stone to practice, his growth rate will be 100 times that of an ordinary spirit stone. Therefore, at the same level, a spirit stone with attributes is worth 100 times more than one without attributes. Ding! The lottery is in progress. You have 19999999999 top-grade golden spirit stones. Ding! The lottery is in progress. You have 19999999999 top-grade with spirit stones. Ding! The lottery is in progress. You have 19999999999 top-grade water spirit stones. Ding! The lottery is in progress. You have 19999999999 top-grade fire spirit stones. Ding! The lottery is in progress. You have 19999999999 top-grade earth spirit stones. Ding! The lottery is in progress. You have 19999999999 top-grade wind spirit stones. Ding! The lottery is in progress. You have 19999999999 top-grade thunder spirit stones. Ding! The lottery is in progress. You have 19999999999 top-grade ice spirit stones. Upon detecting that Li Congxin did not have a spirit stone with certain attributes, the system immediately began to actively draw lots. Li Congxin had a calm expression on his face. He was used to it and was extremely composed. Okay, I'll do as you say. Immediately, he took out 100 top-grade fire spirit stones and gave them to Ren Huchong. Young master, you are too extravagant. Cousin, you are so rich and powerful that you are crazy. Isusu and Chu Fij, who were standing by, stared at the boss with their eyes wide open, saying that they could not accept it. No matter how rich you are, you can't waste it. This is like spending 100 million yuan to cook a meal. Is it crazy? Eating well is more important than anything else. Li Congxin smiled slightly. Ding. You gave Ren Huchong 100 top-grade fire spirit stones, triggering a 100-fold rebate, and obtained 10,000 top-grade fire spirit stones. A smile and a sweat. This was given to Ren Huchong to use to cook eggs for him. He just took some action, so it could be considered a gift. Looking at the two stunned women, he put the spirit stones he got from the rebate into 2 storage rings and threw them at the 2 women. Don't be in a daze, I'll give them to you. Ding. You gave Isusu and Chu Fij 10,000 top-grade fire spirit stones, triggering a 1,000-fold rebate, and obtained 10 million top-grade fire spirit stones. The more you give, the more you will get. Have no choice. Master, I'll go right away. Please wait for 12 hours. I will call you as soon as it is ready. At this time, Ren Huchong was overjoyed and ran towards the kitchen happily carrying the big Easter egg. The cooking method he was talking about was something he figured out himself, but he had never actually tried it. He wanted to, but his wealth did not allow it. Now, he who loves cooking can finally fulfill his dream. With his understanding of cooking, he believed that this big egg would give the young master a great surprise after it was cooked. It takes 12 hours to make an egg. Looking at Ren Huchong carrying the egg away, Li Congxin couldn't help but feel a little excited. It seems to be a high-end technical job. Well, if you perform well, you will be rewarded. Ha. Immediately, he stretched himself and said, I've been lying down for a whole day. I need to relax my muscles and bones. Young master, do you want to practice? Cousin, do you want to practice? Chu Fij and Isusu asked almost at the same time. Their expressions brightened and excitement showed on their faces. Because every time he displays his abilities, it shocks and surprises people, and his terrifying strength even makes people feel as if he is a god, and astonished as a celestial being. The more this happens, the more curious people will be about how powerful he is, and the more they will want to watch him show off endlessly. To put it bluntly, it's all because of worship. When you fall in love with a man, you like to see him act cool. Practice. Li Congxin stood up lazily from the bamboo chair. Is that called relaxing the muscles? That's called strenuous exercise. With a relaxed look on his face, he took slow steps. Come on, take a walk with me. Ding. Step counting starts. Current total number of steps, 17127. The 2 beautiful girls felt a little disappointed and immediately followed Li Congxin, one on the left and the other on the right, and walked slowly towards the outside of the pavilion. Not long after, at the top of Iran Peak, 3 figures stood leisurely in the breeze. Arriving at the peak for the first time after crossing, Li Congxin had a wide view, overlooking the entire Taigan Holy Land and the millions of mountains beyond. Suddenly, he felt a sense of magnanimity with an open heart and a boundless mind. Looking back on what he saw along the way, the scenery on Iran Peak was beautiful, but there was one thing. Big rocks and cliffs can be seen everywhere. No grass or flowers grow on them. They are bare and look a bit abrupt against the green mountains and green water. Looking back at a big rock on the top of the mountain, Li Congxin narrowed his eyes. I am here to enjoy life. Since this is where I live, I must make sure that my body and mind are comfortable. Well, decorate it to make the environment more perfect, and then I will feel better. As his mind goes along. Ding, the system is upgrading. Upgrade successful. Hint, you have obtained the title of God of Literature. Hint, you have obtained the title of Word God. Boom. Suddenly, a huge amount of knowledge poured into Li Congxin's mind like a torrent, which contained all the books, poems, lyrics, songs, and essays from ancient times to the present. His brain instantly became a knowledge base covering everything from ancient times to the present. That's a bit too much. A rather interesting look emerged on Li's face. He, a poor student, suddenly became a demon who could beat all the students from Peking University and Tsinghua University. How could the people who had worked hard to receive 9 years of compulsory education feel like this? All I can say is that the system is too powerful. Immediately, his mind moved. Buzz. A wave of force released from his body caused Isusu and Chu Fij to float back to the left and right. Both women were shocked. Then my heart was lifted. For example, how could such an outstanding person not work hard secretly, even if he pretends to be relaxed on the surface? He said he came to this deserted mountaintop for a walk, but in fact he came to practice martial arts. At this time, the positions where Isusu and Chu Fij originally stood had been replaced by 2 powerful holy weapons. Weeping Sky Sword. Thunderous Sky Questioning Gun. 2 weapons appeared in the empty space to the left and right of Li Congxin. In his own absolute domain, in the eyes of outsiders, his magical powers were unimaginable. At this moment, a faint light of divine charm appeared in his eyes. Boom. Boom. He stood leisurely with his hands behind his back, without any movement. Under his divine consciousness, the Weeping Sky Sword and the Asking Sky Spear turned into 2 beams of stunning light and flew towards a large rock not far away. The swords and spears that flew out did not break. Instead, the sword was like a silver hook and an iron pen, vigorous and powerful. The spear was like a spirit snake swimming in the clouds and startling the dragon. It began to dance and run on the big stone, depicting it in a smooth and bold manner. On the stone, big characters containing infinite truth and meaning gradually appeared one by one. How is Mount Tai? The green of Qi and Lu is endless. Nature is full of wonders, and yin and yang divide the day and night. My heart is filled with clouds, and my eyes are filled with returning birds. I will climb to the top of the mountain and look down on all the other mountains. In a moment, a poem that was extremely consistent with the artistic conception of the mountain top was carved out. Seeing this scene, Isusu and Chu Fij had infatuated looks on their faces and their beautiful eyes were filled with amazement. I thought he was going to practice martial arts, but it turned out that he was just doing some decoration. The 2 girls looked at the words on the big stone. I will climb to the top of the mountain and look down on all the other mountains. They kept reciting in their hearts, and could not help but look around at the world, the millions of mountains, the vast white clouds. A majestic and magnificent feeling emerges in everyone's heart. When they looked at Li Congxin again, the admiration that had been hidden in their hearts suddenly appeared on their pretty faces uncontrollably. Because, in conjunction with this situation, this scene, and this artistic conception, they began to experience an ambition and spirit that is not afraid of difficulties, dares to climb to the top, and looks down on everything, as well as the lofty ambition to be independent and benefit the world. Chu Fij was thinking, it turns out that the real young master is like this in his heart. Isusu was thinking in his mind, it turns out that my cousin is like this. Taigen Holy Son. Son of the world. This is the true son of the overlord of the world. The reason why the 2 of them had such thoughts was because Li Congxin was now the god of words, and every word he wrote contained infinite truth and meaning. Can express what has been expressed in the poem vividly. If a Confucian and Taoist cultivator passes by and sees the words he is writing now, he will be inspired to advance immediately after just one glance. After pondering for a moment, you can gain enlightenment and break through immediately. Let's go back. Under the adoring eyes of the 2 women, Li Congxin walked leisurely towards the return road with his hands behind his back. Along the way, the sword was not sheathed, the spear was not sharpened, and they flew beside him like a shadow. Full of immortal charm. As long as he saw bare rocks and cliffs, Li Congxin moved his mind and the Weeping Sky Sword and Questioning Heaven spear flew out immediately. Keep carving out poems or lyrics. I am an old man, but I am still as wild as a young man. I hold Huang on my left and Sang on my right. I wear a brocade hat and a sable coat, and ride with 1,000 riders on the plain. I draw a bow like a full moon, look northwest, and shoot the wolf in the sky. I see no ancients in front of me, and no future generations behind me, thinking of the vastness of the universe, I am alone and shed tears. 30 years of fame and glory are dust and dirt, 8,000 miles of journey are clouds and moon. When the great rock soars with the wind, it soars up to 90,000 miles. Thinking back to those days, we were armed with swords and spears, and we were as fierce as tigers. Some are majestic, while others are sentimental. Once you have seen the sea, all other waters are but puddles, except for Mount Wushan, all other clouds are but mounds. I am too lazy to look back at the flowers now, partly because of my cultivation and partly because of you. I can't see clearly, it has fallen to the ground and turned into sand. A lifetime is nothing but a glass of wine or tea. After taking a sip, I have already wandered around the world. Last night, the rain was sparse and the wind was strong. I couldn't sleep off the hangover. I asked the person who rolled up the curtains, but he said the crabapple tree was still the same. Do you know? It should be green and fat, red and thin. Isusu and Chu Fij, who had been following Li Congxin all the way, were extremely shocked as they read the poems. Even if he's that powerful. It's so literary. He wandered around casually, writing poems one after another, as if he had never thought about it. Even if all the writers in the world were gathered together, I'm afraid they would not be as good as him, right? The most terrifying thing is that if any one of these songs were to be spread out, it would definitely become a masterpiece that will be remembered forever. The two girls looked at Li Congxin's graceful back again, and felt that the person in their eyes was extremely talented, pure and otherworldly, like a banished immortal. Not long after, Li Congxin, who had come down from the peak, stood on the way up the mountain. Looking at the mountains in the distance and the winding mountain road, my eyes narrowed slightly. Here, a poem to welcome guests would be appropriate. He had originally intended to continue extracting directly from the knowledge base, and continue to enjoy the take it as it is approach, but as his thoughts moved, his ideas suddenly emerged like a fountain. As he was thinking, the weeping sky sword and the questioning sky spear flew out with a boom. In a flash, he had carved an original poem on a large stone beside the mountain road. Looking back at the chaotic mountains, I can't see my old friends, only clouds. Who is like the pine trees on the mountain? Standing tall. Welcoming guests from the west and seeing them off. Title of the poem, To the Visitors. Li Congxin himself was shocked. Then he was very happy again. Am I so talented? He forgot for a moment that he was now a literary god, and could speak fluently even without copying the poems of the ancients. Oh, I'm really a genius. Looking back at the chaotic mountains, I don't see my old friends, only clouds. Who is like the pine trees on the mountain? They stand tall and proud. They welcome guests from the west and send them off. Looking back at the chaotic mountains. Mo Xiangran stood on the scenic mountain road, muttering softly. A look of obsession. In front of her, the words engraved on the stone beside the mountain path immediately attracted her, who was known for her talent. In this world, all cultivators are only pursuing the strength of their bodies and souls, and the path of Confucianism has long been deserted. She did not expect to see such beautiful poetry on Iran Peak. He whispered, the words are so beautiful, the poem is so beautiful, the artistic conception is so beautiful. As she watched, she was slightly shocked again. Every word in the poem seemed to contain powerful divine power, constantly tugging at her thoughts and bringing her into the artistic conception of the poem. I couldn't help but look back, and saw only endless peaks and a vast sea of clouds, without any trace of any people. Look up again. In my mind, a scene has already emerged. On the mountain road, there is a graceful man. He is talented and elegant, like a green pine tree on the mountain, standing tall and welcoming guests, and looking at me with a smile. A look of regret. There are still expectations. But unfortunately, that was just an artistic conception and fantasy, and the person in the painting was not in my eyes or heart. As her heart moved. Boom. As she comprehended the artistic conception, she glowed with a moving radiance. Boom. Once again, a dazzling light burst out. Being introduced into the artistic conception of the poem, he was infected by it and his cultivation was advanced. She was smart and gained enlightenment, and broke the mirror directly. Mo Xiangran, who was originally at the 8th level of soul-shaping realm, had reached the 1st level of martial king realm in a flash. She couldn't help but feel extremely happy. Which great Confucian or Taoist figure had carved these words of poetry? They actually contained such a powerful force that she felt as if she had been blessed with a great fortune when she watched them. Because she is one of the rare Confucian and Taoist practitioners. Practice Confucianism and Taoism, and you will have talent. Poetry can kill enemies, lyrics can destroy armies, and articles can bring peace to the world. Confucianism and Taoism do not cultivate the body and soul, but comprehend talents and gain cultivation from them. It is easy to understand, just like the more profound the knowledge and the higher the cultural level, the stronger the realm of cultivation. Of course, if you can create literary talents yourself, you can gain more cultivation. By composing a good poem, you can gain a lot of cultivation. If you can create an eternal song that will amaze all living beings, you can even reach the sky in one step and directly enter the realm of saints. The saints in Confucianism and Taoism are equivalent to the great emperors in martial arts. The poem is called To Visitors, so the author of this poem is naturally the owner of Iran Peak. In the joy, Mo Xiangran couldn't help but look shocked. Isn't the owner of this place Li Tsongxin, the holy son of Taiqian? How is this possible? No, no. He shook his head and immediately gave up the idea. How could that good-for-nothing young man have such talent? Presumably, it was created by the previous owner of this mountain before Li Tsongxin was born. He calmed down and continued walking up the mountain. I just took a few steps. The man stood there in shock again. His eyes were fixed, his face showing a dazed look. Even the expression on his face gradually turned into surprise, excitement, and excitement. Looking at the poem on the stone wall, the elegance of the ages is here now, don't give up on your achievements. The king has 30,000 states. How can a sparrow know the greatness of a swan? The goddess Yuan showed off her helmet. You laugh at the fact that the Lu River is as big as a bucket. Are you willing to try your hand at using the butcher knife? Show Jun Shuang Yuo. Because I didn't know the allusions in the poem, I couldn't understand it fully, but a sense of artistic conception still surged up in me, and for a moment, my heart was filled with heroism and emotion. Boom. Mo Xiangran shuddered all over, and his cultivation level broke through 3 levels again. Martial King Realm, Level 4. Surprised, she was even more shocked and unbelievable. Taigan Holy Land, no wonder it is regarded as the most sacred, mysterious, and supreme place by the world. Such a peerless poem is engraved here. If the creator is a Confucian and Taoist practitioner, with this article, I am afraid he can step into the quasi-sage. After being shocked, she murmured to herself, the romance of the ages is here now, and the fame of hundreds of millions of people will never rest. Who is it? Who can write such a quatrain? What kind of amazing talent and beauty is this person? Pity. It's a pity that he is an ancient man who has passed away and is not in the same era as me. I can't catch a glimpse of your unique style. Mo Xiangran looked regretful. She still believes that this song is also the last song left by the previous owner of this peak. In the past, she boasted of her extraordinary talent, but at this moment, compared with this poet, Mo Xiangran had only 8 words in her mind: I feel ashamed of myself and I bow down in worship. Even if you stand on tiptoe, you can hardly catch up with it. With a look of longing on her face, she stood in front of the stone wall, unwilling to leave for a long time. But in the end, I chose to move on. But she hadn't walked far when she froze again, staring at the stone wall in front of her, her expression becoming dazed again. A look of sadness and grief began to appear on her pretty face, and her eyes were filled with sorrow. If life could always be like our first encounter, why would the autumn wind bring sorrow to the painted fan? The first line of the poem on the stone wall drew in her entire mood, even though she was already sentimental. A feeling of sadness welled up in her heart and she couldn't help herself. Boom. In the artistic conception, Missouri Xiangran didn't even realize that his cultivation had improved again. If only life could be like the first time we met, if only life could be like the first time we met. Yes, that would be wonderful. It would always be the most beautiful moment, without the separation of loved ones, the hatred of friends, and the loss of love. Mo Xiangran walked in slowly, stroking the words on the stone wall with her slender jade fingers, feeling that every word was filled with sadness. She was immersed in the artistic conception, and every time she moved her lotus steps, a teardrop dripped from her eyes. What kind of sentimental person can write such a sad sentence? People linger in front of the stone wall and are reluctant to leave. She touched the stone wall back and forth more than 10 times. After a long time, she left reluctantly. But after just a few steps. Ask the world, what is love? It makes people pledge to be together through life and death. Boom. The brain is like being hit by a critical strike. Boom. At the same time, Emotiengran, whose body was glowing with dazzling light, trembled. She instantly fell into the artistic conception of the poem, squatted on the ground, covered her face and cried bitterly. That look made him look like he was out of state. Next. After seeing several poems in succession, Emotiengran had already forgotten what he came here for. She had a dazed look on her face, wandering around Iran Peak like a fool, looking for places with cliffs and big rocks. Looking for poems that are either full of passion, or melancholy and sadness, or beautiful in words. What kind of extraordinary talent could have written so many masterpieces? No, it's a masterpiece. It's a masterpiece for all time. She has reached the peak of the Grandmaster realm and is about to enter the Grandmaster realm. She is like a lost wandering soul, muttering to herself, if I can see this person once, even if my beauty is consumed in an instant, my black hair turns white, and I die like a beauty, I will be willing to do so. Until she was awakened by the sound of music. Who's playing? Emotiengran looked surprised. He quickly cleared his mind, lowered his eyelashes slightly, and listened carefully. The music is extremely beautiful and melodious, and can even draw people into a state of emotional sadness, but Emotiengran thought he was proficient in all the musical instruments in the world, but he couldn't tell what instrument made the sound. Upon careful listening, it was a bit similar to the dulcimer, but compared to the dulcimer, it was more ethereal, soft, and crisp. To be able to play such beautiful music, he must be a person of extraordinary talent and elegance. Could it be that the predecessor who created those poems has not passed away, but is still living on Iran Peak? Thinking of this, I felt an incomparable excitement in my heart. She quickly fixed her hair and makeup, then walked towards the sound of the piano. But it happened just half an incense stick of time ago. In the pavilion, Li Tsongxin, who had just returned from a walk, had just sat down, but stood up again. There was a thoughtful look on his face. He admitted that he was used to suffering in his previous life and had never experienced a leisurely life. Before, he just wanted to lie down and give up. But after some graffiti all over the mountain, Li Tsongxin now feels that pursuing a better quality of lying down is the real enjoyment of life. Lying down and having fun does not only mean eating, drinking, and sleeping. It also means listening to music in brothels, drinking and singing, cleansing the soul with poetry, cultivating sentiments with music, etc. This is a higher level of enjoyment. Li Tsongxin suddenly had an idea. He wanted to learn from the ancients to sit quietly in the pavilion, play the piano and the zither, and sing in the bamboo forest. We just got together. Ding! The system is being upgraded. System upgrade successful. Hint, you have obtained the title of God of Music. Hint, you have obtained the title of God of Song. Li Tsongxin showed an imperceptible smile. He had just been awarded the titles of God of Literature and God of Writing, and now he has become the God of Music and Songs. His system neither issues tasks to the host nor sets difficulty levels, and he is not willing to submit to anyone and will compete with anyone. Just 2 words, awesome. Whatever you think of, it will come true. It is simply a wish-making system. Music God, any musical instrument from all the worlds in the past and present, the host can directly play it, and it is a super first-class level. When playing, it also brings its own charm to the music. God of Song, the host's singing level is super first class, and his singing voice has its own temperament, with extremely powerful rendering and appeal. So amazing. Listening to the introduction of the system, Li Tsongxin couldn't help but feel curious. What exactly is the level of top-notch? Can playing the piano make all the huskies sit down and listen quietly? Can singing make the princess in the KTV cry? Buzz. With a wave of his sleeve, a musical instrument appeared in the pavilion. What is this? Chu Fij and Isusu on the side looked confused. Obviously not. Li Tsongxin just smiled slightly and did not answer. Instead, he sat in front of the instrument with his 10 slender fingers resting on a row of long white keys. Following his thoughts, the system immediately drew out a musical instrument that only existed in his original world, a piano. Although he had become a god, it was still his first time. Li Tsongxin took a deep breath. The fingers began to move on the keys, but for the first time, it was surprisingly smooth. Along with the keys, a gentle and somewhat sad sound immediately floated out. Wow! Because Li Tsongxin had injected spiritual power into his fingertips, musical notes continued to fly up under his fingers, turning into crystal butterflies that spread their wings and were about to fly, fluttering their nimble wings and spinning around him. Gradually, it began to rotate around the entire piano. Isusu and Chu Fij looked with surprise in their beautiful eyes and listened with rapt attention. He looked at Li Tsongxin with worship as if he were an idol. "Oh my God, is my cousin, young master, omnipotent. He is good at horizontal training, swordsmanship, spearmanship, and his strength is unfathomable. Not only is he a talented writer who can create a large number of eternal quatrains in a single thought, but he also understands rhythm. And he plays it so beautifully." After the shock, the two women were soon intoxicated by the sound of the piano. While playing, Li Tsongxin tried to open his mouth, but immediately closed it again. So embarrassing. Singing, it is impossible for him to sing. He will never sing in his life. Even though he is a singing god now. On this side, Mo Xiangran was looking for the direction of the sad music. It felt like it was getting closer and closer, and she became more and more nervous. The person playing the piano, the one who carved so many eternal masterpieces in the mountains, must be a man of extraordinary talent, a senior with white hair and an immortal aura, right? Or, is it a stunning female senior? In short, I am very lucky to be able to see you today, which is a blessing that can only be earned in 3 lifetimes. Following the sound, I walked through a bamboo forest and a picture appeared before my eyes. Beside the lotus pond, in the pavilion. In front of a gorgeous piano, a young man in white clothes was playing leisurely. Beside the young man, a cool woman in plain clothes was leaning quietly against the pillar of the pavilion, like a willow swaying in the wind. A beautiful girl was squatting on the ground with her hands on her cheeks, like a beautiful flower reflected in the water, looking at the young man with her delicate face raised. Everyone was listening quietly. Strings of musical notes transformed into shining jade butterflies, winding and spinning around the 3 people. The picture is extremely beautiful. What a nice view. So elegant. Is this Iran Peak, the place where the immortals stay? Mo Xiangran couldn't help but whisper. At the same time, she was slightly surprised. She didn't expect that the person playing the piano was such a handsome young man. Look carefully at the young man. He was of a well-proportioned figure, with well-proportioned shoulders and a slim waist. Overall, he was full of the elegance and grace of a man who was a fairy hero. His facial features are very three-dimensional and as handsome as if carved by a knife. He has a pair of deep eyes and a leisurely and casual smile on the corners of his mouth. Very charming. Is it him? Mo Xiangran asked herself, is the person who carved so many extraordinary poems on this peak also this outstanding young man? Who is this person? Suddenly, her heart trembled. Could he be Li Tsongxin? No way, no way. I quickly denied myself. How is this possible? I still firmly believe in my heart that although this person looks like a teenager, he must be an unparalleled senior. At this moment, Li Tsongxin slowly opened his mouth and began to sing along with the sound of the piano. The wolf-tooth moon makes the beauty look haggard. I raise my cup and drink up the wind and snow. Who overturned the cabinet of past lives and caused all the trouble? The word fate has been passed down for several times, and you frown and cry, but the beauty cannot be called back. Even if history has turned to ashes, my love will never die. The world is like 3,000 streams flowing eastwards. I only take a scoop of love and understanding, and I only love the butterfly you incarnate. Your hair as white as snow is a poignant farewell, but who is moved by my burning incense? Your hair is like snow and your tears are flying everywhere. I am waiting for someone who has grown old. Listening to the song, Mo Xiangran stood there in a daze again. His face showed God. As a practitioner of Confucianism, she felt at this moment that the sound of the piano and the singing had merged together. Waves were rippling in the space, and the entire pavilion, including her, were immersed in a state of mind. In the artistic conception, she saw a pair of lovers, who quarreled, embraced, separated, and missed each other over the years. Facing the passage of time, they were full of emotion and helplessness. Emotion began to feel sad again and couldn't extricate herself. I raise my cup to drink the snow and wind, overturn the cabinet of my past life, frown and cry for my beloved, the prosperity is like 3,000 eastward flowing waters. Boom. As she muttered to herself, a dazzling light burst out from her body again. In this instant, her cultivation had already entered the realm of Grandmaster. Lar. Lar, lar. The bronze mirror reflects the innocent ponytail. If you go wild, I will keep you company with wine in this life. As the last sentence was sung. At this time, Li Congxin lifted the 10 fingers on the keys slightly upwards and stopped playing. The musical notes turned into flowing jade butterflies in the air and gradually disappeared. 3 seconds of silence. Bang bang bang. Then, Yisusu, who was squatting in front of the piano, jumped up and began to clap his hands vigorously. Cousin, you are so awesome. You sing really well. Idol, you are my idol. He expressed his love without any reservation, as if he was as excited as after enjoying a concert. Bang bang bang. Chu Fij, who was relatively cold and reserved, smiled and couldn't help but clapping her hands gently. Her young master is really amazing. She was a little dazed. Are there really such outstanding people in the world? It really seems like he can do everything and is proficient in everything. At this moment, both girls had tears in their eyes, and their faces were rosy and beautiful. They hadn't realized yet that they had been sobbing softly just now, and had been moved to tears by Li Congxin's singing. My daughter greets you, senior. Outside the pavilion, Emotion, who woke up from the end of the song, immediately knelt on the ground. His fair forehead pressed tightly against the bluestone floor, and he bowed deeply in fear. Thank you, senior, for giving me good fortune. At this moment, she was also extremely excited. Because now she was sure that it was him, it must be him. Only someone who had written so many stunning and extraordinary poems could also write such beautiful and moving lyrics. Li Congxin slowly stood up from the piano with a smile as warm as spring breeze on his face. Get up. As he gently raised his hand, under an irresistible force, Emotion's head, which was pressed against the ground, was lifted up involuntarily, and his body slowly stood up. Who are you, young lady? What brings you to Iran Peak? With Li Congxin's current powerful spiritual awareness, he actually noticed it as soon as Emotion stepped onto Iran Peak. Anyone who can come to Iran Peak is definitely not his enemy. Because his enemies couldn't even climb the mountain. Therefore, Li Congxin ignored her and let her wander around the peak freely and read those poems. My little girl Emotion, by order of Her Majesty the Queen, came to Iran Peak to search for the Holy Sun. Emotion was still respectful. Oh, my eldest sister asked you to come. Li Congxin was slightly startled and asked, what do you want from me? What? Emotion suddenly lost his voice. His words made Emotion stumble as if he had been struck by lightning. Then he showed an unparalleled shock on his face, and a huge wave was stirred in his heart. Why is the girl so surprised? Li Congxin in the pavilion gently raised his hand in the air. Outside the pavilion, Emotion, who was stumbling under his feet, stood firm again as if being supported by a breeze. Li Congxin was smiling and calm. Emotion was still shocked and looked at Li Congxin in disbelief. Is this gentle young man the holy son of Taigen that I want to meet on this trip? He is Li Congxin, the son of the world. Young Master Taigen turns out to be an elegant young man with extraordinary talents. I kept asking myself, how could this temperament and grace be what the world calls useless? How does he look like the cruel, violent, frivolous and lustful person she thought before? It turned out that the rumors from the outside world were all false, and his ridiculous conjecture was even more ridiculous. Suddenly, her face turned red. It is a red color of shame. Then, he folded his hands on his abdomen, his body filled with a Buddha, and solemnly said, Xiang Ran has been rude for many times, and I would like to apologize to the Holy Sun. She is a Confucian and Taoist practitioner who pays great attention to her words, actions, and thoughts. These are all practices. Making unreasonable assumptions about others is not only disrespectful to others, but also slanderous to others, so it is also considered disrespectful behavior. Don't mind. But for Li Congxin, this is very normal. In his world, people are very sensitive, fragile, and violent. Many people speak irresponsibly, and there are many demons who expose people online to the point of jumping into the river due to depression or jumping off the building due to collapse. Xiang Ran came here this time on the orders of His Majesty to ask the Holy Sun for advice on the art of being an emperor and governing a country. Faced with such a brilliant person, Mo Xiangran no longer dared to call himself a teacher. However, she was still thinking in her heart that although Li Congxin was extremely talented, he had never entered the court and had never interfered in political affairs. Perhaps he had no knowledge of the art of ruling the country and how to govern. If I could be the teacher of such a handsome and talented man, I would be so happy. I see. Li Congxin understood that it must be because of the book, Zhengguan Zhengyao. His sister, the Empress, was so surprised after seeing it that she specially sent a talented woman to test herself. Then let's talk about the art of emperorship first. He smiled and said, I wonder what your opinion is, young lady. Mo Xiangran's expression slightly brightened, and he said in a clear voice, Xiangran believes that the most important things in the art of being an emperor are 4 points: establishing prestige, affection and benefits, mutual supervision, and division of responsibilities and weakening power. The girl summed it up well. Li Congxin nodded slightly in approval. He smiled again and said, however, what you said is just the simple art of being an emperor, which is only the basic skill of an emperor. For an emperor, what is more important is the emperor's mind. Intention. Mo Xiangran was surprised and bowed, please give me some advice, Holy Sun. Anyway, I'm in good spirits now and not sleepy, so I'll just tell you what time it is. Remember, you can also tell my elder sister when you get back. Li Congxin was not falsely modest. Now he has become a god-level emperor, the supreme being, the true dragon son of heaven, the supreme emperor, who commands the country and whose name is recorded in history. With all these titles of emperor, how could he not understand the ways of an emperor? The first point is to utilize. Ah. The first 2 words he uttered surprised Chu Fij and Isusu who were standing by. Mo Xiangran also frowned. Li Congxin didn't care about the reactions of the few people. With his hands behind his back, he wandered in the pavilion like a teacher teaching and learning, and spoke leisurely. Utilize. As an emperor, you cannot do everything yourself. You must know how to use people. Mobilizing the enthusiasm of talents in the world for your own use is the way of a king. The second point is selfishness. To be an emperor, one must be the most selfish person. The greatest selfishness is to take the world for yourself. To take the world and achieve the greatest selfishness, you must first be selfless and not fight for small profits. This is the iron rule for becoming a king. The third point is moderation. When doing anything, you must have principles and limits. If you go beyond the limits, you will go in the opposite direction. Therefore, a king must be good at seizing opportunities and assessing the situation. The fourth point is acting. To persuade and move people to accept your ideas or opinions is a high art. The most important thing is to understand people's true intentions. Isusu and Chu Fij seemed to understand and began to nod continuously. The look of humility and willingness to learn on Mo Xiangran's face became more and more intense. These remarks made this talented woman feel that listening to one word from the wise man was worth 10 years of reading, and she suddenly understood a lot of things. This is a word of performance. Li Congxin emphasized, in short, when dogs meet, they either sniff or lick each other, and when people meet, they either pretend or act. As an emperor, one must have superb acting skills, deceive the world and all living beings, but at the same time, all living beings in the world must praise and admire him, and be grateful to him. Isusu and Chu Fij widened their eyes. Mo Xiangran's face was full of horror. They deceive the world and cheat all living beings, yet they want all living beings in the world to praise and admire them and be grateful to them. This sentence began to echo in my mind, like thunder. Ridiculous, outrageous, and immoral. No, it seemed to make sense. No, it made more and more sense. Boom. Suddenly, she trembled, and a burst of brilliant light burst out from her body again. His cultivation level had advanced to another level. That makes perfect sense. Mo Xiangran, who was extremely intelligent, couldn't help but praise. He lowered his head in surprise again. With his hands slightly opened, he looked at the ink-like auras surrounding him, which formed a powerful rule in itself, the great Tao and the law of Tao. Feeling the Confucian and Taoist cultivation emanating from himself, Mo Xiangran's expression showed excitement again. When she went up the mountain, she was only at the 8th level of soul-shaping realm. In such a short period of time, she has reached the 2nd level of Grandmaster realm. This trip was a great blessing and great fortune for her. And this blessing was bestowed by one person. Thank you for your guidance, Holy Son. Mo Xiangran began to express her gratitude outside the pavilion again. Listening to the words of the Holy Son has benefited Xiangran a lot. Unexpectedly, Li Congxin was also well versed in the ways of the Emperor. How could the son of the world's overlord, the brother of the peerless Empress, be ordinary? Looking at Li Congxin at this moment, she had only one feeling: he was a towering figure. She looked up to him with admiration. Suddenly, her elegant face turned red again. Just now, she still held on to the fantasy of being Li Congxin's teacher. Now thinking about it, it was simply ridiculous. Li Congxin remained calm and composed. After talking about some emperor's skills, he turned and said, "As for the way to govern the country, please give me some advice, Holy Son." Mo Xiangran got dressed and immediately put on the posture of a humble student ready to learn. Ha! Li Congxin yawned. I have just said a lot and I feel a little tired. This truth cannot be summarized in a few words, so let's just do this. His eyes narrowed, and he shouted in his heart, "System, give me some books." Ding! Unlimited lucky draw is in progress. Congratulations, you won the Great Learning, the Doctrine of the Mean, the Analects of Confucius, and Mencius in the lucky draw. Congratulations, you won the Book of Songs, Book of History, Book of Rites, Book of Changes, and Spring and Autumn Annals in the lucky draw. Before Li Congxin could say what the books were, the system had already brought out the books according to his thoughts. Very considerate. Take these books and read them. Li Congxin waved his sleeves, and 9 thick books appeared directly in front of Mo Xiangran and fell. Mo Xiangran quickly reached out to catch it. Then, he looked down at the thick stack of books held in front of his chest with surprise on his face, thinking, are these all written by the Son of God? Yeah, definitely. It must be. It's normal for someone who can write so many peerless poems and compose such beautiful music to write a few books, right? That's totally normal. Come in and sit and watch. Thank you, Holy Son. Mo Xiangran walked into the pavilion carrying a thick stack of books, bowed to Chu Fij and Isusu, and then sat down on the chair in the pavilion. He took out one of the books first, opened it slowly, and began to read quietly. Soon, I entered a state of ecstasy. A faint inky aura began to appear all around her, floating and circling around her like lines of ink, becoming increasingly dense. Li Congxin smiled faintly. These 9 books can be called the supreme works of Confucianism and are the treasures of China. They also record a large number of ways to govern the country. If you can read them, understand understand them all, based on the content, Mo Xiangran has probably become a Confucian and Taoist leader. Bite. You give Mo Xiangran's 4 books and 5 classics, trigger 1,000 times rebate, and get 1,000 copies of the 4 books and 5 classics. As for the sound of the system prompt, Li Congxin just pretended that he had not heard it and filtered it out. Boom. At this moment, a loud noise came from Taigan Holy Land. The sound was deafening even to Li Congxin on Iran Peak. Boom. Immediately afterwards, there was a louder noise, accompanied by violent vibrations, and in the distance, one of the many mountain peaks exploded. What's going on? Did someone go crazy and blow themselves up? They blew up the entire mountain they were on. Li Congxin was surprised. At this time, a disciple from the Holy Land flew towards him at high speed on a sword and landed outside the pavilion. He took a look at the scene in the pavilion and was stunned at first. Xianshan Yating, 1 man and 3 women, 3 stunning beauties with different styles. Young master's life is. I'm really envious. He quickly said, "Young master, King Li is ill again. What should we do?" Upon hearing this, Yasusu was shocked at first. With a look of fear on his face, he said, "All the quasi-emperors in the Holy Land have gone out to fight, and Uncle God of War also left this morning. If this brat goes crazy, who can control him?" But he immediately stood up and said in a coquettish voice, "Cousin, if your little brother gets crazy, he will definitely blow up the entire Holy Land and our home." Or. The disciple gritted his teeth and said, "Young master, if you don't want to show up, how about I go and ask the 5 ancestors?" If he had gone forward, he would never have run to Iran Peak. The reason why he came to report to Li Tsongxin this time was because he had seen with his own eyes that Li Tsongxin killed 2 quasi-emperors with one hand, and he already knew that he was very powerful. He is a master who can take charge. What are you doing disturbing them? Li Tsongxin, who originally wanted to ignore everything, felt helpless. "I can't let the house fall into chaos when Dad is not around," said, "Let's go and take a look." He walked down the mountain with Chu Fij and Isusu. At this moment, Mo Xiangran was already immersed in the world of books, and knew nothing about the outside world. Somewhere in the Holy Land, under an exploded mountain, among the rocks, is a seal formation. Buzz. The light overlapped, the force waves came in waves, and a triangular cone cast by dense light, engraved with a large number of golden Sanskrit characters, turned into a solid cage. The thing that was sealed in the cage and suppressed under the mountain was a ball of violent black air that released a manic aura. There is infinite power contained in that black air. Boom. Boom. The ball of black gas kept crashing in the cage. Every time it crashed into the golden triangular light wall of the cage, the entire cage would burst into a strong golden light. The original mountain here was blown up by the strong light emitted from the cage. Crash. For God locking chains as thick as arms extended from the cage, locking the manic black air in the cage. The other ends of the God locking chains were connected to the 4 directions of southeast, northwest, northeast, and southwest outside the formation, and were fixed to the ground by rivets that penetrated 1,000 meters deep. As the black energy in the formation ran wild, the 4 God-locking chains were shaking violently and making constant noises. Even under the double seal of the cage and the God-locking chain, it seemed that it could no longer be suppressed. "Where's my brother? Where's my brother?" While crashing into the cage, the black gas continued to emit loud roars of annoyance, collapse, and violence. "Where's my brother? He hasn't come to see me for 3 days. Where's my brother?" The Taigen disciples who were gathered around were all nervous and awe-inspiring. Now that the super-strong men in the Holy Land are not here, King Li got sick at the wrong time. He seems to be much stronger. What's the point of letting him grow up unscrupulously like this? He will destroy the world. Yes, when I was in the first solid state, I was able to slap the great master away with a slap. In the ability to expand my pulse, I actually punched out the eyeballs of a strong martial emperor. In the soul-shaping state, I forcibly knocked out the eyes of a martial saint. His arm was broken. On the first day he entered the martial king realm, he beat up a quasi-emperor in my holy land until he had a bloody nose and was in a miserable state. He didn't dare to confront him head-on, so he had no choice but to use powerful means. Only the law can suppress it. May I ask? What kind of monster is this? This great evildoer among the many geniuses of the Li family, who was created by the young master, is simply too terrifying. Needless to say, he is sealed by the cage formation and the God-locking chain at the same time, and he can still forcibly release his power, and he can also collapse the mountain. If this formation is broken, you can imagine how terrifying he is. Boom. Where's my brother? He hasn't come to see me for 3 days. Click, click, click. Amidst the violent roar, the black gas collided violently, and the triangular cone-like cage released strong light as it cracked. Everyone was shocked. All disciples retreat. At the shout, the disciples surrounding outside all retreated backwards. At the same time, 4 elder-level strong men flew forward from 4 directions. Where's my brother? With a loud roar, the black gas broke through the cage and flew high into the sky. The 4 chains that bound his hands and feet also flew up with it. Soon, bang bang bang. At the other end, The rivets fixed to the ground exploded at the same time. Not good. Everyone was horrified. If he swung these 4 chains, they would be able to sweep away thousands of troops and flatten a large area of mountains in the Holy Land in an instant. This person is a son of the Holy Lordly family, a genius of the Holy Land, and we cannot activate the killing array to kill him. Elder brother. Brother, you haven't come to see me for 3 days. The ball of black gas was dragging 4 long chains, shouting, "Brother, brother," while running frantically towards Iran Peak. At this time, he was freed from the seal and gradually transformed into human form. I saw a young man who was only 13 or 14 years old. He had a pointed mouth and shrunken cheeks, a sickly face, and skinny bones. He is less than 1.4 meters tall. On top of his head, there is a rush of yellow hair bundled in the middle, unruly and flying. King Li, don't be impulsive. Master Liao, calm down. Seeing him running directly to the residence of Holy Sun Taigen, the 4 elders who flew out were even more shocked. They grabbed a god-locking chain at the same time, and boom. Together they released the peak power of a half-step quasi-emperor as a martial saint. Elder Xianhe, Elder Yi, and 2 other elders, the 4 of them pulled the divine chain and pressed down together, trying to immobilize Liao and forcibly control him. In the air, Liao, who was running towards Iran Peak, was pulled to a halt and suddenly became furious. One arm was raised vigorously. Crash dash. The divine chain hanging on his arm flew into the air. Your mother. Amid the exclamations, an elder on the ground could no longer control himself. He only felt the power coming from the god-locking chain was immense and boundless. He also flew into the air along with the god-locking chain. Knowing that this kid was terrifying, he continuously released his true chi, which turned into layers of light shields to protect his body. Just flew in front of Liao. Bang. The furious Liao slapped him. Your mother. Amidst the screams, the layers of defense that the elder had been constantly raising were broken one after another, and finally a slap hit him in the face, causing his nose to be crooked and all his old teeth to fly out of his mouth. Teeth, everywhere. The men fell to the ground like an old bird that had been shot. Hiss. Everyone below twitched their lips as if they all felt the intense pain. Your mother. The elder who cursed his mother 3 times fell to the ground, waved his sleeves and climbed up again. He was slapped for no reason, and he was so angry that he raised his beard and cursed, "You little brat, you are a piece of shit." Elder brother. I want to find my brother. High in the air, Liao kept spitting saliva and yelling like a mad fool, and his other arm was raised upward with all his strength. Crash. Below, the one holding the god-locking chain on his arm happened to be the crane elder, who was dressed in white feathers and was as beautiful as a fairy. Feeling the irresistible force coming from the god-locking chain, she couldn't help but turn pale. The power of this evildoer was simply unbearable, so she could only let go immediately. She didn't want to be dragged up into the sky and then have her face disfigured by a slap from that boy. Elders, please move aside. Let me take the damage. At this moment, a brave shout was heard. Brother is here. Brother, don't get excited. Brother will come to accompany you right now. A young man swung his muscular arms and ran towards them from the air with the gait of a dragon or a tiger. When he saw the young man who looked like a muscular iron tower flying over, Liao drooled and shouted wildly, "I'm not talking about you. I am your real brother." Li went up and gave him a hug. "Brother, listen to me. I'm not talking about you." Before he could finish his words, Liao grabbed his neck with both hands in midair and pinned him down. Boom, and then he fell rapidly from an altitude of 3,000 meters. Bang. Like a meteorite falling, with a loud bang, the 2 men smashed a huge pit of destruction on the ground. Not you, not you, not you. In the big pit, Liao rode on Li Yi, pinching his neck with one hand and holding him down, while with the other hand he waved a fist that looked small but could break the sky, and punched him in the face frantically. The scene was like a monkey riding on a lion and committing violence. Bang. Bang. Bang, bang, bang. Every punch was like a thunder explosion, and the earth shook. The ground was exploding in all directions all around. Seeing such a loud noise, the elders and disciples were terrified. They immediately flew to the vicinity of the pit, looked into the pit, and prepared to lend a helping hand. Li was pinned down by a huge force in the pit. Although he could not struggle free, he raised one hand while being beaten, with his clenched fist giving a thumbs up. "Don't panic, it's okay." Yelling, "Everyone, don't come over here. I can handle it." King Li meets King Henglian, this pair of evil brothers. "Brother is here." "Little brother, you are hitting your brother again." At this time, a melodious voice sounded, and Li Congxin, carrying two young women, came floating in. "Young master, be careful." Seeing Li Congxin walking straight towards the huge pit of destruction, several elders and disciples rushed forward and stood guard on both sides to protect him. Li Ao, who was in a violent state, was shouting that he wanted to find Li Congxin. But immediately, everyone felt embarrassed again. Thinking of the two holy masters of the fallen dragon Holy Land and the fallen phoenix Holy Land, both quasi-emperors, they were killed by Li Congxin with one palm. Do they need to protect such a powerful force? Died of laughter. Ahem, young master, it's best not to get close. Yes, King Li was in a violent state. He broke free of the seal and ran towards your residence. He seemed to want to beat you. However, a group of people still firmly protected Li Congxin. Strength is strength, attitude is attitude. Hit me. Li Congxin smiled and said, "No, there's no way he would hit me." He walked to the edge of the pit, looked into it, and shouted, "Li Wang, stop beating your brother." Bang. 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 Hearing the sound, Li Ao, who was punching Li Yi madly, stopped and looked up in a daze. Suddenly, his face showed great joy. Without hesitation, he let go of Li Yi, jumped out of the pit, dragging 4 long god-locking chains behind him, with demonic aura in his eyes, broken teeth in his mouth, saliva, and snot drooling, and he ran towards Li Congxin with his arms open, happily. Boom. Boom. Although he is small and skinny like a monkey, every step he takes can shake the earth. While running, he opened his mouth wide, wow. He burst into tears out of grievance. Ah. Ah. The crying sounded like a demon's roar, so loud that it could even knock down birds from the sky. It was extremely terrifying. Seeing the terrifying appearance of Li Ao running towards them, everyone was horrified. Who could stop this evildoer? Anyone who tried to stop him would definitely be knocked away. Just about to use the defensive formation. Isusu and Chu Fij also looked stern. In order to prevent others from getting hurt, Li Congxin gently waved his hands left and right, and the people around him floated away together under an unstoppable gentle force. Bang. Li Ao, who had no idea of the severity of his situation, crashed into Li Congxin. The huge force waves released from the two of them formed a large circle that spread out rapidly, raising dust. Li Congxin was like a tall pine tree, calm and unperturbed, and motionless even without wind. Hiss. Everyone was horrified by what they saw. Li Ao's collision would shatter even a row of mountains. The young master's defense. Definitely not inferior to Li Yi in any way. At this time, Li Yi also jumped out of the pit, patted the dirt off his body, and praised, "Brother, you are still more resolute." His words have proved that Li Congxin is indeed more powerful than him. Ah. After hugging Li Congxin, Li Ao burst into tears with saliva and snot all over his face. "Brother, they bullied me. Especially the elder whose nose was crooked and whose teeth were missing," he rolled his eyes. "You blew up mountains, broke up formations, beat people, and caused chaos in the Holy Land, and in the end you still act like a wronged child. But who would bother with a fool? I can only helplessly shake my head and smile bitterly. With me here, no one will bully you anymore." Li Congxin touched the yellow hair on Li Ao's head, comforting him against his conscience. "There's nothing I can do about it. It's because his cousin is a fool. The most important thing is that it was because of him that Li Ao became what he is now." Looking at this ugly, skinny, sickly-looking boy, Li Congxin showed a trace of apology on his face. Before the age of 3, Li Ao was a very beautiful child. He was delicate and cute, like a porcelain doll. He was not stupid at all, on the contrary, he was extremely talented. That year, Li Congxin was 7 years old. Because Li Congxin was weak when he was young, his master Wu Kaishan, who was known as the #1 in alchemy, specially refined a large furnace of super high-quality tendon hardening and meridian strengthening pills for him in order to improve his physique. The top-grade tendon hardening and vein cleansing pill is an extremely powerful medicine that can temper the tendons and bones and cleanse the veins, ultimately transforming the physique and turning a mortal body into a holy one. Because this pill is too strong, after taking it, it will cause tremendous pain, like being skinned, flesh cut, tendons broken and bones dislocated, which is extremely uncomfortable and torturous. When delivering the pills to Li Congxin, Wu Kaishan, who always believed that as long as time was long enough, even a useless person could turn the tables, also warned him, "Here are 10,000 tendon hardening and vein cutting pills that Master prepared for you. However, the effect of this pill is extremely strong, so you must not rush into it. You can only take one pill within a year, and you must not take more. Remember, remember." Li Congxin was frightened by his master's instructions. He wasn't rushing it at all. But because he was afraid of pain, he, who was only 7 years old and didn't know much, simply handed the whole box of tendon strengthening and meridian strengthening pills to Li Ao secretly. Result: Li Ao, who was 3 years old and even more ignorant, opened the box and thought that the pills that looked only as big as soybeans were sugar beans. So he squatted under a big tree and ate all 10,000 furnace tempering muscles and veins strengthening pills in one meal. Afterwards, in Li Congxin's memory, his little brother rolled around on the mountain and howled like a pig being slaughtered for 8 days and 8 nights. He was howling and convulsing all over, with foam coming out of his mouth, pus flowing from his ears, and black blood coming out of his eyes. That look, that cry, he still shudders when he thinks of it. It is simply the shadow of his childhood. But the miraculous thing is that Li Ao was not killed by the medicine and he actually survived. Moreover, under the crazy physical transformation, an ancient power contained in his body was also stimulated. He began to become extremely powerful. He turned into a super perverted monster who completely broke the cultivation system. After that, he created the myth that when he was 4 years old and just entered the solid state realm, he slapped a grandmaster away with a slap. When he was 6 years old, he was in the pulse development realm. He blew out the eyeballs of the martial emperor. When he was 9 years old, he was in the soul-shaping realm. He broke the arm of the martial saint. When he was 13 years old, he was in the martial king realm, and the quasi-emperor had to avoid him when he saw him and did not dare to engage in close combat with him. From then on, he was called King of Power by the world. However, because the tendons and meridians were hardened too violently, he became deformed and his brain was damaged by the drugs, becoming insane and often going crazy and out of control. Every time he had an attack, it would cause huge damage, so he was suppressed in a cage formation. Li Ao's normal memory also stopped at the moment when Li Congxin gave him candy when he was 3 years old, so the person he liked most was Li Congxin. With Li Congxin's comfort, Li Ao's violent aura began to gradually subside. "Why are you looking for me so urgently? What's the matter?" Li Congxin touched his head. "Something's going on." Li Ao supported his palm with his head with a look of enjoyment. While licking his nose with his tongue, he grinned and said, "Brother, I have figured out a method of cultivation. I want to teach you. It will make you stronger and as powerful as me." He still remembered that Li Congxin was a weakling, so whenever he had the best things, he would immediately share them with Li Congxin. This set of skills is called... well, I don't know what it's called, but it's really, really awesome. They all call me King of Power, so let's call me Great Power Gong. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. No wonder King Li has grown so fast recently. Even the cage formation and the god-locking chain can't suppress him. I'm afraid that the great power he realized is a high-level holy skill. Judging from the force he exerted in the cage, it must be a high-level holy item. They all expressed amazement. Although there was something wrong with Li Ao's brain, his extraordinary talent for cultivation was still there. While being suppressed under the mountains, he actually figured out a set of exercises on his own. The toothless elder shouted confidently, "High-level holy product, it must be." He could tell from that slap. However, everyone was worried. With Li Ao's current ability to express himself, he might not be able to explain the skills he had learned to others. If the order is reversed and the structure is confused, it will harm the young master. Li Outside didn't care about that and pulled Li Congxin to teach him immediately. Ding! The system is upgrading. Upgrade failed. Upgrade failed. The system was upgraded for the 24th time and the upgrade was successful. Reminder, the system has entered a state of slight damage, but it will not affect any functions. It will still pay attention to the host at any time and actively serve the host at any time. Li Congxin was not surprised at all. He just sighed in his heart, "System, why did you get yourself hurt again? Do you have any manners at all? You want to get away with being a fool." Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained a strand of divine and demonic power vein. Grace does not exist. Volume, a must. Because the system even changed its name from Rise Against the Heaven to Be Strong and Never Give Up in Life. Divine and demonic power vein, level, divine quality. Source, 2 streams of power that were forcibly extracted from the majestic backs of the ancient demon lord Qi Yu and the ancient god of war Xing Tian, and fused into one with the power of the system, ultimately transforming into a single, most powerful power vein. This power vein contains the wild power of the god of war demon lord. After possessing this power vein, even if you don't need to draw the true energy in the endless sea of energy in the Dantian, and don't use various spiritual powers to perform spells and magical powers, you can still punch through the chaos and break through the ancient chaos with just the brute force of your flesh. So fierce. Li Congxin was really surprised. However, he was not very excited as he just wanted to lie down. "I am a handsome young man with elegant manners, and I just want to be a quiet and beautiful man. Why do I need such strong brute force? I'm not going to arm wrestle someone shirtless. You can use it, but you can't live without it." The system said, "I don't care what you think, I only care what I think." Ding! Prompt, the divine and demonic power has been injected into your body. As the prompt sounded, a green energy line like an ancient blue vein continued to grow in Li Congxin's body. The long energy line traveled throughout his body, constantly merging into the tendons and veins on his shoulders, arms, hands, and feet. Li Congxin straightened his whole body. At this moment, every inch of his skin, every cell, felt filled with the terrifying power of the explosion. He had the feeling of being on the railroad track, punching an oncoming locomotive. Of course, it's just this feeling. His real strength at this moment is more than just a flying locomotive. Li Ao was talking to him non-stop, his narration was unclear, his sentences were repeated randomly, and it was unclear how far he would finish. All right. I took note of everything you said." Li Congxin said perfunctorily, and touched his head again. "To be honest, I have been practicing strength." Young master is still practicing pure strength. Everyone around was shocked. No way. Chu Fij and Isusu both showed expressions of disbelief. They believed that Li Congxin had been secretly practicing Taoism and Qigong because he was really strong. But for such a handsome and elegant boy with such a leisurely temperament, they would never believe that he was secretly practicing brute force. Because Li Congxin's temperament is not that of a power type. But when I think of this fresh and handsome boy, he is also a super horizontal refining maniac who is more indestructible than the horizontal refining King Li Yi. The second girl's disbelief began to waver again. No way. Li Yi also jumped over and said, "Cousin, besides training your body like me, you also train your brute strength like my brother." Li Congxin was very modest, "It's very ordinary, just for fun." The more this happened, the more unfathomable he seemed. Isusu couldn't help but be curious. "Cousin, why don't we go to the test peak and test it out?" "Forget it." Li Congxin's face was full of rejection. "This is not necessary. Besides, I don't want to climb another mountain." "Ha ha ha, that's easy." Amidst a loud and rough laugh, Li Yi stood in front of Li Congxin without saying a word and squatted down like a horse stance. "Bring it on." As if he knew what was going to happen next, Chu Fij covered his mouth and chuckled. "Brother will carry you." He took the initiative to carry Li Congxin on his back. Bang. He stepped on the ground and flew towards the trial peak like a cannonball. "Let's go and have a look." "Young master, it's not like you are joking." "Yes, by the way, let's test what level the King of Strength has reached now." Except for Chu Fij and Isusu. Upon seeing this, several elders and disciples here flew up with their swords and headed to Trial Peak to watch the excitement. "Brother, wait for me." Liao flew through the air behind him, swinging two long noses. He didn't fly very fast because he was actually at the level of the king of martial arts. Among the many peaks in Taigan Holy Land, there is one peak. On the top of the peak, there is a square stone that is 10 meters long and wide. This stone contains an extremely vast space, so it can withstand infinitely powerful power. A treasure in the Holy Land. Later, the seniors in the Holy Land forged this stone into a magical instrument that could measure power. Therefore, this peak was renamed Trial Peak. How do you test this thing? Now that he's here, Li Congxin can only ask curiously. Although he is the Holy Son of Taigan, there are too many treasures in Taigan Holy Land. How could he, who was ignorant and incompetent in the past, know them all? There are thousands of spiritual peaks in Taigan Holy Land. To be honest, this force-measuring peak was his first time here. Whoever goes to test it first and show it to my brother. A group of people stood in front of the big square stone called the testing stone. Li raised his neck and looked around, shouting loudly. "I'll do it." Isuzu volunteered. She begged her cousin to come, so she decided to show her cousin first. She walked to the strength test stone, rolled up her sleeves to reveal a slender arm as white and tender as sheep fat, then her almond eyes glared, her face tensed, and she bit her jade teeth. "Hi!" With a delicate cry, she punched the strength test stone with all her might. Buzz. The surface of the test stone rippled slightly. Because there was a huge space inside the force-measuring stone, the force she exerted on the stone was like sinking into the sea, and the entire force-measuring stone did not move at all. On the fluctuating stone surface, a line of words gradually emerged, strength, 112 evenly. Then it gradually disappeared. Isusu stuck out her tongue and jumped back to Li Congxin. "Not bad, not bad." Li Congxin leisurely put his hands behind his back, nodded with a smile, and was not stingy with praise. 1 gene is equal to 30 gene. Not calling upon the true energy in the Qi Hai Dantian and not using any spiritual power techniques is equivalent to not using any of a cultivator's skills. For a girl of 14 or 15 years old, she relies entirely on the brute force of her realm, and she can punch out with a force of 3,360 kilograms, which is already quite good. After all, she was a spirit girl who never trained her strength, and her realm had just entered the Grandmaster realm. Junior sister Susu is too delicate, no. Young master, I will do it again for you, and give you a fierce one to satisfy your desire. I'll come too. Brothers, look at my unicorn arm. Seeing that Li Congxin had an indifferent attitude and had no intention of moving, the young disciples who had just entered the Holy Land and had not yet come here for the test were ready to go and were all very excited. They started to go for testing. Bang. 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 For a while, the sound of punches bursting could be heard continuously from the strength test stone. The top of the mountain is as lively as if there are constant fireworks going off. But no matter how much force it bears, the huge stone containing a vast space inside remains motionless. With every punch, a number indicating the amount of force sustained would appear on the stone surface. 871 gene, 631 gene, 961 gene, 754 gene. Bang. The strongest among them was a burly young man, whose cultivation level was only the third basic level of soul shaping, but he could punch out with a force of over 1,300 kilograms. There was an immediate round of applause and cheers. A punch with a force of 40,000 kilograms is indeed extraordinary. Not bad, not bad. The disciples showed off their works one after another. Li Congxin kept smiling and nodded slightly in praise of each one. I'll try it too. A loud laugh was heard, and an old man with a white beard but a very strong physique also became interested and strode towards the test stone. Everyone's expression brightened up. One of the 4 elders who had just suppressed Liao, Elder Zhou. Boom boom boom. Without using his true energy, Elder Zhou threw a straight punch. Under the violent force, the air continued to explode. Bang. With a heavy and loud sound, the fist hit the strength test stone. Strength, 34,172 kilograms. Wow. There was a cry of surprise all around. Oh my god, Elder Zhou punched with a force of tens of thousands of gene. 1 gene is 30 gene, which means it's more than 1 million gene. This is pure strength without any cultivation. With this kind of power, he can wipe out thousands of troops with just brute force. This pure power makes me and other disciples have no choice but to worship and admire him so much. Martial Saint Realm, so terrifying. Not bad, not bad. Li Congxin also nodded slightly in approval. The power of one punch exceeds 1 million kilograms. This is really enough to smash the oncoming locomotive with one punch. Haha, this kind of mere strength is not worth mentioning. I have abundant resources in Taigan Holy Land. As long as you are willing to work hard, in the near future, everyone will be able to punch 1 million kilograms of force with one punch. Elder Zhou encouraged his disciples with a kind smile. Feeling good about himself, he touched his beard and walked towards the crowd happily. His punch directly widened the gap between him and his disciples into a huge gap. After this punch, the disciples were ashamed to make a fool of themselves again. Brother, can I go play for a while? Li Ao, who was skinny and small, had a silly smile on his face. In front of Li Congxin, he became extremely well-behaved and not at all irritable. Certainly. Li Congxin said, I am here to take the test with you. You are the focus of everyone. What everyone wants to see most is your display of strength. Really? Li Ao laughed broadly, ha ha ha. No. Isusu and Chu Fij both thought to themselves. Roar. Li Ao walked to the strength-testing stone, let out a strange cry, and punched it with a bang. Boom. There was a loud bang, as if the sky was exploding. No way. Hearing the sudden noise, Elder Zhou, who was in high spirits, turned around and said, Oh my god. He staggered and almost fell to the ground. This monster. It's simply. This old man has a mouth full of old teeth, it's no wonder they broke. Looking at the long string of numbers that appeared on the test stone, the other elders were also shocked. Strength, 102318 kilograms. Li Ao's punch exerted a force of more than 30 million gene, which was 30 times that of Elder Zhou. A punch has the force of 30 million kilograms. How many people can withstand it? As expected, he is the king of power. Brother, I'm awesome, right? Li Ao said proudly. Not bad, not bad. Li Congxin still had a smile on his face and expressed his approval. Buzz. As Li Ao threw this punch, a monument of light gradually emerged not far from the test stone in the fluctuation of space. It was a monument of fame and honor. Seeing this thing appear, everyone was even more shocked. Rows of fonts began to appear on the monument. First place, the tyrant Emperor Li Tianba. Second place, Quasi-Emperor Mad Crocodile Tiezhan. Third place, Quasi-Emperor Xiang Tianyang. Fourth place, Quasi-Emperor Wei Xiao. Fifth place, Li Ao, the King of Strength. Only the top 5 are ranked on the monument, and these people are those who have tested their strength on the test stone. Monument of Strength. Only when one's strength ranks in the top 5 will the monument appear. I didn't expect that King Li could create the monument with just one punch. On top of this monument, the 5 strongest people who have ever tested their strength on the test stone were lined up. All of them are the bosses of my Taigan Holy Land. King Li is less than 14 years old. He is only in the realm of King Martial, but he has squeezed into the top 5. If he grows to the realm of Grandmaster, and Martial Emperor. Hiss. As he talked, many people themselves took a breath and didn't dare to think about it. They simply didn't dare to think about it anymore. If this kid had the realm of a quasi-emperor, how terrifying would his punch be? Of course, there are many strong men in Taigan Holy Land who have not come to Trial Force Peak to test. After all, the cultivators in the Holy Land are all practicing Qi and cultivating immortals, and they are all free and elegant people. Many people don't bother to test their brute strength. Li Ao stared at the monument for a long time. Which place am I? He turned around and grinned, then licked the snot from his lips. The 5th one. Stinky brother, can you please stop eating your own snot? Yasusu rolled her eyes in disgust. She was 1 year older than Liao, and acted like a little sister lecturing someone. But he immediately hid behind Li Congxin, despite the criticism and fear. Of course she was afraid that Liao would punch her. With a force of 30 million pounds, he would send her flying into outer space. Young master is up. At this time, a disciple shouted excitedly. Everyone looked at Li Congxin again. After watching for a long time, Li Congxin began to become interested and wanted to try it out, so he slowly walked towards the test stone. Young master, come at this time. Ahem. Suddenly, everyone showed a strange expression again. Although the young master's strength is extremely terrifying, that is because of his powerful cultivation, and the fact that he possesses 8 top-grade spiritual roots. However, this brute force should not be very strong. After all, he is a fresh and handsome young man. There is no other time to go but this time. Wouldn't it be embarrassing to show off behind Li Wang? By then, the gap will be too big, and even if we cheer for you against our conscience, it will seem fake. Young master, why don't you try it? Chu Fij said softly that in her mind, Li Congxin was a perfect hexagon, and she didn't want to see Li Congxin being outdone by others. Boom. In front of the strength-testing stone, Li Congxin had already punched it. Possessing divine and demonic powers, the loud noise from his punch startled countless birds on all the mountains in the Holy Land, and frightened those who were daydreaming so much that they jumped up on the spot. Depend on. After taking a closer look, Li screamed in shock. How is this possible? The 4 elders cried out in surprise at the same time. No way. Chu Fij, who was originally worried, now widened her beautiful eyes. Oh my god. Yasusu also looked extremely surprised. Strength, 221291 gene. Li Congxin's punch had a force of more than 2 million gene, or more than 60 million gene, which was twice that of Li Yi. Their young master is stronger than King Li. Unexpectedly, Li Congxin's brute force was so strong that he could directly crush the strongest monster. Buzz. As Li Congxin threw this punch, the ranking on the Monument of Fame began to change. First place, the Tyrant Emperor Li Tianba. Second place, Quasi-Emperor Mad Crocodile Tiezhan. Third place, Quasi-Emperor Xiang Tianyang. Fourth place, Li Congxin. Fifth place, Quasi-Emperor Wei Xiao. Li Yi, who had just been on the list, was eliminated again, while Li Congxin soared directly to 4th place, and also eliminated the quasi-emperor named Wei Xiao. Interesting. Li Congxin showed an amused look on his face and moved his wrist at the same time. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel curious. There was only a ranking but no specific data. He also didn't know how much power the 3 people above him had exerted. Especially his dad. Thinking of this, he tried to punch the test stone again. Boom. Just as everyone was in shock, they heard another loud bang and saw Li Congxin throwing another punch, so they all looked towards the strength test stone in a hurry. Could it be that the young master didn't use all his strength in that punch just now? The number displayed on the test stone did not seem to change, 22120910. Well, it's exactly the same as last time. This should be the limit of the young master. Yes, it is the ultimate strength. Horrible, absolutely horrible. Amid the discussion, someone suddenly noticed that something seemed wrong. Then, a voice as loud as a hoarse voice rang out, "There is an extra 0 at the end." Huh. Everyone looked surprised for a moment. Take a closer look. Boom. At the scene, there was another louder and more violent uproar. Yes, yes, yes. I didn't look carefully. This time it's more than 20 million gene, not more than 2 million gene. Young Master's punch just now was 10 times more powerful than the previous one, with a pure force of over 600 million kilograms. Before, he didn't even use any strength. Their jaws almost dropped, they were so shocked that they looked at Li Congxin in disbelief. This. What a joke. Some people even immediately thought, Liao is already evil enough, he is even known as the King of Strength. Li Congxin's strength is twice as much as his, which is barely acceptable. As a result, it became 20 times stronger. Isn't this happy? His data is too outrageous, it can be said to be bizarre. Is he cheating? But I immediately dismissed the idea. The test stone is just a magical tool for testing strength. It has no thoughts, let alone understanding the ways of the world. It is absolutely fair and just. It is impossible to cheat for Li Tsongxin. I can't bear it. I definitely can't bear this punch from my cousin. It will definitely break my body into pieces. Li estimated secretly in his heart, his face full of fear. Buzz. Amid the excitement, the rankings on the monument began to change again. First place, the tyrant Emperor Li Tianba. Second place, Li Tsongxin. Third place, Quasi-Emperor Mad Crocodile Tiezhan. Fourth place, Quasi-Emperor Xiang Tianyang. Fifth place, Quasi-Emperor Wei Shao. Li Tsongxin, who was originally ranked fourth, moved up to second place. The young master's power is only second to that of the Holy Lord, and the young master is only 17 years old now. He has a long time to come. It can be seen that he will definitely be better than his master. With young master's peerless talent, I don't think it will take more than 10 years to surpass Holy Master. Inevitable. 10 years later, the young master will be the #1 person in the world in our Taigan Holy Land. Looking at the rankings on the monument, several elders were shocked and praised again and again. How much power did Dad leave behind here? Li Tsongxin looked curious at this time. With the punch just now, while releasing the power from the magical energy veins, he also activated the critical strike damage, using 10 times the power of the critical strike. Immediately, he tried to punch the test stone again. Increase the critical hit to 100 times. Boom. With the sound, the power that erupted from the fist like a mountain torrent was madly swallowed up by the test stone. A long string of numbers appeared on the surface of the stone again, 2212091000. Everyone quickly looked over. Because the number was too long, he rubbed his eyes hard. Everyone's eyes, which had just been rubbed, opened wide, and even their mouths opened wide. They were sure they had seen it right. This time it's one punch, with a force of billions of kilograms. 200 million June. My. Several elders were all swaying and almost couldn't stand. Among them, Elder Xianha pressed her hands hard on her chest, which was rising and falling violently, to show the turmoil in her heart. Chu Fij and Isusu also felt their hearts beating fast. Li Tsongxin's punch increased the power tenfold from the last one. 200 million Jin, more than 6 billion Jin of force. What kind of concept is this? Can a punch destroy a country? All of them, without any prior agreement, looked towards the monument of fame and honor again. Now, the ranking above has become a dispute between father and son. Who is stronger, the young master or the Holy Lord? The monument was calm and peaceful, with no ripples and no changes in the ranking. First place, the tyrant Emperor Li Tianba. Second place, Li Tsongxin. For some reason, everyone felt relieved. Fortunately, there was at least someone who could suppress this real monster. The great Emperor Li Tianba is, after all, a great emperor. How can the great emperor be compared to the quasi-emperor? A great emperor can burn the sky with one hand and destroy all living things with one foot. A great emperor can suppress hundreds of quasi-emperors. In a world, only one great emperor appears every million years. Therefore, no matter how strong Li Tsongxin is, his cultivation is only at the peak of the quasi-emperor. No matter what, he can never cross the chasm of becoming a great emperor. However, some people expressed regret. It's a pity that the young master didn't really defy the heavens. If the young master had surpassed the Saint Lord in ranking, that would be a true myth and legend, and a truly great show. Dad is fine. Li Tsongxin had a smile on his face and punched the strength test stone again. Increase the critical strike power and enable 1,000 times critical strike. Boom. With this punch, even the test stone, which contained a space equivalent to a vast world, shook, as if it could not bear it. On the stone surface, a long string of numbers appeared again, 2212091000. Everyone stared and counted. This kid. Several elders felt a tremor in their hearts. As powerful martial saints, they just wanted to kneel before Li Congxin and kowtow to him first. I said. As for the disciples, they all had expressions of horror on their faces, and some of them actually knelt on the ground. The power of this punch increased tenfold, reaching a force of 1 billion Jin. 2 billion Jun. Chu Fiji's beautiful eyes were filled with shock. Mom! Yasusu exclaimed, covering her face. At this moment, a strange idea inexplicably arose in her mind. My cousin won't beat his wife in the future, right? If he punches you, it won't be domestic violence, it will be national violence, it will be planetary violence. Oh! So scary. Buzz. The monument began to fluctuate, which was a sign of changes in the rankings. First place, Li Congxin. Second place, the tyrant Emperor Li Tianba. The elders' expressions trembled slightly. Just now they said that within 10 years, the disciple would surpass the master, but in the end, it only took 1 minute. The Holy Lord's ranking was pushed down by the young master. Grab the Emperor's ranking. Too cruel. So tough. Young master, you are invincible just by brute force. Looking at the new rankings appearing above, everyone was horrified and the top of the mountain suddenly fell into silence. The atmosphere became a little awkward. Everyone's expression became a little complicated. Young master, holy master, we are both masters, what should we do now? If you say celebrate, it seems like you are mocking the holy master. If you say don't celebrate, it seems like you are not giving face to the young master. This is really hard to do. Buzz. After the new ranking appeared on the monument to fame and honor, the surface of the monument seemed to be constantly trembling, as if Li Congxin's ranking seemed unstable. Everyone was surprised again. What's going on? Gradually, an ancient name began to emerge on the monument, directly from the top, pushing Li Congxin's ranking down. First place, Li Hongzhou, the Emperor of Eastern Desolation. Second place, Li Congxin. Third place, the tyrant Emperor Li Tianba. Li Congxin narrowed his eyes. The great Emperor of the East Desert. Elder Yi was shocked and shouted, why did the name of my ancestor of the Holy Land appear on it? Elder Zhou was also full of surprise, this ancestor has not been born for more than 2 million years. Ha, there is a hidden number 1. Li Congxin didn't expect it either. He is the young master of Taigan, Li Hongzhou, the great emperor of Donghuang. Of course he knows that this is the ancestor of his Li family. In the Taigan Holy Land, there live in seclusion 5 existences that are no longer known to how terrifying they are, the 5 ancestors of his Li family. Each of these 5 has been an emperor who has dominated the Tianqing continent for millions of years. However, after their own million years passed, their era also came to an end, and they eventually became the reclusive old emperor. Now, even their physical bodies have been annihilated in the long river of time, and only the powerful and immortal soul of the emperor still remains in the imperial mausoleum in the Holy Land. Li Hongzhou, the great emperor of Donghuang, is one of the 5 ancestors. It was because of these ancestors that Li Congxin knew that his backers were strong enough and his background was rich enough, so he didn't care whether he had a system or not. At first, he even looked down on his system. Ding, the system is upgrading. Upgrade failed. Upgrade failed. 18th upgrade, system upgrade successful. Puff. Li Congxin was delighted and laughed secretly, you love to spy on my thoughts, and you are so sensitive. Who can I blame for this? Ding, the system is upgrading. Upgrade failed. Upgrade failed. 15th upgrade, system upgrade successful. Oh, I suppose that must be it. At this time, Elder Xianhe guessed, the great Emperor Donghuang was the great emperor of Tianqing continent a million years ago. Because so much time has passed, his ranking on the test stone has been hidden and has become a thing of the past. I didn't expect that 2 million years later, I would be knocked out by the young master's punch again. That must be the case. Good. The other elders nodded. The other disciples worshiped Li Congxin as if he were a god. Ha ha ha. Elder Yi pretended to be calm, stroked his beard and said, it turns out that the great Emperor Donghuang is the one who holds the highest record on the strength test stone. He is the real number 1. Boom. He had barely finished his words when Li Congxin, who was having fun, punched the strength-testing stone. The power of gods and demons opens a 10,000-fold critical strike. The handsome young man, with a faint smile on his face, throws a punch casually. Boom. But the momentum was like a mountain and a river running wild. The great power in the fist made the heaven and earth spin, and the power poured into the vast space of the test stone like a flood from heaven. Because it was bearing too much weight, the test stone began to shake violently. Come back. Can the young master release a stronger power? No way. With a startled look on their faces, everyone looked towards the test stone again. The ranking of the current emperor has just been knocked down. Could it be possible that the title of an ancient emperor like Emperor Donghuang can also be knocked down? That is a supreme myth, a legendary existence. If this is true, it is really incredible. On the throbbing stone surface, a long row of numbers appeared again. Power, 221209100000 kilograms. Your mother. Elder Wu couldn't help but swear again. Puff. Elder E almost vomited blood. The number in front of it remained the same, but the zeros at the end kept increasing. This punch was 10 times more powerful than the last one, with a force of more than 20 billion gene. Perverted, so perverted. Someone's voice was trembling. Who can resist a punch with a force of 600 billion kilograms? Even perverts are not this perverted. If this punch is thrown out, even if the body of the great emperor has been tempered and baptized by heaven and earth and remains intact, I'm afraid the bones and flesh will be broken, right? At the same time, everyone looked nervously at the monument of fame. Buzz. On the monument, the rankings are already changing. One is rising and the other is falling. First place, Li Congxin. Second place, Li Hongzhou, the great emperor of Donghuang. Third place, the great emperor Li Tianba. Jaw-dropping. Come on, the ultimate number one that the ancestor has hidden for 2 million years has just been revealed, but was knocked down by the young master's punch. Everyone was stunned. Each punch is 10 times more powerful than the previous punch, as if the depth of his knowledge is endless. It feels like a heifer somersaulting, one bull showing off after another. Numb, completely numb. It turns out that Li Congxin, who had been so secretive until 3 days ago and was even ridiculed as a loser by the outside world, is the most terrifying and unfathomable existence among their Taigen saints. Young master, is this your full strength? Cousin, you didn't use your full strength in that punch just now, did you? Chu Fij and Yi Susu looked at Li Congxin with cautious eyes. Now, they even felt that Li Congxin still had some reservations. Others think so too. Li Congxin still just smiled slightly and did not give a direct answer. Bang. Instead, he punched the strength stone again. Since we have tried it to this extent, we might as well use the strongest 100,000 times critical hit for this punch. Boom. Under the punch, the strength test stone exploded directly. As the huge rock exploded, the vast space contained in the rock was impacted by the force, and the laws and rules were constantly broken. The rules collapsed, the shape was distorted, and it turned into nothingness in the chaos. Snap, snap, snap. There were continuous loud noises like splitting the sky. The shocked people looked up and saw that the sky was filled with several 1,000-foot-long cracks. On the top of the peak, it seemed as if there were natural ravines. It looked like the sky was cracking apart. Those huge scars were extremely terrifying. Everyone was in shock. With one punch, the test stone exploded. This time, even the data was unknown. With one punch, the void collapsed and the rules of heaven and earth were shattered. Their young master is like a cow standing upside down. After this test, they had no idea how strong Li Congxin was. At this moment, he even had an idea in his heart that he didn't want to believe this fact, because it was completely illogical for the pure power to be so strong without the use of cultivation. I can only start thinking like this again, young master, are you cheating? This. Li Congxin also had a surprised expression. He didn't expect to blow up the test stone. This is the magic weapon of Taigen Holy Land. He didn't want to lose his fortune. Careless. The unlimited lottery is in progress. Bite. You get in the lottery, 1 trial stone. This is good. He praised in his heart, the system was so considerate, and he was very satisfied with the performance. Bite. You get in the lottery, 999 trial stones. Bite. You get in the lottery, 9,999 trial stones. Bite. You get in the lottery, trial stone 99999 pieces. What's the point of having so many of these things? Are you stupid? With a wave of his sleeves, a new testing stone appeared and stood in its original place. He felt a sense of lightness in his heart, with an infinite sea of energy, the strongest spiritual root, invincibility in horizontal training, unrivaled strength, and all kinds of buffs stacked together. No matter how he fought, who would dare to compete with him? I can only smile faintly. If no one can beat me, then I will be invincible. But what's the point of being invincible? There's nothing better than lying down and enjoying life. A moment later. Li was shaking as if he was about to urinate, and his whole body shuddered, as if an iron tower was shaking violently a few times. He shouted sincerely, "Brother, my brother is the king of strength, and you are the super king of strength." Li Tsongxin was delighted. "What kind of ill-formed sentence are you talking about?" I finally understood one thing. Li slapped his own chest with a bang, and said self-righteously, "When we were young, you accidentally developed my brother's ancient power, making him extremely powerful. In fact, it was not an accident at all. You did it on purpose, specifically to help my brother activate his power." Looking at Li Tsongxin, he shouted with certainty, "Because, like my brother, you also have the same ancient power." I see. Someone showed a look of sudden enlightenment, but immediately denied it. "No, that's not right, the young master is much stronger than King Li. That's because my brother is only at the martial king level." Li said in a loud voice, "Just think about it, my brother, who is at the martial king level, can make a quasi-emperor bleed from his nose with just one slap, and my cousin is now at the quasi-emperor level, so his pure strength. It is naturally extremely terrifying." When he calculated the added power in his mind, the corners of his mouth twitched. No wonder even the strength test stone couldn't withstand it. During the King Wu period, he had to beat the quasi-emperor. When it came to the quasi-emperor period, can you imagine what would happen? Now that I understand. After hearing what Li said, everyone looked as if they had suddenly understood something. They felt that it made sense and integrated the lost logic again. Li Ao laughed foolishly and shouted, "I am the king of strength, and my brother is the king of strength kings, ha 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 ha. Brother, am I right?" Li also chuckled and looked at Li Tsongxin with a suspicious look. He was invincible, so was Li Tsongxin, his brother was extremely powerful, so Li Tsongxin was also extremely powerful. There was a spiritual spring in Yususu's body, so Li Tsongxin directly released a spiritual spring that hung on the roof. Now, he even began to doubt that Li Tsongxin had all the talents of the geniuses in the family. Because Li Tsongxin is the absolute core, successor, and leader of the next generation in the family, he may be able to unite the whole family in one person. "Cousin, you are really smart." Li Tsongxin didn't defend herself, she just smiled and praised, "You and Li Ao are like a pair of sleeping dragons and phoenixes together." If he really did it on purpose, could he make Li Ao become a fool? Besides, his magical energy veins are probably much stronger than Li Ao's ancient power. Superpower King, Superpower King, Superpower King. At this time, the disciples had already started shouting at the top of their lungs, "Superpower King, Superpower King, Superpower King." At such a young age, the young master has the appearance of surpassing the Holy Master. Taigan Holy Land has a bright future. Everlasting prosperity. Just be patient. Li Tsongxin pressed his hand down, without any smugness or impetuousness on his face. He was low-key and calm. "I asked you to accompany me to the strength test peak. I have wasted a lot of your time. I will compensate you with 10 life pills and 100 top-grade spirit stones each." He took out 2 storage rings, one containing the longevity pill and the other containing the spirit stone. "Elder Xianhe, Elder Yi, you two will distribute them." He handed the ring to Xianhe and Elder Zhou. Then, he patted Li Ao's head and said to Chu Fij and Isusu, "Let's go home." With a casual stroke of his finger, the void in front of him split apart to the left and right, and a space crack appeared. Men walked into the open void. "Farewell, young master." Several elders and disciples shouted in unison. They just followed to watch the fun, but in the end they got the best spiritual stone and their lifespan was increased by 1,000 years in vain. Who can be unhappy about this? Except for the disciples of Taigan Holy Land, which sect enjoys such blessings. Bite. You give the crane a storage ring, which triggers 1,000-fold rebate and gets 1,000 storage rings. Bite. You give Elder E a storage ring, which triggers 100-fold rebate and gets 100 storage rings. Tip: as many items as there are in the gifted storage ring, the storage ring received as a rebate also contains the same items. Like a bridge of time and space, Li Tsongxin stepped in on the Shirley Peak, and when he stepped out again, he had already appeared in the pavilion on the Yiran Peak. Behind him, Chu Fij, Yi Susu, Li Ao, and Li Yi also walked out of the void. Flashy but not substantial, resentment gathers. The two sides are interdependent, and the lips and teeth are interdependent. If it is beneficial to the country, I will do it regardless of my life or death. As soon as I returned to the pavilion, I heard the faint and melodious sound of reading. I saw Mo Xiangran sitting quietly on the stone corridor like a delicate flower in the quiet water, holding a copy of Spring and Autumn Annals in her hands, reading it word by word in a low voice. The scene of a young girl reading Spring and Autumn Annals is quite interesting. There is no better way to cultivate virtue than to nourish it, and there is no better way to eliminate evil than to wipe it out. Virtue brings happiness, and happiness lasts forever. To shake off the chaos, to restore order, do not get close to it. As Mo Xiangran read in her pleasant voice, the power of Confucianism and Taoism seemed to float out from between the lines, transforming into streams of inky soft water, constantly circling around her. It's getting thicker and thicker, more and more majestic. Finally, they turned into black dragons. An ink-colored dragon bell formed around her, wrapping her completely inside. Mo Xiangran had no idea what was happening in the outside world. She was so immersed in the book that she didn't even know that Li Tsongxin and others had returned. Shoo. Looking at Mo Xiangran, who was sitting quietly reading the Spring and Autumn Annals in her hands, Li Tsongxin made a gesture to them not to disturb her. Then he walked away leisurely with his hands behind his back. This book has a rigorous format and concise language, but every sentence contains profound meaning. It is a Confucian classic. If you can understand this book in its entirety, your understanding of politics, military affairs, diplomacy, sacrificial music, disasters, and other matters will be greatly improved. If she were to be awakened at this time, it might damage her mood. The eldest sister holds power over the world. Although she can control the world with her tyranny, she cannot rule it. Li Tsongxin hopes that this girl can become a great scholar and assist her sister in stabilizing the world and creating a peaceful and prosperous era. Look, cousin, what is that? As soon as they walked out of the pavilion, Yisusu pointed at a colorful air floating from not far away and said in a coquettish voice. Li Tsongxin narrowed his eyes. The sound came from the kitchen. Cooking smoke. It was very interesting. When Ren Huchong cooked the dragon and phoenix eggs, the smoke from the cooking turned into colorful colors. His eldest brother-in-law is indeed quite good. As the colorful smoke drifted over, Li Tsongxin smelled it. It smells so good that just one sniff will make you feel intoxicated and you'll feel like drooling. Cultivation plus 12,217. Cultivation plus 12,912. Cultivation plus 12,156. At the same time, a large amount of cultivation poured into the body through the nostrils. This surprised Li Tsongxin. What happened was his brother-in-law's fault. The smoke coming out of the kitchen was actually his cultivation. Brother, what are you cooking at home? Li Yi on the side was also shocked. My God, why is this smoke full of cultivation? After discovering this unexpected surprise, he stood where he was and inhaled hard. It's really all about cultivation. This is too amazing. Chu Fij and Yi Susu were also shocked. They had never encountered such a thing before. Then, the two women started sucking continuously. The more they sucked, the more pleasurable it became. In order to suck more, the two women were like two white swans about to drown, with their snow-white and slender necks raised and their faces filled with intoxication, as if they were floating in ecstasy. Li Tsongxin broke into a cold sweat after seeing this. Didn't I give you food? Even eating cigarettes with such enthusiasm. At first glance, it looks like two bad girls are addicted to drugs. But it's normal to think about it. The cultivation level is directly in front of the nose. With such a good thing, who else would refuse it except him? It smells so good. Brother, it smells so good. Even a fool couldn't refuse, and Leo kept sucking. Boom. After sucking hard, a dazzling light burst out from his body. A few puffs of smoke actually caused him to break through and enter the Grandmaster realm. If this kid gets mad again, even the Emperor will be unable to control him. There were more and more colorful smoke, and soon it filled the entire Iran Peak, and floated from Iran Peak in all directions towards the entire Taigan Holy Land. Soon after, many places in Taigan Holy Land were also covered with a layer of faint 7 colors. Who is cooking? It smells so good. Iran Peak, the fragrance wafts from Iran Peak. Young Master, this is such a blessing. Smelling the fragrance, the people in the Holy Land shouted. Suddenly, someone shouted in shock, "This smoke is all filled with cultivation." Is there such a thing? The smoke used for cooking is due to cultivation. Is the young master living the life of a god? Next, everyone in the Holy Land, as if they had rhinitis, stood there and started sniffing. Boom. Someone's realm has improved. Boom. Someone broke the mirror directly. On Iran Peak, Li Tsongxin, who had his hands behind his back, was originally indifferent, but suddenly his eyes froze again. Roar. Thousands of miles away, there were dense and excited screams and roars. In the distance, the sky and the earth suddenly turned black, and flying in the sky and running on the ground was a tide of beasts covering the sky and the earth. Countless demonic beasts rushed towards Taigan Holy Land and towards his Iran Peak with the force of earth-shattering. Seeing such a spectacular tide of beasts for the first time, Li Tsongxin couldn't help but be shocked. When his uncle boiled an egg, the magical fragrance attracted monsters from all over the world. Taigan Holy Land was the place that monsters were most afraid of in the past. If they heard about it, they would fly away in fear and would not dare to approach it at all. This egg has such a powerful attraction. Ho ho! The terrifying wave of monsters arrived outside Taigan Holy Land in a matter of seconds. Various monsters that have survived for thousands or even tens of thousands of years came in. Soon, the surroundings and the sky above Taigan Holy Land were surrounded and enveloped by monsters. Ho ho! The roar pierced the eardrums, and for a moment, the sky above Li Tsongxin's Iran Peak was filled with an extremely huge black mass, giving people a thrilling sense of oppression. Chu Fij and Isusu, who were still smoking wildly a few seconds ago, were now standing majestically beside Li Tsongxin. Chu Fij said coldly, "Young master, what should I do?" Isusu said in a whisper, "Cousin, they seem to be here to snatch your balls." Two beautiful girls presented the holy weapons given by Li Tsongxin. One held the great sword of the holy ruins, with a sinister jade cheek, the other held the emperor-killing war spear, with a cold face. With her hair flying and her ponytail rippling, she was in a posture ready for battle. This is the holy land of Taigan, the Tianqing continent. Regardless of humans or animals, everyone knows that anyone who offends the holy land of Taigan will die without burial. Is the scent of eggs so powerful? Li Tsongxin looked up. I really didn't expect that the smoke from the kitchen could cause such a big sensation. Now, he can't wait to see the big Easter eggs cooked by Ren Huchong. At this time. Who gave you the courage? Just listen to Li Yi shout loudly. A bunch of beasts, how dare they even think about touching my brother's food? He released a bloody aura and his stalwart body straightened up, and the muscles on his body swelled like giant leeches. He said to Leo on the side, "Brother, let's go, I will go and destroy those monsters." Listening to the screams and roars that filled the sky, Leo began to become violent. A terrifying black aura began to emanate from his body. But he still looked at Li Tsongxin with a silly smile, and he only obeyed Li Tsongxin's orders. Li Tsongxin said, "Let's go play." Good. Leo was overjoyed. Ah. Then, he shouted anxiously like an ant on hot pan. He could only jump but not fly with a sword. Ah. He got anxious and grabbed Li Yi beside him, threw him to the ground, then rode on him, spitting saliva and shouting, "Gee, gee. Brother, this is your brother." Ha ha ha, brother, I'll take you flying. Li loved his younger brother very much and was not angry at all. Boom. The man dived from the ground, raised his fists, and flew into the air like a Superman. Bang 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 bang. Then, Li bumped into the monsters all over the sky and ran rampant, seeing huge monsters being hit by him one after another until blood splattered. Wow. Li Ao, who was riding on Li Yi, shook off the god chain tied to his hand. Under the god chain, which contained huge power, the monsters were shattered one by one. These two guys are a bit interesting. Li Zongxin looked at it with interest. He decided to focus on training his cousin Li Yi and his cousin Li Ao, making them the absolute main force in Taigan Holy Land in the future. Li Ao's strength is invincible, Li Yi's defense is invincible, Li Ao's riding on Li Yi is invincible. Cousin, shall we take action? It seemed that Isuzu was also eager to try. Of course, what she wanted to see most was Li Zongxin taking action and seeing her cousin show off his unique style. Last time, my cousin just waved his sleeves, and 8 spears shot through the sky like a thunderous giant. In an instant, they pierced and exploded all the airships in the 2 holy places, scaring millions of cultivators to fly away in fear. That time, because the cultivators were not hostile, her cousin deliberately showed mercy. She really wanted to know how terrifying and shocking it would be if her cousin released a killing move without leaving any room. No rush. Li Zongxin felt calm. He wanted to take this opportunity to see how much fighting power Taigan Holy Land still had without the absolute power. If it was invaded by a powerful enemy, could it protect itself? At this time, everyone in the Holy Land has been alarmed. Haha, there are so many monsters. Have these guys eaten the heart of a bear or the guts of a leopard, and dared to run wild in Taigan Holy Land? Are you crazy about hunger? Can you beasts like us rob our young master's breakfast? Looking at the monster that covered the sky and the earth, the disciples in Taigan Holy Land not only did not show panic or horror, but on the contrary were extremely excited. There is such a good thing. This is a good thing that cannot be found even with a lantern. Someone shouted, since you want to die, then activate the defensive formation and let them all reincarnate. Don't. You can't do it like this. Many disciples immediately expressed their refusal. Once the formation is activated, these monsters will immediately turn into dust and ashes. What a pity. Yes, all kinds of demon cores, all kinds of leather, and strong bones, these are ready-made materials delivered to your door. Look, King Li and King Henglian have already done it. Brothers, what are you still doing? Kill. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. For a moment, a large number of flying swords flew out of the Taigan Holy Land, like a goddess scattering flowers, rushing towards the air and the sea of monsters around on the ground. The monsters that came to the Taigan Holy Land encountered a bloodbath. Ah! A demon tiger's head flew into the sky. Ouch! A demonic wolf was forced to have its teeth pulled out with its mouth held open. Hey! A big snake was cut into 2 pieces. Glittering demon cores continued to fly from the bodies of the slain demon beasts. Are you kidding? Can this place be invaded at will? This place is scarier than the palace of hell. When you come here, it will be your demon hell and the graveyard of monsters. But the number of monsters was too huge, and they were killed layer by layer. The ground and air of Taigan Holy Land were still surrounded by water, and there were more and more of them. At this moment, there was throbbing behind the beast tide. The densely packed monster beasts were like separated waves, turning wildly left and right. Roar. Roar. A few angry roars covered up the roars of tens of millions of monsters. As the earth shook, 5 huge wild beasts, their bodies burning with war flames of different colors, releasing huge auras, followed the beast tide towards Taigan Holy Land. The bear of the earth, 100,000-year level monster. 2-headed demon wolf, 100,000-year-old demon beast. Iron-armored explosive flame tiger, 100,000-year-old monster. The jade-eyed mad lion, 100,000-year-old demon beast. Petrified mammoth, 100,000-year-old monster. On Iran Peak, Chu Fij looked into the distance and exclaimed in a low voice with a look of shock on his face. The longer a demon beast survives, the more terrifying its strength becomes. A demon beast of 100,000 years is considered an ancient demon beast, a true great demon. Demon beasts of this level usually live in seclusion in unknown places or hibernate in their own mysterious territories. Generally speaking, they rarely appear in the outside world. 100,000-year-old monster would be so powerful that even a martial emperor would stay away from it, let alone a grand master or a grand master. Only a strongman at the martial saint level would dare to fight against it. Unexpectedly, the smoke from cooking eggs attracted such horrible creatures. Cousin. Yasusu pointed to the sky and exclaimed, "There is another one in the sky, a 100,000-year-old lightning golden eagle." He was rubbing his hands together, and couldn't help but ask, "Should we do it?" "Good." Li Tsongxin nodded, "Go ahead." "Yasusu, cousin, you." Her little mouth pouted. "Hate." She rested her head on Li Tsongxin's shoulder for a while, then she held her arms and shook them, and began to act coquettishly. "When I say we, I'm mainly referring to you. Don't worry, these are not the strongest yet." Li Tsongxin narrowed his eyes slightly, and used his powerful spiritual sense to sense the 8 directions of heaven and earth. He smiled and said, "These are just a few pioneers. The real big guys are still behind." "What?" The 2 women were shocked. "There are beings more powerful than the 100,000-year-old monsters. Some tough ones are here." Seeing the huge monster that seemed like 5 mountains pushing down on them, the disciples of the Holy Land who were in the middle of killing were startled at first. These ones should be the beast kings in the beast tide. Then, he became even more excited. "If we stew 5 of these big ones, everyone should be able to get a bowl of meat, right? There's another one in the sky." In excitement, someone began to shout in the direction of Iran Peak, "Young master, take action, and kill these big guys who are begging for death with one finger." "What level? Is he worthy of the young master's help?" "That's right, has our young master lost his class? Without a quasi-emperor level, is he qualified to take action?" Yes, this level is something that the young master would disdain." Amidst all the voices, a disciple changed his tone and shouted, "Elders, a great demon core has been delivered to our door. Come out and hunt down the 100,000-year-old demon beast." "How dare you, you beast! You evil beast, you're looking for death." Shouts of boundless arrogance rang out from the mountains of the Holy Land.